say, if Madame were the King's favourite instead of the Queen's, I'd be a cardinal today. But 3 lovers, even if one is an archbishop, isn't too many for a woman of 28 who's already had 2 husbands. Oh, that's hardly the complete list. Ask Marillac, ask her knight gallant Croft, ask— No, that's quite enough, said L'Angely. I'm far too lazy to speak to so many people. Let's move on. There's Madame de Fargy, though I will admit from the start that she is not exactly a Vestal Virgin. Now I know you're not serious, fool. Have you seen her with Créqui and Cramaille and the other Marillac, keeper of the seals? Haven't you heard the Latin lyric about her? Fargia di mihi sodes, quantas comiosti sordes, inter primas atque laudes, quando— I can't repeat the rest. No, I hadn't heard that, said L'Angely. Sing the rest of it, all the way to the ending. I find it enchanting. No, I can't, said Louis, blushing. There are words no proper person can speak. Though I see you know it by heart, every syllable. Hypocrite. But let's move on. What do you think of the Princesse de Conti? She is rather mature, but that just means she has more experience. After what Bassompierre said, it would be crazy, and after what she said herself, it would be stupid. I heard what the Marshal had to say, but I don't know what she said. Come, my son, give me the whole juicy anecdote. You tell them so well. Well, she said to her brother, who was gambling but losing, "Perhaps you've played enough, brother," and he replied, "I'll give up playing at cards when you give up playing at love." And the wicked woman didn't even reproach him. Anyway, my conscience wouldn't allow me to speak of love to a married woman. Is that why you don't speak of love to the Queen? But very well, let's move on to the unmarried ladies. What do you think of the beautiful Isabelle de Lautrec? You can't accuse her of such follies. Louis blushed to the tips of his ears. Aha! said L'Angely. Have I hit the bull's-eye? I have nothing to say against the virtue of Mademoiselle de Lautrec. On the contrary, said Louis XIII, in a voice in which one could discern a slight tremor. Against her beauty, then? Even less so. Against her wits, perhaps? No, she is quite charming, but what? I don't know if I should tell you this, L'Angely, but— Come on! I don't think she really likes me very much. Well, my son, you have nothing to lose by trying, except some false modesty. And the Queen, if I listen to your advice, what will she say? If someone is going to hold Mademoiselle de Lautrec's hands, it might as well be you. Anything to get you out of the clutches of these villainous pages and squires. But Baradas will be jealous as a tiger, and probably try to stab Mademoiselle de Lautrec. But I think he'll find he's only rousing a Joan of Arc. Come on, give it a try. But I'm afraid that Baradas, instead of coming back to me, will just stay angry. Well, there's always Saint-Simon. Yes, he's a fine lad, said the king, and when we go hunting, he's the only one who knows how to blow the horn properly. You see, there are always consolations. So what should I do, L'Angely? You should follow my advice, and the advice of Monsieur de Richelieu. Why, with a minister like him, and a fool like me, within 6 months you'll be the leading monarch in Europe. All right, Louis said with a sigh. I'll try it. Starting when? Asked L'Angely. Starting tonight. Good. Be a man tonight, and you'll be a king tomorrow. 33. The Confession. The day after King Louis XIII, on the advice of his fool L'Angely, had resolved to make Monsieur Baradas jealous, Cardinal Richelieu sent Cavois to the Hôtel de Montmorency with a letter to the Duke, which read as follows. Monsieur le Duc, permit me to employ one of the privileges of my office as minister to express to you my great desire to see you for a serious talk with one of our most distinguished captains about our imminent campaign. Permit me, in addition, to request that this interview take place in my house in the Place Royale, which is near your hotel, so you need not come far. I hope that our meeting will be to your satisfaction, and that you will keep it a secret between us. If 9 o'clock in the morning is convenient for you, it is for me as well. If you wish company, and it is not inconvenient, please bring your young friend, the Comte de Moray, if he will do me the honour, as I have a task worthy of his name and his ancestry. Believe me, Monsieur le Duc, I am your most sincere and devoted servant, Armand, Cardinal de Richelieu. A quarter of an hour after having been charged with delivery of this letter, Cavois returned with the Duke's answer. Monsieur de Montmorency had been most receptive and wished to convey to the Cardinal that he accepted the invitation and would be there on time, accompanied by the Comte de Moray. The Cardinal seemed quite satisfied with this response. He asked Cavois for news of his wife, and heard with great pleasure that, since during the last 8 or 10 nights Cavois had been required to work at the Place Royale only 2, domestic tranquillity reigned in his household. Richelieu then began his usual work. That evening, the Cardinal sent Father Joseph to find out how the wounded Latil was doing. He was healing, but was still unable to leave his room. The next morning at dawn, the Cardinal, as usual, came down to his study, but despite the early hour, someone was already waiting for him. A veiled lady, who said she wished to remain incognito, had arrived about 10 minutes earlier, and was waiting in the antechamber. The Cardinal employed so many different people as his agents that, rather than try to guess which one of them this might be, he just ordered his valet, Guillemot, to bring her in and make sure no one interrupted their talk. If he wanted anything, he would knock on the wall. Glancing at the clock, he saw that he still had more than an hour before his appointment with Montmorency, and, thinking this would be plenty of time to deal with the veiled lady, gave no more instructions. Shortly thereafter, Guillemot entered, leading the person he'd mentioned. She remained standing by the door. The Cardinal gestured to Guillemot, who went out and left him alone with his visitor. As his visitor came further into his study, the Cardinal knew at a glance that she was young and of noble birth, despite the veil that covered her face, and also that she seemed intimidated. "Madame," he said, "you wanted an audience with me. Well, here I am. Speak." As he said this, he beckoned to her to approach. The veiled lady stepped forward, but faltered a little, supporting herself with one hand on the back of a chair, while, with the other, she tried to calm the beating of her heart. Meanwhile her head tilted back slightly, as if she was experiencing a spasm of emotion or fear. The Cardinal was too sharp an observer to miss these signs. "From the terror I inspire in you, madame," he said with a smile, "I am tempted to believe that you come to me from my enemies. Have no fear of them or of me, for from the moment you enter my house, you are received as the dove was in the ark. I may, in fact, come to you from the camp of your enemies, but if I do, I come as a fugitive. I ask your help as both priest and minister. As a priest, I beg you to hear my confession, and as minister, I plead for your protection." And the unknown clasped her hands as if in prayer. "I may certainly hear your confession, even if you remain incognito, but it will be hard to protect you unless I know who you are." "Since I have your promise to hear my confession, Monseigneur, I have no reason to remain incognito, since the confession puts your lips under sacred seal." "So," said the Cardinal, sitting, "come here, my daughter, and place your trust in me twice over, since you call on me as both priest and minister." The woman approached the Cardinal, knelt beside him, and lifted her veil. The Cardinal knew he wasn't dealing with an everyday penitent, and watched her keenly, but when the veil was raised he couldn't help uttering a low cry of surprise. "Isabelle de Lautrec," he murmured. "Yes, monsieur. Dare I hope that the sight has not changed your Eminence's good intentions?" "Not at all, my child," said the Cardinal with a lively gesture. "You come from a family who are loyal servants of France, and are the daughter of a man I respect and admire. I admit that when you first came to the court of France, I regarded you with some suspicion, but since you have been here, I have nothing but approval for your conduct.
Thank you, Monseigneur. That restores my confidence. I am here to beg for your aid, for I find myself doubly in danger.
If it is a prayer that you seek, my child, or advice I can offer you, arise from your knees and sit beside me.
No, Monseigneur. Please allow me to remain as I am. I want what I have to say to retain the character of a confession. Otherwise it may sound more like a denunciation, which is not what I desire.
Speak, then, my daughter, and I will listen, said the cardinal. God forbid that I should ignore such strong feelings, even if they should be exaggerated.
When I was told to stay behind in France, while my father went to Italy with the Duc de Nevers, Monseigneur, he argued his case with 2 points. First, that the long journey would fatigue me, and only end at a city that might be besieged and sacked. Second, that he had found, for me, a place near Her Majesty, a position that ought to satisfy any young woman, even one more ambitious than I.
Go ahead and tell me of the dangers you perceive in this new position of yours.
Yes, Monseigneur. It seemed to me that there was some uncertainty about my youth and the sincerity of my devotion to my royal mistress. The king, either on his own account or pressed by others' advice, seemed to pay me more attention than I deserved. My respect for His Majesty blinded me at first to the meaning of these attentions, though his shyness always kept him within the bounds of gallant courtesy. However, one day I felt as if I needed to account to the Queen for the kind of things the king was saying to me. But, to my amazement, the Queen just laughed and said, "It would be quite marvellous, dear child, if the king were to fall in love with you." I thought about her words all night long, and it seemed to me that in my sojourn at court, and my position near the Queen, there was more than had appeared at first. The next day, the king redoubled his attentions. That week, he had visited the Queen's inner circle 3 times, something that never happened. This time he approached me directly, and spoke to no one but me. But at the first word he said to me, I bowed and excused myself on the pretext of being indisposed, asking the Queen for permission to withdraw. Queen Anne seemed to disapprove of my behaviour. When I asked her why she was so cool to me, she replied, "I have nothing against you. I only regret that you seem unable to do for us something that would be of genuine service." The Queen Mother was even colder to me than the Queen.
"And," asked the cardinal, "did you understand what kind of service the Queen had hoped for?"
I had a vague idea, Monseigneur, and at the realization I felt myself blush to my brows. However, as the Queen continued to favour me, I set my qualms aside, and have tried to serve her these past months as best I could. But yesterday, Monseigneur, to the amazement of myself and of the 2 queens, His Majesty, who for weeks had not come near the Queen's circle of ladies, unexpectedly showed up, and for once he was smiling. He greeted his wife, kissed his mother's hand, and walked straight up to me. The Queen has allowed me to sit in her presence, but at the sight of the King I stood up. But he made me sit down again, and, while playing with Gretchen, the dwarf who'd been sent to the Queen by her niece, the Infanta Claire Eugenie, the King spoke to me. He inquired after my health, and told me that the next time he invited the Queens to join him in a hunt, he would like me to accompany them. These attentions from the King to a woman were so extraordinary that I felt all eyes were upon me, and I blushed more fiercely than ever. I don't know what I said to His Majesty, or rather, I didn't say anything, just stammered disconnected words. I tried to get up. The King held me by the hand. I felt paralyzed on my chair. To hide my embarrassment, I took little Gretchen in my arms. But to do that, I had to look up, and when he saw my face, he said, "Why are you crying?" And I realized that tears were flowing silently from my eyes and rolling down my cheeks. I don't know what meaning the King gave to my tears, but he stroked my hand and gave a bonbon to the dwarf, who took it with a wicked laugh, and then she slid from my arms and went to whisper to the Queen. I felt I had no one to turn to. I didn't dare to get up, and I didn't dare to stay. It was unbearable. I felt the blood roaring in my ears. My temples throbbed. The furniture seemed to tremble and the walls to sway. My senses left me, and I fainted. When I came to myself, I was lying on my bed, with Madame de Fargy near at hand.
Madame de Fargy, repeated the cardinal with a smile.
Yes, Monseigneur.
Go on, my child.
I ask nothing more, for what she told me was so astounding. Her knowing congratulations were so humiliating, her suggestive advice so strange and unforeseen, that I hardly know how to describe them to your eminence.
Yes, said the cardinal. She told you the king was in love with you, did she not? She congratulated you for accomplishing a miracle that even the queen could not, and encouraged you to return his majesty's love as best you could, so that once you were within his good graces, you could replace his sulky favourites and apply your new-found influence to serve the political interests of my enemies.
Your name was not mentioned, Monseigneur.
No, it wouldn't be, not at first, but otherwise I guessed what she told you, did I not?
Almost word for word, Monseigneur.
And how did you reply?
I didn't. All the vague premonitions of evil I'd felt when the king was first paying me his attentions were coming true. They wanted to make a political tool out of me. I started to cry and couldn't stop. The queen came in and hugged and kissed me, but this embrace, instead of consoling me, froze me to the heart. It seemed to me that such a kiss must hide a secret poison, a kiss given from a queen to encourage a girl to love and desire her own husband. The queen took Madame de Fargy aside and exchanged a few quiet words with her, and then said, "Good night, dear Isabel. You can believe everything Fargy says, especially when she assures you of the appreciation we shall have for your devotion." And she left the room. Madame de Fargy remained. She told me that I was free to do what I wanted. In other words, free to love the king. She spoke for a long time while I remained silent, trying to make me understand that it was a good thing to have won the king's love, and would all be for the best. No doubt she thought she had me convinced, for finally she kissed me in her turn and left. But no sooner had she closed the door behind her than my mind was made up. I would come to you, Monseigneur, to throw myself at your feet and tell you everything.
What you have told me, my child, said the cardinal, is no more than the story of your fears. These fears are neither a sin nor a crime, but, on the contrary, proof of your innocence and your loyalty. So I don't see why you need to come to me on your knees and tell your story in the form of a confession.
But I haven't told you everything, Monseigneur. The antipathy, or rather, this fear the king inspires in me, is not something I feel toward all men. My only hesitation in coming to you, your eminence, is not that I must tell you the king loves me, but rather that I must say, Monseigneur, I fear, because I love another.
And this other, is it a crime to love him?
No, Monseigneur, but it is dangerous.
Dangerous? Why? At your age, both society and nature agree that it's the purpose of a woman to love and to be loved.
But not when she fears that her love is above her in rank and in birth.
Your birth, my child, is quite good, and your family name, though it doesn't shine with the lustre it did 100 years ago, is still on par with the finest names in France.
Monseigneur, don't encourage me in a foolish and dangerous hope.
Do you fear the one you love does not love you?
On the contrary, Monseigneur, I believe he does love me, and that's what frightens me.
You believe in this love?
I have confessed it to you.
And now that your confession is made, you said you had a plea for me.
A prayer, rather, Monseigneur. The king's love has put me in a position where, even if he doesn't pursue it, I will be pressured into returning it. And while I may manage to put them off for a while, at some point they'll see that I'm not going to do what they wish, and then... My prayer, Monseigneur, is that you will send me to join my father. However dangerous it is there, it is less dangerous for me than here.
If I were dealing with a heart less pure and less noble than yours, I would join with those who aren't afraid to tarnish your purity and break your heart. I, too, would say, let this king, who has never loved anything in the world, fall in love with you, and maybe in time you will love him in return. I would say, pretend to be the tool of these women who conspire at the humiliation of France while working for her greatness as my secret ally. But you are not made for such intrigues. If you want to leave France, you shall go. If you want to join your father, I will give you the means to do so."
"Oh, thank you,"
the girl cried, seizing the cardinal's hand and covering it with kisses before the cardinal could do anything to resist. "The road you choose will not be without danger."
"For me, Monseigneur, the real dangers are at this court, where I feel threatened by mysterious and unknown perils, where I feel as if the ground trembles beneath me as I walk, and where I fear I shall lose the innocence in my heart and the purity of my thoughts. Keep me from these queens who conspire, these princes who pretend love they do not feel, these scheming courtiers who advise women to do impossible things as if they were easy and natural, these regal voices that promise to reward shame with honour. Save me from all this, Monseigneur, so that I may keep what the Lord has given me honest and pure, and I will be forever grateful."
"I am unable to refuse one who makes such a plea as that. Rise. Everything will be ready for you within the hour. At least there will be nothing to prevent you from leaving."
"Am I absolved, Monseigneur?"
"One who is not at fault needs no absolution."
"Bless me, at least, and your blessing will ease my troubled heart."
"The hands I extend to you, my child, soiled as they are with politics and worldly concerns, are less pure than your heart, troubled though it is. It is up to God to bless you, not to me, and I pray that he will bless you with his supreme goodness, rather than my poor reverence." At this the clock struck 9. Richelieu went to his desk, rang a bell, and Guillemot stepped in. "Have the people I was expecting arrived yet?" the cardinal asked.
"This very moment. The Duke is in the portrait gallery."
"Alone or accompanied?"
"With a young man."
"Mademoiselle," said the cardinal, "before answering you fully, or at least in more detail, I need to speak with the two people who have just arrived. Guillemot, escort Mademoiselle de Lautrec to my niece's house, and return in half an hour to see if I am free." And bowing respectfully to Mademoiselle de Lautrec, who followed his footman out, he opened the door to the portrait gallery where he'd kept waiting, albeit briefly, the Duc de Montmorency and the Comte de Moray. 34. In which Cardinal Richelieu writes a comedy without the help of his collaborators. The two princes had been waiting only a moment, and as they were aware of the cardinal's many responsibilities and how much his time was in demand, they would have been willing to wait considerably longer before taking offence. Though he hadn't yet reached the heights of power he would command after the famous event that history would call the Day of Dupes, the cardinal was already regarded, in fact, if not officially, as the Prime Minister. This was especially true in matters of peace and war, where his opinion and the weight of his genius were eternally opposed by the hatred of the two queens and their allies on the Council of State, who met at the Queen Mother's Luxembourg Palace under the leadership of Cardinal Berulle. When the two sides could not agree, the king intervened, approving or disapproving. This approval sometimes favoured Richelieu and sometimes the Queen Mother, depending on the mood of King Louis XIII. The critical matter to be decided in the next 2 or 3 days was not whether to go to war in Italy, that had already been decided on, but who would command the army. It was this important issue as regarded the two princes that the cardinal had in mind when he had written to ask the Duc de Montmorency to visit him, along with the Comte de Moray. But his interview with Isabelle de Lautrec had caused him to alter his intentions for the Count. This was the first time Montmorency had come face to face with Richelieu since the execution of his cousin, the duellist, Bouteville, but we have seen that the noble governor of Languedoc had taken the first step toward a reconciliation at Princesse Marie de Gonzague's soirée, where he had approached Madame de Combalet, who hadn't failed to report such an honour to her uncle. The cardinal was too wise a politician not to recognize that this show of respect for the niece was a message to the uncle, and that the prince was making an overture of peace. As for the Comte de Moret, that was something else. This young man, so forthright, so French in character, though surrounded by Italians and Spaniards, only 22, yet already known for his courage, was someone the cardinal wanted to conciliate, protect, and encourage, especially since he was the only son of Henri IV, who had never openly conspired against him. The Comte de Moret, away from court intrigues, honoured with a command in the army, serving France and the policies of the Duc de Richelieu, would be a counterweight against his half-brothers, the Vendômes, who were in prison for conspiring against the cardinal. In the cardinal's opinion, it was high time the young prince was taken in hand. Embroiled in the intrigues of Queen Anne and the Queen Mother, or taken as a lover by Madame de Fargy or Madame de Chevreuse, he would soon be bound too tightly to escape, even if he wished to do so. The cardinal offered his hand to Monsieur de Montmorency, who accepted it and shook it sincerely, but he did not allow himself such familiarity with the Comte de Moret, who was of royal blood, and bowed almost as if he was before Monsieur. After the initial exchange of compliments, the cardinal said, "Duke, when it came to war at La Rochelle, I wanted sole command of the naval campaign, so I purchased the title of Admiral of France from you and paid the price you requested. Today I am not here to sell you something, but to give you better than I've taken." "His Eminence believes," said the Duke with his most gracious smile, "that when it comes to service and the good of the state, to ensure my dedication it would be best to start with a promise. No, Monsieur le Duc, I know that no one is more generous than you with your energy and blood, and it is because I recognize your courage and loyalty that I speak to you so directly." Montmorency bowed. "When your father died, though you were heir to his fortune and his titles, there was one charge you could not inherit because of your extreme youth, that of Constable of France. The fleur-de-lis sword cannot be borne by a child. Moreover, there was a strong arm already available to take it and wield it faithfully, that of the Seigneur de Lesdiguières. He was appointed constable and retired only when he reached the age of 85. Since then his son, Marshal Créqui, has aspired to replace him. But the sword of the constable is no family heirloom. This year, Monsieur de Créqui had his chance at conquest when he was offered the command of the expedition formerly led by the Duc de Nevers, but instead he declared for the Queen Mother against me and against France. While I live, he will never be constable." The Duc de Montmorency could not contain his gasp of pure joy, an evidence of his satisfaction that did not escape the cardinal's notice. Richelieu continued, "The dedication I failed to find in Marshal Créqui I expect to find in you, Prince. Your relationship with the Queen Mother must not influence your love for France, because, make no mistake about it, the result of this war in Italy is crucial to the power and standing of France." The Comte de Moret appeared to be listening attentively, so the cardinal turned to him. "You do well to pay heed, my young prince, for no one should love our France more than you, that France for which your august father gave everything, even his life." And then, as he could see that the Duc de Montmorency eagerly awaited the conclusion of his speech, he said, "To get to the point, with the same frankness and honesty I hope for in return, if I am granted responsibility for the conduct of this war, you, my dear Duke, will have the main command of the army. And if, when the siege of Casale is lifted, you are the first one through the gate, you will find behind that door the sword of the constable, which will thus be borne by your family for the third time. If you wish to pass that sword on to someone else, you may, but I want you to bear it, and I offer it freely. Reflect on that, Monsieur le Duc." "Your hand, Monseigneur," said Montmorency. The cardinal held out his hand. "In the name of France, Monseigneur, be my liege and accept my service. I swear to obey your eminence in every respect, except where it would compromise the honour of my name. I am no prince to be a liege, Monsieur le Duc, said Richelieu with supreme dignity, but I am a gentleman. Rest assured, I would never ask a Montmorency to do anything he would be ashamed of. When do we move, Monseigneur? As soon as we can, Monsieur le Duc. Assuming the direction of the war is entrusted to me, I expect to take the field at the beginning of next month. Then there is no time to lose, Monseigneur. I shall depart for my province this evening, and on the 10th of January I will be in Lyons, with 100 gentlemen and 500 cavalry. But shouldn't you consider that someone else might be put in charge of directing the war? Said the Cardinal. What would you do if that happened? No one but your eminence deserves to lead this enterprise, and I will obey no one but you and His Majesty Louis XIII. Go then, Prince, and know that I fully expect you to earn the constable's sword. Shall I take my young friend the Comte de Morey with me? No, Monsieur le Duc. I have a particular mission in mind to offer Monsieur le Comte de Morey. If he turns me down, he will be free to join me. I intend to propose a mission to him that will require courage, a steady hand, and the dedication of those who accompany him. The Duke and the Comte de Morey exchanged a few words in voices too low for the Cardinal to hear, and Morey said to the Duke, "Lend me Galaor." Then, with joy in his heart, the Duke seized the Cardinal's hand, gripped it gratefully, and rushed from the study. Left alone with the Comte de Morey, the Cardinal approached him and said, with respect and warmth, "Count, given my position and my age, which is twice yours, I hope you will pardon me when I say that of all King Henri's children, you are the only one who truly resembles him, and I hope to love the son as I loved the father." The young prince was facing Richelieu for the first time, hearing for the first time that voice against which everyone had warned him, and he was astonished at how that stern face could brighten with warmth, and how that commanding voice could soften. "Monseigneur," he replied, with a laugh edged with emotion, "Your Eminence is very good to concern himself with a young fool whose only thought is to amuse himself as best he can, and who, if asked how he might do better, wouldn't know what to say." "A true son of Henri IV is good at everything, monsieur," said the Cardinal, "because with that blood comes courage and intelligence, and that is why I cannot stand idly by and watch you go wrong, falling prey to the dangers that surround you." "Me, Monseigneur?" said the young man, surprised. "What are these dangers, and in what way might I go wrong? Will you grant me a few minutes of your attention, Monsieur le Comte? And for those few minutes, will you listen to me seriously?" "At my age and with my heritage, Monseigneur, that is my duty, even if you weren't a minister of state and a man of genius. So I will listen to you, perhaps not seriously, but definitely with respect." "You arrived in Paris at the end of November, on the 28th, I believe." "The 28th, yes, Monseigneur." "You came bearing letters from Milan and Piedmont for Queen Marie de Medici, for Queen Anne of Austria, and for Monsieur." The Count stared at the Cardinal, astonished and uncertain how to answer, but finally, faced by the truth and the brilliant man who spoke it, he said, "Yes, Monseigneur." "But as the two queens and Monsieur had gone to meet the king, you were obliged to wait in Paris for a week. Rather than remain idle, you wooed Madame de la Montagne, the sister of Marion de Lorme. Young, handsome, wealthy, and the son of a king, you didn't have too long to wait. Within 2 days you were her lover." "So, is that the wrong track you worry about, and the danger from which you'd protect me?" laughed the Comte de Morey, surprised that an important minister would concern himself with such trivia. "No, monsieur, we're getting to it. No, I would hardly call taking a courtesan's sister as a lover a dangerous diversion, though it was not entirely free of peril. That madman Pisani thought you were Madame de Maugiron's lover, and wanted to murder you out of jealousy. Fortunately, his chosen assassin turned out to be more honest than heinous, and, faithful to the memory of the great king, refused to lay a hand on his son. In the end he was a victim of his honesty. You saw him yourself, lying on a table and making his dying confession to a Capuchin.
"Did I? And just exactly when was it," said the Comte de Morey, hoping to embarrass Richelieu, "that I witnessed this painful spectacle?"
"December 5th, at about 6 in the evening, in the common room of the Inn of the Painted Beard. Disguised as a Basque gentleman, you had just left Madame de Fargy, who, herself disguised as a Catalan, had instructed you to meet with Queen Anne of Austria, Queen Marie de Medici, and Monsieur at the Louvre between 11 o'clock and midnight.
"My faith, Monseigneur, I have to admit the reputation of your police is entirely justified."
"You are kind, Count. Now, do you think I went to the trouble to gather such information because I was worried you might become a threat to me?"
"I don't know. It seems your Eminence has taken a great deal of interest in me."
"A great deal, Count. I want to save the son of Henri IV from becoming a threat to himself."
"How so, Monseigneur?"
"The fact that Queen Marie de Medici, who is Italian and Austrian, and Queen Anne, who is Austrian and Spanish, conspire against France is a crime. But family ties often outweigh even the duties of a crown. But to have the Comte de Morey, son of a French woman and of the most French king who ever lived, conspire with those two queens on the behalf of Spain and Austria, that I must prevent, by persuasion and prayer if possible, but by force if necessary."
"Who told you I was conspiring, Monseigneur?"
"So far you have not conspired, Count, possibly thanks to your inborn noble instincts. And what these instincts should be telling you is that, as the son of Henri IV, who dedicated his life to opposing domination of France by Spain and Austria, you should not be serving their cause at the expense of the interests of France. Son of Henri IV, your father was murdered by Austria and Spain. Do not sink so low as to ally with his assassins."
"But why does your Eminence say this to me instead of to Monsieur?"
"Monsieur has nothing to do with it. He is the son of Concini, not of Henri IV.
"Monsieur le Cardinal, consider what you're saying."
"Yes, I know I risk the wrath of the Queen-Mother, the wrath of Monsieur, even the wrath of the King, if the Comte de Morey leaves here determined to do me ill. But I prefer to think the Comte de Morey will be grateful for my concern, which has no source other than the great love and admiration I had for the King, his father. I think, rather, that the Comte de Morey will keep what I say to himself, for his sake and for the sake of France."
"Is your Eminence asking me to give him my word?"
"We do not ask for such things from the son of Henri IV.
"But your Eminence didn't invite me here just to give me advice. I believe I heard something about entrusting me with a mission."
"Yes, Count, a mission that will take you far away from the dangers I fear."
"So you wish me to put this danger behind me?"
Richelieu nodded.
"And therefore I am to leave Paris?"
"I would have you return to Italy."
"Humph,"
said the Comte de Morey. "Is there some reason why you don't wish to return to Italy?"
"No, I would just rather stay in Paris."
"So you refuse, Monsieur le Comte?"
"No, not completely. Not if the mission can be delayed."
"You must leave tonight. Tomorrow at the latest."
"Impossible, Monseigneur,"
said the Comte de Morey, shaking his head. "What?" cried the Cardinal. "France goes to war, and you decline to take part?"
"Not at all. But I intend not to leave Paris until the last possible moment."
"This is your firm resolve, Monsieur le Comte?"
"It is my firm resolve, Monseigneur."
"Your reluctance to leave is a sad blow to me. I was counting on your courage, your devotion, and your nobility in acting as escort for a young lady, the daughter of a man for whom I have the highest regard. I'm afraid I'll just have to look elsewhere for someone willing to safeguard the travels of Mademoiselle Isabelle de Lautrec."
"Isabelle de Lautrec?"
cried the Comte de Morey.
"It's Isabelle de Lautrec you wish escorted back to her father?"
"Her very self. Why? Does that name surprise you?"
"Oh, pardon, Monseigneur. Pardon."
"No, don't worry about it, Count. I'm sure I can find her another escort."
No, Monseigneur. Look no further. The escort, the protector, the defender to the death of Mademoiselle de Lautrec is here before you. It's me, Monseigneur. It is me."
"Oh," said the Cardinal. "So you'll do it, then?" I have nothing to worry about.
Nothing, Monseigneur.
You accept this charge?
I accept.
Well, in that case, here are my instructions.
I am listening.
I place in your charge Mademoiselle de Lautrec, who, during the course of this journey, you will hold as safe and sacred as if she were your sister.
I swear it.
And conduct her to her father, who is in Mantua. Then you will return to join the army and take a command under the orders of Monsieur de Montmorency.
Yes, Monseigneur.
And if it should happen, for you understand, a man of foresight must take everything into account, if it should happen that you should fall in love. The Comte de Marais started. Just supposing, you understand, because such things have been known to happen. Well, if that occurs, understand there is nothing I can do for you, monsieur, who are the son of a king, but there's a lot I can do for Mademoiselle de Lautrec and her father.
You can make me the happiest of men, Monseigneur, for I already love Mademoiselle de Lautrec.
Do you indeed? How are we to account for this? It is perhaps that you came secretly to the Louvre one night, and were conducted up the back stair by Madame de Chevreuse, disguised as a page, who admitted you to a dark corridor that led you to the Queen's chambers, where you met a certain someone? Could that be it?
Why, what a miraculous coincidence!
Monseigneur, said the Comte de Marais, regarding the Cardinal with wonder,
my admiration for you almost matches my gratitude.
But the Count paused, worried.
But what?
Asked the Cardinal. There's just one thing I'm anxious about.
What's that?
I love Mademoiselle de Lautrec, but I don't know if Mademoiselle de Lautrec loves me. I don't know if, despite my devotion, she'll accept me as her escort.
Well, Monsieur le Comte,
it seems to me that that part is up to you.
But how?
I don't see how I'll have a chance to make sure if this departure, as your Eminence says, must take place tonight or tomorrow morning at the latest. How is this going to work out?
You're quite right, Monsieur le Comte.
There must be an interview between the two of you as soon as possible. However, I have other things to attend to. Please wait here for a moment, as I must issue some instructions that cannot wait. The Comte de Marais bowed, his eyes following this man in admiration mingled with astonishment, this man who manipulated all Europe from this study, and who, despite the threats that surrounded him, nonetheless found time to pay attention to the smallest of details. The door closed behind the Cardinal. The Comte de Marais remained behind, his eyes fixed on the portal until it opened again, and he saw in its frame not just the Cardinal, but Mademoiselle de Lautrec herself. The two lovers, simultaneously struck as if by an electric shock, gasped in astonishment. Then, with the rapidity of thought, the Comte de Marais darted to Isabel, fell to his knees before her, seized her hand, and kissed it with such passion that the young woman knew she had found not a dangerous heartbreaker, but an ardent admirer. Meanwhile the Cardinal, who had achieved his goal of prying the son of Henri IV away from the court and making him an ally, celebrated the victorious conclusion to a heroic comedy written without the help of his usual collaborators, Messieurs Desmarais, Rotrou, L'Etoile, and Maillet. Corneille, it will be remembered, had not yet had the honour of being presented to the Cardinal. 35. The King's Council. The next big event, anxiously awaited by all, especially Richelieu, who was as sure of the King as anyone could be of Louis XIII, was a meeting of the King's Council. This was to be held at the Queen Mother's Luxembourg Palace, which had been built during her regency on the model of the palaces of Florence, and which contained the gallery of paintings Rubens had done 10 years before, those magnificent works depicting the most important events in the life of Marie de Medici, and which are now among the principal ornaments of the gallery of the Louvre. This event was to be held that evening. The council was primarily composed of the creatures of Queen Marie de Medici. It was chaired by Cardinal Berulle, but conducted by Vautier, and included Maréchal de Marillac, who had been made a marshal without ever having been in a battle, and who the Cardinal, in his memoirs, always referred to as Marillac the Sword, since his duel at the tennis courts with one Caboche, whom he'd killed before he had a chance to defend himself. The other member of the council was the sword's elder brother, Michel de Marillac, Minister of Justice and Keeper of the Seals, who was one of Madame de Fargy's lovers. When meeting on important matters, the King's Council was augmented by some others our readers already know, namely the Duc d'Angoulême, the Duc de Guise, the Duc de Bellegarde, and Marshal Bassompierre. Monsieur also had returned to the council, as it was now some time since his disgrace in the Chalais conspiracy. The king attended whenever there was a decision before the council important enough to require his presence. The council's decisions had to be ratified by the king, who could approve, disapprove, or even completely change whatever it resolved. Cardinal Richelieu, who was prime minister in practice, if not yet in name, and who was to gain absolute power in later years, was at this point just one more voice in the council, though he was usually able to persuade the king to adopt his position, supported by the Marillacs, the Duc de Guise, the Duc d'Angoulême, and sometimes Marshal Bassompierre. He was consistently opposed by the Queen Mother, Vautier, Cardinal Berulle, and 2 or 3 others who took their cues from Marie de Medici. This evening, Monsieur, on the pretext of his pretended quarrel with the Queen Mother, had sent word that he would not attend the council, though he knew that, despite his absence, his mother would look out for his interests. The King's Council was scheduled to begin at 8 o'clock. By 8:15, everyone summoned was in attendance, standing behind their chairs and waiting for the Queen Mother to take her seat. At 8:30, the King arrived. He saluted his mother, who rose to greet him, kissed her hand, and then sat beside her on a chair slightly higher than hers. Then he pronounced the traditional words, "You may take your seats, monsieur." The ministers and the honorary councillors all sat in the chairs provided for them around the table, one for each member. The king slowly looked around at everyone present, then said, "I do not see my brother, monsieur. Where is he?" "He has disobeyed your orders, so doubtless he dares not appear before your majesty," said Vautier. "Is it your pleasure that we proceed without him?" The king nodded. Then, addressing both the ministers and the honorary members, he said, "Messieurs, you all know why we are here today. We are considering whether we shall raise the siege of Casale and rescue Mantua in the name of the claims of the Duc de Nevers, claims we have affirmed and supported, and oppose the schemes of the Duke of Savoy in Montferrat. Although the right to declare war and peace is a royal right, we wish to hear your opinions in the hope they will cast some light on the matter before we make our decision, while reserving the right to make that decision regardless of your advice. I call upon our minister, Cardinal Richelieu, to summarize the state of affairs." Richelieu rose, bowed to the king and the Queen Mother, and said, "I will keep this brief. In his dying statement, Vincent de Gonzague, the Duke of Mantua, bequeathed all his rights to the Duchy of Mantua to the Duc de Nevers, who was his closest relative, since he had no male heir. The Duke of Savoy had hoped to marry his son to Gonzague's daughter, who, as heiress to Mantua and Montferrat, would thus augment his domain and make him a power in Italy. It is that ambition that has so often led him to betray his promises to France. This minister of His Majesty Louis XIII thinks it good policy to support Nevers, as placing a Frenchman on the thrones of Mantua and Montferrat will give us a position of strength in Lombardy. There, in between the Pope and the Venetians, we will be able to offset the power of Spain and Austria, and neutralize their influence in northern Italy. The recent actions of this servant to His Majesty have been in service to this policy. It was to prepare the way for this Italian campaign that we sent a preliminary force south several months ago. That army, under the command of Marshal Créqui, was defeated, not by the Duke of Savoy, as the enemies of France have been quick to declare, but by incompetence almost amounting to treason, as our infantry and knights, unfed and unsupplied, deserted in the face of starvation. However, our policy is unchanged, and we have only been awaiting a favourable opportunity to continue the campaign. This minister of His Majesty believes that the time has come. With La Rochelle taken, Our army and fleet are freed up for new commitments. The question before your Majesty is, do we act now, or do we wait? This minister believes we should proceed with the war immediately, and I am ready to respond to any and all objections." And then, bowing to the king and to Queen Marie, the cardinal resumed his seat, leaving the floor to his opponents, or rather his only opponent, Cardinal Berulle. The latter, in his turn, knowing that this was his cue to respond, glanced at the Queen Mother. She replied with a small gesture, at which he rose, bowed to their Majesties, and said, "This project of pursuing a war in Italy, despite the apparent good reasons put forth by Cardinal Richelieu, seems upon closer inspection not only dangerous, but outright impossible. Germany is now nearly subdued, which provides the Emperor Ferdinand with far more armies than France can muster. Moreover, His Majesty Philip IV, the august brother of the Queen, has, from the mines of the New World, sufficient treasure to raise more armies than even the ancient kings of Persia. Instead of meddling in Italy, the Emperor is certain to devote his efforts to further suppression of the unruly Protestants, to recover the bishoprics, monasteries, and other church property they have unjustly seized. Why should France, the eldest daughter of the Church, oppose such a noble and Christian pursuit? Wouldn't it be better for the king to emulate this policy, and devote our efforts to eradicating heresy within our own borders, while the Emperor and the King of Spain do the same within the borders of Germany and the Netherlands? And yet, in direct opposition to such pious efforts, Monsieur de Richelieu proposes peace with England and an alliance with heretical powers, acts which can only tarnish His Majesty's glory. Instead of making peace with England, should we not, while we have the chance, continue our war against Charles I and stop his persecution of English Catholics? Must France forget how the ladies and servants of Queen Henriette were driven from her in violation of a solemn treaty? Will not the Lord reward the restoration of the true religion in England, as well as the expungement of heresy in France, Germany, and the Netherlands? In the sincere belief that I speak in the interests of France and throne, I place my humble opinion at their Majesties' fate." And Cardinal Berulle sat in his turn, after acknowledging the supporting nods of those in Queen Marie's faction, including that of Keeper of the Seals, Marillac, brought into the fold thanks to Madame de Fargy. The king then turned to Cardinal Richelieu. "You hear, Monsieur le Cardinal?" he asked. "If you have a response, respond." Richelieu rose. "I think my honourable colleague, Monsieur le Cardinal de Berulle, is misinformed about both the political situation in Germany and the financial condition of Spain. The armies of the Emperor Ferdinand, though formidable, are not yet in command of Germany. And this minister of His Majesty knows that some of these imperial armies, of which Cardinal Berulle speaks, really owe their allegiance to Maximilian, Duke of Bavaria, and head of the Catholic League. Rather than siding with the Emperor, we should press the Lion of the North, the great Gustavus Adolphus, to move against him. A few 100,000 livres in bright, shining gold are all it will take to persuade him. Between the Protestant forces of Gustavus Adolphus and the Catholic forces of Maximilian, Ferdinand's armies will have plenty to keep them occupied. As to the imaginary treasures of King Philip IV, allow this minister to clarify their true value. The King of Spain takes in just 500,000 crowns per year from the West Indies, and 2 months ago the Council of Madrid was quite dismayed to learn that Admiral Hein of the Netherlands took and sank the Spanish treasure fleet from South America in the Gulf of Mexico, a loss of 12 million crowns. This was such a disaster that His Majesty the King of Spain found himself unable to send the Emperor Ferdinand the 1 million in gold he had promised. Now, to address the second part of my colleague's discourse, this minister will humbly observe that His Majesty cannot submit with honour to the eviction of the rightful Duke of Mantua, whom we have not only recognized, but who was named heir, thanks to the persuasive influence of our ambassador, Monsieur de Saint-Chamond, upon the late and former Duke. His Majesty must not only come to the aid of his allies in Italy, but also protect that lovely European country from the schemes of Spain, who intends to subdue it forever, increasing its power where it is already too powerful. If we do not strongly support the Duke of Mantua, he will be unable to resist the power of Spain, and will be forced to become just one more tributary to the court of Spain. Furthermore, don't forget that the late Duke Vincent was about to commit Montferrat to us as well, in order to spite Charles Emmanuel and confound the plots of Savoy. Finally, it is the opinion of this Minister of the Crown that it is our duty to punish the temerity of the Duke of Savoy, who has opposed our interests for the past 30 years, if he is not called to account for his numberless intrigues against us, including his involvement in the conspiracies of Chalais and Biron, and his alliance with the English in their trespasses at the island of Ré and at La Rochelle. It will be to France's eternal shame." Then, turning to the king and addressing him directly, the cardinal said, "By taking the rebellious city of La Rochelle, sire, you not only won glory, you put the state in a most advantageous position for your Majesty's next move. Italy, oppressed for years by the troops of the King of Spain and the Duke of Savoy, cries out for the aid of your victorious arms. Will you refuse to take up the cause of your neighbours and allies, who are about to be unjustly stripped of their rightful heritage? As for me, sire, I, your minister, dare promise you today that if you take up this noble resolution, your success will be no less than at the siege of La Rochelle. I am no prophet." And Richelieu looked with a smile toward his colleague, Cardinal Bérulle, "nor the son of a prophet. But I can assure your Majesty that if we lose no time in carrying out this plan, you will deliver Casale and bring peace to northern Italy before the end of May. And then, returning with your army through Languedoc, you will finish by completely reducing the Huguenots in July. Then your Majesty, victorious everywhere, can take his rest in Fontainebleau, or wherever he desires, during the beautiful days of autumn." Our readers may find this chapter a bit long and dry, but our respect for the facts of history leads us to reproduce every detail of this great meeting in the Luxembourg that decided on the war in Italy, including all the speeches of the two cardinals. Our claim is that a historical novel should entertain both those readers who know the history it's based upon and those who are learning about it from what we write. At this, gestures of approval were seen among the auxiliary gentlemen invited to the meeting, especially from the Duc d'Angoulême and the Duc de Guise. The king spoke. "His Eminence," he said, "when he speaks of himself and our policy, refers to himself as the Minister of the King, because that policy is based upon my direct orders. Indeed, we believe that this war in Italy is necessary, that we must support our allies, and that we must maintain our position by opposing both the power and the influence of Spain. Our honour is at stake." Despite the respect owed to the king, the only applause to this came from the friends of the cardinal, while those of the Queen Mother's faction could barely restrain their mutterings of disapproval. Marie de Medici and Cardinal Bérulle exchanged a few words in a lively undertone. The king's expression was stern. He cast a sidelong, almost threatening glance toward the mutterers, and continued, "The issue we must now deal with is not peace or war, as war has been decided upon, but rather when we shall take the field. Opinions will be solicited, on the understanding that we reserve the ultimate decision to ourselves. Please speak to this, Monsieur de Bérulle, recognizing the respect we have for your advice, even when we do not follow it." Marie de Medici made a nod of thanks toward Louis XIII, then said to Bérulle, "An invitation from the king is an order. Speak, your Eminence." Bérulle rose. "The Minister of the King," he said, emphasizing the title, "proposes an immediate commencement to this war, but I am sorry to say that I am diametrically opposed to such haste. If I am not mistaken, His Majesty has expressed a desire to lead this war in person. However, there are at least 2 reasons to delay. The first is this: the King's army, fatigued from the long siege of La Rochelle,
needs to recuperate in winter quarters. Marching the troops from the shores of the ocean to the foothills of the Alps without giving them time to rest risks seeing them desert in droves. It would be cruel to subject these good soldiers to the rigours of winter in the snow-covered mountains, even if led there by the king. Even if we had the necessary funds for this, which we do not, as shown by the fact that it's been barely a week since your Majesty's august mother requested 100,000 livres and was told by his minister that she could have no more than 50,000. To summarize, even if we had the funds, all the mules in the kingdom would not suffice to carry the food the army would need, not to mention the fact that it's impossible to move our artillery in the winter, especially along unknown routes our engineers have never studied. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait until the spring? In the meantime, we can make all the necessary preparations for moving our men and materiel by sea. The Venetians, who have a far greater stake in the affairs of Mantua than we do, have made no move to oppose the invasion of Montferrat by Charles Emmanuel, and will do nothing to support this enterprise of the king. If the oppression of the Duke of Mantua is such an important issue, why does Venice, which is so much closer than France, do nothing? Finally, the matter that should concern His Majesty above all others should be to avoid an open break with that most powerful of all Catholic monarchs, the King of Spain. That would be a far greater injury to the state than the fall of Casale and Mantua. I have spoken." Cardinal Bérull's speech made a definite impression upon the King's Council. Rather than opposing a war which the King supported, he had outlined the probable costs and liabilities of that war. The officers invited to the council, Bellegarde, the Duc d'Angoulême, the Duc de Guise, General Marillac, were no longer as young as they had been, and perhaps were less eager for the opportunities of war than to avoid its fatigues and dangers. Cardinal Richelieu rose once more. "I will respond to all the points made by my honourable colleague," he said. "First, though I don't think His Majesty has made a final decision on the matter, I do believe he plans to conduct this war in person. His Majesty, in his wisdom, must make that decision, though I fear he may sacrifice his own interests to those of the state, as a king in his duty must do. As to the question of the army's fatigue, which Cardinal Bérulle is so anxious about, if the troops are transported by sea and landed at Marseille, they will still have to march to our headquarters at Lyons. Better for them to march at a measured pace through France, well-fed, well-housed, and well-paid. That addresses the issue of desertion. As to the difficulties of taking the army across the Alps, it is better to fight nature now than to fight through our enemy's defences later, if we give them time to fortify the route we must take. It's true that last week I had to grant the King's august mother only 50,000 livres when she asked for 100,000, but that reduction had been specifically approved by the King due to the imminent expense of the coming war. The proposed campaign is well within our means, especially since, by engaging my honour and my property, I have managed to borrow 6 million crowns to support it. As to the route we must take, it has in fact been surveyed and mapped. His Majesty has long had this campaign under consideration, and ordered me to send people into Dauphiné, Savoy, and Piedmont on reconnaissance. Monsieur de Ponty and Monsieur de Cure have already made detailed maps of the terrain. Thus all the preparations for war have been made. The money for the campaign is in the coffers, the troops are ready, the maps are made, and a foreign war, as His Majesty points out, adds much more glory to the throne than a civil war, such as that of La Rochelle. Spain's efforts to occupy Italy are vulnerable if we act quickly, so I implore His Majesty to undertake this campaign as soon as we can, and so I, in my turn, have spoken." The Cardinal resumed his seat, while looking toward Louis XIII with a gaze that seemed to plead with the King to support the proposal he had made. The King seemed to pay no attention to the Cardinal, raising his hand as soon as the latter had finished speaking. "Monsieur," he said, "it is my will that you pay heed to my minister, Cardinal Richelieu. We have decided upon the war against the Duke of Savoy, and it is our desire that we waste no time in taking the field.
Those of you who have requests for your preparations should make them to Monsieur le Cardinal. In good time I will decide if I will lead this war in person, and if so, who shall be my lieutenant-general. Having so decided, this council is at an end." The king rose. "Monsieur, I pray God shall keep you. Good night." And with a bow to the Queen-Mother, Louis XIII took his leave. The cardinal had won both points he'd pressed, the war against the Duke of Savoy and the immediate commencement of the campaign, so he had no doubt that he would win the third. That is, he would be given charge of the war in Italy, as he had for the siege of La Rochelle. Marie de Medici marched out, gritting her teeth in anger, accompanied only by Bérulle and Vautier. "I fear we must say," said Bérulle, like Francois I after Pavia, "all is lost, save honour." "Not so," said Vautier. "All is not lost, as the king has not yet named Richelieu as his lieutenant-general." "Don't you see," said the Queen-Mother, "that in the king's mind Richelieu has already been appointed to that post?" "Maybe," said Vautier, "but it's not yet final. Do you see any way to prevent this appointment?" "Perhaps," said Vautier, "but I need to speak to Monsieur, the Duc d'Orléans, right away." "I'll get him," said Bérulle, "and bring him to you." "Go," said the Queen-Mother, "and don't waste a moment." Then turning to Vautier, she said, "What do you have in mind?" "When we are in a place where we can be sure of not being overheard, I'll tell your Majesty." "Come, then." The Queen and her adviser hurried down a corridor leading to the private apartments of Marie de Medici. 36. Vautier's plan. Though he had rooms in the Queen-Mother's Luxembourg palace, the king returned to the Louvre to avoid what he felt were the inevitable objections that would come from the two queens. And indeed, after Marie de Medici returned to her chambers, where she heard and approved Vautier's latest plan, before resorting to it, she decided to make one last attempt to change her son's mind. As for Louis XIII, as soon as he returned home, he called for L'Angely, but only after he'd inquired if there had been any word from Baradas. Baradas had said nothing and sent no word. It was the stubborn silence of his sulky page that had been the cause of his bad mood at the king's council. Vautier had guessed that was the reason and based his new plan upon it. Indeed, Louis XIII, though he'd made a few advances toward Mademoiselle de Lautrec, following through on his promise to L'Angely, was still dreaming about Baradas. This was exactly what L'Angely feared, so when he was called, he made haste to come and throw himself at the king's feet. For an unexpected obstacle had arisen in L'Angely's project, a mystery that no one had been able to explain, even to the king. The previous evening, though she was supposed to be attending the Queen, Mademoiselle de Lautrec had been absent from her circle, and Louis XIII, asking about it, had gotten no answer from the Queen's ladies beyond astonishment. Mademoiselle de Lautrec had not been seen at the Louvre all day. The Queen had inquired at her rooms and around the palace, but no one had been able to give her any news. The king, piqued by this absence, had asked L'Angely to make his own inquiries, and that was why he'd called for his fool as soon as he'd returned. But L'Angely, who'd had no more luck than the others, had nothing to report. In fact, Louis XIII was less concerned about the absence of Mademoiselle de Lautrec than he was about that of Baradas, but he'd come to believe that L'Angely was nearly infallible, and was astounded by his failure. So he was sinking into melancholy, bemoaning the way fate seemed to oppose him at every turn, when Berengon gently scratched at the door. The king, recognizing Berengon's particular signal, and thinking that here was one more devoted person to share his misery, called out softly, "Enter." Monsieur le Premier came in. "What do you wish of me, Berengon?" the king asked. "Don't you know that I hate to be disturbed when L'Angely and I are sunk in ennui?" "You didn't hear that from me," said L'Angely. "Welcome in, Monsieur Berengon." "Sire," said the valet de chambre, "I never permit myself to disturb your Majesty when I know you wish to be bored in peace, but I couldn't disobey orders from their Majesties Queen Marie de Medici and Queen Anne of Austria." "What?" cried Louis XIII. "The queens? Here?" "Yes, sire.
Both of them? Yes, sire. And they want to talk to me? Yes, sire. Together.
The king looked around, as if he might find some way to escape, but at his first move the door opened and in came Marie de Medici, followed by Queen Anne of Austria. The king turned pale and exhibited the slight tremor he suffered when agitated, but he drew himself together, resolving to be impervious to whatever plea was coming. He faced the danger like a sulky and stubborn bull lowering its horns. He turned first toward his mother, his most dangerous antagonist. "Upon my honour as a gentleman, madame," he said, "I thought that once the king's council was over, I would be free from further persecutions. What do you want of me? Tell me quickly." "My son, I want nothing but you yourself," said Marie de Medici, while Queen Anne, hands clasped, nodded in support and agreement. "Was it not enough that, weak and suffering though you are, that man forced you to endure 6 months in the swamps of Ugny? Now he wants to subject you to the cold and snow of the Alps in the dangerous depths of winter? Bah, madame," said the king, "when God spared me from the fevers of the swamp, was not the cardinal taking the same risks? And now you say he will expose me and my household further. Well, I won't be braving the snow and ice of the Alps alone. I shall give the soldiers an example of courage and perseverance, and he will be there beside me." "I don't doubt that, my son. The cardinal himself made the same point. But how can you compare the importance of his life to that of risking yours? The monarchy can lose 10 ministers like Monsieur le Cardinal without suffering, but you, at your least illness, France trembles with fear, and your mother and your wife pray to God to preserve you." At this, Queen Anne fell to her knees. "Sire," she said, "we are on our knees not only before the Lord, but before you, to beg you, as we plead with God, not to abandon us. Please consider that what your Majesty may regard as your duty is to the rest of us a source of profound terror. If your Majesty suffered a misfortune, what would happen to us and to France? The Lord God, if he permitted me to die, will have foreseen the consequences and will provide for them, madame. It is impossible to change what has been resolved." "Why is that?" asked Marie de Medici. "If this unfortunate war is so necessary, despite your having decided on it against the advice of all your counsellors—" "You mean all your counsellors, madame," interrupted the king. "If it is necessary," Marie de Medici continued, ignoring the interruption, "why must you go in person? Can't your beloved minister—" "You know, madame," the king interrupted for a second time, "I don't particularly like Monsieur le Cardinal, but I respect him, I admire him, and after God, he is this realm's greatest defender. Well, sire, Providence will watch over the realm whether or not you are with the cardinal. Charge your minister with conduct of the war and stay safely near to us. Oh, yes, and open the way for insubordination among the generals, to enable your de Guise, your Bassompierre, and your Bellegarde to refuse to obey a priest and jeopardize the fortunes of France. No, madame, to recognize the genius of Monsieur le Cardinal is not enough. I must support him as well. Ah, if only there was a prince of the house I could trust. Don't you have a brother? Don't you have Monsieur? Permit me to tell you, madame, that you are too indulgent toward one who has been disobedient as a son and rebellious as a brother. But that's just it, my son. To bring peace back to our family, we must embrace the exile. We must love even the son who, admittedly, deserves to be punished rather than rewarded. But it is at supreme moments like this, when logic must cease to drive our policy, when to rule well means to love well. God himself shows us by example that sometimes we punish the good and reward the bad. Sire, charge your Prime Minister with the conduct of this war, and put Monsieur subordinate to him as Lieutenant General. I'm certain that if you give your brother this responsibility, he will give up his insane pursuit of Princess Marie de Gonzague. You forget, madame, said Louis XIII, frowning, that it is I who am king, and therefore the master, and if my brother wished to take part in this effort, he could long ago have done so, with my consent, rather than at my orders. Defying my right to rule is not the way to earn the right to command. I am resolved, madame. In the future I will command, and he will obey. This has been my determination for the last 2 years. That is to say, since the incident in the garden at Amiens." He emphasized the last words, while looking meaningfully at Queen Anne of Austria. "And for the last 2 years I have found this policy a good one." Anne, who was still on her knees before the king, arose at these harsh words and raised her hands to her eyes, as if to hide her tears. The king made a motion toward her, but the move was barely visible and was immediately suppressed. Nonetheless, his mother noticed it, and seized his hands. "Louis, my child," she said, "this is not a dispute. This is simply a plea. I'm not a queen, speaking to a king. I'm merely a mother talking to her son. Louis, in the name of my love, which you sometimes slight, though you always do it justice in the end, yield to our entreaties. You are the king, in other words, the source of all power and wisdom. Revoke your decision, as is your right, and believe me, not only your wife and your mother, but all of France will thank you." "Very well, madame," said the king, who just wanted this discussion to end. "I will sleep on it tonight, and reflect on what you said." And to his mother and his wife he gave one of those curt gestures that kings use to indicate that an audience is finished. The 2 queens withdrew, Anne of Austria taking the arm of the queen-mother. But they'd gone no more than 20 paces down the corridor when a door opened, and around the jamb appeared the head of Monsieur, Gaston d'Orléans. "Well?" he asked. "Well," said the queen-mother, "we did what we could. It's up to you to do the rest." "Do you know which room is Monsieur Baradin's?" asked the king's brother. "I do. It's the 4th door on the left, almost directly across from the king's chamber." "Good," said Gaston. "I'll get him to do what we want, even if I have to promise him my Duchy of Orléans. Not that I'd give it to him." The 2 queens and the young prince departed, the queens to return to their chambers, while His Royal Highness, Monseigneur Gaston d'Orléans, tiptoed in the opposite direction, to the apartment of Monsieur Baradin. We don't know exactly what passed between Monsieur and the young page, whether Monsieur promised him the Duchy of Orléans, or one of his lesser duchies of Dombes or Montpensier. All we know is that half an hour after entering the tent of Achilles, the modern Ulysses made his way, still on tiptoe, to the chambers of the queens. Once there, he opened the door with a cheerful air and said, in a voice full of hope, "Victory! He's returned to the king." And indeed, at almost that very moment, surprising His Majesty when he least expected it, Monsieur Baradin, without bothering to scratch at the door as etiquette demanded, entered the chambers of King Louis XIII, who recognized his page with a cry of joy, and welcomed him with open arms. 37. The overlooked wisp of straw, the unnoticed grain of sand. While these low intrigues were plotted against him, the cardinal was bent over and peering, by the light of a lamp, at a map of what were then called the Marches of the Realm. This map showed, in great detail, the border between France and Savoy, as surveyed by the engineer-geographer Monsieur de Ponty. The cardinal also had before him the route the army must follow, the towns and villages where it would stop, and the roads and paths by which the food necessary to feed 30,000 men would get to them. This map, prepared by Monsieur Descures, accurately showed every valley, mountain, river, and even stream. The cardinal was delighted. It was the most detailed map he'd ever seen. Just as Bonaparte, in March 1800, stretched out across the map of Italy, pointed at the plains of Marengo and said, "This is where I will defeat Mela," so Cardinal Richelieu, more a man of war than of the church, said, "This is where I will defeat Charles Emmanuel." Delighted, he turned to Monsieur de Ponty and said, "Monsieur le Vicomte, you are a loyal servant of the king. But more than that, you're clever, and if this war turns out as well as we hope, you are due for a reward. And as I have no doubt of the outcome, You may ask for your reward in advance." Monsieur de Ponty bowed. "Monseigneur, every man has ambitions, in the head or in the heart. Mine is in my heart, and since your Eminence asks, I will open my heart to you." "Ah," said the Cardinal, "you are in love, Vicomte." "Yes, Monseigneur." "And you love above your rank." "Not my rank, but perhaps my fortune." "And how can I serve you in such a case?" "The father of the woman I love is a faithful servant of your Eminence, who will do nothing without your permission." The Cardinal thought for a moment, as if plumbing his memory. "Ah," he said, "you've been close to the Queen in the last year, haven't you? And so you've seen Mademoiselle Isabelle de Lautrec?" "Yes, Monseigneur," said the Vicomte de Ponty, blushing. "But I don't believe Mademoiselle de Lautrec has been presented to His Majesty as your fiancée, no?" "No, Monseigneur, not as my fiancée. In fact, when I spoke to Monsieur de Lautrec of my love for her, at the first words he said, 'Isabelle is not yet 16. In a couple of years, after the affair in Italy is settled, we may discuss this again. And then, if you still love her, and you have the approval of the Cardinal, I would be happy to call you my son.' And Mademoiselle de Lautrec, what did she think of her father's promise? When I told Mademoiselle de Lautrec of my love, and that her father permitted me to speak of it to her, she promised, or rather I should say admitted to me, that her heart was free, and she had too much respect for her father to disobey him." "And when did she say that to you?" "A year ago, Monseigneur." "And have you discussed it with her since?" "Not frequently." "When was the last time you spoke to her of your love?" 4 days ago." "How did she respond?" "She blushed and stammered out a few words, which I put down to embarrassment." The Cardinal smiled and said to himself, "It seems to me she left something out of her confession." The Vicomte de Ponty looked anxiously at the Cardinal. "Does your Eminence have an objection to my ambition?" he asked. "Not at all, Vicomte, not at all. If you love Mademoiselle de Lautrec, there may be obstacles, but none of them will come from me." The Viscount appeared relieved. "Thank you, Monseigneur," he said, bowing. At that moment the clock struck 2 in the morning. The Cardinal dismissed the Viscount with some sadness, for, based on Isabelle's confession, he knew it would be difficult, if not impossible, to grant this loyal servant the reward he desired. He was preparing to retire to his chambers when the door to Madame de Combalet's chambers opened, and she appeared on the threshold, a smile lighting up her face. "My dear Marie," said the Cardinal, "should you be disturbing yourself at this late hour, when you should be taking the opportunity to get some sleep?" "My dear uncle," said Madame de Combalet, "joy can displace sleep as much as sorrow. When you are sad, you let me share your sorrow. When you are victorious, shouldn't I share in your victory? And you won a victory today, did you not?" "Yes, Marie, a genuine victory," he said, his heart swelling in his chest. "Well," Madame de Combalet said, "when you are victorious, allow me to share your triumph." "You have a right to share my joy, dear Marie, because you are entitled to it. You're part of my life, a part of everything that happens to me, happy or unhappy. However, for once I can breathe freely, for my victory comes untainted. This time I didn't have to climb by stepping on another or by sending an enemy to the scaffold. The greatest victories, Marie, are achieved through peaceful means, and are due to persuasion alone. Those who are coerced by force become our enemies, but those who succumb to reason become our allies. If God guides me, my dear Marie, within 6 months there will be a new power in Europe, feared and respected by all other powers, and that power will be France. All I need is for Providence to protect me for 6 months more from those 2 treacherous women. In 6 months, the siege of Casale will be lifted, Mantua will be rescued, and the Protestants of Languedoc, seeing me return from Italy with a victorious army, will sue for peace without the need, I hope, of further warfare. And then the Pope will cease to oppose me, the King will favour me as he does now, and I will be able to exercise both temporal and spiritual power in France. Unless His Majesty encounters on the road one of those overlooked wisps of straw or unnoticed grains of sand that can overthrow even the mightiest project, I will be master of France and Italy. So kiss me, Marie, and go sleep the sleep you deserve. As for me, I'm not sure I'll sleep, but at least I'll try.
But tomorrow you'll be a wreck.
No, in lieu of sleep, this joy will carry me through.
May I be permitted, my dear uncle, to check upon you when I awake tomorrow, to see how you passed the night?
Come in early to be my sunrise, or late to be my sunset. So long as I get to see your beautiful eyes, I'll know the day will be fine. May your night be fine as well. And kissing Madame de Combalet on the forehead, he led her to the door of his study and stood in the doorway, watching until she was lost in the darkness of the stairs. Only then did the cardinal close the door. He was about to go to his bedchamber, but as he was leaving, he heard a small knock on the panel that led to Marion Delorme's house. He thought he must have been mistaken, but as he stopped and listened, the knock came again, louder and more urgent. He had not been mistaken. Someone was at the door that communicated with the neighbouring house. Richelieu went to the main door to his office and turned the key in the lock, then approached the secret panel. "Who knocks?" he asked quietly.
"It's me,"
a woman's voice said.
"Are you alone?"
"Yes."
"Then let me in. I have something to report that I think is more than a little important."
The cardinal looked around to make sure he was in fact alone, and then pushed a spring that opened the secret panel. In the doorway waited a handsome young man, twirling a fake moustache. It was Marion Delorme. "Ah, here you are, the pretty page boy," Richelieu said, smiling. "I confess that if I had been expecting someone at this hour, it wouldn't have been you."
"Didn't you say to me, 'Whatever the hour, if you have something important to tell me, ring the bell, and if that doesn't work, knock on the door'?"
"I said that, my dear Marion, and thank you for remembering it." And taking a seat, the cardinal motioned to Marion to sit beside him.
"In this costume?"
said Marion, laughing and pirouetting on tiptoe to show it off, displaying her natural elegance even in an outfit unsuited to her sex.
"No, that would be disrespectful to your Eminence. I will remain standing, if you please, Monseigneur, while I make my little report. Unless you'd prefer I speak to you on one knee, but I suppose that would be too much like a confession, which would be taking things too far."
"Speak to me however you like, Marion," said the cardinal, concern lining his forehead, "and quickly, for if I'm not mistaken, you bring me bad news, and in order to react to it, one can never hear bad news too soon."
"I'm not sure whether the news is bad, though my feminine instincts tell me it isn't good. You understand?"
"I'm listening."
"Your Eminence is aware that the king has quarrelled with his favourite, Monsieur Baradin?"
"Say rather that Monsieur Baradin has quarrelled with the king."
"That's so, since Monsieur Baradin has been the one who was sulking. Well, tonight, while the king was with his fool, L'Angely, the two queens went in and then, after half an hour, came out again. They seemed upset, and paused for a moment to speak with Monsieur, the Duc d'Orléans, after which he went to speak with Monsieur Baradin. After talking in a window embrasure for nearly a quarter of an hour, the prince and the page reached an agreement, and came out into the hallway. Monsieur waited until he saw Baradin go into the king's suite, after which he went down the corridor leading to the chambers of the queens."
The cardinal brooded for some moments, and then said to Marion, without bothering to conceal his anxiety, "Your report is so detailed, I'm sure I have no need to ask if it is accurate."
"It is, and in any event, I have no reason to hide anything from your Eminence."
"If it's not indiscreet to ask, my dear friend, I'd like very much to know how you learned this."
"It's not indiscreet at all, as I hope to be of service to both you and the friend who gave me this news."
"Who is this friend?"
"One who hopes to be a devoted servant to your Eminence."
"His name?"
"Saint-Simon."
"The king's new page? The short one?"
"Exactly."
"Do you know him?"
I know him, but not well. Tonight he came to my house.
Before or after midnight?
I'll tell you what I'm able to say, Monseigneur, and you'll have to be satisfied with that. He came to my house tonight from the Louvre, all eager to tell me his story. On the way to visit his comrade Baradar, he saw the two queens come out of His Majesty's chambers. They were so agitated that they didn't notice him. He saw them stop in a doorway to speak with Monsieur, the Duc d'Orléans, but Saint-Simon continued on his way and went in to visit Baradar. The page was still sulking, and said that on the next day he planned to leave the Louvre. At that moment, Monsieur entered. He didn't see Saint-Simon, who is rather small. He stood there silently and, as I have said, watched his comrade talk with the prince in the recess of a window. Then both left, Baradar to go to the king, and Monsieur, in all probability, to run to the queens to report his success.
And this rather small Saint-Simon came to tell you all this, so you'd repeat it to me, you say?
My faith, I'll give it to you in his own words. My dear Marion, I think all these comings and goings portend a plot against Cardinal Richelieu. You are said to be one of his good friends. I don't ask whether this is true or not, but if it is, please tell him about it, and say that I am his humble servant.
He's a clever lad. I won't overlook this service he's done me, and you can tell him I said so. As for you, my dear Marion, how may I prove my gratitude?
Oh, Monseigneur.
I'll think about it, but in the meantime... The cardinal drew from his finger a beautiful diamond ring. "Here," he said, "take this diamond as a remembrance of me." But Marion, instead of offering her hand, put it behind her back. The cardinal reached around, took her hand and put the ring on her finger himself. Then, kissing her hand, he said, "Marion, tell me you're still my good friend, and always will be."
"Monseigneur,"
Marion said,
"I am sometimes mistaken when it comes to lovers, but as to friends, never."
Then, hand on one hip and hat in the other, with the audacity of youth and beauty, she bowed like a real page, and with a wink and a smile returned home, admiring her diamond and singing one of Despot's villanelles. The cardinal was alone once more, and passed a hand over his darkened brow. "So this," he said, "is the overlooked wisp of straw, the unnoticed grain of sand. This," he said with a contempt impossible to describe, "this Baradar." 38. Richelieu's resolution. The cardinal spent a very restless night. As the beautiful Marion had thought, based on her previous experience with him on momentous occasions, the news she brought was serious. The king had reconciled with his favourite through the intercession of Monsieur, the cardinal's bitter enemy. It opened the door to any number of disastrous possibilities, and the cardinal, restless, considered them all. By the next morning, not to say when he awoke, but rather by the time he got up, he had a contingency in mind for each of them. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, a messenger from the king was announced. The cardinal was already in his office, and the messenger was ushered in. With a deep bow, he handed His Eminence an envelope with a large red seal. Without knowing what the letter contained, the cardinal gave him a purse of 20 pistoles, as he did whenever he received a letter from the king. The cardinal had purses prepared for these occasions in a nearby drawer. A glance told him the letter came directly from the king, as the address was written in His Majesty's own hand. So he invited the messenger to wait in the office of his secretary, Charpentier, to carry back an immediate reply. He paused for a moment, then, like an athlete preparing for a physical challenge by rubbing oil on his muscles, he passed his handkerchief over his high forehead, damp with sweat, and prepared to break the seal. Meanwhile, without his noticing it, a door opened quietly, and the anxious face of Madame de Combalet appeared in the gap. She knew from Guillemot that her uncle had slept badly, and from Charpentier that a message had arrived from the king. Thus she ventured to intrude into her uncle's office, where, though uninvited, she felt sure of her welcome. But,
Seeing her uncle seated and holding in his hand a letter he hesitated to open, her unease was redoubled. Though ignorant of Marion Delorme's visit, she nonetheless guessed that bad news had arrived since she'd last seen him. Richelieu finally opened the letter. As he read, something like a shadow appeared on his brow and grew to darken his visage. She slipped noiselessly into the room and along the wall, stopping a few feet from him and leaning on a chair. The cardinal started slightly, but as he remained silent, Madame de Combalet believed she hadn't been noticed. The cardinal continued reading, wiping his brow every few seconds. He was obviously dismayed. As Madame de Combalet approached, she could hear his ragged breathing. Then his hand seemed to lose the strength to hold it, and he dropped the letter on the desk. His head turned slowly toward his niece, revealing his pale and feverish face, and he held out toward her a trembling hand. Madame de Combalet seized his hand and kissed it. But the cardinal put his arm around her waist and drew her to him, pressing her hand against his heart, while with the other hand he offered her the letter. "Read it," he said, trying to smile. Madame de Combalet read the letter to herself. "Read it aloud," said the cardinal. "In order to face this, I need to hear it from another, and the sound of your voice will be reassuring." Madame de Combalet read, "My good friend, Monsieur le Cardinal, after careful consideration of the issues, both foreign and domestic, both equally serious, I have concluded that of the two, the domestic question is the most important. Considering the troubles plaguing the heart of our realm at the hands of Monsieur de Rohan and his Huguenots, we have decided, having confidence in the political genius you have so often displayed, to leave you in Paris to conduct affairs of state in our absence. Meanwhile we shall march south, with our beloved brother Monsieur as Lieutenant-General, and Messieurs d'Angoulême, Bassompierre, Bellegarde, and de Guise as our captains, to raise the siege of Casale, and thwart the ambitions of Monsieur, the Duke of Savoy. We shall send daily couriers to you to maintain constant communication, and to ask for your advice should we find ourselves embarrassed by circumstance. Please provide, at your earliest convenience, a report of the exact state of the troops composing our army, as well as the artillery available for the campaign, and what funds are available for our disposition, while retaining those you feel necessary to administer your responsibilities. I thought long and hard before making the decision of which I inform you, as I remembered the words of that great Italian poet, forced to stay in Florence due to the unrest in the city, yet wishing to go to Venice to complete an important negotiation. If I stay, what will go on? If I go, what will stay behind me? I am luckier than him, for I have you, my good friend Monsieur le Cardinal, another self whom I can leave in Paris, to do everything I would do if I stayed. With that, my good friend Monsieur le Cardinal, as I have no further business with you, I pray the good Lord shall protect you and keep you. Your affectionate Louis. As she read this, Madame de Combalet's voice gradually dwindled until, as she reached the last lines, she could barely be heard. However, though the cardinal had read the letter only once, its contents were already indelibly engraved in his memory, and he had only asked Madame de Combalet to read it in her soft voice to calm his mind, which had an effect like that of the harp of David upon the tumult of Saul. When she had finished, she pressed her cheek to the cardinal's brow. "Oh," she said, "the scoundrels! They're out to drive you to your grave." "Well then, Marie, what would you do in my place?" "Are you seriously asking for my advice, uncle?" "Quite seriously." "Well, if I were in your place—" She hesitated. "If you were in my place, what?" "In your place, I'd abandon the whole lot of them to their fate. We'd soon see how they'd fare without you to manage things." "That's your advice, Marie?" She drew herself up and said fiercely, "Yes, that's my advice. None of these people, kings, queens, princes, are worthy of the efforts you make for them." "And what, then, will we do if I take my leave of these people, as you call them?" "We'll go to one of your abbeys, whichever one is best, and live on our own. I will love you, and all will care about his nature and poetry, forgetting all about these worms." "You are consolation personified, beloved Marie, and you've always been a good counsellor to me. And this time, moreover, your advice and my will are aligned. Last night, after you left my office, I was informed, more or less, of the blow that was about to strike. So I had all night to prepare for it and make up my mind as to how to respond. He reached out his hand, drew a sheet of paper to him and wrote, Sire, I could not be more flattered by this new mark of esteem your Majesty wishes to bestow, but unfortunately I cannot accept it. My health, always fragile, was taxed by the siege of La Rochelle, which by the grace of God we concluded with success. But the effort has exhausted me, and my doctor, my family, and my friends all plead with me to avail myself of the absolute rest I can find only in the solitude of the country. Thus I mean to set aside all business, sire, and withdraw to the house in Chaillot that I purchased for my retirement. I beg you, sire, to please accept my resignation, while continuing to believe me the most humble and especially the most devoted of all your subjects. Armand, Cardinal Richelieu. Madame de Combalet had discreetly withdrawn while he was writing, but having signed it, he handed her the letter. As she read it quietly, great tears rolled down her cheeks. "You're crying," the cardinal said.
"Yes," she said, "blessed tears."
"Why do you call them blessed tears, Marie?"
"Because they spring from joy in my heart, despite the blindness of the king and the misery of his kingdom."
The cardinal looked up and placed his hand on his niece's arm. "You're right," he said, "but God, who may abandon a king, does not so easily abandon an entire kingdom. Our lives are short and ephemeral, but that of a realm lasts for centuries. Believe me, Marie, France has too great a role to play in Europe to think that the Lord would look away from her. What I have begun another will finish, and one man more or less will not change her destiny."
"But is it fair,"
said Madame de Combalet,
"that the man who prepared the path for his country's destiny should not be the one to accomplish it, that his should be the labour while another reaps the glory?"
"Now there, Marie," said the cardinal, his brow clearing, "without intending to, you touch upon the great question men have asked the Sphinx for 3,000 years. Why is it that those who create prosperity so often earn only misfortune? The Sphinx in our hearts has another name: doubt. Why should God, the supreme justice, allow such supreme injustice?"
"Dear uncle, I have nothing to complain of God. I just want to understand."
"God has the right to be unjust, Marie, for he has all eternity in which to repair injustice. If we could understand his secrets, we could see that what seems unfair to us serves his purposes in the end. The tension between his Majesty and myself, whom God preserve, had to be settled, if not today, then another day. Will the king decide in favour of his family or in favour of France? Well, I am for France, and God is with France. In the end, who can be against me if God is on my side?" He rang a bell. At the second ring, his secretary, Charpentier, appeared. "Charpentier," he said, "compile a list of the troops ready to march to the Italian campaign, with a list of available artillery. I need this within a quarter of an hour." Charpentier bowed and left. Then the cardinal returned to his desk, picked up his pen, and, below the last line of his resignation, he wrote, "P.S. Your Majesty will find enclosed a detailed list of the troops of the army, as well as their equipment. As for the funds, the remainder of the 6 million borrowed on my guarantee." The cardinal consulted a small notebook he always carried with him. 3,882,000 livres can be found in a strong box, the key of which my secretary will have the honour to deliver directly to your Majesty. As there may be those in the Louvre who fear there are state documents entrusted to me that may go astray, I give not only my office, but my entire house to your Majesty. As everything I have comes from you, all that I have is yours. My servants will continue their efforts on your behalf, and their daily reports will be sent to you. As of 2 o'clock on today's date, your Majesty may take full possession of my house. I finish these lines as I finished those above, daring to name myself the most obedient, but also the most loyal subject of your Majesty. Armand, Cardinal Richelieu." As he wrote, the cardinal read what he was writing aloud, so his niece didn't need to read the postscript to know what it said. Just then, Charpentier came in with his report. 35,000 men were ready for the campaign, with 70 guns. The cardinal sealed the letter, put it and the report in an envelope, recalled the courier and gave it to him, saying, "To His Majesty, in person." He gave him the usual purse, and added a second to the first. His carriage, according to the cardinal's orders, was harnessed and ready. The cardinal went down to it, taking nothing from his house but the clothes he wore. He got into the carriage with Madame de Combalet, and sent his single servant, Guillemot, up onto the box. He told the driver, "To Chaillot." Then, turning to his niece, he added, "If, within 3 days, the king himself has not come to Chaillot, we leave on the 4th for my bishopric of Luçon." 39. Birds of Prey. As we have just seen, the advice of the Duke of Savoy had resulted in complete success. If an Italian campaign is decided upon despite your opposition, get Gaston command of the army as a pretext for separating him from La Gonzague. The Cardinal Duke, whose sole ambition is to be the foremost general of our age, will resign in protest. The king will accept the inevitable. By 10 in the morning, the royalty in the Louvre was awaiting the cardinal's decision, waiting impatiently, but, strange to say, in perfect harmony. These royal personages were the king, the Queen-Mother, Queen Anne, and Monsieur. Monsieur pretended to find a reconciliation with the Queen-Mother as insincere as their quarrel had been. However, no matter how he appeared to get along with others, well or ill, Monsieur despised everyone equally. His cowardly and treacherous heart knew that, despite other smiles and praise, he was held in contempt, and he returned their contempt with hatred. The four were gathered in Queen Anne's boudoir, wherein we last saw Madame de Fargy, with the casual depravity of her corrupt and lascivious nature, giving Her Majesty such good advice. In the chambers of the king, of Marie de Medici, and of Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans, their accomplices stood awaiting their orders. Vieilleville, Nogent, Beautour, and Baradat now ascended to the height of his power in the king's suite, Cardinal Berulle and Vautier in the Queen-Mother's rooms, while in the Duc d'Orléans' suite waited Dr. Senel, who had penned the letter in cipher, wherein Monsieur was invited, in the event of disgrace at court, to take refuge in Lorraine. Senel, the man whose letter had been sold to Father Joseph, His Grey Eminence, by his valet, who, having been well rewarded for his betrayal, stood ready to betray him again. As for Queen Anne, she had her own confederates at hand, Madame de Chevreuse, Madame de Fargy, and the little dwarf, Gretchen, who, it will be remembered, had been a gift of the Infanta Claire Eugenie, and who, thanks to her small stature, could be employed to go where those of ordinary size could not. At around 10:30, the time we recall when the cardinal was expected, his messenger arrived. As the king ordered he be admitted to the queen's chambers, and as the cardinal had ordered him to deliver his letter directly to the king, he saw no reason to delay, and immediately executed his mission. Everyone stared anxiously at the envelope which contained the fate of all their ambitions and hatreds, while the king took the letter with visible emotion, saying to the messenger, "Did His Eminence charge you with anything to tell me in person?" "Nothing, sire, except to present his humble respects to your Majesty, and to deliver this message to you personally." "Very well," said the king. "Go." The messenger departed. The king opened the letter and prepared to read it. "Aloud, sire, aloud!" cried Queen Marie, in a voice strangely combining command and appeal. The king appeared to consider whether reading it aloud was a good idea. "Sire," said Queen Anne, "do we not all share the same interests?" A twitch of his brow seemed to indicate that the king did not entirely agree, but whether in deference to his mother, or for reasons of his own, he began to read the letter aloud. Our readers have already heard it, but the effect it produced on the listeners is worthy of attention. "Sire." As he said this word, The room fell so silent that Louis looked up from his letter as if to make sure his listeners had not vanished like ghosts.
"We're listening, sire," the Queen-Mother said impatiently.
The king, the least impatient of the four, perhaps because only he bore the weight of the monarchy and understood the gravity of this event, resumed, slowly and with a slight tremor in his voice.
"I could not be more flattered by this new mark of esteem your Majesty wishes to bestow."
"Oh!" cried Queen Marie de Medici, unable to contain her impatience. "He accepts!"
"Listen, madame," said the king. "There is a but."
"Then read on, sire. Read on."
"If you want me to read on, madame, do not interrupt me."
And he continued, with the grave lethargy he applied to everything.
"But, unfortunately, I cannot accept it."
"He refuses!" cried Monsieur and the Queen-Mother together, unable to contain themselves. The king frowned irritably.
"Excuse us, sire," said the Queen-Mother, "and carry on, please."
Anne of Austria, though as faithless as Marie de Medici, but with more self-control, given what she had to hide, laid her white hand, trembling with emotion, on her mother-in-law's black satin skirts, enjoining caution and silence. The king continued.
"My health, always fragile, was taxed by the siege of La Rochelle, which by the grace of God we concluded with success. But the effort has exhausted me, and my doctor, my family, and my friends all plead with me to avail myself of the absolute rest I can find only in the solitude of the country."
"Ah!" said Marie de Medici, with a sigh from deep within her voluminous chest.
"Such a rest will be for the good of the realm, and indeed for all of Europe."
"Mother! Mother!" hissed the Duc d'Orléans, who saw the flash in the king's eyes. Anne pressed down firmly on Marie's knee, but the latter, incapable of self-control, said,
"Oh, my son, you have no idea how that man has affronted me."
"Not so, madame," said Louis XIII, frowning.
"I know."
And he continued, somewhat peevishly,
"Thus I mean to set aside all business, sire, and withdraw to the house in Chaillot that I purchased for my retirement. I beg you, sire, to please accept my resignation, while continuing to believe me the most humble and especially the most devoted of all your subjects, Armand, Cardinal Richelieu."
The listeners all stood at once, believing the reading at an end. Both queens kissed the Duc d'Orléans and approached the king to kiss his hand, but the king stopped them with a glance.
"This isn't finished," he said. "There is a postscript."
Although Madame de Sévigné had not yet written her maxim that the most important part of a letter is always contained in the postscript, everyone froze at the phrase, "There is a postscript." The Queen-Mother could not help saying,
"I hope, my son, that if the cardinal goes back on his word, you will stick to your own."
"I have promised, madame," replied Louis XIII. "Then let us hear the postscript," said Monsieur. The king read,
"P.S. Your Majesty will find enclosed a detailed list of the troops of the army, as well as their equipment. As for the funds, the remainder of the 6 million borrowed on my guarantee, 3,882,000 livres, can be found in a strong-box, the key of which my secretary will have the honour to deliver directly to your Majesty."
"Almost 4 million!" exulted Queen Marie de Medici, with an avarice she took no pains to conceal. The king stamped his foot, and there was silence.
"As there may be those in the Louvre who fear there are state documents entrusted to me that may go astray, I give not only my office, but my entire house to your Majesty. As everything I have comes from you, all that I have is yours. My servants will continue their efforts on your behalf, and their daily reports will be sent to you. As of 2 o'clock on today's date, your Majesty may take full possession of my house.
I finish these lines as I finished those above, daring to name myself the most obedient, but also the most loyal, subject of your Majesty, Armand, Cardinal Richelieu. "Well," said the king, with a dark look and a hoarse voice, "now you're all happy, and each of you is ready to believe that you're in charge." Queen Marie, who considered herself the most important of the assembled royalty, was the first to reply. "You know better than anyone, sire, that here you are the master, and I, for one, shall be the first to make an example of my obedience. But upon the occasion of this historic retirement of Monsieur le Cardinal, allow me to give you some advice." "And what is that, madame?" asked the king. "Advice from you is always welcome." "You should make haste to appoint a council who will manage the affairs of the realm in your absence. So now, when I march away to war with my brother, you no longer fear for my health and that of my realm, madame, as when I planned to go with Monsieur le Cardinal. My son, when you resisted my pleas and those of the Queen, your wife, you seemed so resolved to go that I haven't dared to consider any alternative. And who, madame, do you propose to include in this council?" "Well," said the Queen-Mother, "I certainly think Cardinal Berulle can take the place of Monsieur de Richelieu." "And who else?" "You already have Monsieur de la Vieuville for finance, and Monsieur de Marillac as Keeper of the Seals. They can stay." The king nodded. "And the war?" he asked. "For that you have Marshal Marillac, brother of the Keeper of the Seals. Such a council, consisting of dedicated men and chaired by you, my son, will provide for the safety of the state." "Then for naval affairs," said Monsieur, "since Monsieur le Cardinal will probably resign his admiralties along with his ministry, you have Monsieur de Lorient and Duponnon. You forget, Monsieur, that he bought one admiralty from Monsieur de Guise and the other from Monsieur de Montmorency, paying them 1 million each." "Then pay him back," said Monsieur. "With his own money?" asked the king, who had enough of a feeling of justice to regard such an act as shameful, though he knew Monsieur was perfectly capable of it. Monsieur felt the dig and reared under the spur. "No, sire," he sniffed. "With your Majesty's permission, I will find the money for one, and I'm sure Monsieur de Condé will pay for the other, unless the king would prefer that I purchased both. Brothers of the king are often great admirals of the realm." "Very well," said the king. "We'll see." "Only," said Marie de Medici, "I must point out, my son, that before turning over all this wealth left by Cardinal Richelieu to Monsieur de la Vieuville in his capacity as superintendent of finance, the king could, on his own authority, make such gifts of largesse as seemed appropriate, with no one the wiser. Not for my brother, in any case. He is wealthier than we are, it seems. He just claimed he had 2 million on hand to buy admiralties for Duponnon and de Lorient. I said I would find the money, sire. If Monsieur de Richelieu was able to raise 6 million by pledging his word, I should certainly be able to raise 2 million by mortgaging my property." "I, who have no property," said Marie de Medici, "have great need of 100,000 livres, but Monsieur le Cardinal said he could spare only 50. From the additional 50,000 I intend to pay a deposit to my portrait painter, Monsieur Rubens, who has received only 10,000 livres for the 22 paintings he executed for the gallery in my Luxembourg palace. These paintings are dedicated to the memory and greater glory of the late king, your father. And in the memory of the late king, my father, you will pay for them, madame," Louis XIII said, in a tone that startled Marie de Medici. Then, turning to Anne of Austria, "And you, madame," he asked, "do you have any claims to make?" "You had allowed me, sire," said Anne of Austria, lowering her eyes, "to take the string of pearls you gave me to the jeweller Lopez, to inquire about replacing the missing ones. But these pearls are so rare and beautiful that to replace them would cost more than 20,000 livres.
So your concern today, madame, is to pay a jeweller 10 times what he deserves, whereas yesterday it was a sincere interest in my health which you begged me not to expose to the alpine snow by going on campaign with Monsieur le Cardinal. Is this the only request you have to make of me?" Anne was silent. "I'm sure the Queen, my daughter," said Marie de Medici, speaking mostly to Anne of Austria, "would be delighted to reward the dedication of her maid of honour, Madame de Fargy, with a gift of 10,000 crowns, half of which she would send to her husband, our ambassador to Madrid, who cannot worthily represent your Majesty on his current low salary." "Such a modest request," said the King, "I could scarcely refuse." "As for me," said Monsieur, "given the high command your Majesty awards me under his orders, I hope your Majesty will be so generous as not to make me conduct the war at my own expense, and will help me commence the campaign with—" Monsieur hesitated to state a figure. "How much?" asked the King. "No more than 150,000 livres." The King didn't grimace, so he added, "At a minimum. I understand that after spending 2 million for the Admiralties," said the King with a touch of irony, "you might be a bit embarrassed for the price of the campaign. But I must observe that Monsieur le Cardinal, when he was my minister and had also spent 2 millions to purchase these titles from Messieurs de Guise and de Montmorency, instead of asking for 150,000 livres to fund his campaign, instead lent 6 million to me and to France. But of course he was not my brother and part of the family." "But," said Marie de Medici, "where should money go but to your family?" "Quite so, madame," said Louis XIII. "Our emblem is the pelican, who, if she lacks food for her children, feeds them her own blood. It's true that she feeds it to her children, and I have no children of my own. But perhaps if she had no children, she would feed her own blood to her family. Your son, madame, will have 150,000 livres to fund his campaign." Louis XIII emphasized the words "your son," for everyone knew Gaston was Marie de Medici's favourite. "Anything else?" asked the King. "Yes," said Marie, "I also have a faithful servant whom I would reward. Though dedicated as he is, he has always refused monetary rewards, despite his needs, which are dire. Today Providence provides the money to meet these needs." "Take care, madame," said the King. "This money comes not from Providence, but from Monsieur le Cardinal. If you confuse one with the other, it would then be impious for us to reject the Cardinal, for it would be rebelling against Providence. Nonetheless, my son, I must point out that in your distribution of largesse, Monsieur Vautier has received nothing. Then I award him the same amount I gave the Queen's friend, Madame de Fargy. But wait a moment. Providence gave us only 3,882,000 livres. No, my mistake. After subtracting 240,000 crowns, there is still enough to reward a faithful servant of my own. I speak of my fool, L'Angely, who never asks me for anything." "But my son," said the Queen-Mother, "he has the favour of your attention, which is worth much. A favour which no one else vies for, mother mine." "But it is noon," said the King, drawing his watch from his pocket. "At 2 o'clock I must take possession of the Cardinal's house and office, and here is Monsieur le Premier scratching at the door to tell me my dinner is served." "Bon appétit, brother," said Monsieur, who, seeing that he had acquired 2 admiralties, the office of Lieutenant-General of the King's armies, and 150,000 livres, was overjoyed. "No need of that wish, monsieur," said the King, "because in that respect I'm sure to be gratified." And the King went out, surprised to find that his personal involvement in affairs of state had delayed his regular lunch service by 10 minutes, from 12 o'clock to 12:10. If the worthy Dr. Héroard had not died 6 months earlier,
we would no doubt know to every spoonful of soup what His Majesty Louis XIII ate and drank at this meal, which inaugurated the era of his true monarchy. But all that has come down to us is that he dined tête-à-tête with his favourite Baradar, and after an hour and a half got into his carriage and told his driver, "Place Royale, the house of Monsieur le Cardinal." At 2 o'clock, led by the Secretary Charpentier, he entered the office of his disgraced minister and sat in his chair with a sigh of satisfaction. He then said, smiling and without understanding all it meant, "At last, now I shall reign." 40. The King reigns. After the spending spree of the Regency, when all the funds of France were spent on fairs and festivals in honour of that handsome cavalier who'd gathered all power as Queen's favourite, when France, impoverished by the pillaging of the treasury of Henri IV, which Sully had so painstakingly amassed, and then had to watch as the realm's gold passed into the hands of Epernon, of de Guise, de Condé, and the other great nobles, when whatever was necessary was spent to stave off the hatred of a populace that suspected the Queen of murdering her king, after all that, Louis XIII had known nothing but poverty, until he appointed Richelieu as his minister. It was due to the cardinal's wise administration, learned from Monsieur de Sully, but pursued with even greater integrity, that order had returned to the king's finances, and he became familiar with a metal he'd previously believed belonged only to Spain, gold. But what a price this iron minister exacted to reach that point! Nobility and clergy were exempt from taxes until 1795, after the general employee tax of 1789 had failed to stave off state bankruptcy. If the cardinal had proposed taxing the exempt classes, it would have been rejected out of hand. Driven by implacable necessity, he therefore turned to the very body of France, her people, the peasants and the poor. The French people were surrounded by enemies. To the west, the English. To the north and east, the Austrians. To the south, the Spanish. And in order to save the people, the cardinal plundered them. In 4 years, he'd increased tax revenues by 19 million, necessary to support the army and create a navy. He'd had to close his eyes to the people's misery, close his ears to the cries of the poor, ignoring their wretched figures and sullen gaze. He had to obtain the king's attention and favour, but without a magic potion or enchanted ring, he had to resort to money. So money Richelieu found, and Louis XIII, who'd never had any cash, suddenly found it in his hands. This was the source of King Louis's admiration for his minister, and of his jealousy. Who could fail to admire a man who could raise 6 million livres on his word alone, when the king, by word and even by signature, couldn't raise 50,000? But the king had never quite been able to believe in the promised 3,882,000 livres, so the first thing he demanded from Charpentier was the key to this famous treasure. Charpentier, without comment, begged the king to get up, and then pushed the desk aside. He lifted the carpet upon which yesterday the cardinal, and today the king, had rested his feet, revealing a trap-door. He unlocked it with a key and pulled the door open, revealing a large iron chest. This chest unlocked with a combination, which Charpentier shared with the king. It opened with the same ease as the door, and to the dazzled eyes of Louis XIII was revealed the sum he was so eager to see. Then, presumably in response to orders he'd received, Charpentier bowed to the king, gave him the key, and withdrew, leaving the two majesties, monarchy and money, alone with each other. In that era, when banking was in its infancy, before paper money, backed by shareholders, was widespread, cash money was rare in France. The cardinal's 3,882,000 livres was therefore in the form of about 1 million crowns, bearing the images of Charles IX, Henri III, and Henri IV, plus almost 1 million Spanish doubloons and 700,000 or 800,000 reales in Mexican gold. The balance was contained in a small bag of diamonds, each twisted like a candy in a paper wrapper, wearing its value on a label. Louis XIII, instead of feeling that joy which the sight of gold was supposed to evoke, was instead overcome with sadness. After seeing this wealth of coinage, recognizing the kings stamped upon their faces, plunging his hand into the coffer's depths to feel the weight of the bullion, and holding up the diamonds to view their clarity, he straightened and, standing, gazed down at those millions that had been garnered through such pain to the donors and delivered by such devotion from their gatherer. He thought how easily, from this sum, he had already promised nearly 300,000 crowns to reward the devotion of his enemies, who hated the man who'd raised those funds. He wondered, in spite of himself, if, in his hands, that money would be spent in a manner as beneficial to France as if he'd left it in the hands of his minister. Then, without withdrawing a single coin, he knocked twice on the panel to summon Charpentier. He ordered the secretary to lock the chest and close the trapdoor, and then gave him the key. "You will disperse nothing from this chest," he said, "except on my written order." Charpentier bowed. "With whom will I work?" asked the king.
"Monseigneur the Cardinal," replied the secretary, "always worked alone."
Alone? And what was he working on, all alone?
"All the affairs of state, sire."
But no one could handle all the affairs of state by himself.
He had agents who reported to him.
Who were his chief agents?
Father Joseph, Lopez the Spaniard, Monsieur de Sucarriere, and others I shall have the honour of naming to your Majesty as matters arise, or as they come to present their reports. All have been informed that they will now be dealing with your Majesty.
Very well. In addition, sire, Charpentier continued,
there are the agents dispatched by the Cardinal to the various parts of Europe, Monsieur de Beautru to Spain, Monsieur de la Saludie to Italy, and Monsieur de Charnacé to Germany. Letters have arrived announcing their return today, or tomorrow at the latest.
Upon their return, after having given them the instructions from Monsieur le Cardinal,
you will introduce them to me. Is there anyone currently waiting to report? Monsieur Cavois, the captain of the Cardinal's Guard, who wishes the honour of being received by your Majesty.
I have heard that Monsieur Cavois is an honest man, and a courageous soldier. I shall be glad to receive him. Charpentier stepped to the outer door.
Monsieur Cavois,
he said. Cavois appeared. "Come in, Monsieur Cavois, come in," said the king.
"You wished to speak with me?"
"Yes, sire. I have a favour to ask of your Majesty." "Say on. If it will help us to keep a good servant, we'll grant it with pleasure." "Sire, I wish your Majesty to accept my resignation." "Your resignation? But why, Monsieur Cavois?" "I belonged to Monsieur le Cardinal while he was a minister, but if he is no longer a minister, I belong to no one." "I beg your pardon, Monsieur, but you belong to me. I know that if your Majesty insists, I shall be forced to remain in his service, but I must warn him that I'll be a poor servant." "And why would you be a poor servant in my service if you were not for Monsieur le Cardinal?" "Because my heart was in my service to him, sire, and it would not be with me. For your Majesty, sire, I must confess I feel only duty." "And how did you become so tied to Monsieur le Cardinal?" "Well, it was because of his deeds. And what if I want to do good deeds, even more so than him?" Cavois shook his head. "It wouldn't be the same." "It wouldn't be the same," repeated the king. "I owe everything I have to Monsieur le Cardinal. He brought me into his household, provided for my children, and most recently endowed me, or rather my wife, with a privilege that will bring in 12,000 to 15,000 a year." "What?" "Monsieur le Cardinal gave his servants' wives pensions from the state that paid 12,000 to 15,000 a year? That's good to know. I did not say a pension, sire. I said a privilege. And what is this privilege that was granted to Madame Cavois?" "The right, shared with Monsieur Michel, to the monopoly on all sedan chairs on the streets of Paris." The king thought for a moment, his eyes cast down. Cavois stood, motionless, his hat held in his left hand,
his right hand stiff at the seam of his breeches. "And what if I offered you, Monsieur Cavois, the same high position in my guard that you have in the Cardinal's guard? You already have Monsieur de Jussac, sir, an exemplary officer to whom I'm sure your Majesty wishes no harm. I will promote Jussac to Marshal. If Monsieur de Jussac, as I have no reason to doubt, loves your Majesty as I do Monsieur le Cardinal, he will prefer to remain as a captain near to his king, rather than to become a marshal and leave him. But if you leave our service, monsieur, such is my request, sire, will you accept as a reward for your time spent with His Eminence a bonus of 1,500 or 2,000 pistoles?" "Sire," replied Cavois, bowing, "the time I spent with His Eminence has already been rewarded for its merits, and more. We're going to war, sire, and war takes money, lots of money. Keep the rewards for those who will fight, not for those who, like me, having devoted their fortunes to a man, will fall with that man." "Are all the servants of Monsieur le Cardinal like you, Monsieur Cavois?" "I think so, sire, though some are more worthy." "So you have no more ambitions or desires?" "Nothing, sire, other than the honour to follow Monsieur le Cardinal wherever he goes, and continue to be part of his household, no matter how humble." "Very well, Monsieur Cavois," said the king, piqued at the stubbornness of a captain who refused everything. "You are free." Cavois bowed, and, backing out, ran into Charpentier as he came in. "And you, Monsieur Charpentier," cried the king, "do you, like Monsieur Cavois, refuse to serve me?" "No, sire. I was ordered by Monsieur le Cardinal to stay with your Majesty until another minister was installed in his place, or His Majesty had a firm grasp of the work involved with the affairs of state. And when I have a grasp of our affairs, or another minister is installed, what will you do then?" "I will beg leave of your Majesty to allow me to rejoin Monsieur le Cardinal, who is accustomed to my service." "But what if I asked Monsieur le Cardinal to let you stay with me?" asked the king. "When I have a minister who, unlike Monsieur le Cardinal, doesn't do everything himself, I'll need an honest and intelligent man as aid, and I'm sure you qualify for the role." "I have no doubt, sire, that Monsieur le Cardinal would instantly grant the king's request, as I am not worth causing dissension between my master and the king. But then I would have to throw myself at your Majesty's feet and say, 'I have a father of 70 years, and a mother of 60. Monsieur le Cardinal has provided for them and rescued them from misery. Once I am no longer at the side of Monsieur le Cardinal. My place is with them, sire. Allow a son to tend to his parents, and close their eyes when the time comes. And I'm sure your Majesty would not only grant me my prayer, he would commend it. To honour your mother and father, all their lives," said the king, piqued even further. "The day a new minister is installed in place of Monsieur le Cardinal, you will be free, Monsieur Charpentier." "Shall I give your Majesty the key he entrusted me with?" "No, keep it. If Monsieur le Cardinal, who is so well served that the king must envy his servants, trusted you with it, I am sure it couldn't be in more honest hands. Remember, do not dispense any funds except at my written order, in my own handwriting." Charpentier bowed. "Don't you have here," asked the king, "a certain Rossignol, who I am told is clever at deciphering secret letters?" "Yes, sire." "I want to see him. If you knock 3 times on the panel, you can summon him. Would His Majesty like to knock himself, or shall I do it?" "Knock," said the king. Charpentier knocked thrice on the panel, and Rossignol came through the door. He had a paper in his hand. "Shall I stay or go, sire?" said Charpentier. "Leave us," said the king. Charpentier left. "You are called Rossignol?" asked the king. "Yes, sire," replied the small man, while continuing to scan the paper. "They say you are clever at deciphering. In that regard, sire, I don't know anyone better. You can decode any code you are given? There is only one that till now has resisted me, but with God's help I hope to master it."
What is the most recent letter you deciphered? A letter from the Duc de Lorraine to Monsieur. To my brother? Yes, sire, to His Royal Highness. And what did the Duc de Lorraine have to say to my brother? Your Majesty wants the full account. Indeed. I'll go get it. Rossignol turned to go and then asked, The original or the translation? Both, monsieur. Rossignol darted out with the speed of a ferret, albeit one with a furrowed brow, and returned almost immediately, with 2 papers in one hand, while continuing to study the one in his other. Here they are, sire, he said, presenting the original from the Duc de Lorraine and its translation. The king started with the original, and read, If Jupiter, monsieur, said Rossignol, interrupting the king, is exiled from Olympus, continued Louis XIII. The Louvre, said Rossignol. And why would monsieur be exiled from the court? Asked the king. Because he conspires, Rossignol said calmly. Monsieur conspires. Against whom? Against your Majesty and the state. Do you know what you are saying, monsieur? I am saying that your Majesty should continue reading. He could, read Louis XIII, take refuge in Crete, in Lorraine. Minos, Duke Charles IV, would take great pleasure in offering him hospitality, but the health of Cephalus, the health of your Majesty. He calls me Cephalus. Yes, sire. I know who Minos was, but I've forgotten Cephalus. Who was Cephalus? A Thessalian prince, sire, husband of a beautiful Athenian princess, who drove her from him because she had been unfaithful, but with whom he was later reconciled. Louis XIII frowned. Sir, he said, this Cephalus, husband of an unfaithful wife with whom he reconciles despite her infidelity. That's me. Yes, sir, that is you, Rossignol calmly replied. Are you sure? Pardieu, yes, as your Majesty will see. Where were we? If Monsieur is exiled from the Louvre, he can take refuge in Lorraine. Duke Charles IV would take great pleasure in offering him hospitality, but the health of Cephalus, that is to say, the king, that's where you were, sire, cannot last long. What does that mean, cannot last long? It means that your Majesty is ill, very ill indeed. At least such is the opinion of the Duc de Lorraine. Ah, said the king, turning pale. So, I'm ill. Very ill indeed. He searched for and found a mirror, looked at himself, and then patted his pockets for medicinal salts. Finding none, he made an effort to pull himself together, and in an agitated voice continued to read. Why, in the case of his death, should we not marry Procris? Procris? That is the queen, said Rossignol. Procris was Cephalus's unfaithful wife. Why should we not marry Procris to Jupiter? To Monsieur, cried the king. Yes, sire, to Monsieur. To Monsieur! Sweat sprang from the king's forehead, and he wiped it with a handkerchief, then continued, The rumour at court is that the oracle, His Eminence, wants to replace Procris with a marriage to Venus. The king looked at Rossignol, who continued, without replying to the king, to study the paper in his hand. Venus? Repeated the king impatiently. Madame de Combelay, Madame de Combelay, Rossignol hastily replied. To Cephalus, continued the king. Marry me to Madame de Combelay? Me? Where do they get these ideas? Meanwhile, Jupiter, that is to say, monsieur, continues to court Hebe, Princess Marie de Gonzague, feigning passion as well as a falling out with Juno, the Queen Mother. It is important that, to this end, Oracle, that is the Cardinal, must mistakenly believe that Jupiter loves Hebe. Signed Minos, Charles IV. Ah, murmured the king, That explains his apparent reluctance to sacrifice his great love in order to become Lieutenant General. So, my health cannot last, eh? And when I am dead, you will marry my brother to my widow. But thanks be to God, though I may be ill, very ill indeed, as they say, I'm not dead yet. So my brother conspires, and if his conspiracy is discovered, he can escape to Lorraine and find refuge with the Duke. Does he think France couldn't swallow a mouthful like Lorraine, Duke and all? Isn't it enough that they gave us the Guises? Then, turning quickly to Rossignol, "And how," the king asked, "did this letter come into the hands of Monsieur le Cardinal?" "He had it from Monsieur Senel." "One of my own doctors," said Louis XIII. "Truly, I am well served." Foreseeing an intrigue between the court of Lorraine and that of France, Monsieur Senel's valet had been suborned in advance by Father Joseph. "This Father Joseph seems to be a clever man," said the king. Rossignol winked. "He's the shadow of his eminence," he said. "So, Senel's valet stole the letter and sent it to us." "Where was Senel, then?" "Not far from Nancy. The valet returned and said he'd inadvertently burned the letter with some other papers. The Duke suspects nothing, and has sent a second letter to His Royal Highness, Monsieur." "And how has my brother Jupiter responded to the wise Minos?" asked the king, laughing nervously, moustache twitching as he awaited the reply. "I don't yet know. This is his answer that I'm working on." "What? You have his answer there?" "Yes, sir." "Give it to me." "Your Majesty won't understand it, given that I don't understand it yet myself." "Why is that?" "Because after they lost the first letter, fearing some accident, they invented a new code." The king looked at the letter and read these completely unintelligible words. "Astra so be the amb enjoy as LMT wants to be." "When will you know what this means?" "I'll have it by tomorrow, sire." "This is not my brother's handwriting?" "No. This time the valet didn't dare steal the letter, lest he be suspected, so he copied it." "And when was this letter written?" "Today at noon, sire." "And you already have a copy?" "Father Joseph handed it to me at 2:00. The king remained thoughtful for a moment, then turned again to the little man, who had taken back the letter and was working to guess its meaning. "You'll stay on with me, won't you, Monsieur Rossignol?" he asked. "Yes, sire, until this letter is fully decrypted." "What? Only until this letter is decrypted? Are you planning to rejoin Monsieur le Cardinal?" "Yes, in fact, but only if he is once more a minister. If he isn't a minister, he has no need for me." "But I have a need for you." "Sire," said Rossignol, shaking his head so that his glasses nearly fell off, "I'm leaving France tomorrow." "Why's that?" "Because in serving Monsieur le Cardinal, and through him your Majesty, in deciphering the codes invented for their intrigues, I've made terrible enemies of the great nobles, enemies against whom only the Cardinal could protect me." "But what if I protect you?" "His Majesty may have the intention, but he does not have the power." "What?" The king frowned. "Moreover," continued Rossignol, "I owe everything to Monsieur le Cardinal. I was a poor boy in Albi when it chanced that the Cardinal learned of my talent with ciphers. He took me on and gave me a position, paying 1,000 crowns, then 2,000, then added 20 pistoles for each letter I decoded. For 6 years I've deciphered 1 or 2 letters a week, so I have a tidy sum saved away." "Where?" "In England." "So you'll probably go to England and enter the service of King Charles?" "King Charles offered me 2,000 pistoles a year and 50 pistoles per letter deciphered if I would leave the service of Monsieur le Cardinal. I refused." "And if I offered you as much as King Charles has?" "Sire, the most pressing need of a man on this earth is to stay above it. With Monsieur le Cardinal in disgrace, even with your Majesty's royal protection, or perhaps because of it, I have less than a week to live. When he left this house, It took all of his authority to make me stay here as long as I have. But, for your Majesty, I am willing to risk my life. For another 24 hours. So you're not willing to risk your life for me beyond that? We owe our devotion to our parents, and beyond that to a benefactor. Seek for devotion, sire, from your parents, or from those for whom you have done good. I have no doubt your Majesty will find it there. You have no doubt. Well, I have reason to doubt it. Now that I have told His Majesty why I have stayed, that is to perform a service. Now that he knows the risks I run to remain in France even this long, I beg His Majesty not to oppose my departure, for which everything is prepared. I will not oppose it, but on the express condition that you vow not to enter the service of any foreign prince who might use your talent against France. I give your Majesty my word. Go. Monsieur le Cardinal is very lucky to have servants such as you and your colleagues. The king looked at his watch. 4 o'clock. I will be back here at 10 in the morning. Make sure the translation of the new letter is ready by then. It will be, sire. As the king was reaching for his hat, Rossignol asked, "Wouldn't His Majesty like to speak with Father Joseph?" Of course, said the king, "and when he comes, ask Charpentier to send him in." "He's right here, sire." "Then have him enter, and I'll speak to him at once." "Here he is, sire," said Rossignol, withdrawing to defer to his grey eminence. The monk appeared and stood humbly waiting on the threshold of the study. Come, mon père," said the king. The monk approached with every appearance of humility, head down and hands crossed on his breast. "Here I am, sire," said the Capuchin, stopping 4 paces from the king. "You were waiting, father," said the king, looking at the monk with curiosity, because for him a whole new world was opening before his eyes. "Yes, sire." "How long?" "For an hour or so." "And you waited that long without anyone letting me know you were there?" "A humble monk has nothing better to do, sire, than to await orders from his king." "I am told you are a man of great ability, mon père." "My enemies may say that, sire," replied the monk, eyes piously downcast. "You helped the cardinal to bear the burden of his ministry?" "As Simon of Cyrene helped our Lord carry his cross." "You are a great champion of Christianity, are you not, mon père? If it was the 11th century, you would, like Peter the Hermit, preach the crusade." "I preached the crusade even in the 17th century, sire, albeit without success." "Indeed? How so?" "I wrote an epic poem in Latin entitled the Tusiad, to inspire the Christian princes to take up arms against the Muslims. But much time has passed, and they show no signs of being inspired." "You rendered great service to Monsieur le Cardinal?" "His Eminence was blocked at every turn, but I helped as I could, according to my limited abilities." "How much did His Eminence grant you per year?" "Nothing, sire. It is forbidden for our order to receive anything but alms. His Eminence paid only for my carriage." "You have a carriage?" "Yes, sire, but not in gratification of pride. I formerly rode an ass." "The humble mount of our Lord," said the king. "But Monseigneur found that I did not travel fast enough." "And so he gave you a carriage?" "At first, sire, I refused the carriage out of humility, so he gave me a horse. Unfortunately, this horse was a mare, and one day my secretary, who was riding a stallion—" Yes, I understand," said the king hastily. "And that's when you accepted the carriage offered by the cardinal?" "Yes, sire. I resigned myself to it, for I thought," said the monk, "it would be pleasing to God to see the humble glorified." "Despite the cardinal's retirement, mon père, I would like to keep you near me," said the king. "Tell me what you require." "Nothing, sire. For the sake of my salvation, I may already have been too forward in the acceptance of honours." "Have you no desires I can satisfy?" "Only to allow me to return to my monastery, which perhaps I never should have left." "You are too useful in the affairs of state for me to allow that." "I could see such things only through the eyes of His Eminence, sire, With that illumination gone, I am blind. In every estate, mon père, even the religious, it's possible to see ambition awarded according to its merits. God has not given you your talent in order for it to be wasted. Monsieur le Cardinal is an example of the heights one might achieve, and from which, therefore, one can fall. But no matter how far you fall, if you fall wearing a cardinal's red hat, the descent is bearable. A flash of avarice glimmered beneath the Capuchin's lowered lashes. The glimmer did not escape the king's notice. "Have you ever thought about a high-ranking post in the church?" he asked. I might have had such thoughts, but only with Monsieur le Cardinal. Why only with Monsieur le Cardinal? Because it would have taken all his influence with Rome to achieve such a goal. And you think my influence doesn't match his? Your Majesty proposed to give the Archbishop of Tours a cardinal's hat, but he was an archbishop, not a poor Capuchin monk. Louis XIII studied Father Joseph as closely as he could, but it was impossible to read anything in those downcast eyes, or on those features of marble. Only the lips seemed alive. Furthermore, continued the monk, there is the single grave fact that overshadows all others in accepting those tasks placed upon me by Monsieur le Cardinal and God, and that is the danger of committing sins that may jeopardize the salvation of one's soul. But with Monsieur le Cardinal, who wields the power of Rome for both penitence and remission, I need have no fear, for if I sin by day, I confess by night. Monsieur le Cardinal absolves me, and I sleep in tranquillity. However, if I serve a secular master, even a king, well, a king cannot absolve me. I cannot sin for the state and retain a clear conscience. The king continued to study the monk as he spoke, and the more he said, the more a certain repugnance grew on the king's face. "And when would you like to return to your monastery?" he asked, when Father Joseph had finished. "As soon as I have your Majesty's permission." "You have it, mon père," the king snapped. "Your Majesty overwhelms me," said the monk, crossing his hands on his breast and bowing to the ground. And, unlike how he'd entered, neither stiff nor humble, he strode out without even turning to say farewell from the doorway. "Ambitious hypocrite, you at least I won't miss," murmured Louis XIII. Then, after a moment, surveying the shadows falling in the study, he said, "No matter. But one thing is certain. If I abdicated the throne tonight, as this morning the cardinal did this office, I wouldn't be able to find 4 men to follow me into exile and disgrace. Not 3. Not 2. Maybe not even 1. Then he said, "Well, maybe 1. There's still my fool, L'Angely, though of course he's a fool." 41. The Ambassadors. The next morning at 10 o'clock, as he'd promised, the king was once again in the cardinal's office. The lessons he was learning, while humiliating, were also fascinating. On his return to the Louvre the day before, he had received no one, closeting himself with his page Baradat, whom he'd sent 3,000 pistoles via Charpentier as a reward for his help in bringing down the cardinal. He thought it best to delay paying the others, so he'd given Baradat his reward first. Before giving the Queen her 30,000, the Queen-Mother her 60,000, and Monsieur his 150,000 livres, he wanted to read Monsieur's response to the Duc de Lorraine, which Rossignol had promised him by 10 o'clock the next morning. Thus, as we've said, at 10 o'clock the king was once more in the cardinal's office, and even before he threw his cape over a chair and put his hat on the table, he knocked 3 times on the panel. Rossignol appeared with his usual punctuality. "Well?" the king asked eagerly. "Well, sir," Rossignol said, blinking behind his glasses. "We have cracked the code." "Quick," said the king. "Let's see it. The key first. Here it is, sir." And he presented the key. The king read, "Je, the king. Astre, the Queen. B. the Queen Mother. Lam, Monsieur. L.M. the Cardinal. T. Death. Piff-Puff, the War. Zan, Duc de Lorraine. G. Duchesse de Chevreuse. O.L. Madame de Fargy. O. Pregnant. "And now?" said the king. "Apply the key, sire." "No," the king said. "You do it. You're used to it. My head would break at such a task." Rossignol took the paper and read, "The Queen Mother, and the Duc d'Orléans are in bliss. The Cardinal is dead. The King wants to be king. He's decided on war against the Prince of Marmots, but with the Duc d'Orléans in charge. The Duc d'Orléans is in love with the Duc de Lorraine's daughter, but he'd rather marry the Queen, even if she is 7 years older than him. His only fear is that, following the advice of Madame de Fargy, or the Duchesse de Chevreuse, she may be pregnant when the king dies. Signed, Gaston d'Orléans." The king had listened without interrupting, though he had wiped his forehead several times and scored the floorboards with the wheel of his spur. "Pregnant," he murmured. "Pregnant. If she becomes pregnant, it certainly won't be by me." Then, turning to Rossignol, "Is this the first letter of this sort that you've decoded?" "Oh, no, sire. I've deciphered 10 or 12 like this." "What? And Monsieur le Cardinal never showed them to me? Why torment your Majesty with a misfortune that might never occur? But when he was accused and harried by these people, why didn't he use these weapons against them? He was afraid that would also make them enemies to the king." The king took a few steps back and forth, from one end of the study to the other, his head low and his hat over his eyes. Then, returning to Rossignol, he said, "Make me a copy of each letter, with its decoded version and the key on top." "Yes, sire." "Do you think there will be others like this?" "Most certainly, sire." "Who are the people I'm to receive today?" "That's not my concern, sire. Ciphers are my only business. You should see Monsieur Charpentier." Even before Rossignol was out the door, the king, with a feverish and trembling hand, struck 2 blows on the panel. These rapid, violent blows indicated his state of mind. Charpentier appeared instantly, but stopped on the threshold. The king's eyes were fixed on the floor, fist clenched on the cardinal's desk, while he muttered, "Pregnant, the queen pregnant, a foreign queen on the throne of France, by an Englishman, maybe." Then, in a lower voice, as if he was afraid himself to hear what he said, "Nothing is impossible, not in this family, based on what has gone before." Absorbed in his thoughts, the king hadn't noticed Charpentier. Thinking the secretary hadn't responded to his summons, he looked up impatiently and was about to knock a second time, when, seeing the gesture and guessing the intention, Charpentier stepped forward and said, "Here I am, sire." "Good, good," the king said, trying to regain his composure. "What do we have before us today?" "Sire, the Comte de Beautru has arrived from Spain and the Comte de Le Saludi from Venice." "What were they doing in those places?" "I don't know, sire. Yesterday I had the honour to tell you that Monsieur le Cardinal had sent for them, as well as for Monsieur de Chanasset, who will be arriving from Sweden by tomorrow at the latest." "You informed them that the Cardinal was no longer a minister and that I would receive them in his place?" "I sent them His Eminence's orders, which were to report on their missions to His Majesty as they would have done to himself." "Who is coming first?" "Monsieur de Beautru." "As soon as he arrives, bring him in." "He is here, sire." "Let him come in, then." Charpentier turned, spoke a few words in a low voice, and then stepped aside to let Beautru enter. The ambassador was still in his travelling clothes, and apologized to appear so before the king. But it was thus that he had always met Cardinal Richelieu. Once he'd arrived in the antechamber, he hadn't wanted to keep His Majesty waiting. "Monsieur de Beautru," the king said to him, "the Cardinal spoke well of you, saying you were a trustworthy man and that the honest opinion of a Beautru was worth 2 of Cardinal Bérull's." "Sire, I endeavoured to be worthy of the confidence the Cardinal placed in me." And you will prove worthy of mine as well, won't you, monsieur, telling me everything you would have told him?"
"Everything, sire?" Bautru asked, staring at the king.
"Everything. I'm looking for the truth, and I want all of it."
"Well, sire, you should start by recalling your ambassador de Fagy, who, instead of following the instructions of the cardinal to the benefit of your majesty's honour and glory, follows those of the Queen Mother to the detriment of France."
"Others have already advised me of this. I will think about it. You've spoken with Count Duke Olivares?"
"Yes, sire."
"What were your orders regarding him?"
"To negotiate, if possible, a peaceful settlement on Mantua."
"And?"
"When I tried to talk business with him, he led me into the hen-house of His Majesty King Philip IV, which contains the most curious species in the world, and offered to give me samples to send to your Majesty."
"So he was mocking you, then?"
"Both me, sire, and he whom I represented."
"Monsieur!"
"You asked me for the truth, sire. That's what I give you. Shall I lie? If the truth is unpleasant, I certainly have wit enough to replace it with pleasant lies."
"No. Give me the truth, whatever it may be. What do people think of our planned Italian campaign?"
"People laugh, sire."
"People laugh? Don't they know what we plan to do?"
"They do, sire, but they say the Queen's will make you change your mind, and that Monsieur, placed in command, will obey the Queen's rather than you, so the expedition is bound to end up failing to support the Duc de Nevers."
"Ah, so they think in Madrid?"
"Yes, sire, they think it and write it, as I know since I suborned one of the Count Duke's secretaries. Olivares wrote to Don Gonzales de Cordova, 'If the king gives Monsieur control of the army, have no fear. That army will never cross the pass of Susa. On the other hand, if the cardinal is in charge of the conduct of the war, with or without the king, the Duke of Savoy will need all the support you can send him.'"
"You're sure of this?"
"Quite sure, sire." The king resumed pacing back and forth, head down, hat pulled over his eyes, as was his habit when worried. Suddenly he stopped, and fixing Bautru with a penetrating look, asked, "And the Queen? Have you heard anything about her?"
"Only what's said at court."
"And what do they say at court?"
"Nothing I can repeat to your Majesty."
"Never mind that. I want to know."
"Slander and calumny, sire. Don't disturb yourself with such filth." "I tell you, monsieur," said Louis XIII, impatiently stamping his foot, "that slander or truth, I want to hear what is said of the Queen."
Bautru bowed. "Your Majesty's orders, and a loyal subject must obey."
"Obey, then. It is said that your Majesty's health is failing." "My health is failing, so everyone seems to hope. It seems my death is their salvation. Go on. Since your health is failing, the Queen will take steps to make sure."
Bautru hesitated.
"Make sure of what?" demanded the king. "Speak! Tell me."
"To ensure the regency."
"But there's only a regency when there's an heir to the throne."
"To ensure the regency," Bautru repeated. The king stamped his foot.
"So,
the same rumour in Spain as in Lorraine.
In Lorraine it's a fear, but in Spain a hope. Indeed, if the Queen becomes Queen Regent, then Paris will be Spanish. So that's what they're saying, Bautru?"
Bautru bowed to the king. "You ordered me to speak, sire. I obeyed."
"You've done well. I told you I was looking for the truth, and you've put me on the trail, and now, thank God, I'm hunter enough to follow it to the end."
"Any further orders, your Majesty?"
"Go and rest, monsieur. You must be exhausted."
"Your Majesty hasn't told me whether I've had the good fortune to please him or the misfortune to dissatisfy him."
"I can't say I enjoyed hearing what you had to tell me, Monsieur Bautru, but you've done your duty, which is better. The next time there is a vacancy among the councillors of state, I think I may reward you with it."
And Louis XIII, removing his glove, presented his hand for the ambassador extraordinaire to Philip IV to kiss. Bautru, as etiquette required, backed out of the room so as not to turn his back on the king. Left alone, the king murmured, "So, my death is others' hope. My honour is a joke, and the succession to the throne is a lottery. If my brother assumes the throne, he'll betray France and auction it to the highest bidder, and my mother,
the widow of Henri IV, that great king who was killed because he planned to make France greater still. My mother will help him. Fortunately." And the king gave a shrill laugh. "When I die, the queen may be pregnant, which will upend everything. Oh, how happy I am in my marriage." Then his expression darkened even more, and his voice lowered. "Not so astonishing, then, that they all wanted me to get rid of the cardinal." He thought he heard a small sound from the door, and turned. The door opened. "Does your Majesty wish to receive Monsieur de la Saloudie?" Charpentier asked. "I believe so," said the king. "Everything these gentlemen have to tell me is so very interesting." Then, with another shrill laugh, "They do say that a king never knows what's happening in his own castle, but though he may be the last to know, he can find out if he wants to." Then, as Monsieur de la Saloudie appeared at the door, he said, Come, Monsieur de la Saloudie, I've been expecting you. You've been told, haven't you, to report to me in place of the cardinal? Speak, and keep no secrets from me that you would share with him." "But, sire," said la Saloudie, "in the situation in which I find myself, I'm not sure if I should repeat." "Repeat what?" "Words of praise from Italy for a man of whom it seems you had complaints." "Ah, do they praise the cardinal in Italy? And what do they say of the cardinal on the far side of the mountains?" "Sire, they are unaware that the cardinal is no longer your minister, and they congratulate your Majesty on being served by the leading political and military genius of our century. I was instructed by the cardinal to announce the fall of La Rochelle to the Duke of Mantua, to the Senate of Venice, and to His Holiness Urban VIII. The news was received with joy in Mantua, enthusiasm in Venice, and satisfaction in Rome. Your Majesty's planned expedition into Italy has terrified Charles Emmanuel of Savoy, but reassured all the other princes. Here are letters from the Duke of Mantua, from the Venetian Senate, and from His Holiness, sire, all of which express the utmost confidence in the plans of the cardinal, and each of these three powers, who wish to support this effort as much as they can, has instructed me to place drafts with their bankers for funds totaling 1.5 million crowns. And those drafts are in whose name? In the name of Monsieur le Cardinal, sire. They are payable on demand. He has only to endorse them to collect the money." The king took the drafts and turned away. 1.5 million, he said, along with the 6 million he borrowed. "It's with this that we're marching to war, and all the money raised by one man, as if that man was himself the grandeur and glory of France." Then, at a sudden thought, Louis XIII stepped to the panel and knocked twice. Charpentier appeared. "Do you know," asked the king, "from whom the cardinal borrowed the 6 million with which he planned to finance the war?" "Yes, sire, from Monsieur de Bouillon." "Did it take much effort to persuade him to make the loan?" "On the contrary, sire, it was he who offered the money." "How's that?" "Monsieur le Cardinal complained that the army raised by the Marquis d'Ussel had dispersed, due to their pay having been appropriated by the Queen Mother, and their food having not been delivered by Marshal Créqui. 'That army is lost,' said His Eminence. 'Well, then,' said Monsieur de Bouillon, 'we must raise another, that's all.' 'And with what?' 'With what? I'll give you enough for an army of 50,000 men with 1 million in gold in reserve. In that case I'll need 6 million. When? As soon as possible. Will tonight be too late?' Then the cardinal laughed. 'What? Do you have that much in your pocket?' 'No, but there's that much in the treasury. I'll give you a draft to present to Fiebé, the exchequer.' 'And what guarantees do you require in return, Monsieur de Bouillon?' He rose, bowed to His Eminence, and said, 'Merely your word, Monseigneur.' The cardinal embraced him. Monsieur de Bouillon wrote a few lines on a piece of paper. The cardinal accepted it, and that was that. 'Very well. Do you know where I'd find Monsieur de Bouillon?' 'At the treasury, I suppose.' 'Wait a moment.' The king went to the cardinal's desk and wrote, 'Monsieur de Bouillon, I have a particular need for a sum of 50,000 livres, so I won't have to touch the money that you were kind enough to lend to the cardinal. Please let me know if such a loan would be possible.
I give my word to repay it within a month. Your affectionate Louis. Then turning to Charpentier, he asked, Is Berengon at hand? Yes, sire. Give him this note, and tell him to take a sedan chair to go see Monsieur de Bouillon. He is to wait for a reply. Charpentier took the note and left, but then returned almost immediately. Well, said the king, Monsieur Berengon is on his way, but I wanted to inform your Majesty that Monsieur de Charnacé has arrived from West Prussia with a letter for the Cardinal from King Gustavus Adolphus. Louis nodded. Monsieur de la Saladie, he said, do you have anything else to say? Only, sire, to assure you of my respect, and that I would like to add my voice to those who regret the departure of Monsieur de Richelieu. It is my duty, as a faithful subject, to tell your Majesty that, as far as Italy is concerned, he was the man we needed. I would be happy if I could be allowed to send the Cardinal my regards, even if he is in disgrace. I'll do better than that, Monsieur de la Saladie, said the king. I'll give you the opportunity to see him personally. La Saladie bowed. Here are the drafts from Mantua, Venice, and Rome. Go to Chaillot and present your regards to the Cardinal, along with these notes, and ask him to endorse the drafts. Then take them to Monsieur de Bouillon, and collect the money in the name of his Eminence. To speed you on your way, you may take my carriage, which is waiting at the door. The sooner you return, the better I'll recognize your zeal and devotion. La Saladie bowed again, and, without wasting another second on compliments and courtesies, left to execute the king's orders. Charpentier was still at the door. I will see Monsieur de Charnacé now, the king said. Never had the king been obeyed at the Louvre as he was at the house of the cardinal. He had no sooner expressed his desire to see Monsieur de Charnacé than the man appeared before him. Well, Baron, said the king, it seems you had a successful trip. Yes, sire. Please make your report without losing a second. Only yesterday did I finally learn the value of time. Your Majesty is aware of why I was sent to Germany. His Eminence, whom I trusted to act on his own initiative, thought it sufficient to announce your departure and notify me of your return. Otherwise, I know nothing. Would His Majesty like me to give him a detailed account of my instructions? Speak. These were my orders, which I learned by heart in case the written instructions went astray. The frequent efforts of the House of Austria to undermine the allies of the king have forced him to take measures on their behalf. With the fall of La Rochelle, His Majesty has decided to muster his finest troops and personally lead them to the aid of his allies in Italy. Accordingly, the king has dispatched Monsieur de Charnacé to Germany to assure all his allies there of His Majesty's full support, if they will act in concert with the king in the interest of their mutual defence. The Baron de Charnacé is authorized to discuss the most suitable and appropriate means by which His Majesty might aid his allies. Those were your general instructions, said the king, but no doubt you had others that were more specific. Yes, sire, for Duke Maximilian of Bavaria, whom His Eminence knew was very angry with the Emperor, I was to advise the creation of a Catholic League to oppose Ferdinand in both Germany and Italy, while Gustavus Adolphus was attacking the Emperor at the head of his Protestant troops. And what were your instructions regarding King Gustavus Adolphus? I was instructed to promise King Gustav that if he would lead a Protestant league, as the Duke of Bavaria would with the Catholics, he would receive an annual subsidy of 500,000 livres, as well as the promise that your Majesty would support him by attacking Lorraine, the neighbouring province of Germany that has played host to so many conspiracies against France. Yes, the king said, smiling. I see it. Crete and King Minos. But what would the cardinal, or rather I myself, gain by attacking Lorraine? It would force the princes of the House of Austria to divert troops to the defence of Alsace, which would take their eyes off Italy and give France the freedom to finish her business in Mantua. Louis took his forehead between his hands. The intricate plans of his minister staggered him with their size and complexity, until his brain seemed ready to burst. And, he said after a moment, did King Gustavus Adolphus accept? Yes, sire, but with certain conditions. What? They are contained in this letter, sire, said Charnacé, drawing from his pouch an envelope embossed with the arms of Sweden. "Would His Majesty prefer to read this letter himself, or shall I, as may be more appropriate, explain its meaning?" "I want to read everything, monsieur," said the king, taking the letter from his hands. "Remember, sire, that King Gustavus Adolphus is rather jolly and informal, indifferent to the forms of diplomacy, and speaks his mind as if from one soldier to another. If I'd forgotten that, I'll remember it, and if I'd never known it, I'll learn." And unsealing the letter, he read it in a low voice. "At Sturm, after the final Swedish conquest of the forts of Livonia and Polish Prussia, the 19th of December, 1628, my dear Cardinal, as you know, I'm a bit of a pagan, so don't be surprised by the informality with which I write to a prince of the Church. You are a great man, more than that, a man of genius, and more than that, an honest man, one with whom one can talk and do business. Let us talk then of the affairs of France and of Sweden, and of how they can march together. I am ready to negotiate, but only with you. Are you sure of your king? Are you sure he won't turn, at the first cry, to his mother, his wife, his brother, his confessor, or his favourite? Luynes, is it? Or Chalais? I can't keep them straight. Meanwhile, you, who have more talent in your little finger than all these people, king, queens, princes, favourites, churchmen, don't you fear that some day you'll be brought down by some low intrigue hatched in the harem, as if you were no more than a pasha or vizier? If you are sure of your position, do me the honour to say to me, 'Friend Gustav, I have at least 3 years more during which I can dominate these witless lords and ladies who give me so much work, and yet make so much trouble. If you can give me your personal assurance that the king will support you, then I will begin my campaign without delay. But not if you tell me it's up to the king. On your word, I'll muster my army and mount my horse, and we will plunder Prague, burn Vienna, and sack Buda and Pest. But solely on the word of the King of France, I will not beat a single drum, load a single musket, or saddle a single horse. If that's the way the wind blows, my eminenceness, send your reply by the way of Monsieur de Charnacé, and I will sheathe my sword, though it saddens me to do so. But if the devil allows, we shall campaign together and drink to each other in the spoils of Hungarian wine. As a man of spirit, I commend you not to the mercy of God, but to the care of your own genius. I address you with joy and pride as your affectionate Gustavus Adolphus." The king read this letter with increasing irritation, and when he was finished, he crumpled it in his hand. Then, turning to the Baron de Charnacé, he asked, "Are you aware of the contents of this letter?" "I know the gist of it, sire, but not the details." "Barbarian, uncouth northern bear," the king whispered. "Sire," Charnacé remarked, "this barbarian just defeated both the Russians and the Poles. He learned the arts of war from a Frenchman named Lagardie, but has exceeded him. He is the inventor of modern warfare, and, in short, the only man who can thwart the ambition of Emperor Ferdinand and beat Tilly and Wallenstein." "Yes, I know that's what they say," replied the king. "I know that in the opinion of the cardinal, the first man of war in Europe is King Gustavus Adolphus. But," he added with a laugh intended to be mocking, but in the event only nervous, "I may not share that opinion." "I sincerely regret that, sire," said Charnacé, bowing. "Ah," said Louis XIII. "So, Baron, you wish to return to the King of Sweden on our behalf? That would be a great honour for me, and, I believe, of great benefit to France." "Unfortunately, that is impossible," said Louis XIII, "as His Swedish Majesty wishes to deal only with Monsieur le Cardinal, and the Cardinal is no longer involved in such affairs." There was a scratching at the door. The king turned and said, "Well, what is it?" Then, recognizing the scratching as that of Monsieur le Premier, he said, "Is that you, Berengon? Come in." Berengon entered. "Sire," he said, presenting a large letter with a broad seal. Monsieur de Bouillon's reply. The king opened it and read, "Sire, I am in despair, but in service to Monsieur de Richelieu, I have emptied my coffers down to the last crown, and though I wish to please His Majesty, I cannot say when I could give him the 50,000 livres he asks for. It is with sincere regret, and the most profound respect, sire, that I have the honour to tell your Majesty that I am his most humble, faithful, and obedient servant, de Bouillon." Louis gnawed at his moustache. Gustave's letter told him how much political credit he had, and Bouillon's told him how much financial credit. At that moment La Saladie returned, followed by 4 men, each bending under the weight of the bag he carried. "What's this?" asked the king. "Sire," said La Saladie, "it's the 1.5 million livres that Monsieur de Bouillon sends to Monsieur le Cardinal." "Monsieur de Bouillon?" said the king. "He had this much money?" "By Our Lady, sire," said La Saladie, "so it seems." "And who did he send you to for the money this time? Fiebert?" "No, sire. He was going to at first, but then decided that for such a small amount it wasn't worth it, so he just wrote a note to his first clerk, Monsieur Lambert." "Insolent dog!" murmured the king. "He has too little cash to give me 50,000 livres, but he has 1.5 million to pay Monsieur de Richelieu for the drafts from Mantua, Venice, and Rome." He dropped onto a chair, crushed under the weight of the moral whiplash of the last 2 days. Beginning to glimpse the inevitable truth, he said to Charnacé and La Saladie, "Monsieur, my thanks. You are good and faithful servants. I'll call you within a few days to tell you my wishes." He gestured for them to withdraw. They bowed and went out. The 4 porters had deposited their bags on the floor and were waiting. Louis stretched out his hand to the panel and knocked twice. Charpentier appeared. "Monsieur," said the king, "put away these 1.5 million livres. But first pay these men." Charpentier gave each porter a silver crown, and they went out. "Monsieur Charpentier," said the king, "I'm not sure if I will come tomorrow. I'm terribly tired." "It would be unfortunate if your Majesty couldn't come tomorrow," said Charpentier. "It is the day for reports." "What reports?" "Reports from the Cardinal's chief agents." "Who are these chief agents?" "Father Joseph, though you have given him permission to return to his monastery, so of course he won't be reporting tomorrow. Monsieur Lopez at the Spaniard, Monsieur de Soucarrière." "Are these reports made in writing or in person?" "Since the Cardinal's agents know that tomorrow they will be reporting to the king, it's likely they will report in person." "I'll be here, then," said the king, rising with an effort. "So if the agents come in person, I'll receive them. I must warn your Majesty about the nature of one of these agents, of whom I've not yet spoken." "Is there a 4th agent, then?" "An agent even more secret than the others." "And who is this agent?" "A woman, sire." "Madame de Combalet?" "Your pardon, sire, but Madame de Combalet is not an agent of the Cardinal. She is his niece." "Then who is this woman? Is she well known?" "Yes, sire." "Her name?" "Marion Delorme." "His Eminence received that notorious courtesan?" "She was one of his most effective agents. Indeed, it was through her that he was warned in advance that he was about to be disgraced." "Through her?" said the king, astonished. When the Cardinal wanted to learn secret news of court intrigues, he turned to her. "Perhaps knowing that your Majesty is in this office in place of the Cardinal, she will have something of particular importance to say to your Majesty." "I assume she doesn't come here publicly?" "No, sire. Her house is adjacent to this one, and the Cardinal had a door made in the adjoining wall, so that one can pass between the houses." "Are you sure, Monsieur Charpentier,
that His Eminence would consider it a betrayal to reveal all these secrets to me? On the contrary, I tell your Majesty all this at his direct order. Where is this secret door? Behind this panel, sir. During work tomorrow, if the king is alone, hears a gentle knock at this panel, and wishes to honour Mademoiselle Delorme by receiving her, he can press this button, and the door will open. If he does not wish to see her, he can respond with 3 equal taps on the button. 10 minutes later he will hear a bell, and between the doors he will find a written report. Louis XIII thought for a moment. It was obvious that his curiosity was fighting a fierce battle with his repugnance for women, especially those in Marion Delorme's trade. Finally, his curiosity got the better of him. If His Eminence, the Holy Prince of the Church, was willing to receive Mademoiselle Delorme, it seems to me that I may receive her as well, and if that turns out to be a sin, I'll just confess it. Until tomorrow, Monsieur Charpentier. And the king took his leave, even more pale, tired, and dazed than the day before, but with a better idea of how hard it is to be a great minister, and how easy to be a mediocre king. 42. A royal intermission. Anxiety permeated the Louvre. During the days the king went to the Place Royale, he didn't see any members of his family, not the Queen Mother, the Queen, nor the Duc d'Orléans, and none of them had received the gifts he'd promised, which were to come from a treasure he alone could touch. Furthermore, the new King's Council, reorganized with such enthusiasm by Berulle and General Marillac after the Cardinal's resignation, had received no orders to meet, and therefore had not deliberated about anything. Each day, according to the rumours spread by Berengon, who dressed the king in the morning and undressed him at night, and saw him leave and return, His Majesty was sad each morning when he left, and even gloomier when he came back in the evening. Only the king's fool, L'Angely, and his favourite, Baradat, had access to his inner chamber. Of all the birds of prey extending their beaks and claws toward the cardinal's treasure, only Baradat had received his 3,000 pistoles from Charpentier. It's true he had extended neither beak nor claw, the largesse having come without his asking for it. The page had his faults, but he also had the virtues of youth. He was prodigal when he had money, but unable to use his influence with the king to extend his extravagance. When money stopped flowing, he waited quietly, for he had fine clothes, beautiful hair, and a graceful form, and eventually the flow would resume, whereupon he would spend it as quickly as before. During the king's absence, Baradat spent his time with his friend Saint-Simon, awaiting the manna that would pour from heaven, and considering with his young comrade what he should do with it. The 2 youths, for they were barely men, Baradat the elder was scarcely 20, discussed what might best be done with 3,000 pistoles. They decided they would spend a whole month living like princes. Only one thing worried them. Would the king actually pay up? Many a bill carrying the royal signature had been presented to the royal treasurer without being honoured, and they feared that, despite the majesty of Louis's royal name, they might find themselves as disappointed as any minor merchant from the city. Eventually Baradat had withdrawn to his room, taken up pen, paper, and ink, and undertaken the effort of writing a letter, a colossal undertaking for the average gentleman of his time. After much massaging of his brow and scratching of his head, he was finished. He put the letter in his pocket, waited bravely for the king to return, and then, even more bravely, had asked His Majesty when he might present himself to the treasurer to receive his promised sum of money. The king said he could present himself whenever he liked, as the treasurer was his to command. Baradat had kissed the king's hand, then leapt down the stairs 4 at a time, jumped into one of the sedan chairs of the firm of Michel and Cavois, and had himself taken immediately to the cardinal, or rather, to the cardinal's former hôtel. There he found Secretary Charpentier, faithful to his duty, and duly presented himself. Charpentier received his note, read it, and, recognizing the king's signature, bowed respectfully to Monsieur Baradat, and asked him to wait for a moment. He left with the note, and 5 minutes later came back with a bag of gold containing 3,000 pistoles.
At the sight of this bag, Baradas, unable to believe it, felt his heart leap. Charpentier offered to count out the sum before his eyes, but Baradas, who was eager to clutch the blessed bag to his chest, was willing to forego this. However, Charpentier insisted, and Baradas, who still felt weak after his wound, didn't feel that he could wrest the bag away from him. So he waited until Charpentier was done, and then lugged the bag down to his waiting sedan chair. There, Baradas reached into the bag and drew out a handful of gold and silver crowns, which he offered to Charpentier. The secretary merely bowed and refused. Baradas was astonished at this, staring at Charpentier as he went back through the door of the hotel. But bit by bit, Baradas got over his amazement. Once recovered, he ordered the chair porters to guard his bag, then went to the next house over, stepped up to the door and knocked. He drew his laboriously written letter from his pocket and presented it to the elegantly dressed doorman, who answered his knock, saying, "For Mademoiselle Delorme." He accompanied the letter with 2 crowns, which the doorman refused as scrupulously as Charpentier had. Then Baradas returned to his chair and, with that commanding voice that belongs only to those who have money in their pockets, called out to his porters, "To the Louvre!" And the porters, who hadn't failed to note the weight and rotundity of Baradas's bag, departed at a rate that would do credit to modern marathon athletes. After a quarter of an hour, Baradas, who had not for a moment stopped stroking the bag that was his travelling companion, was at the door of the Louvre. There he met Madame de Fargy, who was just descending from another sedan chair. The two recognized each other, and a smile curved the sensual lips of the mischievous young woman as she saw the effort Baradas was making with his injured arm to lift the heavy bag. She asked, with mocking courtesy, "Would you like me to assist you, Monsieur Baradas?" "Thank you, madam," replied the page, "if on your way you should happen to see my comrade, Saint-Simon, and could ask him to come down here, that would be much appreciated." "Of course," replied the young coquette. "My pleasure, Monsieur Baradas." And she ran nimbly up the stairs, lifting the hem of her dress to reveal the curve of her calf, giving just enough of a look to enable one to guess the shape of the rest. 5 minutes later, Saint-Simon came down. Baradas had generously paid off his porters, and now the 2 men, joining their efforts, managed to lift the heavy bag up the stairs, much as in that painting of Paul Veronese, where we see 2 young men in party dress, carrying a large amphora containing enough wine to make 20 men drunk. Meanwhile, Louis XIII had extended his evening dinner for 5 hours, during which he'd conversed with his fool, who hadn't failed to notice His Majesty's increasing sadness. Louis XIII was sitting on one corner of the broad hearth in his parlour, behind the table, while L'Angely, on the other side, crouched in a high chair like a parrot on its perch, resting his feet on the lowest rung to make a table of his knees, on which he rested his plate with an aplomb in accord with his careful sense of balance. The king lacked an appetite, and merely nibbled at a few dried cherries, wetting his lips from a glass that glittered with the gold and blue royal crest. He wore atop his head his black felt hat, adorned with black plumes, the broad brim casting a shadow over his features that matched their expression. L'Angely, on the contrary, was ravenous, and had made up for missing his usual second dinner at 5 or 6 o'clock by sliding toward himself all the food the king disdained, mainly a huge pheasant pâté and a woodcock stuffed with figs. After offering them to the king, who declined, he cut fat slices of both pâté and fowl and transferred them to his plate. After attacking first the pâté, then the woodcock, and finally the figs, he poured himself a glass of the cardinal's wine, which was none other than what we now call Bordeaux. The king and the cardinal, who had the 2 worst stomachs in the kingdom, always drank this fine wine watered, but L'Angely, who could digest anything, drank it straight, enjoying its bouquet and smooth savour. The first bottle of this wine had already been set empty on the hearth, and was soon to be joined by a second, which L'Angely, as a connoisseur, kept at an appropriate distance from the fire. Though it was still standing on the table, it was sufficiently empty to show that it wouldn't be there long, as L'Angely's deep respect for its qualities caused him to give it frequent caresses as he filled his glass. The fool, who, like the Greek philosophers, was an enemy to redundancy, was almost inclined to set his glass aside and, like a child drinking from a stream, pour the wine directly into his cupped hand. As L'Angely tenderly caressed the bottle once again, he uttered a sigh of satisfaction, just as Louis let out a sigh of sadness. L'Angely paused, the bottle in one hand, a wishbone in the other.
"It seems," he said, "that being a king is no fun, especially if you happen to be the king."
"Ah, my poor L'Angely," said the king, "I'm so very unhappy."
"Tell me about it, my son. It will console you,"
said L'Angely, placing the now empty bottle on the hearth and cutting himself a slice of pie. "Everyone steals from me. Everyone lies to me. Everyone betrays me."
"True. Did you only just notice this?"
"No, I've just been confirming it."
Come, my son. Do not succumb to pessimism. I confess that for my part I'm inclined to think things are not so bad. I've dined well, this pie is good, the wine was excellent, the earth rotates slowly enough that it does not throw me off, and I feel in my whole body a warmth of pleasant well-being that enables me to view life through a rosy glow.
"L'Angely," Louis XIII said tartly, "no heresy, or I'll have you whipped."
"What?"
replied L'Angely. "Is it heresy to view life through a rosy glow?" "No, but it's heresy to say the earth rotates."
"Well, ma foi,
I'm not the first man to say it. I believe Monsieur Copernicus and Galileo were ahead of me. Perhaps. But the Bible says otherwise, and you can't pretend that Copernicus and Galileo were wiser than Moses."
said
L'Angely. "See here," the king insisted. "If the earth turned, and the sun were immobile, then how was Joshua able to stop the sun for 3 days?"
"Are you quite sure that Joshua stopped the sun for 3 days?"
"Not Joshua, but the Lord."
"And you think the Lord gave him this extra time because he needed it to chase 5 Canaanite kings into a cave so he could wall them up? By my faith, if I were the Lord, instead of stopping the sun, I would have brought on the night to give those poor devils a chance to escape."
L'Angely, the king said sadly, "you're worse than a Huguenot."
"Careful, Louis.
You're closer to a Huguenot than I am, assuming you're the actual son of your father." "L'Angely," snapped the king.
"You're right, Louis,"
said L'Angely, renewing his attack on the figs.
"Let's not talk about theology. So you say, my son, that everyone betrays you?"
"Everyone, L'Angely."
"Even your mother?"
"Especially my mother."
"Pah! What about your brother?"
"My brother more than anyone."
"At last. And here I thought you thought it was only the cardinal who was deceiving you."
"On the contrary, L'Angely, I believe Monsieur le Cardinal was the only one who wasn't deceiving me."
"What? Is the whole world turned upside down, then?"
Louis nodded his head sadly.
"And yet I hear that in your joy to be rid of him, you've promised grand gifts to your whole family."
"Alas!
I hear you gave 60,000 livres to your mother, 30,000 to the Queen, and 150,000 livres to Monsieur."
"Well, L'Angely, that's what I've promised them."
"So you haven't given it to them yet?"
"Good. L'Angely," said the king, "I've had a sudden inspiration."
"Not to burn me as a heretic or hang me as a thief, I hope?"
"No, not that. Since I have some money—"
"You have money?"
"Yes, my child.
Word of honour?"
"Faith of a gentleman, and plenty of it."
"In that case, see here,"
said L'Angely, caressing the bottle once again.
"Use it to buy more of this wine, my son. Invest it in the 1629 vintage."
"No, that's not what I'm inspired to do. Besides, you know I drink only water."
"Parbleu! And that's why you're so sad."
"No, it would just be crazy for me to be happy."
"Well, I'm crazy, but I'm not happy about it. Come, tell me your inspiration."
"I have decided to make your fortune, L'Angely."
"My fortune? Me? What do I need with a fortune? I have food and shelter here at the Louvre. When I need money, I probe your pockets and take what I find.
Not that I ever found much, but it's enough for me, and I have no complaints. I know you never complain, and this saddens me. Why must you always grieve? What an awful personality you have. You never complain, you whom I give nothing, but they complain continually, though I give to them constantly. Let them complain, my son. But if I died, L'Angely, great, another cheerful thought. At least wait until after Carnival. If I died, they'd drive you away without a sou. Well, then I'd go. But what would become of you? I'd become a Trappist monk. Why not? They have a monastery right near the Louvre. They all hope I'll die, you know. What do you say to that, L'Angely? I say you should continue to live, just to infuriate them. But life is not much fun, L'Angely. Do you think it will be better once you're buried at Saint-Denis? It's no fun anywhere, L'Angely, said the king mournfully. Louis, I warn you, you'll be even more bored when you're dead. You're starting to make my bones rattle. So you don't want me to make you rich. I want you to let me finish my wine and my pâté. I could give you 3,000 pistoles, like I gave Baghdad. You gave Baghdad 3,000 pistoles? Yes. Well, you must be proud. There's money well spent. You think it's a waste of money. On the contrary, he'll share it out with all the pretty boys and beautiful girls. You know, L'Angely, I don't think you believe in anything, not even the virtue of Monsieur Baghdad. Just speaking with you is a sin. Quite so, if speaking truth is a sin. Shall I give you some advice, my son? What's that? Go to the chapel, pray for my salvation, and leave me to eat my dessert in peace. Good advice can come even from the mad, said the king, rising. I will go and pray. And the king went off to his chapel. So you will pray for me, said L'Angely, and I will eat, drink, and sing for you, and we will see which is of most benefit. And indeed, as Louis XIII, sadder than ever, closeted himself in his chapel, L'Angely, who had finished the second bottle, opened the third and began a song. When I'm a-weary, I invite Bacchus in for the night. Then happily I rest, as if I'd gold in my chest, more gold in my coffer than Croesus could offer. I couldn't ask for more, dance around the floor. No laurels I need, no honours, no greed. Kings, queens, nobles, princes, can't better my prances. So pour me champagne to distract my brain, draw out my troubles with a glass full of bubbles, better drunk in my room than stone dead in a tomb. 43. Et tu, Baghdad? When Louis came out of his chapel, he found L'Angely slumped over the table, head resting on his arms, asleep or pretending to sleep. He looked on sadly for a moment, and then this weak and selfish half-man, who, despite his terrible upbringing, was occasionally illuminated by an instinctive flash of truth and decency, was seized by a great compassion for his companion in misery. L'Angely was so devoted, not to cheering him up, as other fools had done for their kings, but to simply walking with him down the dark corridors of the monotonous hell of depression. Louis remembered the offer he'd made the fool with his typical recklessness, which L'Angely had not refused so much as evaded. He remembered the good humour and patience with which L'Angely suffered his bouts of ill temper, his selfless devotion, though surrounded by ambition and greed, and then, picking up pen, ink, and paper, he wrote a draft, granting L'Angely the same amount he'd given to Baghdad, and slipped it into his pocket quietly, so as not to wake him. Then he returned to his suite, where he listened for an hour as his minstrel played the lute. After that, he called Berengon to help him into bed, then sent for Baghdad to come talk with him. Baghdad arrived, still gleeful from having counted and recounted his 3,000 pistoles, stacking and restacking them. The king had him sit on the foot of the bed, and said with an air of reproach, "Why are you so cheerful?" "I'm cheerful," Baghdad replied, "because I have no reason not to be. In fact, quite the contrary." "Why is that?" asked Louis with a sigh. Has your Majesty forgotten that he granted me 3,000 pistoles? No, indeed. I remember. Well then, 3,000 pistoles. I must admit to your Majesty that I wasn't really expecting it. Why not? Man proposes, but God disposes. But if the man is a king, nonetheless, God is still God. And so, sire, it was paid. Every coin, cash on the barrel-head. Best. Monsieur Charpentier is, in my opinion, a much greater man than Monsieur de la Vieilleville, who, when I asked for money, just waved his arms and whispered, I swim, I swim, I swim. So you got your 3,000 pistoles? Yes, sire. And so you're rich? Yes? What are you going to do now? Are you going to act the bad Christian and spend it all on gambling and women like the prodigal son? Oh, sire, Baradar said, pretending to be hurt. Your Majesty knows I never gamble. So you say, at least. And as for women, I can't stand them. Is that really true, Baradar? I am constantly quarrelling with Saint-Simon about this very subject, holding up your Majesty to him as an example. It's true, Baradar. Women were created for the peril of our souls. It wasn't woman who was seduced by the serpent. She is the serpent itself. It's just as you say, sire. I'm going to commit that maxim to memory and write it down in my prayer book. Speaking of prayer, I had my eyes on you during Mass last Sunday, Baradar, and you seemed quite distracted. If so, it was only because my eyes turned the same way as your Majesty's, toward Mademoiselle de Lautrec. The king bit his moustache and changed the subject. So, what will you do with your money? If it was 3 or 4 times as much, I'd use it to fund pious works, said the page, like dedicating the foundation of a convent or the erection of a chapel, but with such a limited amount. You know I'm not rich, Baradar, said the king. Oh, I'm not complaining, sire. Quite the contrary. But with, as I said, such a limited amount. I'll first give half of it to my mother and my sisters. Louis nodded. Then, Baradar continued, I'll divide the remaining 1,500 pistoles in 2 shares. The first 750 will go to buy me 2 good horses to take on your Majesty's Italian campaign, along with weapons, and pay and clothing for a lackey. The king nodded his approval. And as for the remaining 750, what will you do with that? I will keep it as a reserve, with a bit for pocket money. God bless you, sire, Baradar continued, raising his eyes to heaven, for such good deeds that enable others to rescue orphans and console widows. Embrace me, Baradar, embrace me, cried the king, moved to tears. Use the money as you say, my child, and I will make sure you never want for more. Sire, said Baradar, you are magnificent, majestic, and wise as Solomon. Plus you have the advantage over him in the eyes of the Lord in not having 300 wives and 800— The Lord preserve me, cried the king, terrified by the mere idea, and raising his own hands to heaven. But this conversation is a sin, Baradar, for it smacks of ideas that contradict morality and religion. Your Majesty is right, said Baradar. Shall I go and do some pious reading? The page knew that was the quickest way to quell the king. He got up, pulled down Gerson's Eternal Consolation from a shelf, sat down near, but not on the bed, and began to read from it in a voice full of unction. By the 3rd page, the king was asleep. Baradar stood up on tiptoe, replaced the book on the shelf, went quietly to the door to let himself out, and then returned to the dice game with Saint-Simon that the king's summons had interrupted. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, the king went down from the Louvre to his carriage, and was borne to the office where, for the last 2 days, so many things he'd never suspected had appeared in their true guise. He found Charpentier awaiting him. The king was pale, tired, and depressed. He asked if the daily reports had arrived yet. Charpentier replied that, as Father Joseph had retired to his monastery, there would be no report from him, only from Sucarière and Lopez. And have these reports arrived? Asked the king. As I had the honour to tell His Majesty, said Charpentier, knowing that today they would be dealing with His Majesty himself, both Monsieur Lopez and de Sucarier said they would bring their reports personally. The King may simply read their reports himself and call upon them for further clarification. Where are these reports? Monsieur Lopez is here with his, but in order to leave enough time for His Majesty to speak with him and then open the correspondence of Monsieur le Cardinal, I have made the appointment with Monsieur de Sucarier for noon. Ask Lopez to come in. Charpentier went out, and a few seconds later announced Don Ildefonse Lopez. Lopez came in, hat in hand and bowing to the ground. Fine, Monsieur Lopez, fine, said the King. I know you of old, as one who's cost me dear. How so, sire? Isn't it at your shop the Queen buys her jewellery? Yes, sire. Well, the day before yesterday, the Queen asked me for 20,000 livres for a string of pearls, which she wanted to buy from you. Lopez laughed, and, in laughing, revealed a set of teeth that could have passed for pearls. What are you laughing at? Asked the King. Sire, shall I speak with you exactly as I spoke with Monsieur le Cardinal? Exactly. Well then, in today's report to His Eminence is a full paragraph on this string of pearls, or rather its significance. Read me this paragraph. As the King commands, but your Majesty will understand it better if I explain a few things first. Proceed. On December 22nd, Her Majesty the Queen appeared at my shop, under the pretext of buying a string of pearls. Under the pretext, you say? Under the pretext, yes, sire. What was her real purpose? To meet with the Spanish ambassador, the Marquis de Mirabel, who happened to be there. He happened to be there? Of course, sire. It is always by happenstance that Her Majesty the Queen meets the Marquis de Mirabel, who can only present himself at the Louvre with advance notice on certain days. That was done by my order, upon the advice of the Cardinal. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen, if she has something to convey to the ambassador, or to her brother, the King of Spain, must meet the ambassador somewhere by chance, since she can't see him otherwise. And this happenstance occurred at your shop, with the permission of Monsieur le Cardinal. So the Queen met with the Spanish ambassador? Yes, sire. Did they have a long conference? They had time to exchange only a few words. We desire to know what those words were. I've already told Monsieur le Cardinal. But he didn't tell me. His Eminence was very discreet. Let me say in advance that I don't wish to distress your Majesty. Just tell me what they said. What I shall repeat to your Majesty was overheard by my diamond cutter. He understands Spanish. He does, since Monsieur le Cardinal ordered that he should secretly learn it. But as nobody knows this, the speakers were unguarded. They said, "The ambassador, Her Majesty has received by way of the Governor of Milan and the Comte de Moray a letter from her illustrious brother, the Queen." Yes, monsieur. Has your Majesty thought about its contents? I've thought about them, but must think some more before I answer him. Answer how? By means of a box, supposed to contain fabrics, but which will actually contain this little dwarf, you see, playing with Madame de Baillet and Mademoiselle de Lautrec. You think she can be trusted? She was a gift to me from my Aunt Claire Eugenie, Infanta of the Netherlands, and acts in the interest of Spain. In the interest of Spain, repeated the King. It seems everything around me is in the interest of Spain, of my enemies, in other words. And this little dwarf? She was sent off yesterday in her box, but before that she told Monsieur de Mirabel, in very good Spanish, "Madame, my mistress, told me she has considered her brother's advice, and if the King's health continues to deteriorate, she will take measures not to be caught off guard." Not to be caught off guard, the King repeated. We do not understand what that means, sire, Lopez said, lowering his head. But I understand.
said the king, frowning, "and that's enough. Did the Queen mention that she'd soon be able to pay for this necklace she's buying from you?" "I've already been paid, sire," said Lopez. "What? You've been paid?" "Yes, sire." "By whom?" "By Monsieur Particelli." "Particelli? The Italian banker?" "Yes. But I was told he'd been hanged." Quite so, said Lopez, "but before he died, he sold his bank to Monsieur Demery, a good, honest man." "Everyone," murmured Louis XIII, "everyone robs me and deceives me. And the Queen has not seen Monsieur de Mirabel since." "The reigning Queen?" "No." "The Queen Mother?" "Yes." "My mother? When was this?" "Yesterday." "To what end?" "To announce that the Cardinal was overthrown, that Berulle had replaced him, and that Monsieur had been appointed Lieutenant General, so the ambassador could write to King Philip IV or the Count Duke and tell them the Italian war is as good as off." "What? The war in Italy is off?" "Those were Her Majesty's very words." "Oh, I see. I understand. They will treat this second army like the first, leaving it without pay, without food, without clothes." "Ah, the wretches, the wretches!" cried the king, pressing his forehead into his hands. "Do you have anything else to tell me?" "Some minor matters, sire. Monsieur Baradin visited my shop this morning to buy some jewellery." "What kind of jewellery?" "A necklace, a bracelet, and some hairpins." "For how much?" "For 300 pistoles." "But why would he want this necklace, bracelet, and hairpins?" "Probably for some mistress, sire." "What?" said the king. "Last night he told me he hates all women. Anything else?" "That's all, sire." "To summarize, Queen Anne and Monsieur de Mirabel agreed that if my condition worsens, she will not be caught off guard. The Queen Mother told Monsieur de Mirabel that he can report to His Majesty Philip IV that Monsieur de Berulle has replaced Monsieur de Richelieu, and my brother is Lieutenant General, so the Italian war is as good as off. Finally, Monsieur Baradin is using the money I gave him to buy necklaces, bracelets, and hairpins. Well done, Monsieur Lopez. You've told me what I needed to know. Continue to serve me well, or serve Monsieur le Cardinal, which is the same thing, and don't miss a word of what passes at your shop. I hope your Majesty will not endanger my business. Come, Monsieur Lopez, I merely hope to have an end to all these treasons. Now, on your way out, if you see Monsieur de Sucarière, send him in." "I'm here, sire," a voice said. Sucarière appeared in the doorway, hat in hand, bent in an elaborate court bow. "Ah, you were listening, monsieur," said the king. "Not at all, sire. It's just that my zeal for serving your Majesty is so great that I guessed your Majesty wished to see me." "Aha! And do you have plenty of interesting things to tell me?" 2 days' worth of reports, sire." "Then tell me what happened 2 days ago." "The day before yesterday, sire, your Majesty's august brother hired a chair and was taken to meet the envoy of the Duc de Lorraine and the Spanish ambassador." "No surprise there. Continue." "Yesterday, at about 11 o'clock, Her Majesty the Queen Mother hired a chair to carry her to Lopez's shop, as did the ambassador of Spain. I know what they said to each other. Continue." "Yesterday, Monsieur Baradin took a chair from the Louvre to the house of Monsieur le Cardinal in the Place Royale. He went in, and 5 minutes later came out with a heavy sack of money. I'm aware of it. From the Cardinal's door he went to the door of his neighbour." "Which neighbour?" the king asked, agitated. "Mademoiselle Delorme." "Mademoiselle Delorme? Did he visit Mademoiselle Delorme?" "No, sire. He just knocked on the door, and when a servant answered, he gave him a letter." "A letter?" "Yes, sire. Then, the letter delivered, he got back in the chair and was returned to the Louvre. This morning he went out again. Yes, he was taken to Monsieur Lopez's shop, where he bought some jewellery, and then... And then, where did he go?" "He returned to the Louvre, sire, but reserved the use of a chair for the entire night." "Do you have anything else to tell me?"
About what, sire? About Monsieur Baradar? No, sire. Then you may go. But, sire, I need to report about Madame de Fargy. Go. About Monsieur de Marillac. Go. About Monsieur your brother. That's enough for today. Go. But what about that wounded Etienne Latil who was taken to see Monsieur le Cardinal at Chaillot? I don't care. Go. In that case, sire, I withdraw. Yes, withdraw. Can I, in withdrawing, dare to hope that the king is pleased with me? Only too pleased. Sir Carrière bowed and backed out. The king didn't even wait till he was gone before knocking on the panel. Charpentier appeared. Monsieur Charpentier, the king said, when the cardinal had business with Mademoiselle Delorme, how did he call her? It's quite simple, Charpentier said. He pressed the spring, opened the secret portal, rang the bell between the two doors, and said to the king, If Mademoiselle Delorme is at home, she will come at once. Does His Majesty wish to receive her alone, or does he wish me to stay? Leave me alone. Charpentier left. As for Louis XIII, he waited eagerly in front of the secret passage. After a few seconds, his eager ears heard the sound of a light step. Ah, he said, finally I'll know the truth. He'd hardly finished when the door opened and Marion, wearing a white satin dress with a simple string of pearls at her neck, a forest of dark curls falling on her round white shoulders, appeared in all her 18-year-old beauty. Louis XIII, though rarely susceptible to the beauty of women, stepped back, amazed. Marion entered, made an adorable little bow in which respect was cleverly mingled with coquetry, then cast down her eyes, modest as a milkmaid. "My king, to whom I have always hoped to have the honour to appear," she said, "has sent for me. On my knees I must hear his words. At his feet I must receive his orders." The king stammered out a few incoherent words, which gave Marion a chance to enjoy the effect of her entrance. "Impossible," the king said, "impossible. Am I wrong, or are you not Mademoiselle Marie Delorme?" "But no, sire. For you, I am just Marion." "So, if you are Marion—" Marion bowed, eyes downcast in perfect humility. "If you are Marion," continued the king, "you should have received a letter yesterday." "I receive many every day," said the courtesan, laughing. "A letter that arrived between 5 and 6 o'clock. "Between 5 and 6 o'clock, sire. I received 14 letters. Did you keep them? I burned 12 of them. The 13th I keep near my heart. Here is the 14th. "This is his writing," the king cried. Hastily he took the letter from Marion's hands. He turned it over and said, "It's still unopened." As it came from someone near to the king, and as I was aware that today I might have the supreme honour of meeting your majesty, I was careful to keep the letter exactly as I received it. The king looked at Marion in amazement, then shook the letter angrily. "Ah," he said, "I want to know what this letter says." "There is a way, sire, to open it without breaking the seal." "If I were a police lieutenant, I might do that," said Louis XIII, "but I am a king." Marion gently took the letter from his hands. "But as it is addressed to me, I may open it." And she unsealed the envelope and gave the letter to Louis XIII. Louis XIII hesitated a moment, but all the dark feelings that advise a jealous heart made that moment a short one. He read it aloud in a low voice, his tone sinking ever lower as he read. We must admit, the contents of the letter were not the sort to bring a cheerful expression to Louis's face, a place where, if such an expression ever appeared, it didn't last more than a few minutes. Herewith, the contents of the letter. "Lovely Marion, I am 20 years of age. Some women have not only been good enough to tell me that I'm a pretty lad, they have gone on to do such things that left no doubt but that they believed it. Also, I'm the leading favourite of King Louis XIII, who, though stingy, was just somehow inspired to give me the gift of 3,000 pistoles. My friend Saint-Simon
informs me that you are not only the best-looking girl in the world, but moreover the best in every other way as well. Well, I propose we join together to take a month and spend those 3,000 pistoles that idiot king gave me. Say, 1,000 pistoles on clothes and jewellery, another 1,000 on horses and carriages, and the last 1,000 on games and parties. Does this proposition suit you? If you say yes, I can be there in no time with the money bag. If you say no, I'll tie the bag around my neck and throw myself in the river. But you will say yes, won't you? You wouldn't wish to be responsible for the death of a poor lad who has committed no crime other than to love you madly without ever having seen you. Reply by tomorrow night, and my money bag and I will be at your feet. Your devoted Bagada.
Louis read these last lines in a voice so tremulous that it was nearly unintelligible, even if he'd been speaking loud enough to be heard. The letter ended. His arms dropped, nerveless, the hand holding the letter resting on his knee. His face as white as the paper, his eyes rose toward heaven in despair, and like Caesar, who, barely seeming to feel the stabs of the other conspirators, cried out, "Et tu, Brutus," when struck by the only hand that was dear to him, Louis XIII exclaimed in an agonized voice, "Et tu, Bagada," and without sparing another glance for Marion Delorme, without seeming to even notice she was there, the king threw his cloak over his shoulder, put his hat on his head, pulling it down over his eyes, ran down the stairs, out the door, and into his carriage. A servant closed the door behind him as he cried, "To Chaillot!" As for Marion, after seeing the king make this curious exit, she ran to the window, drew aside the curtain, and saw him drive off in his carriage. Then, with that mischievous yet charming smile that belonged only to her, she said, "No doubt about it. I shall have to become a page." 44. How Etienne Latil and the Marquis de Pisani, each making his first outing, happened to encounter each other. We have reported how the cardinal had retired to his country estate at Chaillot, and left his house in the Place Royale, in effect his ministry, to Louis XIII. The rumour of his disgrace spread rapidly through Paris, and at a rendezvous between Madame de Fargy and Marillac, the Minister of Justice, at the Inn of the Painted Beard, she gave him the great news. This great news quickly spread from the chamber where it was reported to the ear of Madame Soleil, and from her to Master Soleil. Together they carried it to Etienne Latil, who had just left his bed 3 days before, and was walking around his room, leaning on his sword. Master Soleil had offered to lend him his own cane, a handsome one with an agate set in the handle, like that of Mudara the Bastard in Lope de Vega's play. But Latil refused, deeming it unworthy for a man of the sword to rely on something other than his sword. At the news of Richelieu's disgrace, he stopped short, leaned with both hands on the hilt of his sword, and, looking keenly at Master Soleil, asked, "Is what you say the truth?"
"True as the gospel."
"And where did you get this news?"
"From a lady of the court."
Etienne Latil knew all too well that the house wherein he'd suffered the injury that had forced him to take up residence also played host to masked and incognito visitors from all walks of society. He took 2 or 3 thoughtful steps, and then turned again to Master Soleil. "And now that he's a minister no more, what do you think of the personal safety of Monsieur le Cardinal?" Master Soleil grimaced and shook his head.
"I think that if he hasn't taken his guards with him, he'd better take to wearing that breastplate he wore over his robes at La Rochelle."
"Do you think that's the only risk he runs?" Latil asked.
"Well, there's his food," said Soleil. "I imagine his niece, Madame de Combalet, will take the precaution of finding a reliable taster for him."
Then he added, with that broad smile that often brightened his face,
"Now, where do you suppose she might find someone like that?"
"He is found, Master Soleil," Latil said. "Call me a sedan chair."
"What? Right now?"
Master Soleil cried.
You're not recovered. Are you really reckless enough to leave?
Yes, I am that reckless, my host, and since I admit I'm reckless, and that such recklessness may cost me my life, we should settle our little accounts so that, in the event of my death, you've lost nothing. Let's see. 3 weeks of recuperation, 9 pitchers of tea, 2 mugs of wine, and the devoted care of Madame Soleil, which is beyond price. Does that come to more than 20 pistoles?
Monsieur Latil, please note that I ask no remuneration. The honour that it's been to house you, to feed you.
Ha! Feed me. That was easy enough.
And to care for you is quite sufficient. But of course, if you really insist on giving me 20 pistoles to acknowledge your satisfaction,
you won't refuse it.
God prevent me from insulting you so.
Then call me a chair while I count out your 20 pistoles. Master Soleil bowed and retired. Upon returning, he went straight to the table upon which the 20 pistoles were lined up, counted them at a glance, with that knack shared by innkeepers and tax-collectors, and said,
"Your chair is at hand, monsieur."
Latil sheathed his sword, gestured for Soleil to approach, and said, "Lend me your arm."
"I'll give you my arm to help you leave my house, my dear Monsieur Etienne, but it's with great regret that I'll see you go."
"Soleil, mon ami," said Latil, "I hate to see the slightest cloud cross your resplendent face. So I promise you that when I return to Paris I will stop here first, especially if you still have some of this lovely Coulanges wine. I just made its acquaintance 2 days ago, and I regret not getting to know it more intimately."
"I've laid in 300 bottles, Monsieur Latil. I'll save it for you."
"At 3 bottles a day that will last me 3 months. So I'll stay with you for 3 months, Master Soleil, unless I run out of credit."
"You will never run out of credit. A man who is friends with Monsieur de Moray, Monsieur de Montmorency, and Monsieur de Richelieu, a prince, a duke, and a cardinal."
Latil shook his head. "An honest farmer might give you less honour, but he'd be a better risk, Master Soleil," he declared, as he stepped into his sedan chair.
"Where should I tell the porters to take you, monsieur?"
asked the innkeeper. "First to the Hôtel de Montmorency, where I have a duty to perform, and then to Chaillot."
"To the Hôtel of Monseigneur le Duc de Montmorency,"
Soleil cried,
"by way of the Rue des Blancs-Manteaux and Rue Sainte-Croix de la Bretonnerie."
The porters didn't need to be told twice, and furthermore they adopted Master Soleil's additional advice to go easy on their client, as he was recovering from a long and painful illness. They stopped at Montmorency's door. The Swiss doorman, in full regalia, baton in hand, stood on the threshold. Latil beckoned to him, and he approached. "My friend," Latil said, "here's half a pistole. Be so kind as to announce me." The Swiss doffed his hat and asked whom he should announce. "The wounded gentleman, whom the Comte de Moray had the honour to visit during his illness, who promised to visit him as soon as he could stand. I am out today for the first time, and, as promised, here I am. Please inquire if I may have the honour to be received by Monsieur le Comte."
"Monsieur le Comte de Moray left the hotel 5 days ago," said the Swiss, "and no one knows where he went."
"Not even Monseigneur le Duc?"
"Monseigneur left the previous day for his governorship of Languedoc."
"The dice are against me, but at least I've kept my promise to Monsieur le Comte. That's all you can ask of a man of honour."
"However," said the Swiss, stepping away from the door, "before departing with the page Galaor, the Comte de Moray did have Galaor leave a message with all the doormen and guards, one that may concern your lordship."
"What message is that?"
"He left orders that if a certain Etienne Latil presented himself at the hotel, he was to be offered room and board, and be treated as a man of confidence attached to the Count's personal house."
Latil tipped his hat to the absent prince and said, "Monsieur le Comte de Moray conducts himself like the worthy son of Henri IV he is. I am indeed that gentleman, and will have the honour upon his return to give him my thanks and enter his service. Here, mon ami, is another half a pistole for the pleasure of hearing that the Comte de Moray thinks kindly of me. Porters, on to Chaillot, to the estate of Monsieur le Cardinal."
The porters picked up their poles and resumed their march, taking the Rue Simon-le-Franc, the Rue Maubuée, and the Rue Trousse-Vache,
so that, by the Rue de la Ferronnerie, they finally gained the Rue Saint-Honoré. But, as luck would have it, at the very moment that, at the doors of the Hôtel de Montmorency, Latil cried, "On to Chaillot!" As luck would have it, we say, the Marquis de Pisani, whom we temporarily lost sight of given the important events we had to relate, was just then rising for the first time since receiving his near-fatal sword-thrust from Sous-Carrière. Resolving that his first action, once back on his feet, should be to apologize to the Comte de Morey, he summoned a chair and, after cautioning the porters to tread easily, as he was recovering from a wound, concluded by crying, "On to the Hôtel de Montmorency!" Leaving the Hôtel de Rambouillet, the porters went down the Rue Saint-Thomas-du-Louvre to the Rue Saint-Honoré, then made their way toward the Rue de la Ferronnerie. The result of these reciprocal manoeuvres was that the two chairs met at the head of the Rue de l'Arbre Sec. The Marquis de Pisani, preoccupied with how to approach the Comte de Morey, failed to recognize Etienne Latil, but Latil, whose mind was free of care, instantly recognized the Marquis de Pisani. One can imagine the effect this apparition had upon the irascible swashbuckler. He uttered a cry that stopped his porters in their tracks and, thrusting his head out the window, shouted, "Hey, Monsieur Hunchback!" It might have been wiser for the Marquis de Pisani to pretend the insult was addressed to someone else, but he was so sensitive about his hump that his first impulse was to stick his head out the door of his chair in order to see who was addressing him by his deformity, rather than his title. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" asked the Marquis, as his porters settled to a stop. "It would be my pleasure if you'd stop a moment. I have a score to settle with you," said Latil. Then, to his porters, "Quick, set my chair down so my door is lined up with his." The porters picked up their poles and aligned Latil's sedan chair with Pisani's. "How's this, monsieur?" they asked. "Perfect," Latil said. "Ha!" This sigh came from his satisfaction at finally confronting his nemesis, whose name was yet unknown but whose rank had been revealed by the ring he'd shown. For his part, Pisani had finally recognized Latil. "Onward!" he shouted to his porters. "I want nothing to do with this man." "Perhaps, but unfortunately this man has dealings with you, my darling. Don't move, any of you!" he shouted to the porters of the other chair. "Don't you dare budge, or ventre saint gris, as Henri IV used to say. I'll cut off your ears." The porters, who'd been raising Pisani's chair, set it back on the pavement. Meanwhile, passers-by, attracted by the fracas, began to gather around the two chairs. "And I say," Pisani cried, "that if you don't carry me on, I'll send my men to beat you." The Marquis's porters all shook their heads. "Better to be beaten," one said, "than to lose our ears." "Send your men," said another. "We have sticks of our own." "Bravo, my friends," said Latil, who saw that luck was with him. "Here are 4 pistoles with which to drink my health. Now, I dare to give my name, which is Etienne Latil. Do you dare to give yours, Monsieur Hunchback?" "You wretch!" cried Pisani. "Wasn't being impaled on 2 swords enough for you?" "It was not only enough," replied Latil, "it was too much. But I'll settle for impaling you just once." "Would you abuse a man who can't even stand on his own 2 legs?" "Is that the situation?" asked Latil. "In that case the playing field is even. We shall fight while seated. En garde, Marquis. Oh, dear, without your 3 accomplices, who will stab me from behind?" Latil drew his sword and hovered the tip beneath his opponent's eye. There was no way to decline. Witnesses surrounded the 2 chairs. Moreover, as we've said, the Marquis de Pisani was no coward. He drew his sword. The fighters, whose only doors faced each other, were obscured to all other observers, who could only glimpse 2 blades flashing between the chairs. They passed, crossed, parried, feinted, thrust and riposted, while cries of rage came first from one door, then from the other. Finally, after a duel that lasted nearly 5 minutes, to the great entertainment of the audience, there was a cry, or rather a blasphemy, from one of the 2 combatants. Latil had nailed his opponent's arm to the frame of his chair.
"There," said Etienne Latil. "Take that, my good Marquis, and remember that every time we meet, you'll be served the same way."
The common people love a winner, especially when he's good-looking or generous. Latil was reasonably handsome, and, what's more, he'd thrown the porter's 4 pistoles. The Marquis de Pisani, on the other hand, was ugly, defeated, and had kept his pistole to himself. If he called upon the audience for aid and justice, he would certainly be mocked and denied. So he made up his mind. "To the Hôtel de Rambouillet," he said.
"To Chaillot,"
said Etienne Latil. 45. The Cardinal at Chaillot. Arriving at Chaillot, the Cardinal found himself in much the same situation as Atlas when, after bearing the weight of the world, he was able to place it for a few moments on the shoulders of his friend Hercules. He felt at last he could take a breath.
"Ah," he whispered, "I shall have the time to write poetry."
Indeed, Chaillot was the retreat the Cardinal had bought as an escape from politics, where he could write, if not true poetry, at least a little verse. An office on the ground floor that opened onto a beautiful garden, with an avenue of lime trees, dark and cool even in the summer, was the sanctuary where he'd taken refuge 1 or 2 days a month. Now he'd return to that repose and renewal. For how long? He couldn't tell. His first idea, upon setting foot in this poetic oasis, was to call for his usual collaborators, those writers who, in his battles of the mind, were like the generals he sent to war in Spain and Italy. Against such as England's Shakespeare, with Rotrou and Corneille, he marshalled his French forces of letters. Then it occurred to him that, though master of his house at Chaillot, he was no longer the powerful minister distributing largesse. Here he was only a private citizen with whom, suddenly, it was dangerous to associate. He therefore resolved to wait and see which old friends would come to him without being summoned. So he drew forth the outline of his new tragedy, Miram, which was nothing less than a retaliation in words against the reigning queen, and reviewed the scenes he'd already begun. Cardinal Richelieu, poor Catholic though he was even worse when it came to the Christian virtue of forgiving one's enemies. He'd been devastated by the pernicious plot that had toppled him from power, and blamed Queen Anne as one of its prime movers. So he consoled himself with the idea of taking what revenge he could. We are sorry to have to reveal this petty weakness in such a great minister, but we are his historian, not his apologist. The first show of sympathy for his plight came from an unexpected quarter. Guillemot, his valet, announced that a sedan chair had arrived, bearing a man who seemed to be recovering from serious illness or injury. He had gotten as far as a bench in the entry hall, where he had sunk down in exhaustion, saying, "My place is here." The porters, paid off, trotted away as quickly as they'd come. This man, who wore a somewhat battered felt hat and a cloak the colour of Spanish tobacco, was dressed in a manner more military than civilian, and bore a rapier like those we see in the sketches of Caillot, in the style that was just beginning to become fashionable. When asked what name should be announced to the Cardinal, "I am nobody," he replied, "so announce no one." Asked why he had come, he said simply, "His Eminence is short of guards. I'll help ensure his safety." This seemed strange enough to Guillemot, that he thought he'd better inform Madame de Combelay and Monsieur le Cardinal. The Cardinal ordered this mysterious guardian brought before him. 5 minutes later, the door opened and Etienne Latil appeared in the doorway, pale and leaning on the jamb, his hat in his right hand, the left on the pommel of his sword. With his knack for remembering faces, Richelieu recognized him at a glance.
"Ah," he said, "is that you, my dear Latil? In person, Your Eminence. Are you doing better?" "Yes, Monseigneur. So, since I'm recovered, I've come to offer my services to Your Eminence."
"My thanks, monsieur," the Cardinal laughed, "but there's no one I need you to rid me of."
"That may be,"
said Latil, But aren't there those who'd like to be rid of you?
Now that you mention it, said the cardinal, that seems quite likely.
Just then Madame de Combray entered through a side door, her worried gaze darting quickly from her uncle to the unknown adventurer.
"Come, Marie," said the cardinal,
"and help me welcome this brave lad, the first who's come to help me in my day of adversity."
"Oh, I won't be the last," said Latil, "but I'm not sorry to be counted as the first."
"Uncle,"
said Madame de Combray, after regarding Latil with the sympathetic eye of a woman,
"Monsieur is pale and stricken with weakness."
"Which speaks all the better for him. I know from my doctor, who's been looking in on him, that he only got up for the first time 3 days ago. This visit so early is entirely to his credit."
"Oh,"
said Madame de Combray,
"so this is the gentleman who was wounded in the brawl at the Inn of the Painted Beard."
"You're right, fair lady, and my hat's off to you," said Latil. "They got me in an ambush, but I finally caught up with that cursed hunchback and sent him home just now with a sword thrust through the arm."
"The Marquis de Pisani,"
said Madame de Combray.
"That poor wretch has no luck. He'd just spent over a week recovering from a wound he'd received the same night you were nearly murdered."
"The Marquis de Pisani? Eh?" Latil said. "It's good to finally know his name. That explains why, when I told my porters to Chaillot, he said to his to the Hôtel de Rambouillet, an address I took care to remember."
"If you were both recovering from wounds, how did you manage to have a duel?" asked the cardinal.
"We fought from our sedan chairs, Monseigneur. It was most convenient. Just the thing for wounded swordsmen."
"And you're telling me this after my edicts outlawing duels," said the cardinal, "though it is a fact that I'm no longer a minister, so it's not my problem. In fact, given a year—" And the cardinal sighed, which proved he wasn't so removed from worldly things as he wanted to believe.
"But didn't you say, dear uncle, that Monsieur Latil, that is your name, is it not, had come to offer his services?"
asked Madame de Combray.
"What services does he offer?"
Latil raised his sword.
"Services both offensive and defensive," he said. "Monsieur le Cardinal lacks both a captain of the guards, and guards for him to captain. I will take their place."
"A new captain of the guards?" said a feminine voice from behind Latil. "I don't think so, not so long as he still has his Cavois, who is, of course, also my Cavois."
"Ah," said the cardinal, "there's a voice I know. Come in, dear Madame Cavois, come in."
A lithe and pretty woman, though starting in her 30s to be more plump than lithe, slipped into the room, brushed past Latil, and presented herself to the cardinal and Madame de Combray.
"At last," she said,
rubbing her hands,
"you're free from that awful ministry and all the trouble it gave us."
"Gave us, you say?" said the cardinal. "So my ministry gave you troubles as well, dear madame?"
"I should say so. I couldn't sleep day or night. I was so afraid some catastrophe would strike your eminence and take my poor Cavois as well. All day I worried and jumped at the slightest sound. All night I dreamed and woke up with a start. You have no idea how bad a woman's dreams can be when she sleeps alone."
"But what of Monsieur Cavois?" asked Madame de Combray, laughing.
"When he did sleep with me, you mean? Oh, Cavois. At least we never lost the will for it, thank God. 10 children in 9 years, which shows we couldn't get enough, but as time went on, I was more and more troubled. Then Monsieur le Cardinal took him to the siege of La Rochelle, which lasted 8 months. Fortunately, I was already expecting when he left, so no time was lost. But this time, Madame, His Eminence was going to take him away to Italy. Can you believe it? And for God knows how long. But I prayed to God for a miracle, and thanks to my prayers, Monsieur le Cardinal has lost his position."
"Why, thank you, Madame Cavois," laughed the cardinal.
"Yes, thank you," said Madame de Combray. "It was a big favour indeed that God has granted us. It gives you your husband and me my uncle."
"Pah!" said Madame Cavois. "A husband and an uncle are not the same thing at all."
"But, Madame," said the cardinal, "unless Cavois goes with me into disgrace, he must follow the king."
"To where?"
asked Madame Cavois.
To Italy.
Him go to Italy? Certainly not, Monseigneur. Him leave me? Leave his little woman? Never.
But didn't he leave you to go on campaign with me?
Oh, with you, yes. I think you bewitched him somehow. His wits aren't that quick, poor man, and if he hadn't had me to manage our home and raise our children, I don't know what he would have done. But leave me to go with someone other than you? Never. He's as likely to risk God's wrath by sleeping with another woman.
But what of his duties?
What duties?
If he's no longer in my service, he must serve the king.
If he's no longer in your service, Monseigneur, he must serve me. I imagine that by this time he's already presented his resignation to His Majesty. Did he tell you he was going to do that?
Asked Madame de Combalet.
Does he need to tell me everything he's going to do? Don't I always know what he does before he does it? Isn't he as transparent to me as crystal? When I tell you that by now he's probably done it, then he has.
But, my dear Madame Cavois, said the Cardinal, as captain of my guards he earned 6,000 livres per year. As a private citizen, I can't pay a captain of the guards 6,000 livres. That's a lot to lose from your household budget. Think of your 8 children.
Yes, but haven't you already covered that? Half the sedan chair monopoly is worth at least 12,000 livres a year, and isn't that preferable to depending on a position with the king, from which he might be dismissed at the slightest whim? Our children, thanks be to God, are plump and stout, and you shall see they lack nothing. If you have healthy children, you have everything.
What? Are your children here?
All but the one who was born during the siege of La Rochelle, who is only 5 months old and still with the wet nurse, but he's as healthy as the rest.
With a wet nurse? Then are you expecting again, Madame Cavois?
By the grace of God. After all, my husband's been back for nearly a month. Come in, everyone, by the Cardinal's permission.
Yes, I will permit it, but at the same time I must permit, or rather command, Latil to take a seat. Take a chair, and sit down, Latil. Latil didn't speak, but he quickly obeyed. Another minute on his feet and he would have fainted. Meanwhile, all the Cavois children trooped into the room in order of age. The eldest first, a sweet boy of the age of 9, then a girl, then another boy, then another girl, all the way down to an infant of 2 years. Arrayed in front of the Cardinal, from tallest to shortest, they looked like a set of pan-pipes.
Now then,
said Madame de Cavois,
here is the man to whom we owe everything. You, me, and Papa. Kneel before him and offer him your thanks.
Madame Cavois, we do not kneel save before the Lord.
And before those who represent him. Kneel, ye puppies.
The children obeyed.
Now, Armand,
said Madame de Cavois to the eldest boy,
repeat to Monsieur le Cardinal the prayer I taught you to say every morning and night. Lord God, said the child, grant health to my father, my mother, my brothers, and my sisters, and see to it that His Eminence, the Cardinal, to whom we owe everything, shall lose his ministry so that Papa can spend his nights at home. Amen,
the children replied in unison. Well, said the Cardinal, laughing, it's no surprise to me that such a prayer, offered so earnestly by so many voices, was granted.
La,
said Madame Cavois,
and now that we've said everything to Monseigneur that we had to say, get up and go on out.
The children rose and left the room in the same order they'd come in.
Good,
said Madame Cavois.
Very obedient.
Madame Cavois, said the Cardinal, if I'm ever restored to my ministry, I shall appoint you as drill instructor to the King's infantry.
God forbid, Monseigneur.
Madame de Combalet kissed the children and their mother, who loaded them into 3 waiting sedan chairs, before entering a 4th herself with the 2-year-old. The Cardinal watched them go with some emotion. Monseigneur, said Latil, straightening himself on his chair, you won't need me as a man of the sword, since Monsieur Cavois also follows you in your fall from grace, but it's not really steel that you have to fear, for your true enemy goes by the name of Medici.
I am entirely of the same mind,
said Madame de Combalet, coming back into the room,
and I fear the same thing, poison.
You need someone devoted to you, Your Eminence, who will taste everything you drink and everything you eat before you do. I offer myself for this role."
"I'm so sorry, my dear Monsieur Latil," smiled Madame de Combelay, "but you're too late. Someone else has already offered to do that."
"And has been accepted?"
"I sincerely hope so," Madame said, gazing tenderly at her uncle.
"And who is that?" asked Latil.
"Me,"
said Madame de Combelay. "In that case," said Latil, "there's no need for me here. Adieu, Monseigneur."
"What are you doing?"
the Cardinal said. "I'm leaving. You have a guard captain, and you have a devoted taster. So in what way could I serve Your Eminence?"
"As a friend. Etienne Latil, a heart like yours is hard to find, and having found it, I intend to keep it." Then, turning to Madame de Combelay, he said, "My dear Marie, I entrust to you, body and soul, my friend Latil here. Though right now I can't find a position equal to his merits, the opportunity may yet present itself. Now, let's see if my literary friends are as loyal to me as my guard captain and my lieutenant. I need to know how tomorrow will be spent."
"Monsieur Jean Rotrou,"
announced the voice of Guillemot.
"There, you see,"
the Cardinal said to Latil and Madame de Combelay. "One arrives already, and not one I expected."
"Ah, devil," Latil said to himself. "Thank God my father never taught me to appreciate poetry."
46. Miram. Rotrou did not arrive alone. The Cardinal gazed curiously at the unknown companion who followed him, hat in hand, his half-bow indicating admiration rather than civility.
"So it's you, Rotrou," said the Cardinal, taking his hand.
"I won't hide from you that I rely on the loyalty of my fellow poets above that of all others. I'm pleased to see that you're the most faithful of my followers. If I could have predicted that this would happen to you, Monseigneur, I'd have been here even sooner. What I can predict is that if your fall from power closes some doors, it will open others. Now," Rotrou said, rubbing his hands together, "let's write some poetry."
"And is this young man of the same opinion?"
Richelieu asked, looking at Rotrou's companion.
"So much so, Monseigneur, that when he came running to tell me the news he'd heard at Madame de Rambouillet's that Your Eminence was no longer a minister, he begged me to introduce him to you immediately. He hopes that, now that affairs of state no longer occupy your time, you'll be able to go see his comedy when it plays at the Hôtel de Bourgogne."
This proposal to a prince of the church, which might appear improper today, seemed not at all strange or scandalous to Richelieu. "And what is this piece you've presented to the comedians at the Bourgogne?" asked the Cardinal. The young man, addressed in black, shyly replied, "It's called Melite, Monseigneur."
"Ah,"
Richelieu said, "then you must be that Monsieur Corneille, whom your friend Rotrou says will shortly surpass us all, himself included. Friends can exaggerate, Monseigneur, and Rotrou is even more than a friend to me. He's a brother. The ancients tell us of such friendships between warriors, but never between poets," Richelieu said to them, then turned to Corneille. "Are you ambitious, young man?" "I am, Monseigneur, and I have one ambition above all that, if realized, will fill me with joy." "And that is?" "Ask my friend Rotrou." "So, ambitious yet shy," said the Cardinal. "Better than shy, Monseigneur," said Rotrou. "Modest. And this ambition of yours," asked the Cardinal, "is it something that I can grant you?" "In a word, Monseigneur, yes," said Corneille. "Then speak of it. I've never been more willing to realize the ambitions of others than since my own have been thwarted." Rotrou said, "Monseigneur, my friend Corneille longs for the honor of being one of your collaborators. If your Eminence had continued as a minister, he'd hoped that the success of his comedy would enable him to be presented to you. However, now that you are merely a man of greatness, with time for great works ahead of you, he said to me,
Jean, mon ami, now the Cardinal will turn to his real work. Introduce me to him while there is still a place by his side." "There is still a place, Monsieur Corneille," said the Cardinal, "and you shall have it. Dine with me, monsieur, and if our other companions happen to join us, I'll share with all of you my new drama, of which I've already outlined a few scenes." The Cardinal was not disappointed in his hopes, for by supper-time he'd gathered around his table his 5 collaborators, that is, Bois-Robert, Colletet, L'Etoile, Rotrou, and Corneille. Richelieu received them with as much honour as if he was dining with his peers. After dinner he led them into his study, where Richelieu, burning with impatience to share his new project with his colleagues, drew forth a folio upon which was written, in large letters, "Miram." "Monsieur," said the Cardinal, "everything we have done so far is just the prologue to this work. The name Miram means nothing to you, of course, as the name, like the play, is a work of pure invention, but it is not given to man to create, only to replicate creation to the degree that the poet has talent and imagination. So you will probably recognize the real people and places represented by the fictitious names herein. I hope that will inform your comments, which are entirely welcome." His listeners bowed. Corneille glanced at Rotrou as if to say, "I have no idea what this means, but I trust you'll explain it later." Rotrou reassured him with a gesture. Richelieu waited for the young men to complete their pantomime, then continued, "Imagine a king of Bithynia, or wherever, who is rival to the king of Colchis. The king of Bithynia has a daughter named Miram, who has a confidant named Almir, and a servant named Alcine. For his part, the king of Colchis, who is at war with Bithynia, has a sly, seductive, and elegant favourite named Arémon. You might find someone like him in a country neighbouring our own France." "The Duke of Buckingham," said Bois-Robert. "Quite so," said Richelieu. Rotrou bumped his knee against that of Corneille, who was still struggling to follow, though the name of Buckingham clarified things a bit. "Now, Asamor, the king of Phrygia, and ally to the king of Bithynia, is not only in love with Miram, he is her fiancé. But she, of course, is in love with Arémon," said Bois-Robert. "You've got it, Lebois," said Richelieu, laughing. "You see the situation, don't you, monsieur?"
"It's simple," said Colletet. "Miram loves her father's enemy, and so betrays her father to her lover."
Rotrou again knocked his knee against Corneille's, but Corneille was all at sea. "That goes too far, Colletet," said the Cardinal. "A wife may betray her husband, but for a daughter to betray her father, that goes too far. No, in the second act, she merely receives her lover in the palace gardens, as a certain Queen of France," said L'Etoile, "received my Lord Buckingham." "Hush, Monsieur de L'Etoile. One would think such a rumour was historical fact. Anyway, at last, the two sides come to blows. Arémon wins the first victory, but then, in one of those reverses so common in the annals of war, he's defeated by Asamor. Miram learns that her lover's victory has turned to defeat, and is overcome with sorrow. Arémon cannot face his defeat, throws himself on his sword, and is believed dead. Miram wants to follow him in death, and turns to her confidant, Madame de Chevreuse. No, my mistake. Madame de Chevreuse? What was I thinking? Miram speaks to her confidant, Almir, and asks her to take poison with her, an herb she brought from Colchis. They consume the poison and fall into a swoon. Meanwhile, Arémon has recovered from his wounds, which weren't fatal, but he is stricken with despair upon learning of the death of Miram. Everyone is in anguish until Almir reveals that she gave the princess a sleeping draught rather than poison, much like that which Medea gave the serpent that guarded the golden fleece. So Miram isn't dead after all. The king of Colchis makes peace with Asamor, and Miram is united with Arémon. "Bravo!" Colletet, L'Etoile, and Bois-Robert cried as one. "It's sublime," added Bois-Robert.
hoping to take the lead. "Indeed, it's not bad at all," said Rotrou. "What do you think, Corneille?" Corneille nodded tentatively. "You don't exactly seem thrilled, Monsieur Corneille," said Richelieu, a little piqued by the lack of enthusiasm on the part of his youngest listener.
"Not at all, Monseigneur," said Corneille. "I was just thinking about the play's structure."
"It's perfect," said Richelieu. "The first act ends with the scene between Almire and Mirame, where Mirame agrees to receive Arimont in the palace gardens. The second ends when, having received him, she recoils from his impudence and cries, 'What have I done? I'm no better than a criminal.' Her infidelity is exposed to all."
"Bravo!" applauded Lebois. "Thesis and antithesis. It's classical."
"The third act," the cardinal continued, "ends in despair, as Asimov realizes that, despite his victory, Mirame prefers Arimont. The fourth act ends with the death of Mirame, and the fifth, the King of Bithynia's consent to his daughter's marriage with Arimont."
"Exactly," said L'Etoile. "The drama is complete, and couldn't be more perfect, Monseigneur."
"Quite so," said Richelieu, "and I've already written a number of verses which I'm quite fond of, that will put the story across."
"Will you share these verses with us, Monseigneur?"
said Bois-Robert. "Very well. Here's the first scene between the king and his confidant, Accaste, in which the king complains of his daughter's love for his enemy. Arimont's plans will come to naught. His army's a figment that's never fought. Yet I fear, no matter what I do, my daughter's love will blind her view. Indeed, it's due to my blood, I fear." Accaste. "What, sire? Your blood?" The king. "My blood. Now here, our royal blood is my enemy's aim. It draws him on like a heavenly flame, a flame that's fatal to all of my name, to the state, and most of all Mirame, whose heart is drawn by the ploys of this stranger, leading him on, increasing the danger. Even when I gain the victory, she gives it to him." Accaste.
"Lord, can it be?"
The king. "Accaste, it's true. He works each day to subvert my state in every way, to corrupt my folk, thwart my every effort. Some plots we see, but others are covert." To these verses, emphatically delivered, the applause of his listeners rang out. At that time, dramatic verse was still far from the degree of perfection later reached by Corneille and Racine. The antithesis was the prevailing mode until the end of this period, when good poetry began to be preferred to pretty poetry, and verses that truly conveyed character and context came into its own. Elated by the unanimous approval, Richelieu continued, "In the same act," he said, "I've sketched out a scene between Mirame and her father, a scene that I want you to keep, monsieur, when I charge you with completion of the first act. This scene encapsulates my ideas, and must be retained as is."
"Read it to us, Monseigneur," said L'Etoile, Colletet, and Bois-Robert.
"We are all ears, Monseigneur," said Rotrou. "I forgot to mention that Mirame was originally engaged to the Prince of Colchis," said Richelieu, "but he has died, so she uses her loyalty to him as an excuse to stave off marrying Asimov and to flirt with Arimont. Now, here is the scene between her and her father. You may all read into it what allusions you like." The king. "Daughter, I am a soul all ambivalent, full of vain hope. Vainglorious Arimont comes to parley with me, but hopes to see you. What prospects for peace are really in view?"
"In other words, Buckingham says he comes as ambassador to King Louis XIII, but actually to see Her Majesty," said Bois-Robert.
For the third time, Rotrou nudged Corneille's knee. Richelieu said,
"Mirame replies, 'If he comes to make peace, then I rejoice. Succeed, and to see him would be my choice. But if he breaks with us, there's no reason why I'd receive this foreigner. I'd sooner die.'"
The king. "What if it was he who was Colchis's king?"
Mirame. If he hates you, he earns my loathing. The king. Though born a subject, his aims are high.
Miram.
Against you his plans will go awry.
The king. He claims the favour of Venus and Mars.
I really want this to be kept as is, said Richelieu, interrupting himself. No one who understands its beauty would dare to touch it, said Bois-Robert. Go on, go on.
The cardinal, reassured, continued. He claims the favour of Venus and Mars, Miram, as do many who are varlets and beggars.
I beg you as well to make no changes, Colletet said.
Richelieu continued. The king. He boasts of having a secret bliss.
Miram. No trustworthy lover would ever say this.
That was well put, murmured Corneille.
Do you think so, young man?
Richelieu said complacently.
The king. He claims he holds the heart of a beautiful lady.
Miram.
It's not I. I'd never do something so shady.
The king. Why do you blush if he's not your beau?
Miram. It's anger, it's fury that makes me blush so.
Richelieu stopped. That's as far as I got. He said, in the second and third acts, I also roughed out some scenes that I'll share with those who will be finishing those acts.
Who will complete the first act? Said Bois-Robert. Who will dare to put his words next to yours, Monseigneur?
Ah, monsieur, Richelieu said, childishly happier about being praised by these poets than he'd ever been by political success. If you find the first act too daunting, there are 5 of you, and 5 acts. You can draw lots.
Nothing is too daunting for youth, said Rotrou.
My friend Corneille and I will take the first 2 acts.
You are bold, Richelieu said, laughing.
Not too bold, so long as your eminence will give us a detailed outline of the scenes, so we know how to conform to his intentions.
Well, then, said Bois-Robert, I'll take care of the 3rd.
I'll take the 4th, said L'Etoile. And me the 5th, said Colletet.
If you're taking the conclusion, Colletet, Richelieu said, then I suggest.
And placing his hand on Colletet's shoulder, he drew him into the embrasure of a window, where they spoke in low voices. Meanwhile, Rotrou leaned over to Corneille and whispered, Pierre, from here on, your fortune is in your own hands, and it's up to you not to let it escape.
How do I do that?
Corneille asked innocently. Make sure you write no verse that is better than the cardinal's, said Rotrou.
47. News from the court. With the 5 acts of Miram assigned, and suggestions on the 5th given to Colletet, the cardinal's collaborators took their leave, except for Corneille and Rotrou, whom he kept for part of the evening to explain his plans for the first 2 acts. Corneille and Rotrou slept at Chaillot that night. Bois-Robert returned the next morning to receive instructions for himself and his 2 companions, as he was responsible for communication with them. All 3 had lunch with the cardinal, who gave them his final instructions. After lunch, Corneille and Rotrou took their leave, but Bois-Robert remained. The cardinal had few secrets from Bois-Robert, and Bois-Robert had seen past the cardinal's pleasure in discussing his drama to the deep concern beyond. Bois-Robert had talked with Charpentier and Rossignol, and knew all about the return reports of Boutroux, La Saludie, and Charnacé. The day before, he had visited Father Joseph at his monastery, and could tell the cardinal the monk's thoughts about affairs. The news pleased Richelieu, who had full confidence in the monk's discretion and his lack of ambition, for though Joseph would eventually betray him, that time had not yet come. Finally, he'd brought the daily reports from Soucarrière and Lopez. So all hope that the king might yet turn back to him was not lost, and though 3 days had passed, the cardinal wasn't ready to despair. About 2 o'clock, they heard the gallop of an approaching horse, and the cardinal ran to the window, though of course such a rapid rider couldn't be the king. The cardinal was so sure of himself that he couldn't contain a cry of joy, for he saw a young man wearing the livery of the king's pages jump lightly down from his horse, and throw the reins to one of the cardinal's hostlers. Richelieu recognized the page as Saint-Simon, the friend of Baradat, who'd carried an important note to Marion Delorme. "Bois Robert," the cardinal said eagerly, "bring that young man to me and make sure we are interrupted by no one." Bois Robert dashed down the stairs, and within moments the cardinal heard the footsteps of a young man climbing the stairs 4 at a time. At the door of the cardinal's study, he received him face to face. The young man stopped short, snatched rather than doffed his hat from his head, and dropped to kneel before the cardinal. "What are you doing, monsieur?" the cardinal asked, laughing. "I'm not the king."
"Not any more, Monseigneur, it's true," said the young man, "but with God's help you will be again."
A frisson of joy ran through the cardinal. "You've done me a service, monsieur," he said, "and if I become a minister again, whether or not I deserve it, I'll try to forget my enemies, but I promise to remember my friends. So, do you have good news for me? But get up, I beg you."
"I come from a lady whom I don't dare to name before Monseigneur,"
Saint-Simon said, standing. "Very well," said the cardinal. "I can guess.
"She asked me to tell your eminence that she spoke with the king for several hours, and would be very much surprised if, by 3:30 this afternoon, the king was not at Chaillot."
"This lady must not be a lady of the court," Richelieu said, "as she ignores the rules of etiquette, which dictate that the king could not personally visit such a humble subject as I."
"She is not a lady of the court, that's true," said Saint-Simon, "but many habitués of the court honour her with their visits, so I think, if I might, that it's safe to place some credence in her predictions."
"Has she ever shared her opinions with you?"
"With me, Monseigneur?"
Saint-Simon laughed heartily with the joy of youth, incidentally showing off a beautiful set of teeth. "Did she ever tell you that if Monsieur Baradat ever fell out of favour with the king, in all probability his successor would be Monsieur de Saint-Simon, especially if he was endorsed by a cardinal minister recently restored to power?"
"She may have mentioned something like that, Monseigneur, but it was nothing so strong as a prediction. It was more of a promise, and I trust less in the promise of Marion Delorme. Ah, mon Dieu, I've named her."
"I am like Caesar," said Richelieu, a little hard of hearing in the right ear. "What was that?"
"Sorry, Monseigneur," said Saint-Simon, "but I thought Caesar was hard of hearing in the left ear."
"You may be right," said the cardinal. "In any case, I have the advantage over him, as I'm deaf in whichever ear I choose. But you come from the court. What's the news? Of course, I'm only asking what everyone would know, since I'm way out here in provincial Chaillot."
"Here is the news in a nutshell," said Saint-Simon. "Monsieur le Cardinal resigned, and for 3 days there was celebration at the Louvre."
"I've heard that."
"The king promised largesse to everyone, 150,000 livres to the Duc d'Orléans, 60,000 to the Queen-Mother, and 30,000 to the Queen."
"And has he given them the money?"
"Not yet. Those who received these promises were so incautious as to rely on the king's word, and didn't get him to sign vouchers to Charpentier on the spot. But the next day, after returning from the Place Royale, the king confined himself to his chambers, where he dined alone with L'Angely. There he offered 30,000 livres to L'Angely, who refused it outright."
"Ah!
Is your eminence surprised?"
"Not at all."
"Then he received Baradat, to whom he'd promised 30,000 livres, but he, less confident than Monsieur, the Queen-Mother, or the Queen, and who wasn't sure who had the key to the treasure, whether it was Marillac, the keeper of the seals, his brother Marillac the general, La Vieuville, or even Monsieur de Bassompierre.
It was the king. The king."
"The king?"
Saint-Simon repeated. "Yes. Has His Majesty met with the council?"
"No, Monseigneur. The king told them he was unwell."
"What did they want to discuss, do you know?"
"The war, probably."
"What makes you think that?"
"Monseigneur Gaston was furious because of something Monsieur de Bassompierre had said."
"What had he said?"
"Monsieur Gaston, in his capacity as Lieutenant-General, was tracing out the army's route of march. At one point, it involved crossing a river, the Durance, I think." "Where shall we cross it?" Bassompierre asked. "Here, monsieur," replied Monseigneur Gaston, placing his finger on the map. Bassompierre said, "I beg you to observe, Monseigneur, that your finger is not a bridge." Monseigneur Gaston stormed out of the council in a fury.
A wry smile lit up Richelieu's face. "Let them do as they please," he said. "They can cross the rivers wherever they want to, and I'll just laugh at their disasters from a safe distance."
"Please, do not laugh, Monseigneur,"
said Saint-Simon in an unexpectedly serious tone. Richelieu looked at him surprised.
"Their disasters," the young man continued, "would be France's disasters."
"Well said, monsieur," the cardinal replied, "and I thank you. So you're saying the king hasn't seen anyone from his family since yesterday?"
"No one, Monseigneur, I assure you."
"And only Monsieur Baradat has collected his 30,000 livres?"
"Of that I'm sure. He called me to the bottom of the stairs to help him carry up his new riches."
"And what will he do with his 30,000 livres?"
"Nothing yet, Monseigneur, but in a letter he offered to Marion Delorme. I mentioned her name once, so I may do so again, may I not?"
"You may. What did he offer to Marion Delorme?"
"To spend the money with her."
"And how did he make this offer? Verbally?"
"No, by letter, fortunately."
"And Marion kept this letter, I hope? She has the letter in her hands." Saint-Simon took out his watch.
3:30, he said. "By this time she must have given it up."
"To who?" the cardinal demanded.
"To who but the king, Monseigneur."
"To the king?"
"That's what made her think the afternoon wouldn't pass without you receiving a visit from His Majesty."
"Ah, now I understand." Just then they heard the sound of a carriage arriving at speed. The cardinal, suddenly pale, leaned on a chair. Saint-Simon ran to the window.
"The king!"
he shouted. A moment later the door to the stairs opened and Bois-Robert rushed in, shouting, "The king!" The door to Madame de Combalet's chambers opened, and she whispered, in a voice trembling with emotion,
"The king?"
"Go, all of you," said the cardinal. "Leave me alone with His Majesty." Each disappeared through a different door, while the cardinal mopped his brow. Then steps were heard on the stairs, ascending, one at a time, in a measured meter. Guillemot appeared at the door and announced, "The king." "By my faith," the cardinal murmured, "in Marion Delorme I have a great diplomat as a neighbour." 48. Why Louis XIII always dressed in black. Guillemot disappeared. King Louis XIII came face to face with Cardinal Richelieu. "Sire," Richelieu said, bowing respectfully, "I was so surprised to hear that the king was at the door of my humble home that, instead of rushing downstairs as I should have, I stayed here, as if my feet were nailed to the floor, stunned and doubting that it could really be His Majesty himself who deigned to visit me." The king looked around him. "We are alone, Monsieur le Cardinal?" he asked. "Alone, Your Majesty." "Are you sure?" "Quite certain, sire." "So we can speak freely?" "Entirely freely." "Then close that door and listen to what I have to say." The cardinal bowed and obeyed, shutting the door and indicating a chair to the king, who sat, or rather sank, into it. The cardinal stood by and waited. The king slowly raised his eyes to the cardinal, regarding him for a moment, then said, "Monsieur le Cardinal, I was wrong." "Wrong, sire? In what?" "To do what I did." It was the cardinal's turn to stare at the king. "Sire," he finally said, "I believe a frank discussion, clear and precise, that leaves not a cloud, a doubt, or a shadow between us, has long been necessary. The words Your Majesty just said lead me to believe that the time for that discussion has come." "Monsieur le Cardinal," said Louis XIII, drawing himself up, "I hope you will not go so far as to forget that you are King Louis XIII, and I am your humble servant, Cardinal Richelieu. No, sire, rest easy. However, given the deep respect I have for Your Majesty, I beg leave to tell him everything. If I have the misfortune to say something hurtful, I will retire to a place so remote Your Majesty will never be troubled by me again, or even have the need to say my name. If, on the contrary, He recognizes that my reasons are good, my issues are real. He will only have to tell me in the same tone in which he just said, I was wrong. There's no need to say, Cardinal, you were right. We'll just consign what has passed to the oblivion of the past. Speak, monsieur, said the king. I'm listening. Sire, allow me to begin by saying that my honesty and integrity have always been beyond question. Have I ever attacked them? Asked the king. No, but your majesty has allowed them to be attacked, and it was a great wrong. Monsieur, the king said. Sire, shall I speak or shall I not? Does your majesty command me not to speak? No, votre saint-gris, as my father used to say. On the contrary, I command you to talk. But please, go easy on the reproaches. I am, however, obliged to treat your majesty as I think he merits. The king stood, stamped his foot, marched to the window, from the window to the door, and from the door back to his chair, where he stared silently at Richelieu, and then finally sat down and said, Speak. I sacrifice my pride on the royal crucifix. I will hear whatever you have to say. I said, sire, that I would start with my honesty and integrity. So please consider the words that follow. Louis XIII gave a formal nod. I have, from my estate, the cardinal continued, some 25,000 livres a year in rents. The king gave me 6 abbeys that generate another 125,000 livres. So my annuities bring me 150,000 livres. I know all that, said the king. Your majesty no doubt also knows that, as your minister, I was surrounded by threats and plots, to the point where I had to have guards and a captain to defend myself. I know that as well. Then, sire, I refused 60,000 livres in pensions that you offered me after taking La Rochelle. I remember. I turned down the salary that came with the Admiralty, worth 40,000 livres. I refused the grant that came with the Admiralty, 100,000 livres, or rather I donated it to the state. Finally, I refused $1 million that the bankers offered me to save them from being investigated. But they were investigated, and I forced them to disgorge 10 million in fines to the king's coffers. No one could dispute any of this, your eminence, the king said, raising his hat. You are the most honest man in my kingdom. The cardinal bowed and continued. But that's not what is said by my enemies in your majesty's court, even by those closest to your majesty. Who is it who libels me across France and slanders me in the eyes of all Europe? Those who should be the first to honour me as you do, sire. His Royal Highness Monseigneur Gaston, Her Majesty Queen Anne, and Her Majesty the Queen Mother. The king sighed. The cardinal had touched the wound. Richelieu continued, His Royal Highness, Monsieur, has always hated me. How have I responded to this hatred? The chalet affair was nothing less than an attempt to murder me. Confessions from everyone involved, Monsieur included, made that clear. And what was my revenge? I made him marry Mademoiselle de Montpensier, the richest heiress in the kingdom, and persuaded your majesty to give him the honours and title of Duc d'Orléans. Monseigneur Gaston has, as a result, an annual income of 1.5 million livres. In other words, monsieur, he's even richer than I am. The king doesn't need to be rich. He's the king. If he needs 1 million, he asks for 1 million, and it is found. That's true, said the king. The day before yesterday you gave me 4 million, followed by another 500,000 yesterday. Must I remind your majesty also how much resentment Queen Anne of Austria holds against me, and what, in her eyes, is my crime? Respect must silence me on that score. No, speak, Monsieur le Cardinal. I shall, I must, I want to hear everything. Sire, the great misfortune of princes and the calamity of states is the marriage of a king with a foreign princess. Queens who come from Austria, from Italy, or from Spain at some point become enemies of the state. How many queens, to the benefit of their father or brothers, have stolen the sword of France from under the king's pillow? And what happens then? Despite such treason, the real culprit goes unprosecuted, and it is always lower heads that fall. After conspiring with England, Queen Anne, who hates me because she sees me as the champion of France, now conspires with Spain and Austria. I know it. Oh, I know it, said the king in a hushed voice, but Queen Anne has no power over me. That's true. But what about Marie, the Queen Mother, sire? Queen Marie, the cruelest of all my enemies, because it was to her I was most devoted, and so from her I've suffered the most. Forgive me, Monsieur le Cardinal. No, sire, I cannot forgive you, even if I beg, even if you command me. When you sought me out here, I told your Majesty he shall have the entire truth. The king sighed and said, voice trembling, Do you think I don't know the entire truth? Not all of it, and this time you shall hear it. Your mother, sire, is the arch-nemesis of France. Your mother, sire. It's terrible to say this to a son, but your mother— What about my mother? Said the king, glaring at the cardinal. This glare from the king, which would have silenced a man less determined than the cardinal, instead seemed to loosen his tongue. Your mother, sire, he said, was unfaithful to her husband. Before her marriage, your mother, during her time in Marseille— Silence, monsieur, said the king. The walls listen, they say, and sometimes they hear what they should not hear. Nobody needs to know beyond you and me why I hesitate to give an heir to the crown, when everyone presses me on it, most of all you. And what I say is so true, monsieur, the king said, rising and grasping the cardinal's hand, that if I thought my brother the true son of King Henri IV, in other words, the only blood that has the right to rule France, then as God, and you hear me, monsieur, I already would have abdicated in his favour and retired to a monastery to pray for my mother and for France. Now, do you have anything else to tell me? If so, after all that, then tell me now. Well, sire, yes, I do have more to tell you, the cardinal said, surprised in spite of himself, for I begin to understand that the instinctive respect I hold for your Majesty has been justified, and my admiration is only deepened by this sharing of secrets. Oh, sire, what words of sadness are revealed by your lifting of this veil! As God is my witness, if I didn't believe that the future of France depends on what else I need to tell you, I'd stop now and seal my lips forever. But, sire, have you ever thought about the death of King Henri IV? Alas, I think of it every day, monsieur. But in thinking of his death, have you tried to unravel the terrible mystery of the 14th of May? Yes, and I have done so. So, you know who the real assassins are, sire? The assassination of Concini, le Maréchal d'Ancre, which I would approve again tomorrow if need be, proves that I know at least one of them, though I do not know the other. But I, sire, I, who didn't have the same reasons as your Majesty to look away, I've seen to the bottom of this mystery, and I can name all the assassins. The king groaned. You remember, sire, that there was a religious woman, a holy creature who, knowing that the crime was afoot, swore it would not be completed. Do you know the reward for her loyalty? She was buried alive in a tomb at the Daughters of Repentance, the door walled up to keep her in, where she stayed for years on end, exposed to the scorching rays of the summer and the icy gales of the winter. Her name was Coetmont, and she died there 10 or 12 days ago. And knowing this, sire, your Majesty still suffered such an injustice to occur. The person of a king is sacred, Monsieur le Cardinal, replied Louis XIII, who believed in the cult of absolute monarchy, that terrible cult that, under Louis XIV, would become idolatry. Woe to those who learn a king's secrets. Well, sire, this is a secret known by someone other than you and me. The king was suddenly alert, and fixed a clear eye on the cardinal. You may have heard, Richelieu continued, that on the scaffold, Ravaillac asked to be confessed. Yes, said Louis XIII, turning pale. "You may even have heard that the clerk there listened while the condemned, already half dead, spoke the names of the culprits?" "Yes," said Louis XIII, "which were written down on a sheet kept out of the record." To the cardinal's eyes, he seemed even more pallid than before. "Then you may have heard that this sheet was kept and guarded very carefully by the clerk, Joly de Fleury." "I've heard all of this, Your Eminence. What else? What else?" "Well, I tried to recover this sheet from the children of Monsieur Joly de Fleury." "Why would you want to do that?" "To give it to Your Majesty, in the event that you wanted it destroyed." Well, sire, this sheet is no longer in the possession of Monsieur de Fleury's children. Two unidentified men, one a young man of 16, the other a man of 26, came one day to try to persuade the clerk to give up the sheet, and they were successful. And Your Eminence, who knows everything, doesn't know the name of these two men?" the king asked. "No, sire," the cardinal replied. "Then I will tell you," the king said, grabbing the cardinal by the arm. "The elder of the two men was Monsieur de Luynes, and the younger was me." "You, sire!" the cardinal cried, recoiling. The king reached into his lapel and pulled out of an inside pocket a yellowed and crumpled paper. The process verbal Ravaillac had dictated on the scaffold, the sheet that named the culprits, and said, "Here it is." "Oh, sire, sire," Richelieu said, realizing what the pale king must have suffered during their talk. "Forgive me for what I've said to you. I truly thought you didn't know." "Then how did you account for my sadness, my isolation, my grief? Is it usual for the kings of France to dress as I do? Among other sovereigns, the death of a father, a mother, a brother, a sister, a parent, or another king, means wearing the purple. But for all men, whether kings or commoners, the death of happiness means wearing black." "Sire," said the cardinal, "there's no need to keep this paper." "Burn it." "No, monsieur. I may be weak, but fortunately I know myself. Despite everything, my mother is my mother, and sometimes she gets the better of me. But when I feel that her domination might push me to do something wrong, something unjust, I look at this paper and it gives me strength. This paper, Monsieur le Cardinal," the king said in a voice gloomy but resolute, "I give to you to keep as a pact between us. For on the day I must finally break with my mother, exile her from Paris, hound her from France, I will do it with this paper in my hand. On that day I will ask you to return it, and you may ask me for whatever you want." The cardinal hesitated. "Take it," said the king. "I want you to. Take it." The cardinal bowed and took the sheet of yellowed paper. "As your Majesty wishes," he said. "And now, put me no more to the question, Your Eminence. I place France and myself in your hands." The cardinal fell to his knees, took the king's hands, kissed them, and said, "Sire, in return for this moment, I hope your Majesty will accept the entire efforts of the rest of my life." "So I intend, monsieur," said the king, with that supreme majesty he could sometimes assume. "And now, my dear cardinal, let's forget all that has happened. Set aside the wretched intrigues of my mother, my brother, and the queen, and occupy ourselves with the glory of our arms and the greatness of France." 49. In which the cardinal audits the king's accounts. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon, King Louis XIII, sitting in a great chair, his cane between his legs, his black hat with its black plumes resting on his cane, his brows somewhat less furrowed, his face less pale than formerly, watched the cardinal as Richelieu worked at his desk. Both were in the cardinal's office in the Place Royale, the same place we saw the king, during his 3-day reign, pass such troubling hours. The cardinal wrote, and the king waited. The cardinal looked up and said, "Sire, I have written to Spain, Mantua, Venice, and Rome, letters which your Majesty has done me the honour to approve. Now I have just written, again at the approval of your Majesty, to your cousin, the King of Sweden. This response was more difficult than the others. His Majesty King Gustavus Adolphus isn't yet allied to us, and he is a suspicious man, who makes decisions based on actions rather than words, reserving judgment until he's had time to make up his mind. "Read your letter to me, Monsieur le Cardinal," said Louis XIII. "I already know what was in the letter from my cousin Gustave." The Cardinal bowed and read, "Sire, the familiarity with which your Majesty deigns to write to me is a great honour, but assuming such familiarity in return would show a lack of respect, and be unbefitting of the humility appropriate to one in my position, even bearing the title Prince of the Church, by which your Majesty has been good enough to address me. Sire, I am not a great man. Sire, I am no genius, but I am, as you were good enough to note, an honest man, and it is this virtue that the King, my master, particularly appreciates, as he need only resort to himself when greatness or genius is required. I will speak candidly to your Majesty, as requested, but as nothing more than a simple minister of the King of France. Yes, sire, I am sure of my king, more so than ever, as on this day he has confirmed my power over the direct opposition of Marie de Medici, his mother, against Queen Anne, his wife, and against Monseigneur Gaston, his brother. He has given me proof that if sometimes his heart yields to filial piety, fraternal friendship, or conjugal affection, which are the happiness and glory of common men, and which God has placed in every honest and well-born heart, reasons of state outweigh those noble impulses. Kings must sometimes override their feelings when matters call for discipline and rigour in the name of good government. One of the great misfortunes of royalty, sire, is that God has placed his representatives here on earth so high that kings cannot really have friends, only favourites. But far from being influenced by his favourites, on the contrary, my master, who is called the Just, is entirely capable of bowing to the demands of criminal justice when a favourite is accused of meddling with state business, as he proved in the affair of Monsieur de Chalais. My master's eyes are so vigilant, his grip so firm, that no matter how deep the conspiracy, no matter how powerful the conspirators, they cannot escape the justice of this king, whose heart and soul are devoted to France. If, one day, I do fall from power, it won't be because I was undermined from below. So I say to you, sire, as well as to my king, with whom I had the honour to share your letter, and from whom I have no secrets, yes, I am quite sure. If God gives me permission to stay in this world for another 3 years, and if the king gives me permission to remain as minister, and in fact Louis XIII gave Richelieu a nod, I can assure you in the king's name and mine that we will be able to keep every one of our commitments to you, and I will deal with you as frankly as I do with my master. As to calling your Majesty my friend Gustave, I know of only 2 men in antiquity, Alexander and Caesar, and 3 men of our modern monarchy, Charlemagne, Philippe Auguste, and Henri IV, who would have had the stature for such flattering familiarity. I, who am so unworthy, can only call myself your Majesty's most humble and obedient servant, Armand, Cardinal de Richelieu. P.S. If it please your Majesty, my king has appointed the Baron de Chanacé to deliver this letter, and to be responsible for negotiating with your Majesty the great matter of the foundation of the Protestant League. He does so with the full powers of the king, and, if you absolutely insist, with mine as well. While the cardinal was reading this long letter, which was in part an apology to the king for the way Gustavus Adolphus had rather freely shown his disregard for Louis XIII, the king, though occasionally gnawing at his moustache, nodded his general approval. But when the letter had been read, he stood for a moment in thought, and then asked the cardinal, "Your Eminence, in your capacity as a theologian, can you assure me that this alliance with a heretic does not imperil the salvation of my soul?" "As I am the one who advised your Majesty to do so," said the cardinal, "if there is any sin in it, I take it upon myself." "That reassures me somewhat," said Louis XIII. "But having taken this path since you became my minister, and assuming I'll continue to follow your advice in the future, do you really think, my dear Cardinal, that one of us can be damned without the other? The question is too difficult for me to answer. All I can say to your Majesty is that I pray to God never to let me stray from him, either in this world or the next." "Ah," said the king, breathing more easily. "Is our work done, my dear Cardinal?" "Not quite, sire," said Richelieu. "I must beg your Majesty to grant me a few moments to make sure our commitments are maintained and our promises are kept." "Are you talking about the sums requested by my brother, my mother, and my wife?" "Yes, sire." "Traitors and disloyal deceivers, you who preach about saving money, are you going to advise me to reward infidelity, lies, and betrayal?" "No, sire, but I will say to your Majesty that a royal word is sacred, and once given it must be upheld. Your Majesty promised 150,000 livres to his brother. If he would be Lieutenant General, but since then he's asked for more. All the more reason to award him compensation. He's an impostor who pretended to fall in love with Princess Marie de Gonzague just to cause trouble. Trouble we are out of, I hope, since he himself says he's given up on that love, while demanding his price to renounce it. If he has his price, sire, you have to pay the bill at the rate that was set. 150,000 livres. It's expensive, I know, but a king must keep his word. In no time he'll take that 150,000 to Crete and bank it with King Minos, as he calls the Duc de Lorraine. Then, sire, that 150,000 will have been well spent, for 150,000 livres will buy us the taking of Lorraine. Do you think the Emperor Ferdinand will let us get away with that? Well, don't we have Gustavus Adolphus to oppose him?" The king thought for a moment. "You are a canny chess player, Monsieur le Cardinal," he said. "My brother Monsieur shall have his 150,000, but as for my mother, she'll never see her 60,000 livres. Sire, Her Majesty the Queen Mother has been in need of money for quite a while. She asked me for 100,000 livres, and at the time I was only able to give her 50. But at the time we were strapped for cash, whereas now we are flush. Cardinal, do you forget all you said to me yesterday about my mother? But didn't I say she was still your mother, sire? Yes. Unfortunately for me and for France, she is. Sire, you committed to give Her Majesty the Queen Mother 60,000 livres. Maybe, but I didn't sign anything. A royal promise is far more sacred than a written contract, sire. Then have it come from you instead of from me. Maybe then she'll give you some respect and leave the both of us alone. The Queen Mother will never leave us alone, sire. She was born with the meddling spirit of the Medici, and she'll spend the rest of her life pursuing the two things she cannot have, her vanished youth and her lost power. All right. I give in on the Queen Mother. But what about the Queen, who wants me to pay Monsieur Desmarais for a string of pearls? Just one example of her continual demands. That proves to us, sire, that the Queen recognizes she has no power without the King, and since the King has the key to a box holding 4 million livres, we might as well remind her of it. So the Queen owes someone 20,000? Then I'm sure Her Majesty will appreciate receiving 50,000. Send her 50,000 as a sign of good faith, on condition that 20,000 of it goes to Monsieur Desmarais. The crown of France is pure gold, sire, and must shine on both the King and the Queen. The King rose and held out his hand to the Cardinal. Monsieur le Cardinal, you are not only a great minister and a good counsellor, you are a generous enemy. I authorize you, your Eminence, to pay out the various sums we have discussed. It is the King who promised, and the King who will deliver. The King will sign vouchers to present to the Treasury, where they'll be covered, but it seems to me His Majesty is forgetting another reward he promised. Which one? I thought I heard that in an hour of generosity he'd promised his fool, Monsieur L'Angely, the same amount he'd given his favourite, Monsieur Baradat, 30,000 livres. The King flushed. L'Angely turned it down, he said. All the more reason, sire, to show your generosity. Monsieur L'Angely turned it down because that was the crazy thing to do, and a fool has to act crazy to deserve a place with your majesty. But the king has two real friends he can depend on, his prime minister and his fool. He shouldn't appear ungrateful to the one while rewarding the other. That's so. You're right, your eminence. The little clown has suffered so from my bad moods the last 3 months. 3 months, sire, that can be recompensed at a rate of 10,000 a month. Show him that the King of France remembers his friends as well as his favourites. A favourite who abandons me for Marion Delorme, a girl who is very useful, sire, as she gave me the warning that I was about to be disgraced, and thus I was able to prepare a way to recoup my fortunes. Without her, sire, I would have been caught unaware, and been unprepared to engage your majesty's wisdom while absent. Put Monsieur Baradat in command of a company of troops, sire, and give him the opportunity to prove to your majesty that the student can give faithful service to his teacher. The king thought for a moment. Monsieur le Cardinal, he asked, what do you think of this friend of his, Saint-Simon? I think I should recommend him, sire, as a person of goodwill and propriety, who could fill the place left vacant by the ingratitude of Monsieur Baradat. And besides, the king added, he really plays the horn quite beautifully. I'm glad you recommend him, Cardinal. I shall see what I can do for him. By the way, what shall we tell the King's Council? Will your majesty be at the Louvre tomorrow at noon? By then I'll be prepared to explain my plan of campaign, so we can propose something more practical than crossing rivers upon Monsieur's finger. The king stared at the cardinal, astounded that he should be so well informed even when away from court. My dear cardinal, he said with a laugh, you must have actual demons in your service, unless, as I've thought more than once, you're the devil himself. 50. The Avalanche. Just as the King's Council, convened this time by Richelieu, came to order in Paris, at around 11 in the morning a small caravan, which had left the French town of Ultz at dawn, and then passed through Esil, now approached the outlying houses of the small town of Chaumont, just short of the Piedmont border. This caravan was composed of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, mounted on mules. Both men wore Basque outfits, but rode with their faces uncovered, and it was easy to see that they were young, the eldest about 23, the youngest only 18. As for the 2 women, determining their ages was harder, as over their dresses they wore capes with hoods that completely hid their faces, something that might just as easily be attributed to the cold as to a desire to go unrecognized. Then, as now, the Alps were crossed by magnificent roads from Saint-Plon, from Mont-Cenis, and from Saint-Gothard, but one could also reach Italy by way of trails so narrow it was sometimes necessary for travellers to march single file, leading their mules. These animals were perfectly comfortable with the dramatic terrain, both well-trained and amenable. At the moment, the elder of the 2 cavaliers led the way on foot, holding the bridle of the mule ridden by the younger of the women. Seeing no one on the road but a kind of travelling merchant, who preceded the caravan by 500 paces, whipping along a little mule loaded with bales, she drew back her hood, to reveal a head of soft blonde hair and a face with a complexion so wonderfully fresh it could belong to no one over the age of 18. The other woman followed, her face completely covered by her hood. Head bowed, whether in thought or by fatigue, she seemed completely oblivious of the way her mount picked its way along the trail, the snow-covered mountain on one side, sheer cliff on the other. But the mule seemed to know its business, choosing its way carefully, occasionally turning its head and eyeing the abyss, as if it understood quite clearly the dangers of a misstep. This danger was quite real, so as a distraction, or to stave off the beckoning demon of vertigo, the 4th traveller, a young man with blonde hair, a compact, well-made figure, and the bright flashing eyes of youth, sat his mule's side-saddle like a woman, his back to the abyss. A mandolin hung from his neck by a sky-blue ribbon, and as he rode, he played it and sang, apparently to the 4th mule, which, freed of its rider, followed contentedly along at the rear. And here is his song. Venus has 1,000 names, and 100,000 nicknames. Poor outraged lovers cry, these iron-heart ladies are creatures of Hades who make them want to die. Love for one is worry and tears, for another it's all pain and fears, for a third it's agony and defeat. But me, when I think of the woman that I love, she's nothing to me but sweet. As for the elder of the two young men, he neither played the viola nor sang. He was too busy for that. All his attention was concentrated on the young woman he was leading, and the dangers that threatened her and her mount on the narrow and winding path. All the while she gazed at him with that sweet and charming regard with which a woman looks at a man who not only loves her, but is devoted to her body and soul, and for whom devotion to the second outweighs even devotion to the first. After a moment, at one of the kinks in the path, the small caravan halted. There was a serious issue to be resolved. As we said, having passed Exilles 2 hours earlier, they were approaching the town of Chaumont, the last town in France, which meant they were only half a league from the checkpoint that separated the French province of Dauphiné from the Italian province of Piedmont. Beyond that point, they would be in enemy territory, not only because Charles Emmanuel, the Duke of Savoy and Piedmont, knew of the Cardinal's preparations for war, but also because he'd been officially notified by the French government that if he didn't allow their troops to march through his domain to raise the siege of Casale, it would be regarded as an act of war. So the serious issue was this: should they try to ride openly through Susa Pass, risk recognition and arrest by Charles Emmanuel, or should they find a guide who could take them by some other circuitous route that might avoid Susa and even Turin and get them across into Lombardy? The young woman, with the charming confidence of a woman who loves a man who loves her in return, abandoned all these concerns to her lover. She looked at him with her lovely dark eyes and sweet smile and said, "You know better than I what to do. I leave it in your hands." The young man, anxious about the safety of the woman he loved, turned to question the woman whose face was hidden by her hood. "And you, madame," he asked, "what do you think?" At these words the hood was raised, and one could see the face of a woman of 45 or 50, aged, emaciated and ravaged by long suffering. The only part of her face that seemed alive was her eyes, which shone with a piercing force, as if trying to see beyond the world and into the unknown. "What's that?" she asked. She hadn't been listening, and had only looked up because they'd stopped. The young man raised his voice, for the noise of the cascading Doire tumbling through the canyon made normal speech impossible. He repeated his question. "As long as you're asking," she said, "what I think is, we should stop at the next town because, since it's on the border, we should be able to find out what you want to know. If there's a back way across the mountains, someone in the village will know about it, and if we're looking for a guide, that's where we'll find him. A few hours spent in discreet inquiry won't make any difference. What's important is that we, or rather you, aren't recognized." "My dear madame," the young man replied, "you are wisdom incarnate, and we shall do exactly as you say." "So?" asked the young woman. "So now we go on. But what are you looking at?" "Something amazing on the mountain. That is amazing, isn't it?" The young man looked to where she was pointing. "What is?" he asked. "That there should be flowers blooming at this time of year." And indeed, just below the snow line, bright red flowers danced in the breeze. "Up here, dear Isabel, there are no seasons," the young man said. "It's always winter here, but life can't be quenched. Even in winter this flower grows in the snow, which is why we call it the Alpine Rose." "It's beautiful," Isabel said. "Would you like one?" the young man said, and before the young woman could answer, he leapt up the slope, clambering over the rocks toward where the flowers grew. "Count! Count!" cried the young woman. "In heaven's name, don't be so foolish! I can't bear even to look!" But he who was honoured with the title of Count, and who we have no reason not to recognize as the Comte de Moray, had already reached the ledge, picked the flower, and, like a true Montagnard, slid back down the slope, though he, a man who prepared for every contingency, had, like his companion, a rope coiled around his waist, in order to help with ascents and descents. He presented the Alpine rose to the girl, who, blushing with pleasure, raised it to her lips, then slipped it inside her bodice. At that moment, a sound like thunder rolled down from the peak of the mountain above. A cloud of snow billowed into the air, and a mass of white began racing like lightning down the slope, increasing in speed and force as it came. "Look out! Avalanche!" cried the younger of the two cavaliers, leaping from his mule. His companion wrapped Isabel in his arms and leaned back against the overhanging rock face. The pale older woman drew back her hood so she could see what was happening, and suddenly she screamed. The avalanche swept across the path about 500 paces ahead of the small caravan, and though it was a minor one, the travellers felt the earth shake under their feet as the wind of death blew past. But the pale woman's scream hadn't been a cry of personal terror, as Galore, the younger man, and the Comte de Morey, worried about Isabel, had both thought. It was because she'd seen the devastating tempest sweep the merchant and mule ahead of them down into the abyss. The Comte de Morey and Galore thought they'd escaped all danger, and weren't sure why she'd screamed, so they turned to look, but they saw only the pale woman pointing and crying over and over, "There! There! There!" Then their eyes focused on the narrow path ahead. The peddler and his mule were gone, and the road was empty. Suddenly Morey understood everything. "Follow us, slowly and carefully," he told Isabel, "and you, my dear Madame de Coetmont, follow Isabel. Galore and I will run ahead. Maybe there's something we can do to save the poor fellow." And leaping ahead with the agility of a mountain goat, the Comte de Morey, followed by Galore, rushed to the place indicated by Madame de Coetmont, whom Cardinal Richelieu, confident though he was that Morey would respect Isabel's chastity, had sent along as a chaperone, as a concession to worldly propriety. 51. Guillaume Coutet. Arriving at the spot indicated, the two young men gripped each other and peered down into the terrible abyss. They saw nothing at first, for they were looking too far out. Then they heard, from directly below them, words spoken as clearly as possible, given the profound terror of he who was speaking. "If you are Christian men, for the love of God, save me!" Turning their eyes toward the voice, they saw, 10 feet below them, on a precipice over a drop of more than 1,000 feet, a man hanging from a tree, half uprooted and bending under his weight. His feet rested on a shifting rock, but it was clear that it wouldn't support him once the tree came loose, which could happen at any moment. The Comte de Morey grasped the situation at a glance. "Quick, cut a staff 18 inches long," he cried, "thick enough to support a man's weight." Galore, a mountaineer like Morey, understood what the Count wanted. He drew a broad poniard from his sleeve and attacked a broken oak, and in a few moments hacked off a limb that could serve as a rope ladder rung. Meanwhile, the Count had unwrapped the rope from around his waist, to a length twice that of the distance to the man they hoped to rescue, and attached the rung to the loose end. Looping the rope around a protruding rock, he immediately began to let himself down toward the man suspended between life and death, meanwhile calling out encouragement. Morey passed the man the wooden rung on the other end of the rope, and he grasped it, just as the tree's roots pulled from the earth and it tumbled into the abyss. They weren't safe yet. The rock supporting them was sharp, and was fraying the rope as they climbed. Fortunately, the two women arrived, bringing the mules with them. One mule was willing to approach near enough to the edge that they were able to pass the rope over its saddle. While Isabel prayed, Madame de Coetmont, with indomitable determination, hauled the mule by the bridle until, with its help, Morey made it back over the edge. Then, drawing the rope over the saddle like a pulley, after a few seconds appeared the pale face of the peddler, who'd so miraculously escaped death. A cry of joy greeted his appearance, to which Isabel added, "Courage! Courage! You are saved!" The man got to his feet, stumbled forward, dropped the rope, and draped his arms over the mule. The mule shied away, and the man, at the end of his strength, threw his arms up with a wordless cry, and fainted into the arms of the Comte de Morey. Morey opened a bottle of one of those invigorating liquors they distill in the Alps, held it to the man's lips, and made him drink a few drops. It was apparent that the strength that had sustained him while he was in danger had abandoned him once he'd realized he was saved. The Comte de Morey set him down, leaning him against the rock, while Isabel held a bottle of smelling salts under his nose. The Count untied the rung from the rope and threw it away, with a man's disdain for something useful whose use was over, and recoiled the rope around his waist. Galaor, for his part, slapped his poniard back into its sheath with the recklessness of youth. In a few moments, after 2 or 3 convulsive twitches, the man opened his eyes. The expression on his face showed no recollection of what had happened to him, but gradually the memory returned. He realized he owed his life to those around him, and his first words were of thanksgiving and gratitude. The Comte de Morey, whom the man took for a simple Montagnard, asked him about himself.
"My name is Guillaume Coutet," the man replied. "I have a wife who was almost a widow, and 3 children who are nearly orphaned. If there's anything I can do for you by my life or my death, you have only to ask."
Then he got to his feet with the help of the Count, and, subject to the retroactive terror that accompanies, or sometimes precedes, such an accident, he approached the precipice and gazed shuddering down at the broken tree roots below. Then he looked beyond at the shapeless chaos of snow, ice, boulders, and broken trees piled at the bottom of the valley, where the tumbling Doire backed up against this sudden, unexpected obstacle to its course. He sighed, thinking of the mule and its lost load, which was, in all probability, all the wealth he had. Then, recovering, he murmured, "Life is the greatest gift you give us, mon Dieu. I offer my thanks to you, and to those who helped me for keeping me safe." He turned back toward the path, but whether from shock or the concussion of the fall, he was too weak to take another step. "I've delayed you long enough," he said to the Comte de Morey and Isabel. "Since I can't do anything for you in exchange for saving my life, I won't hold you up any longer. Only, please tell the innkeeper of the Golden Juniper of the accident that befell his cousin, Guillaume Coutet, who remains on the road and could use some help." The Comte de Morey whispered a few words to Isabel, who nodded her approval. Then, addressing the wounded man, "My dear friend," he said, "since God gave us the opportunity to save your life, we are not about to abandon you. We are no more than half an hour from the village. You can ride my mule while I lead my lady by her bridle, as I was doing before the accident." Guillaume Coutet started to protest, but Morey silenced him, saying, "I have need of you, my friend, and you may be able, within 24 hours, to repay the service I rendered you by doing me a greater one." "Really?" asked Guillaume Coutet. "Faith of a gentleman," replied the Count, forgetting that he was betraying his cover with those words. "In that case," the pedlar said, bowing, "I obey, as is my duty twice over. First, because you saved my life, and second, because you have the right by rank to command a poor farmer like me." Then, with the help of the Count and Galaor, Guillaume Coutet mounted the mule. The Count resumed his place leading the mule that carried Isabel, who was happy that the man she loved had had a chance to prove his skill, courage, and generosity. After a quarter of an hour or so, the little caravan entered the village of Chaumont, and stopped at the door of the Golden Juniper. As the first words Guillaume Coutet said to the host of the Golden Juniper, not about the rank of the man who'd saved his life, but rather the service he'd rendered him, Maître Germain put the inn entirely at the Count's service. But the Comte de Morey didn't need the entire inn, just one large room with 2 beds for Isabel and the Dame de Coetmont, and another room for him and Galaor. So he had the double satisfaction of getting what he wanted without disturbing anyone else. As to Guillaume Coutet, he was put up in his cousin's own bedroom. A doctor was sent for, who examined him from head to toe, and declared that none of his 206 bones were broken. He was told to bathe in water infused with aromatic herbs, and a few handfuls of salt, and then rub his body with camphor. With this treatment, and a few glasses of mulled wine, the doctor was hopeful that within a day or 2 the patient would be able to continue his journey. The Comte de Morey, after taking care of the 2 lady travellers, made sure that the doctor's instructions were followed exactly. Once the patient felt a bit better, the Count sat down at his bedside. Guillaume Coutet repeated his protestations of gratitude and loyalty. Morey let him talk, and, when he had finished, said, "It's God to whom you owe your thanks, my friend, for it was he who led me to your aid. However, perhaps God had a dual purpose, to save you, and to provide me with your help." "If that were true," said the patient, "I would be the happiest man alive." "I've been directed by Cardinal Richelieu. You see, I'm keeping no secrets from you, and trust entirely in your discretion. I've been instructed by Cardinal Richelieu to escort to her father in Mantua the young lady you met, and to whom I am devoted. May God guide and watch over you on your journey." "Amen. But we learned at Exil that Susa Pass is blocked by barricades and heavily guarded fortifications. If we're recognized there, we'll be captured and held as hostages by the Duke of Savoy." "Then you'd better avoid Susa Pass." "Is there a way around?" "Yes, if you trust me to lead you." "Are you from this area?" "I'm from Gravière." "So you know the side roads. In order to avoid the border attacks, I've learnt all the mountain paths. Will you act as our guide? It's a rough road. We are not afraid of danger." "All right, then. I'll do it." The Comte de Moray nodded, indicating that the man's word was enough. "However," he said, "there's more." "What else do you need?" asked Guillaume Coutet. "I need information on the fortifications being built at Susa Pass." "That's easy to get, since my brother is helping to build them." "And where does your brother live?" "In Gravière, like me." "Can I seek out your brother, carrying a word from you? Why not have him come here instead?" "Could we do that?" "It's easy. Gravière is only half an hour away. My cousin is going there on his horse, and can bring my brother back with him." "How old is your brother?" 2 or 3 years older than your Excellency." "And how big is he?" "About the same size as your Excellency." "Are there a lot of people from Gravière working at Susa?" "He's the only one." "Do you think your brother might be willing to do me a favour? Considering what you've done for me, he'd be willing to walk through fire for you." "Well then, send for him. Needless to say, he'll be well rewarded." "No need for that. Your Excellency has already rewarded us both." "Then I'll go speak to our host about bringing him." "Please call him and let me speak to him alone, so he has no doubt but that I'm the one who's asking him." "I'll send him in." The Comte de Moray went out, and a quarter of an hour later, Maître Germain mounted his horse and took the road to Gravière. 1 hour later, he returned to the Golden Juniper, bringing with him Guillaume's brother, Marie Coutet. 52. Marie Coutet. Marie Coutet was a young man of 26, which, as his brother had said, made him 3 or 4 years older than the Comte de Moray. He had the rugged good looks of the Montagnard. His honest face indicated a warm heart, and he was compact but strong, with broad shoulders and sturdy limbs. On the way back, he'd been brought up to date on the situation. He knew that his brother, swept away by an avalanche, had had the good fortune to catch hold of a tree, and had been rescued by a passing traveller. But why had his brother sent for him, once he was out of danger? That's what he didn't understand. But he didn't hesitate for a moment, which showed how devoted he was to his brother. As soon as he arrived, he went to the room where Guillaume Coutet was resting, and spent 10 minutes with him, after which he asked Maître Germain if he could speak to the gentleman. The Comte de Moray was quick to respond to this invitation. "Your Excellency," Guillaume said to him, "this is Marie, my brother. He knows I owe you my life, and like me, he is at your disposal." The Comte de Moray looked over the young mountaineer, and at first glance thought he saw in him both courage and honesty. "Your name," he said, "is French." "Indeed, Your Excellency," Marie Coutet replied, "both my brother and I are French in origin. My father and mother were from Feigneux. They moved to Gravière, where both of us were born." "So you still think of yourself as French?" "In my heart as well as my name." "But you're working on the fortifications at Susa." "They pay me 12 sous a day to shovel dirt, so all day I shovel dirt, without worrying about why or whose dirt it is." "But then aren't you working against your country?" The young man shrugged. "Why doesn't my country pay me to serve it?" he said. "If I ask you to give me the details of the work you're doing, will you share them with me?" "Nobody asked me to keep it secret." Do you know anything about the language of fortifications? I've heard the engineers talk about redoubts, demi-lunes, and counterscarps, but I have no idea what those words mean. Could you draw me a diagram of the fortifications of Susa Pass, particularly those defending the heights of Montauban and Montmoron? I don't know how to read or write. I've never even held a pencil. Are foreigners able to approach the works? No. There's a line of sentries a mile in front. Could I go with you as a new worker? I was told they were looking for more men. For how many days? Just one. If you don't come back the next day, they'll be suspicious. What if you were sick for a day? That might work. Could I fill in for you? I think so. My brother could write a note for the overseer, Jean Meroux. The next day I'll recover and return to work with no one the wiser. Could you do that, Guillaume? Yes, Your Excellency. When do you start work? 7 in the morning. So there's no time to lose. Get the note from your brother, return to Gravière, and at 7 in the morning I'll be there in your place. What about work clothes? Can you lend me some? My wardrobe is rather empty. Can I get something tailor-made? It will look too new. What if I have it stained? If someone sees Your Excellency buying these things, they'll be suspicious. The Duke of Savoy has spies everywhere. Well, you're about my size. Your clothes will do. Here. This ought to cover it. The Count handed Marie Couttet a purse. But this is far too much. Well, after you've bought yourself some new clothes, you can return whatever's left. With matters thus arranged, Marie Couttet went out to go shopping, while Guillaume sent for a pen and ink to write the note. The Comte de Morey went to tell Isabelle why he needed to spend a day on reconnaissance, after which they would know which path to take. The proximity forced by their travels, the necessities of their situation, and their mutual confession of love had put the two young people in a delicate position. The Count's official mission as escort of his lady-love was sweet, yet circumscribed, but the hours shared in intimate speech, head-to-head, were infinitely precious. They felt they looked into each other's hearts and saw in them deep lakes of love, the surface of which reflected a heaven that said, I love you. Isabelle, accompanied by the Dames de Coetmont and Galaor, could cross the French border with nothing to fear, but not so the Comte de Morey, for whom passing into a foreign country was dangerous. This made the time he spent with his fiancée all the more precious, for any separation, however short, might be permanent. So the young man treasured the hours he spent with Isabelle until Germain came in to report that Marie Couttet had bought his clothes and was waiting below. Though it mattered only to them, Isabelle made Morey promise that he wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. So, a quarter of an hour later, he presented himself before her dressed as a Piedmontese peasant. Precious minutes were spent by the girl as she critiqued the Count's outfit, in the end finding it perfect. In the glow of love, even a homespun coat beautifies the object of affection. The hour of 10 was striking in Chaumont, and he had to go. It would be 11 by the time he got to Gravière, and at 7 in the morning the Count was due to be at work. Before leaving, he armed himself with the letter written by Guillaume Couttet, which read as follows. My dear Jean Meroux, the one who bears this letter will inform you that I've returned from Lyons, where I went to buy goods, and of my condition due to the accident that occurred between Saint-Laurent and Chaumont. I was hurled by an avalanche into an abyss, at the edge of which, by the grace of God, I clung to by a tree, but I was saved by passing travellers, good Christian souls whom I pray God will welcome into his paradise. As I'm injured from the fall, my brother Marie has to stay nearby to massage and tend to me. However, he doesn't want the work to suffer from his absence, so he's sending his friend Jacquelino to take his place. He hopes to return to work tomorrow. Alas, for my poor mule, hard to trot. You remember you gave him that name yourself, who plummeted to the bottom, lost with all my goods under 50 feet of snow. But thank God I lost only a mule and a few bales of cotton rather than my life. I can rebuild my business. Your cousin German, Guillaume Couttet. The Comte de Morey smiled more than once while reading this letter. It was just what he needed, though he admitted to himself that it wouldn't have sounded as natural if he'd dictated it. Since this letter was the final thing he needed, and Maître Germain's horse was saddled and waiting at the door, at the end of the hall he kissed Isabelle's hand one last time, and then jumped into the saddle. He invited Marie Couttet to ride pillion behind him, and as a soft voice whispered, "Bon voyage," he rode off on the horse, which, by its looks, seemed likely to be the father of that poor mule which Jean Meroux, doubtless from experience, had named Hard to Trot. 1 hour later, the two young men were in the village of Gravières, and the next morning, at 7 o'clock, the Comte de Morey presented Guillaume Coutet's letter to Jean Meroux, and was admitted without question to the company of labourers, as Marie Couttet's replacement. As Guillaume had predicted, Jean Meroux asked for details about his cousin's accident, which Jacqueline was happy to provide him. 53. Why the Comte de Morey went to work on the fortifications of Susa Pass. As we might guess, it wasn't for the pleasure of the labour that the Comte de Morey took on the guise of a Piedmontese and went to work for a long day on the Susa Pass fortifications. In the conversation Cardinal Richelieu had had with the Comte de Morey, the Cardinal had deemed Morey's political instincts and aspirations worthy of the son of Henri IV, and the son of Henri IV, warmed by the great minister's admiration, had made up his mind to try to deserve it, and not just for his potential deeds, but for his actual ones. Consequently, when he saw an opportunity to do a great service for the Cardinal and for his brother, the King, though it meant the risk of being captured as a spy, he resolved to see for himself the fortifications being built by the Duke of Savoy, and to send a detailed report to the Cardinal. Upon his return that evening, after saying good-night to Isabel, like Romeo to Juliet, wishing sleep to dwell upon her eyes and peace in her breast, he retired to his room, where he had earlier set out paper, ink, and pen, and wrote the following letter to the Cardinal. To His Eminence, Cardinal Richelieu, Monseigneur, I take a moment before crossing the French frontier to address a letter to your Eminence, to say that so far our journey has been without any trouble worth reporting. However, as we approached the border, I heard news that I thought might be significant to your Eminence, as you prepare to march across Piedmont. The Duke of Savoy, who was just buying time when he promised to allow the passage of French troops across his states, is fortifying Susa Pass. I decided to see with my own eyes what he's building there. Providence granted me the chance to save the life of a peasant of Gravières, whose brother works on the fortifications. I took this brother's place and spent a day on the job among the other workers. But before I describe to your Eminence what I saw today, I must first give him an account of the natural obstacles he will find in his path. Chaumont, from which I have the honour to write to your Eminence, is the last French town before the border. Just a mile beyond is the marker that divides Dauphiné from Piedmont. A bit further into the province, ruled by the Duke of Savoy, in a canyon between two tall cliffs, one encounters a huge boulder, sheer on every side, its top reached only by a narrow stair. Charles Emmanuel regards this great rock as a natural fortification against the French, and has placed a garrison atop it. This fortified rock is called Guélas, and it guards the approaches to the mountains on its flanks, which are called Montabon Peak and Montmoron Peak. The path between these two mountains is Susa Pass, the gateway to Italy, and that is where I helped work on the new fortifications. The Duke of Savoy has blocked this pass with a demi-lune, a curved earthwork, solidly entrenched, with a barricade on either end, overlooking a field about 200 yards wide that would be subject to crossfire. Montabon Peak is topped by a stone keep with a garrison of 100, and His Highness the Duke has built a series of additional redoubts on the slopes of both mountains, manned by 20 to 25 troops each. The cannons of Susa sweep the entire valley, and we won't be able to deploy a single piece of our own without coming under fire. The valley before the pass is about a mile in length, and varies in width from 20 yards to as little as 10. The valley floor is covered in loose rocks and gravel that couldn't possibly be cleared away. Upon arrival at the job this morning, I learned that the Duke of Savoy and his son would be visiting later, coming up from Turin to Susa to inspect our labours, and indeed, at about 1 o'clock they appeared, and immediately came into the works. They brought 3,000 new troops to Susa, and announced that another 5,000 would be arriving the next day. I was sent up Montmoron Peak to announce the arrival of the Duke, and there I saw they're building a new fort to match the one across on Montauban. This confirmed my opinion that Susa Pass cannot be forced directly, only turned by a flanking manoeuvre. Tonight, at about 3 in the morning, taking advantage of a bright moon, we intend to leave Chaumont, led by the man whose life we saved, and who will conduct us by little-known paths around the Duke of Savoy's fortifications. As soon as Mademoiselle de Lautrec is safe with her parents, I will leave Mantua, and travel by the shortest path to join you, Monsieur le Cardinal, to take my place in the ranks of the army, and ensure your eminence of my deepest respect and admiration. Antoine de Bourbon, Comte de Moray. And in fact, by 3 in the morning the little caravan was leaving Chaumont in the same order it had entered it, but for the addition of Guillaume Coutet as a guide. All 5 were riding mules, though Coutet had warned them that in certain spots they would have to dismount. The travellers went straight toward Gelas, which loomed in the darkness like the giant Adamastor, but 500 yards ahead of the great rock, Guillaume Coutet led them onto a narrow path that branched off to the left. After a quarter of an hour, they heard the sound of rushing water ahead. A torrent ran across their path, one of the 1,000 tributaries of the Po. It was swollen by the rains and presented an unexpected obstacle. Guillaume paused on the bank, looking upstream and down for an easier crossing. However, before he even had time to think, the Comte de Moray, burning with the knowledge that 2 loving eyes were upon him, goaded his mule into the stream. But in less time than it takes to tell it, Guillaume Coutet caught hold of his mule and halted it, and then said, in that tone that guides take in the presence of real danger, "This is my business, not yours. Wait here." The Count obeyed. Isabelle dismounted and came down the embankment to stand by her young man. Galaor and the Dame de Coetmont stayed on the path. Madame Coetmont, even paler in the moonlight than she was by light of day, regarded the torrent the same way she'd peered into the abyss, with the impassivity of a woman who had lived for 10 years with death at her side. Guillaume, on his mule, began to pick his way through the stream, but about 1/3 of the way across, the current began to take the animal. For a moment, the mule was swimming wildly, out of its master's control, but the smuggler was not new to this sort of emergency and kept his cool. He managed to keep the mule's head up and out of the water, and after being carried downstream 25 or 30 yards, it reached the other bank, dripping and panting, and carried its rider ashore. Isabelle, seeing this, seized Moray's hand and gripped it with a force that showed not her fear for the guide, or what danger she might experience herself, but fear for what her lover would have risked if he'd followed his first intentions. Having arrived on the far bank, Guillaume came back to a point opposite the rest of the party. He motioned for them to wait, and then went upstream another 50 paces. Then he went back into the water, probing for a better place to ford, with happier results this time, as the mule didn't lose its footing, though it was in water up to its belly. Reaching the shallows on the party side, Guillaume gestured to them to come, and they hastened to join him. Meanwhile he turned around and took careful note of his position, not wanting to lose sight of the route, lest one of his followers slip into a deep spot and be swept away. The provisions were carried across the torrent, and then the 2 women. First Isabelle, mounted on her mule, was placed between Guillaume and the Comte de Moray, so she had someone to lend a hand on either side of her. Then Guillaume crossed the torrent for the 4th time, and came back with the Dame de Coetmont on one side and Galaor on the other. The lady agreed to this arrangement with her usual disinterested nod of the head. Thus everyone reached the further side without mishap. The Comte de Moray, despite his long boots, was drenched up to his knees, and had no doubt that Isabelle was in the same condition. Worried she would take injury from the icy water, he asked Guillaume where they could stop and build a fire. Guillaume said that about an hour ahead there was a mountain lodge, where smugglers often stopped. There they would find a hearth and everything else they might need. The terrain was easy for a mile or 2, so they put the mules into a trot until they arrived at the first slopes of the ridge. There they were forced to dismount and lead the mules up the path in single file. Guillaume, as usual, took the lead, followed by Isabelle, the Comte de Moray, Madame Coetmont, and Galaor. The rain had tamped down the snow so they were able to walk without slipping, and at the end of an hour, as Guillaume had promised, they were at the door of a broad lodge. The door was open, and within they could see a mixed company of rough-looking men. Isabel hesitated and asked if they could keep going, but Guillaume assured her there was enough space within that she wouldn't have to come in contact with anyone whose looks troubled her. Besides, their party was well armed. They had hunting knives, like we saw Galaor wield when cutting an oak limb into a ladder rung, and in addition, each of the cavaliers had a pair of wheel-lock pistols. Guillaume, for his part, had a pistol in his belt in between a hunting knife and a dagger, and a carbine slung over his back, of the type used in the Tyrol for hunting chamois. They stopped at the door, while Guillaume dismounted and went in. 54. An episode in the mountains. After a moment, Guillaume came back out, put his finger to his lips, took his mule by the bridle and beckoned to the travellers to follow him. They went around the lodge into a sort of stable-yard, where they put the mules into a shed that already housed a dozen more of the animals. Guillaume helped the two women dismount, and then invited them to follow him. Isabel turned to the Count. A woman's loving heart takes some of the trust once placed in God and transfers it to the one she loves. "I'm afraid," she said. "Don't be," said the Count. "I'll watch out for you." "Anyway," said Guillaume, who'd overheard, "if we had something to fear, it wouldn't be in this place. I have too many friends here." "What about Galaor and me?" asked the Count. "Leave your pistols in your belts. You won't need them inside, though you might while we're travelling. Wait here." He untied the women's baggage from the mules and, followed by the ladies, approached the lodge. A woman who was waiting by the back door led the way into a kitchen area, where a great fire crackled in a hearth. "Abide here, madame," Guillaume said to Isabel. "You're as safe as in the Golden Juniper Inn. I'll go take care of the gentlemen." The Comte de Moray and Galaor had followed Guillaume's directions and had dismounted, shoved their pistols into their belts, and unstrapped their baggage. Guillaume's guarantee of safety covered the travellers, but didn't extend to their saddlebags. The three walked around to the entrance to the lodge, but paused for a moment at the threshold. There was a reason why Isabel had taken fright at the sight of the company within, but the two young cavaliers were less timid. They shared a look and a nod, smiled, touched their pistol grips, and fearlessly followed Guillaume inside. As for him, a lifelong smuggler and poacher, he appeared to be in his element. With his elbows and shoulders he opened a path to the huge fireplace, around which, smoking and drinking, a dozen men were gathered. Their mismatched outfits didn't seem to indicate any particular occupation, but rather all occupations at once. Guillaume went up to the fireplace and spoke a few words into the ears of two men who were sitting there. They got up at once, without seeming bothered about it, and gave up their seats on a pair of hay bales. The Comte de Moray and Galaor set their luggage on the bales, and set themselves on their luggage. Then they finally had a chance to take a good look at the company that surrounded them, a look that fully justified Mademoiselle de Lautrec's fears. Most of the men, like Guillaume, were apparently members of the honourable fraternity of smugglers, but the others were a mixed lot, poachers on the lookout for any kind of game, highwaymen, condottieri, mercenaries from all over, Spaniards, Italians, Germans. It was a strange mixture. They spoke loudly in every language at once, and in terms so outlandish and lurid, even a skilled linguist would have had trouble sorting it out. These rougher types, instead of joining comfortably with the pack, seemed determined to keep their status as lone wolves, each trying to look more dangerous than the next. Only those few who were related to each other hung together. Spaniards predominated. Most had come from the siege of Casale, where the besieged were dying of starvation. They were deserters fleeing Italy in the disguise of irregular soldiers who, once they reached the mountains, turned to one of those nocturnal pursuits for which, in every country, the mountains are the theatre. There these men flowed together, mingling to form a river that ran toward the edge of the abyss. Around their heads swirled the vapours of tobacco, mulled drinks and alcoholic breath. A few smoking candles on the walls or tables added their fetid fumes to the atmosphere, which they lit no better than the moon in a stormy sky. From time to time, voices rose in shrill disagreement, as shadowy figures raised menacing arms in the gloom. If the argument turned into a fight between, say, a Spaniard and a German, all those who spoke Spanish or German rallied to the one who spoke their language. If both parties were of equal strength, the melee became general, but if one side was weaker than the other, the original opponents were left to settle the quarrel on their own, with either a handshake or a knife. The two young cavaliers had just sat down and started to warm their hands when one of these quarrels, which were always ready to break out anew, flared up in a corner of the room. German and Spanish insults were exchanged, denoting the nationalities of the opponents. Immediately, a dozen men charged through the smoke toward the conflict, but as 9 were Spaniards, and only 3 Germans, the Germans quickly retreated to their benches, saying, "It's nothing," at which the Spaniards stood down, saying, "Let them be." Left on their own, the two disputants soon became combatants. Violent words turned to violent actions, and knife blades flashed in the candlelight. Curses bespoke wounds, their level of obscenity indicating the seriousness of the injuries. Finally, a cry of pain rang out, stools and chairs were overturned as someone ran for the door, and a death rattle came from under the corner table. As soon as he saw the knives flashing, the Comte de Marais had moved as if to intervene, but an iron hand gripped his arm and held him down on his luggage. It was Guillaume, who was doing him this favour. "By Christ," he said, "sit still." "But it's murder," said the Count. "What business is that of yours?" Guillaume said quietly, "Let them be." And as we've seen, he did let them be. As the one who dealt the death wound escaped out the door, the one who'd received it slid down the wall until he fell beneath a table, where he gasped out his life. Once the fight was over and the killer gone, there was no objection to providing some relief to a dying man. As it was the German who was dying, 2 or 3 of his compatriots lifted him up from under the table and laid him on the top. The fatal wound was an upward stab, inflicted by one of those Catalan blades with a needle point that widens toward the hilt. It had gone in between the 7th and 8th ribs, right into the heart, and after the wounded man was set on the table, he gave a final spasm and quickly expired. In the absence of friends and relatives, his compatriots acted as his heirs, and, nobody objecting, his effects were claimed by his 3 fellow Germans. After searching the body, they divided his money, his arms, and his clothes, as if this were the most routine matter in the world. That accomplished, the 3 Germans dragged the corpse outside, in its shirt and breeches, to a place where the road overlooked a 1,000-foot cliff. There the body was slid over the edge, just like the body of a dead sailor cast overboard from a ship sailing the high seas, except that in this case, a few seconds later they heard the thud of the body striking the rocks below. The dead man's father, mother, family, and friends were all unknown, and no one gave them a single thought. What was his name? Where was he from? Who was he really? It no longer mattered. He was one less atom in the infinite, and only the eye of God counted him among the countless atoms of humanity. His death left no more mark on creation than the swallow who, at the approach of winter, departs for the south, leaving only a whisper in the air, or the ant that a passing traveller unknowingly crushes beneath his tread. However, the Comte de Marais was appalled by the thought that Isabel was separated from this terrible event by nothing more than a thin wall. He rose stiffly and made his way to the door of the kitchen where she was hiding, and found the hostess sitting on the threshold. "Never fear, my handsome young man," she said. "I'm on watch." At that moment, as if Isabel had sensed right through the wall that her lover had come looking for her, the door opened, and she graced him with that sweet, angelic smile that brought paradise to wherever it shone. "Welcome, my dear," she said. "We're ready, and waiting on your signal." "Then close the door, dear Isabel. Don't open it except to my voice. I'll tell Guillaume and Galaor." The door was closed. Turning around, the Count found himself face to face with Guillaume. "The ladies are ready to go," he said. "We should leave as soon as we can. This place makes my blood run cold." "Good. But we'll make a gradual exit, and not go off all at once. You and the lad go first. In a couple of minutes I'll follow with the luggage." "Do you think there might be trouble?" There are all sorts here tonight, and you've seen the low value they place on a man's life. Why did you bring us in here if you knew we'd find bandits like this? I haven't passed this way for 2 months. 2 months ago they weren't fighting in Italy yet. Where there's war, there are deserters, and deserters become dangerous bandits. If I'd known what awaited us, we would have kept going. All right, send me galore. We'll prepare the mules and get ready to put this place behind us. I'm on my way." 5 minutes later, the 4 travellers and their guide left the smugglers' lodge as covertly, and most of all as quietly as they could, and resumed their interrupted journey. 55. Souls and Stars. Upon leaving the stable-yard, Guillaume showed the Count the long trail of blood that reddened the snow up to the edge of the precipice where the body had been thrown over. No words were necessary. The Count looked around warily and instinctively placed his hand on his pistol. Isabel, who had heard nothing inside, saw nothing outside. The Count had asked her to stay quiet, and so she was. The moon cast its cold light on the snow-covered terrain and disappeared from time to time behind dark clouds that rolled across the sky like great waves. The road was smooth enough that Isabel was able to leave the mule in charge of following the path, and turn her eyes up to the celestial infinity. In winter in the mountains, when the air is crisp and cold, and the viewer is above the mists of the lowlands, the stars shine down with a pure and sparkling light. In a dreamy and melancholic mood, Isabel was soon lost in contemplation. Worried about her silence, because lovers worry about everything, the Comte de Morey hopped down from his mule. He took her mule by the bridle with one hand, while offering her the other. "What are you thinking about, beloved?" he asked her.
"What should I think about, my dear, when I gaze into the starry firmament, but the infinite power of God, and the tiny place we occupy in this universe that our pride leads us to believe was made just for us?"
"What would you think, my dear dreamer, if you knew the actual size of those worlds rolling through the heavens compared to the reality of our own globe?"
"You think you know, do you?"
The Count smiled. "At Padua," he said, "I studied astronomy under a great Italian master, a professor who took me into his confidence. He told me a secret he hasn't yet dared to reveal, fearing it would be dangerous for him to do so."
"Can a scientific secret be dangerous?"
"It can be, if it contradicts the holy books."
"One must have faith first and foremost. In the hearts of the religious, faith takes precedence over science."
"But remember, dear Isabel, you're talking to a son of Henri IV, whose father converted to the Church under the duress of politics. His last words about me before he died? Alas, he died so quickly he couldn't spare me any more thought than this. His final words were, 'Let him study, let him learn, and let him make up his own mind.'"
"You mean you're not a Catholic?"
Isabel asked with some anxiety. "No, I am. Don't worry about that," said the Count. "But my tutor, who was an old Calvinist, taught me to consider every belief in the light of reason, and to reject religious dogma if it required suppressing the mind in favour of faith. So I study and learn, and am reluctant to accept any teaching that requires blind belief. But that doesn't stop me from glorying in the greatness of God, in whose mercy I would seek shelter if disaster ever struck me."
"That's a relief," Isabel said, smiling. "I was afraid I'd fallen for a pagan."
"You may have fallen for worse than that, Isabel. A pagan might agree to be converted, but a thinker seeks enlightenment, and enlightenment, as it approaches universal truth, moves farther from dogma. Had I lived in Spain in the time of Philip II, dear Isabel, I'd probably have been burned as a heretic."
"Mon Dieu! But what about the stars I was gazing at, and what the Italian sage told you?"
"He told me something you're going to deny, though I think it's the absolute truth."
"I would never deny anything you tell me, my love."
"Have you ever lived by the side of the sea?"
"I've been to Marseille twice."
"And what did you think was the most beautiful time of day?"
"Sunset."
"Wouldn't you have sworn that it was the sun who moved across the sky, and then rushed down beyond the edge of the sea?"
"I would, and I still swear it."
"I'm afraid you're wrong, Isabel. It's not the sun that moves. It's the earth."
Impossible.
I told you you'd deny it.
But if the earth was moving, I'd feel it.
No, for everything moves with it, including the atmosphere around us.
But even if we're the world that's moving, we would still see the sun.
You're right, Isabel, and your quick wit is almost the equal of science. But the earth not only moves, it rotates. At this moment, for example, the sun illuminates the earth on the side away from us.
If that's the case, why aren't we upside down with our feet in the air?
In a relative sense, we are. But the atmosphere I mentioned surrounds us and sustains us.
I don't understand a word of this, Antoine, and would prefer to talk about something else.
What shall we talk about?
The thing I was thinking about when you asked me what I was thinking about.
And what was that?
I was wondering if all these worlds, scattered across the sky, had been created as homes for our souls after death.
Dear Isabel, I never would have believed you were so ambitious.
Ambitious? Why?
Only 2 or 3 of those worlds are smaller than ours. Venus, Mercury, the Moon. 3 in all. Others are 80 times, 700 times, even 1,400 times bigger than the Earth.
If you mean the sun, then certainly. It's the principal star of all the stars. From it we have everything that gives us existence, warmth, power, and the glory of the world around us. The sun is not just in the beat of our hearts, it's the heartbeat of the earth.
Dear Isabel, you just said more with your imagination and poetry than my Italian sage with all his knowledge.
But,
Isabel demanded,
how can these points of light in the sky be bigger than the earth?
Leaving out those we can barely see because they're so far from us, like Uranus and Saturn. Do you see that golden star there?
I see it.
That's Jupiter. It is 414,000 times larger than the Earth, and it has 4 moons that bathe it in eternal light.
But how does it seem so small, when the sun seems so big?
Partly because the sun is 5 times the size of Jupiter, and partly because we are only 38 million leagues from the sun, but we are 170 million leagues from Jupiter.
But who told you all this, Antoine?
My Italian sage.
What's his name?
Galileo.
And you believe what he told you?
Firmly.
Well, my dear Count, you frighten me with your vast distances. I don't think my soul could ever make such a journey.
Assuming we have souls, Isabel.
Can you doubt it?
I've not seen it demonstrated.
We'll not talk about that. Italian sage or no, I much prefer to believe I have a soul.
If you believe in your soul, I'll try to believe in mine.
Well, suppose you have one, and after death you were free to choose between a temporary stay here or eternity on another world. Which would you choose?
But you, my dear Isabel, where would you go?
I admit that I lean toward the moon, for it's the star of unhappy lovers.
That would be a good choice, insofar as it's the closest, Isabel, being a mere 96,000 leagues away. But it's the planet where our souls would fare the worst.
Why?
Because it's uninhabitable, even for a soul.
Oh, how unlucky. Are you sure?
Judge for yourself. Currently, the best telescopes in the world are in Padua. When trained on your favourite planet, they see nothing but absolute sterility and solitude, at least on its visible hemisphere. No atmosphere, and thus no river, lake, or ocean, no vegetation, no life. It's true that the side we can't see may have everything that the near side lacks, but I doubt it. So I advise you not to send your soul there, because mine has to follow wherever yours goes.
You seem to know all these worlds as if you'd lived there, my dear Count. In all these stars and constellations, these planets and these moons, where should I go, if your soul is determined to follow mine?
As to that, said the Count, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment. To Venus.
From a man who claims not to be a pagan, that's a bit compromising. So why is Venus the planet of your choice?
See there, dear Isabel, that blue flame in the sky is Venus. It's the forerunner of the night, and the harbinger of the dawn, the most radiant planet in our system. It's only 28 million leagues or so from the sun, and receives twice as much heat and light as the Earth. It has an atmosphere much like ours, and though barely half the size of our planet, it has mountains reaching an altitude of 120,000 feet. Now, Venus, unlike Mercury, is almost entirely enveloped in clouds, so it must be home to the streams and rivers that are missing from the moon. Souls that walk along those banks would hear the water murmur with a lovely freshness.
"Very well. We go to Venus,"
said Isabel. This pact had just been concluded when they heard a sound rapidly approaching. The travellers instinctively stopped and turned to see where the sound came from. A man was running toward them at full speed, but he didn't cry out, just waved his hat wildly. They could see him clearly, as the moon was sailing through a gap in the clouds, like a boat on a deep blue sea. It was apparent that this man had something important to convey to the travellers. When he got close enough, he gasped out Guillaume's name. Guillaume got down from his mule and ran to meet the man, who was one of the two smugglers who had given up his place by the fire to the Comte de Moray and Galaor. The two men met at about 50 paces away, exchanged a few words in an undertone, and then came toward the caravan.
"Bad news, friend Jacquelino,"
said Guillaume, affecting an air of familiarity with the Count that was meant to deceive his smuggler friend as to Moray's rank, a rank which the man seemed to guess nonetheless.
"They're coming after us. We need to find a place to hide, so we can let them go past."
56. The Jacon Bridge. Here, in fact, is what happened in the smuggler's lodge after the Comte de Moray, Galaor, and Guillaume Coutet left the common room. The front door reopened, and the face of the Spaniard who had fled after slaying the German reappeared there. The room was so quiet, it was as if nothing unusual had happened. "Hey!" he called. "You Spaniards!" All the Spaniards got up at the summons of their compatriot and went toward him. A local smuggler, the friend of Guillaume Coutet, suspecting the Spaniards were up to no good, went out the back door and circled around the lodge until he could get close to the conspirators. He heard the murderer tell his compatriots that, through the window of the kitchen, he'd seen two women, one of whom looked like an aristocrat. These ladies, he said, seemed to be part of Guillaume's caravan, and that was an opportunity too good to pass up. The murderer had little difficulty in persuading his comrades to seize the chance. There were 10 Spaniards. They ought to be able to overwhelm 3 men without too much trouble, especially since one was a guide who probably wouldn't stick his neck out for people he didn't know. The gang went to gather their weapons. The smuggler, meanwhile, took to his heels and raced up the road, hoping to reach the caravan before the Spaniards could come upon them, and indeed he arrived ahead of them, but not by much. Guillaume and the smuggler talked it over quickly. They were both intimately familiar with the local terrain, but where there's no foliage it's not easy to hide 5 travellers and their mules. The 2 smugglers grimaced, and then both said, "The Jacon Bridge." The Jacon Bridge was a high stone arch across a mountain canyon that carried the road over a tumbling tributary of the Po. Beyond, the road forked, one path climbing toward Venot, the other bending back toward Susa, approaching it from behind. When they arrived at that point, the Spaniards would just have to guess which way their prey had gone, and if they picked the wrong direction, the travellers might escape, especially since the Spaniards had no idea the little caravan had been warned of the pursuit. They would probably just pick one fork or the other and continue on. 10 minutes' ride brought them to the Jacon Bridge. Guillaume took Isabelle's mule by its bridle, his comrade led the mule of Madame de Coetmont, and so they crossed the narrow span. Providence was on their side, for a sea of dark clouds, which eclipsed the constellations which the Count and Isabel had admired, were also about to swallow the moon and its light. In 5 more minutes it would be dark as pitch. The smuggler let go of the bridle of the Lady Coetmont's mule, walked 50 paces away, dropped, and pressed his ear against the ground. The little caravan held still. After listening for a few seconds, the smuggler jumped up and ran back. "I heard them," he said, "but they're still 600 yards behind us. In a minute, the moon will disappear behind the clouds. There's not a moment to lose." They resumed their ride. The clouds swept across the sky and the moon disappeared. Looking back, the travellers saw their pursuers arrive at the bridge just as darkness fell. Guillaume, who led the first mule, turned abruptly to the left, leading them onto a path cut into the rock that led down toward the tumbling torrent below. The path, such as it was, must have been cut so that, in the heat of summer, mules could be led down to cool water. It was a steep descent, but they managed it without accident. At the bottom, the smuggler again pressed his ear against the stone. "They're coming," he said. "If one of our mules neighs and they spot us, leave it to me. I'll take that mule and lead them away." Guillaume led the travellers under the arch of the stone bridge, where they bound kerchiefs around the mouths of the mules. Meanwhile, his comrade went ahead to scout along the road to Venot. Soon all the travellers could hear the Spanish bandits as they crossed the bridge. But as the travellers were doubly concealed by the darkness and the bridge, they were completely invisible, unless some unforeseen accident revealed their hiding place. After crossing the bridge, the Spaniards fell to arguing about whether they should take the fork that went on toward Venot or back toward Susa. The discussion became heated, and those among the fugitives who understood Spanish could clearly hear the whole debate. Suddenly they heard a male voice rise in song from beyond the bridge. Guillaume placed a finger against the Comte de Moret's lips. He had recognized the voice of his comrade. The song interrupted the debate at the fork in the road. 4 of the Spaniards stepped forward to meet the singer. "Hey, you!" they called out in broken Italian. "Did you see any mounted travellers go by?" "I saw 2 men and 2 women led by Guillaume Coutet, a merchant from Gravière," he said. "Is that who you mean?" "Exactly. Well, they're only about 500 yards ahead along the road to Venot," the smuggler said. This settled the argument, and the bandits rushed off down the road to Venot. The travellers peered warily out from the shadows beneath the bridge. As for the smuggler, he took the road toward Susa, gesturing to the travellers to follow him. The sound of the bandits receded into the distance, and after 5 minutes' wait, the caravan, led by Guillaume, went back up the steep path to the bridge. 500 yards down the Susa road, they caught up with the smuggler, who, unwilling to return to the lodge after misleading the bandits, asked if he could join the travellers' party. Permission was instantly granted, and the Comte de Moret promised him that once they were over the border and into Piedmont, he would be well rewarded. They continued on their way, pressing the mules for speed, which was easier as they approached Susa, where the road was better. As they got closer, the 2 guides advised caution, but the path they were following was so little known, and even less frequented, that the Savoyards had set no sentries on it, though it approached the northern ramparts. The ramparts, when they reached them, were deserted, as the entire defence of the town of Susa was concentrated in the pass, a mile further ahead. Eventually, by following the rampart around to the east, they came down off the mountain and onto the road to the town of Malavet, where they spent the night. The next morning they took counsel. They could descend into the plain and go down to Lake Maggiore by way of Rivarolo and Giui, but that would be risking a danger of capture even worse than falling into the hands of Spanish bandits. It was true that the Comte de Moret had been charged upon his departure from France to carry a letter from Queen Anne to Don González de Cordova, the governor of Milan, and thus could pretend to be on a mission for the 2 queens to Rome or Venice. But that ruse would have galled him, as he was a true son of Henri IV and hated to lie. Besides, that would have shortened the journey, which Antoine de Bourbon wished to prolong as much as possible, and since his advice carried the most weight, his will prevailed. So they decided to go the long way around, through Aosta, Domodossola, and Sonovre, and by bypassing the Lombard Basin make their way to Verona, where they'd be safe. After a couple of days of rest in Verona, the party would separate, the women continuing on horseback to their destination, Mantua. At Ivrea, the smuggler who had joined their caravan went on his way, after being rewarded for his devotion with a money pouch that persuaded Guillaume Coutet all the more that he was guiding a nobleman who was travelling incognito. And to be fair, we must say that it was to confirm this suspicion that he was determined to accompany the travellers to the end of their journey. As it happened, that confirmation wasn't hard to come by. If Guillaume Coutet had sworn to serve the Count, because the latter had saved Coutet's life, Antoine de Bourbon felt the strong sympathy and connection of the saviour for the saved. After 27 days of travel, and a series of unimportant incidents we will spare the reader by omitting, as they lacked the drama of previous events, the party arrived in Mantua by way of Tordi, Nogaro, and Castellarese. 57. The Oath. No letter, word, or message had forewarned the Baron de Lautrec of the arrival of his daughter. As a result, though he wasn't always the most attentive of fathers, the first moments of their reunion were an outpouring of paternal and filial love. It was several moments before the Baron could acknowledge his daughter's travelling companions and read the letter sent to him by Cardinal Richelieu. From this letter he learned the name of the young man charged with the care of his daughter, and from that just how much the Cardinal cared for his Isabel. Altogether he had more than enough reason to immediately notify Charles de Gonzague, the new Duke of Mantua, of the arrival of his daughter, and of the illustrious escort who'd brought her to his door. So he sent a servant to the Chateau de Tay to tell the Duke the news, which was bound to pique his interest, since the Comte de Moray, as the natural brother of Louis XIII, must be privy to the intentions of the Cardinal and the King. When he heard that the Count requested an audience, the Duke of Mantua responded by mounting a horse and coming himself, accompanied only by one of his most faithful servants. He found that the Comte de Moray, despite being the son of Henri IV, refused to cover his head and take a seat before the Duke did. As it happened, the Duke already knew, from an envoy, the news from Paris as of January 4th, 1629, that is to say, several days after the departure of the Comte de Moray and Isabel. The Cardinal, on the strength of the King's promise to him, had conveyed France's full support to the Duke of Mantua, which had gone a long way to relieve him of his fears. And now here came not a mere courier, but an emissary from Richelieu himself, to assure him that the Cardinal and the King were on their way. History tells us that on Thursday, January 15th, the King dined at Moulins and spent the night at Varennes. We don't know his exact whereabouts between January 15th and February 5th, but we do know that in that time the plague, which had broken out in Italy, had crossed the Alps and reached Lyon. Would the King have enough courage, in the face of bitter cold and this deadly scourge, to carry him through Lyon and up into the frigid mountains? For anyone who knew how changeable the King was, this was a real concern. But for those who knew the steadfast character of the Cardinal, there was hope. The Comte de Moray could only repeat to the Duke of Mantua what he'd been told by the Cardinal, that the French intended to raise the siege of Casale and bring immediate relief to Mantua. There was no time to lose. Charles, the Duc de Nevers, knew from a reliable source that Prince Gaston, in a moment of anger, had sent a message reaching out to Wallenstein in Germany. Thus, Monsieur unwittingly drew toward France those new Huns under their new Attila. For the last 3 months, 2 generals of these barbarians, Aldringen and Gallas, past masters of destruction and pillage, had been sacking their way through Worms, Frankfurt, and Swabia. To the poor Duke of Mantua, it was as if they were already looming across the Alps, more terrible than the savage tribes of the Cimbrian Teutons, who had sledded down mountains and across frozen rivers on their shields. The Comte de Moray knew he shouldn't stay long in Mantua. He had promised the Cardinal he would return to take part in the campaign. But against this, the Duke urged him to lend his name to the defence of Mantua, until it could be relieved by the King's forces. The situation in Mantua was so grave, the Baron de Lautrec almost regretted that he'd summoned his daughter into it. The day after their arrival, her father summoned Isabel for a private talk. He told Isabel the commitments he'd made regarding her to the Vicomte de Ponty, and in return, Isabel told him quite openly of the vow made to her by the Comte de Moray. Despite the excellence of the Monsieur de Ponty's birth and family, they were no match for that of Antoine de Bourbon, who outranked anyone of less than royal birth. The Baron contented himself with bringing the Comte de Moray into his office to ask him about his intentions. Moray replied with his usual frankness, confessing that the Cardinal had already forced his hand and endorsed his commitment, so long as, first, he discharged his duty to the cardinal. The Baron de Lautrec accepted this commitment, with the proviso that if the Count was killed, or contracted to another, he would resume his authority to bestow his daughter's hand where he would. Barring that, he had no reason to resist the young Count's suit for Isabel. The evening after this double discussion, the young couple, walking along the banks of the river Virgil, related to each other the talks they'd had with the Baron. Isabel made her lover promise not to get killed. He promised never to take another for his wife, and both were satisfied. We must emphasize this promise never to take another for his wife, because with every son of Henri IV, other than Antoine de Bourbon, this would certainly have been a Jesuitical promise, adhered to in fact, but not in spirit. There was certainly no ulterior motive in the promise not to get killed, but this promise to take no other wife but Isabel de Lautrec. Did it extend to mistresses, or those moments when the devil might otherwise tempt him? The most faithful of lovers have such moments, even those who aren't sons of a free thinker like Henri IV. Could the young Basque, Jacquelino, resist the sultry attractions of his beautiful cousin Marina, whose hot eyes shot him flaming glances that set his heart afire? What if another evening came, like that after Marie de Gonzague's soirée, when Lafargie, her kiss still burning on his lips, was stepping into her chair? What if Satan tapped him on the shoulder and urged him to join her? Was he strong enough to send Satan back to hell? We can't say that for Antoine de Bourbon the words he'd spoken to Isabel de Lautrec outweighed the attractions of Madame de Fargy, that Venus Astarte, who whispered burning words of forbidden love into the ears of her lovers. What we can say is that the Comte de Morey felt the need of a witness other than the river the pagans called the Mincio, and other lights than those of Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Cassiopeia, and so he asked Isabel to join him in a Christian church, and in the presence of God, reaffirmed the solemnity of his oath. Isabel, like her compatriot Juliet, promised everything her lover asked, repeating to him the words of the English poet, "My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite." The next day at the same hour, that is to say, about 9 in the evening, two shadows, one walking a few steps behind the other, slipped into St. Andrew's Church through a side door. By the light of the ever-burning lamps and votive candles offered in memory of the many miracles commemorated there, they made their way toward the altar of Our Lady of the Angels, which was also known by the even more charming name of Our Lady of Love, since its first dedication in that name a half-century before had exposed the amorous susceptibility of a bishop. First came a young woman, who knelt before it. The young man who followed knelt beside her, on her right. Both, radiant with youth and beauty, were bathed in the flickering light of the lamp, she with her head down, eyes moist with tears of joy, he with his face raised, his eyes sparkling with happiness. Each said a silent prayer, though by each we really mean Isabel de Lautrec, for the words that overflowed her heart formed a prayer on her lips to the dear Mother of God. But men only know how to pray in misfortune. In happiness, their words are but a babble of desire amid sighs of passion. Then, their first surge of love expressed, their trembling hands sought each other's grasp. Isabel gasped with a joy that was almost pain, and then, with no thought of where she was, cried, "Oh, my love, how much I do love you!" The Count looked up at the Madonna. "See," he cried, "the Madonna smiles, and so do I. For how much do I love you, my dearest Isabel?" And their heads dropped to their chests, crushed beneath the weight of their happiness. The Count pressed Isabel's hand against his breast, then gently pulled his hand from hers and pressed her fingers against his lips. And then, pulling the ring from the smallest of his fingers, he placed it on the second finger of her hand, saying, "Holy Mother of God, patron saint of love both human and heavenly, you whose celestial smile echoes our own, be witness that I hereby pledge to have no wife but Isabel de Lautrec. If I break that oath, may you punish me as I deserve.
"Oh, no, Virgin Mother," Isabel cried. "Never punish him."
"Isabel," said the Count, taking her fiercely in his arms, then gently releasing her before the holiness of the place.
"Madonna, holy and all-powerful," she said, "be witness in my turn to my oath. I swear here at your altar, before whose divine feet I kiss, that from today I belong body and soul to the one who just placed this ring on my finger, and that even were he to die, or worse, betray his oath, I will be no one else's wife, unless it be that of your divine son."
With this final word, Isabel's lips were closed by a kiss. The sainted Madonna smiled down at the Count's kiss and at Isabel's gasp, as she remembered that she'd been called Our Lady of Love before she was called Our Lady of the Angels. 58. The Journal of Monsieur de Bassompierre. As the Duke of Mantua learned from the envoy, the Cardinal and the King had left Paris on the 4th of January, and on the 15th they dined at Moulins and supped at Varennes, which is not to be confused with that Varennes in the Meuse, later made famous by the arrest of a king. For this commencement of the campaign, we have a reliable guide in the Journal of Monsieur de Bassompierre. It is to him we turn for the historical part of our story. The King, after making his fateful pact with Richelieu, left his Eminence's office, and outside encountered Monsieur de Bassompierre, who had come to pay his respects to the Cardinal. Seeing him, the King paused and turned to Richelieu, who was escorting him to the door of the street. "Look, Monsieur le Cardinal, here's someone we can trust to go with us, and who will serve me well." The Cardinal smiled and nodded. "That is the Marshal's way. Your Majesty will pardon me for asking, but where are we going?" "To Italy," said the King. "I go in person to raise the siege of Casale. So prepare to depart, Monsieur le Maréchal. We'll take Créqui as well. He knows that country, and hopefully will tell us all about it." "Your servant, sire," Bassompierre replied with a bow. "I'll follow you to the end of the world, and even to the moon, should you choose to mount so high." "We go neither so far nor so high, Marshal. We rendezvous in Grenoble. If anything delays you from joining us there, please inform the Cardinal." "Sire," said Bassompierre, "with God's help, nothing will go amiss, especially if your Majesty will order that old scoundrel La Vieuville to pay me what I'm owed as Colonel-General of the Swiss Guard." The King laughed. "If La Vieuville won't pay you," he said, "the Cardinal will." "Is that so?" Bassompierre seemed sceptical. "Quite so, Marshal. In fact, if you'll give me your bill now, you can leave here with the money. We depart in 3 or 4 days and have no time to lose." "Monsieur le Cardinal," said Bassompierre, with that air of grand nobility unique to him, "I never carry cash with me when I go to play cards with the King. I'll leave the bill with you, if I may, and send a lackey around later to pick up the money." The King departed. Bassompierre wrote out his bill for the Cardinal, and sent for the money the next day. The same evening that the Cardinal had told Louis XIII that a king must always be true to his word, he sent 150,000 livres to the Duc d'Orléans, 60,000 to the Queen Mother, and 50,000 to Queen Anne. Also, L'Angely received the 30,000 livres the King had offered him, and Saint-Simon the appointment of King's Squire, with its 15,000 livres per year. As for Baradat, we know that he had been surprised to receive a bearer bond from the King for 30,000 livres, and had collected it the same day. The Cardinal had also settled his accounts. Charpentier, Rossignol, and Cavois all shared in his success, but the payment to Cavois, generous though it was small consolation to his wife. For her, the Cardinal's resignation had brought about a welcome return to quiet nights without disturbance, which was all she'd been praying for, with, as we've seen, the aid of the children. Unfortunately, man, in creating a personal God who could respond to every person, had so overwhelmed the deity with entreaties that sometimes even the holiest and most reasonable requests were overlooked. Poor Madame Cavois fell into this category, and, following his Eminence, Cavois once again left her a widow. Fortunately, he left her once again pregnant. The king had previously bestowed on Monsieur the title of Lieutenant General, but from the moment the cardinal rejoined the king, it was apparent that it would be Richelieu who would manage the conduct of the war, and that the office of Lieutenant General would be an empty formality. So, though Monsieur sent his train by way of Montargis, and followed it beyond Moulins, upon arrival at Chavagne, he changed his mind and announced to Bassompierre that, considering the insult he had been offered, he was withdrawing to his principality of Dombes, where he would await the orders of the king. Bassompierre implored him to reconsider, but to no end. No one was surprised by Monsieur's decision, most seeing in it cowardice rather than wounded pride. The king marched quickly to Lyons, where he found the plague was raging, and went on to stop in Grenoble. On Monday, February 19th, he sent to the Marquis de Toiras in Vienna to come join the army and oversee the passage of the artillery over the mountains. The Duc de Montmorency had, on his part, informed the king that he would come by Nîmes, Sisteron, and Gap, joining the king at Briançon. It was there that the real troubles began. The two queens, on the pretext that they feared for the health of the king, but actually to subvert the influence of the cardinal, had left Paris with the aim of joining the king in Grenoble. But he had ordered them to stop in Lyons, and they dared not disobey. However, in Lyons, they made all the trouble they could, diverting Créquy's attention from preparing for the passage of the mountains and delaying Guise from joining the fleet. However, nothing discouraged the cardinal. So long as the king was his ally, the king was his strength. He hoped that the king, by taking the personal risk of crossing the Alpine passes in winter, would attract from the neighbouring provinces the help they needed, and it had been working before the two queens began to interfere. When they got to Briançon, it was clear that the two queens' meddling had been so successful that nothing that was supposed to be there had arrived. No food, no mules, almost no ammunition, and no more than a dozen cannon. Worse, there were only 2 million livres left of all the millions the cardinal had borrowed. All this while, opposing the king was the Duke of Savoy, the most wily and deceitful prince of his time. He held Susa Pass, the way across the Alps to Casale and Mantua. None of these obstacles stopped the cardinal for a moment. He convened their most skilful engineers and sought with them the means of doing everything men's efforts could do. Charles VIII had been the first to carry cannon across the Alps, but that had been in good weather. It was hard enough to cross these almost inaccessible mountains in the summer, let alone in the winter. They affixed cables to the artillery and attached them to pulleys and winches. Some men cranked winches, others hauled cables by hand. The cannonballs were hoisted up in baskets. Barrels containing ammunition, powder, and more balls were loaded onto mules, bought at a ruinous price. In 6 days, all this equipment was brought over Mont Genèvre and down to Ulz. The cardinal pushed on to Chaumont, where he hastily gathered what information he could and checked it against the intelligence sent on by the Comte de Moret. It was there that, upon reckoning all the ammunition, he was told that there were only 7 cartridges per man. "What of that?" Richelieu replied, "so long as Susa is taken with the 5th. Meanwhile, rumours of these preparations reached the ears of Charles Emmanuel, the Duke of Savoy. But the king and the cardinal were already in Briançon, when Savoy thought them still in Lyons. Consequently, he sent his son, Victor Amadeus, to call on King Louis XIII in Grenoble. But once in Grenoble, he learnt that King Louis had already left, and was, at that hour, crossing the mountains. Victor Amadeus set out at once in pursuit of the king and the cardinal. He caught up with Louis XIII at Ulz, and asked for an audience, just as the last pieces of artillery were descending from the pass. The king received him, but refused to listen to him and sent him on to the cardinal. Victor Amadeus left immediately for Chaumont. There, the Prince of Savoy, raised by a master of the ruse, hoped to use on the cardinal the methods familiar to himself and his father, but this time he was outfaced, a serpent against a lion. The cardinal understood from the prince's first words that the Duke of Savoy had but one reason for sending his son, and that was to gain time. But where the king might have been taken in, The cardinal saw clearly the negotiators' intentions. Victor Amadeus had come to ask for time, so his father could find a way out of the promise he'd made to the governor of Milan not to allow French troops to cross his domain. But even as he began to articulate his request, the cardinal brought him up short. "Your pardon, my prince," he said, "but His Highness the Duke of Savoy asks for time to repudiate a promise he was in no position to give."
"How is that?"
asked the prince. "Because in his recent negotiations with France, he agreed to allow my master the king passage through his domain, if needed to support his allies." Victor Amadeus was taken aback. "I must beg pardon of your eminence, but I've seen this clause nowhere in the treaties between France and Savoy." "And you're well aware why you haven't seen it, Prince. It was a verbal agreement, and out of respect for the Duke, your father, we were satisfied with his word of honour, and didn't require that clause in writing. According to him, the King of Spain would take offence if he granted such a privilege to France, and wouldn't give him a moment's rest until he'd obtained a similar right."
"But,"
ventured Victor Amadeus,
"the Duke, my father, does not refuse passage to the king your master."
"Then," said the cardinal, smiling as he recalled the details of the letter received from the Comte de Moray, "it is to honour the King of France that His Highness the Duke of Savoy has closed the pass of Susa with a demi-lune bastion, large enough for 300 troops, backed up by barricades, with room for 300 more, and on top of this, the fort of Montauban, built between two redoubts, with outworks placed to create a crossfire. Is it to facilitate the passage of the king and the army of France that, in addition to blocking the valley, boulders so large that no engine could move them have been rolled down into the road? Is it to plant trees and flowers along our path that for the last 6 weeks 300 workers have plied pickaxe and spade at work that has attracted visits from both you and your august father? No, Prince, let us not mince words. Speak frankly, as rulers should. You delay in order to give the Spanish enough time to take Casale, whose garrison is heroically dying of hunger. Eh bien, as it is in our interest, and is our duty, to rescue this garrison, we say to you that your father, His Highness the Duke, owes us this passage, and your father the Duke will give it to us. We need 2 days for the rest of our materiel to arrive." The cardinal drew his watch. "It is now 11 in the morning. 11 in the morning, the day after tomorrow, will be on Tuesday. At dawn on Wednesday we attack. You may take it as written. Now, whether you go to open the pass or to prepare to defend it, you have no time to spare for reflection, so I won't keep you. A frank and open peace, Monseigneur, or a good war." "I fear it will be the good war, Monsieur le Cardinal," said Victor Amadeus, rising. "From the Christian point of view, and as a minister of the Lord, I hate war. But from the political point of view, and as a minister of France, I think that war, though never a good thing, is sometimes a necessary thing. France is within its rights, and will have them respected. When 2 states come to blows, bad luck comes to he who champions deceit and perfidy. God sees us. God will judge." The cardinal saluted the prince, making it clear that further talk was futile. France would march on Casale, and no matter the obstacles, that was the path they'd chosen. 59. In which the reader meets an old friend. Victor Amadeus had scarcely left when the cardinal approached the table and wrote the following letter. "Sire, if your Majesty, as God gives me to hope, has fortunately completed transport of our materiel over the mountains, I humbly beg you will order the artillery, caissons, and all machines of war brought immediately to Chaumont. We pray the King will have the kindness to proceed here without delay, as the day of hostilities is to be Wednesday, subject to the will of your Majesty, though it were best not changed without good reason. I eagerly await your Majesty's response, or, better still, your Majesty himself. I send a reliable man upon whom His Majesty can depend for anything. even as an escort should His Majesty choose to travel incognito by night. I have the honour to be, for your Majesty, your most humble subject and most devoted servant, Armand, Cardinal de Richelieu. Once the letter was written and folded, the cardinal called, "Etienne!" At once the door of the room opened, and on the threshold appeared our old acquaintance, Etienne Latil, last seen entering the cardinal's study in Chaillot, pale, knees trembling, supporting himself against the wall, and feebly offering his devotion. But now, with head high, moustache bristling, a spring in his step, hat in his right hand, and the left on the pommel of his sword, he was once again that captain who might have stepped out of a sketch by Caillot. It had been fully 4 months since, struck at the same time by the Marquis de Pisani and by Soucarrière, he had fallen unconscious to the floor of Maître Soleil's inn. However, if a wound isn't fatal, it's not long before a man put together like Etienne Latil is back on his feet, more hale and hearty than ever. The imminent hostilities lent a gaiety to his face that did not escape the cardinal. "Etienne," he said to him, "mount your horse this instant, unless you'd prefer, for your own reasons, to travel by foot, but however you wish, this letter, which is of the highest importance, must reach the king before 10 this evening." "Would your eminence tell me what time it is?" The cardinal drew his watch. "It is nearly noon." "And the king is in Ulz?" "Yes. Unless I plunge down the Doire, the king will have his letter by 8. Try not to plunge down the Doire, as that would cause me grief, whereas if the king receives his letter, I'll be pleased. I shall hope to satisfy your eminence on both points." The cardinal knew Latil for a man of his word, so, judging that it was pointless to insist, he merely made a gesture of dismissal. Latil ran to the stable to choose a good horse, stopping at the smithy only long enough to have it shod with crampons. That business finished, he sprang on its back and launched himself down the road to Ulz. He found the track in better condition than he'd expected. With the aim of making it passable for the cannons and other equipment, the engineers had done everything feasible to improve it. By 4 o'clock, Etienne was at Saint-Laurent, and by 7:30 he was at Ulz. The king was at supper, served by Saint-Simon, who had succeeded Baradar in his favour. At the foot of the table was his fool and confidant, L'Angely. A message from the cardinal was announced, and immediately the king ordered that the messenger be brought before him. Latil was fully conversant with all forms of etiquette, having spent his time as a page of the Duc d'Epernon, and thus was no man to let himself be intimidated by royal majesty. He entered boldly into the room, advanced toward the king, placed one knee on the ground, and presented him his hat, with the cardinal's letter balanced atop it. Louis XIII watched this with a certain astonishment. Latil had followed the rules of etiquette of the old-time court. "Oui," he said, taking the note. "Where do you come by these fine manners, my master?" "Is not this the fashion, sire, in which one presented letters to your illustrious father of glorious memory?" "Indeed, but the mode is a trifle passé." "The respect is the same, sire, so it seemed to me the etiquette should be the same." "You seem well versed in etiquette for a soldier." "I started out as page to Monsieur le Duc d'Epernon, and in that time I more than once had the honour to present a letter to Henri IV in the manner I have now had the honour to repeat to his son." "Page to the Duc d'Epernon?" repeated the king. "And like him, sire, I was on the running board of the carriage on May 14, 1610, in the Rue de la Ferronnerie, when Henri IV was slain. Your Majesty may have heard that it was a page who stopped the assassin by holding on to his cloak, despite the knife blows that slashed his hands." "Yes. This page, would he be you, by any chance?" Latil, still on one knee before the king, drew off his deerskin gloves, revealing hands furrowed by scars. "Sire, see my hands," he said. The king looked at the man with visible emotion and said, "These hands are the hands of loyalty. Give me your hands, mon brave." And taking Latil's hands in his own, he gripped them. "Now, rise," he said. Latil rose.
"A great king, sire, was King Henri IV. He said, 'Yes, and God give me the grace to resemble him. The opportunity is here, sire,' replied Latil, indicating the note he had brought. 'Let us see,' said the king, opening the letter. 'Ah,' he said, after reading it, 'Monsieur le Cardinal says that he has engaged our honour, and that whether we disengage it or not, the matter will not wait. Saint-Simon, inform Messieurs Créqui and Bassompierre that I must speak with them this very moment.' The two marshals were lodged in a house adjacent to that of the king, and were alerted within minutes. Of the two other commanders, Monsieur de Schomberg was at Exilles, Monsieur de Montmorency at Saint-Laurent. The king conveyed the contents of Richelieu's letter to the two marshals, and ordered them to get the artillery and munitions to Chaumont as quickly as possible, declaring that everything must be at Chaumont by the end of the next day. As for the marshals, he expected them by Tuesday evening, so they could take part in a council of war, in which they would decide the mode of attack for the following day. At 10 o'clock that evening, in a murky night, swirling with snow, without moon or stars, the king departed on horseback for Chaumont, accompanied only by Latil, Saint-Simon, and L'Angely. Having prepared his own horse for ice, Latil now took the same precautions with the king's horse. Then he set out on that route for the third time, leading on foot and probing the road. Never had the king displayed such a bold demeanour, nor been so satisfied with himself. If he didn't have the strength of character for actual grandeur, he at least had a sense of it. He wore his hat with the black plumes, and thought of the white plumes his father Henri IV had worn during his great victory at Ivry. If his son could change his black plume for a white plume, why couldn't Susa be his Ivry? Latil marched before the king's horse, sounding the road with an iron-shod staff, stopping from time to time to find better footing, taking the horse by the bridle and leading him over bad spots. At each guard-post the king was recognized, and he gave the order to prepare the troops to march on Chaumont, enjoying in their obedience one of the sweetest prerogatives of power. Just short of Saint-Laurent, Latil had an intimation, from the sharpness of the north wind, of the approach of one of those sudden whirlwinds that are dubbed in the mountains a snow-plough. He invited the king to dismount and take shelter between Saint-Simon, L'Angely, and himself, but the king wanted to stay on his horse, saying that if events called for him to be a soldier, he would act like a soldier. He wrapped himself in his cloak and waited. The whirlwind didn't keep them waiting long. It came on with a whine. L'Angely and Saint-Simon pressed themselves in on either side of the king, who was wrapped in his cloak. Latil seized the horse's bit with both hands and turned his back to the hurricane. It arrived, terrible and howling. In an instant, the road was covered with snow 2 feet deep. The riders felt their horses tremble between their legs. In such cataclysms of nature, the animals share the fright of man. The silk ribbon which held on the king's hat parted, and the black felt with its black plumes disappeared into the darkness like a night bird. Upon arrival at Saint-Laurent, the king asked to be led to Monsieur de Montmorency's quarters. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Montmorency had thrown himself fully clothed onto his bed. At the first word of the king's presence, the duke sprang back up and stood in his doorway, awaiting the king's orders. Such promptness pleased Louis XIII, and though not overly fond of Monsieur de Montmorency, who had at one time been enamoured of the Queen, he saluted him. The Duke offered to accompany the king and provide him with an escort, but Louis XIII replied that he was on the ground of France, and so long as he was on the ground of France, he felt safe. The escort he had seemed sufficient, being entirely devoted. He merely asked Montmorency to make his way to Chaumont in time for the council of war to be held at 9 o'clock the following evening. The only thing he agreed to accept was another hat. When placing it on his head, he realized that it had 3 white plumes, and once again he recalled Ivry. "It's a good omen," he said. Upon leaving Saint-Laurent, the snow was so deep that Latil invited the king to come down from his horse. The king dismounted. Latil led, taking the king's horse by the bridle. L'Angely came after, then Saint-Simon.
Louis XIII thus had a path to follow levelled for him by 3 men and 3 horses. Saint-Simon, who was grateful to the cardinal for the favours he'd done him, praised to the king all the precautions Richelieu had taken, and all the foresight he had shown.
"Yes, yes," answered Louis XIII. "Monsieur le Cardinal is a good servant. I doubt that my brother, in his place, would have taken so many pains for me."
2 hours later, the king arrived without incident at the door of the Golden Juniper in Chaumont, as proud of his lost hat as of a wound, as proud of his night march as of a victory. He remarked that no one need awaken the cardinal.
"His Eminence is not asleep," replied Maître Germain. "And what is he doing at this hour?" asked the king.
"I work for the glory of your Majesty," said the cardinal as he appeared, "and Monsieur de Ponty aids me with all his power in this glorious task." And the cardinal invited the king into his room, where he found a large fire to warm it, and an immense map of the country, drawn up by Monsieur de Ponty, unrolled on a table. 60. In which the cardinal finds the guide he needs. One of the great strengths of the cardinal was not to believe King Louis XIII had virtues that he lacked, but to make the king think he had them regardless. Lazy and languid, he made the king believe he was active. Timid and distrustful, he made the king believe he was brave. Cruel and bloodthirsty, he made him believe he was just. Richelieu said that, though the king's presence wasn't urgently required in Chaumont at that hour of the night, still he had exalted his glory and that of France by having made the trek, in such peril, on such roads, and in the middle of such deep darkness, to answer the call of the nation. However, now the king must take to bed on the instant, as the day just beginning and the one to follow remained ahead of him. By daybreak, the orders had been given all along the route, so that the troops bivouacked in Saint-Laurent, in Exilles, and in Séaux were all under way toward Chaumont. These troops were under the command of the Comte de Soissons, the Duc de Longueville, de la Trémouille, d'Alliance, and de la Valette, the Comte d'Harcourt and de Saules, and the Marquise de Canaple, de Mortemart, de Davon, de Valence, and de Toiras. The 4 top commanders were the Duc de Montmorency and the 3 marshals, Créqui, Bassompierre, and Schomberg. The genius of the cardinal had planned it all. He conceived, the king commanded. Since we've already told the story of the siege of La Rochelle, that glorious climax of the reign of Louis XIII, in our book The 3 Musketeers, we are permitted to dwell here at some length on the famous forcing of the pass of Susa, about which the official historians have made much ado. Upon leaving Richelieu, Victor Amadeus, to cover his exit, as they say in the theatre, had announced he was heading to Rivoli, where the Duke, his father, awaited him, and that in 24 hours he would announce Charles Emmanuel's decision. But when he arrived in Rivoli, the Duke of Savoy, whose only goal was to draw things out, had already departed for Turin. Thus, around 5 in the evening, instead of Victor Amadeus, it was Savoy's Prime Minister, the Count of Verrou, who was announced at the cardinal's door. At this, the cardinal turned to the king. "Would your Majesty," he asked, "prefer the honour of receiving him, or will you leave this burden to me?"
"If it was Prince Victor Amadeus, I'd receive him. But since the Duke of Savoy sees fit to send me his Prime Minister, it's only right that my Prime Minister should answer him."
"Then does the king give me carte blanche?" asked the cardinal.
"Entirely."
"I'll leave the door open," continued Richelieu, "so your Majesty will hear the entire exchange, and if anything I say displeases him, he'll be able to enter and contradict me." Louis XIII gave a nod of assent. Richelieu, leaving the door ajar, went into the chamber where the Count of Verrou awaited. This Count of Verrou should not be confused with his famous grandson, husband of the celebrated Jeanne d'Albert de Luynes, mistress of Victor Amadeus II, and known as the Lady of Pleasure. This Count of Verrou, whom history barely mentions, was a man of 40 years, acute, discerning, and of proven courage. Charged with a difficult mission, he brought an essential candour to the tortuous negotiations required of an emissary of Charles Emmanuel. Seeing the grave figure of the cardinal, with that eye that saw to the bottom of hearts, faced with this genius who alone held in check the other sovereigns of Europe, he bowed deeply and respectfully. "Monseigneur," he said, "I come in place of Prince Victor Amadeus, who is needed at the side of the Duke, his father, who has fallen seriously ill. When his son, after having left your Eminence, arrived last night at Rivoli, he found that his father had been taken to Turin." "Then, Monsieur le Comte," said Richelieu, "you come charged with the full powers of the Duke of Savoy." "I come to announce that I precede his arrival, Monseigneur. Ill as he is, the Duke of Savoy wants to plead his case to His Majesty in person. He is being carried here in a sedan chair." "And when do you think he will arrive, Count?" "His Highness's state of weakness, and the slowness of his means of transport, means that, in my opinion, he can be here no sooner than the day after tomorrow." "At about what hour?" "I wouldn't dare to promise before noon." "I am in despair, Monsieur le Comte. I told Prince Victor Amadeus that on that day, at daybreak, we would attack the entrenchments of Susa, and at daybreak we will attack." "I hope your Eminence will not be so inflexible," said the Count of Verrou, "since you know that the Duke of Savoy does not intend to deny passage." "Ah, well then," said Richelieu, "if we're in agreement, there's no need for further talk." "It is true," said Verrou, with some embarrassment, "that His Highness has one condition, or rather, one hope," added the Count. "Ah, said the Cardinal, smiling. "And that is—" "His Highness the Duke hopes that, due to the great sacrifice he is making, His Most Christian Majesty will cede from the Duchy of Mantua the same part of Montferrat that the King of Spain was allotting to Savoy if he prevailed, or if he does not want to grant it to the Duke, that he will make a gift of it to Madame, your King's sister and our Prince's wife. On this condition, the pass will be open tomorrow." The Cardinal looked for a moment at the Count, who could not sustain his regard and lowered his eyes. Then, as if that was what he awaited, Richelieu said, "Monsieur le Comte, all Europe has such a high opinion of my master, the King's regard for justice, that I don't know how His Highness the Duke of Savoy could imagine that His Majesty would consent to such a proposition. Personally, I'm certain that he would never accept it. The King of Spain may well grant part of what does not belong to him in order to engage Savoy to support an unjust usurpation, but God prevent that the King my master, who crosses the mountains to come to the aid of the oppressed Duke of Mantua, would treat his ally so. If the Duke of Savoy forgets what a King of France is capable of, the day after tomorrow he will be reminded. But may I hope at least that these final proposals will be presented by your Eminence to His Majesty?" "Useless, Monsieur le Comte," said a voice from behind the Cardinal. "The King has heard, and is quite astonished that a man who must know better should make a proposal that would compromise France and stain its honour. If tomorrow the pass is not opened without condition, the next day at daybreak it will be attacked." Then, drawing himself up and placing a foot before him with that majesty which he could sometimes assume, King Louis XIII added, "I will be there in person, and you'll be able to recognize me by these white plumes, as my august father was recognized at Ivry. I hope that His Highness the Duke will adopt a similar sign to identify him in the heat of battle. Take him my words, monsieur. They are the only response I can and must make." And he dismissed the Count with a gesture, who responded with a deep bow and withdrew. All that day, and all that night, the army continued to assemble around Chaumont. By the following evening, the King commanded 23,000 foot and 4,000 horse. Around 10 at night, the artillery and all its materiel were lined up beyond Chaumont, the mouths of the guns turned toward the enemy. The King ordered a check of the caissons and crates for a report on how much ammunition was available. At this time, the bayonet had not yet been invented, so the cannon and the musket decided everything. Today, The rifle has come forward as the weapon of choice for the modern warrior, becoming, as predicted by the Maréchal de Saxe, the handle of the bayonet. At midnight, the council was convened. It was composed of the king, the cardinal, the Duc de Montmorency, and the three marshals, Bassompierre, Schomberg, and Créqui. Bassompierre, who was senior, took the floor. He cast his eyes over the map and studied the positions of the enemy, which they knew perfectly, thanks to the information sent by the Comte de Morey. "Unless someone has a better idea," he said, "here is my proposal, sire." And saluting the king and cardinal to show that he was addressing them, he said, "I propose that the regiments of the French and Swiss Guards take the lead. The regiment of Navarre and the regiment d'Estissac the left and right. The two wings will each be led by 200 musketeers, who will gain the summit of the two peaks of Montmoron and Montabon. Once at the top of the two mountains, nothing will be easier than for them to get the drop on the guards at the barricades. At the first shot heard from the heights, we move. While the musketeers fire on the barricades from behind, we will make a frontal assault with the two guard regiments. Approach the map, monsieur. Look at the position of the enemy, and if you have a better plan than mine, speak up." Maréchal de Créqui and Maréchal de Schomberg studied the map and supported Bassompierre's proposal. That left the Duc de Montmorency. Montmorency was better known for his dauntless courage and audacity on the field of battle than as a strategist and man of foresight. Moreover, he spoke with a certain difficulty at first, with a stammer that he gradually lost as he went on. However, this time he found the courage to speak before the king. "Sire," he said, "I respect the opinion of Monsieur de Bassompierre and of Monsieur de Créqui and de Schomberg, and am well aware of their courage and experience. But while I don't doubt we can carry them, taking those barricades and the redoubts, especially the demi-lune that completely blocks the road, will be a difficult task indeed. Monsieur de Bassompierre has rightly said that we must take them, but is there no way to cut off these entrenchments? Can't we find, perhaps by a difficult mountain path, a way to turn the flank, to come down between the demi-lune and Susa and attack this position from behind? It would only be a question of finding a loyal guide and an intrepid officer. Two things that don't seem impossible to me." "You hear the proposal of Monsieur de Montmorency?" said the king. "Do you agree?" "Excellent," replied the marshals, "but there's no time to lose in finding this guide and this officer." At that moment, Etienne Latil spoke a few quiet words in the cardinal's ear, and Richelieu's face brightened. "Monsieur," he said, "I believe Providence sends us our loyal guide and intrepid officer in one and the same person." And turning toward Latil, who awaited his orders, "Captain Latil," he said, "bring in Monsieur le Comte de Morey." Latil bowed. 5 minutes later, the Comte de Morey entered, and despite his disguise as a humble mountaineer, everyone could see the resemblance to his august father, a resemblance that was the envy of King Louis XIII, illustrious son of Henri IV. He had just arrived from Mantua, sent by Providence, as the Duc de Richelieu had said. 61. Susa Pass. The Comte de Morey, thanks to the route he'd taken to cross safely into Savoy, could be at once the loyal guide and the intrepid officer. Indeed, the question had scarcely been stated before, taking a pencil, he traced on Monsieur de Ponty's map the path that led from Chaumont to the Smuggler's Inn. He paused to recount how he'd been forced to change his route to escape the Spanish bandits, and how this change of route had brought him to the path, whereby one could slip past the ramparts that girdled the mountains above Susa. He was authorized to take 500 men with him, a larger troop being too awkward to maneuver on such a route. The cardinal wanted the young prince to take a few hours of rest, but he refused, saying that if he was to arrive in time to create a diversion at the moment of the attack, he didn't have a minute to lose. He requested the cardinal to give him, as second-in-command, Etienne Latil, whose devotion and courage were beyond question. They agreed to all his desires. At 3 in the morning, Morey's troops quietly departed. Each man carried with him 1 day's rations. Of the 500 men who were to march under his orders, the Comte de Moray knew only the young captain. But once they were told they were to have the son of Henri IV as their leader, the soldiers crowded around him with cries of joy. They brought up torches so they could see his face, whose resemblance to that of the Béarnais redoubled their enthusiasm. Immediately after the Comte de Moray's 500 men marched out, under cover of a night so dark it was impossible to see 10 paces before oneself, the remainder of the army was put in motion. The weather was terrible, and the ground was covered with 2 feet of snow. 50 men remained behind to guard the artillery park. The rest of the troops marched to within 500 paces of the rock of Gelas, just short of Susa-Pass. 6 pieces of cannon and 6 pallets of balls were brought up to force the barricade. The troops chosen to attack were 7 companies of guards, 6 of Swiss, 19 of Navarre, 14 of Estissac, and 15 of Soule, plus the King's mounted musketeers. Each unit was to throw out, in front, 50 stormtroopers known as enfants perdus, supported by 100 men, with those supported by 500 more. Around 6 in the morning, the troops were marshalled into order. The King presided over these preparations, detailing some of his musketeers to join the enfants perdus. Then he ordered the Sieur de Comminges, preceded by a trumpeter, to approach the border and ask the Duke of Savoy for passage for the army and the person of the King. Monsieur de Comminges advanced, but 100 paces from the barricade he was stopped by a challenge. The Count of Verrou appeared and called out, "What do you want, monsieur?" The herald responded, "We wish to pass, monsieur." "But," Verrou replied, "how do you wish to pass? As friends or as enemies?" "As friends, if you open the pass to us. As enemies, if you close it. I am charged by the King, my master, to go to Susa and prepare lodgings for him, as he plans to sleep there tomorrow." "Monsieur," answered the Count of Verrou, "the Duke, my master, would hold it a great honour to host his Majesty, but he comes with so many followers that, before I can respond, I must ask his Highness for orders." "Well," said Comminges, "do you intend by any chance to dispute our passage?" The Count of Verrou came forth and stood before him. "What would you have, monsieur?" the herald asked the Count. "I have the honour to say to you, monsieur," replied Verrou coldly, "that on this subject I must first know the intentions of his Highness my master." "Monsieur, I warn you," said Comminges, "that I must report your reply to the King." "You may do as you please, monsieur," responded Verrou. "You are master of yourself." And with this, each saluted the other. Verrou returned to his side of the barricades, and Comminges returned to the King. "Eh bien, monsieur?" Louis XIII asked Comminges. The herald related his discussion with the Count of Verrou. Louis XIII listened without missing a word, and when Comminges had finished, the King said, "The Count of Verrou answered not only as a worthy servant, but as a man of spirit who knows his duty." At that moment the King was on the farthest frontier of France, between the enfants perdus, ready to charge, and the 500 men who were to support them. Bassompierre approached, smiling and with hat in hand. "Sire," he said, "the dancers are ready, the violins are in tune, and the masks are at hand. When it pleases your Majesty, we may commence the ballet." The King looked at him, brow furrowed. "Monsieur le Maréchal, did you know I just received a report that we have only 500 rounds in the artillery park?" "Well, sire," answered Bassompierre, "this is certainly the right time to consider that. If the mask isn't ready, the ballet shouldn't be danced. But let's do it. All will be well." "Is that your answer to me?" said the King, fixing the Marshal with a look. "Sire, it would be beyond bold to guarantee something as doubtful as a victory, but my answer to you is that we will return with our honour, or I will fall or be taken. Make sure that if we are beaten, Monsieur de Bassompierre, that I am taken with you. Ah, what can happen to me worse than to be called a coward, as your Majesty did the Marquis d'Ussel? But don't worry, sire. I'll try not to deserve such an insult. Let's just do it." "Sire," said the Cardinal, who held his horse close to the king's. "With an attitude like the marshal's, my hopes are high." Then, addressing Bassompierre, "Go, Monsieur le Maréchal, go, and do your utmost." Bassompierre rode to where the other commanders awaited, and dismounted with Messieurs de Créqui and de Montmorency for the frontal assault on the trenches. Only Monsieur de Schomberg remained mounted, due to the gout in his knee. They marched past the base of the rock of Gelas. For some reason the enemy had abandoned that position, strong though it was, perhaps afraid that those who defended it would be cut off and forced to surrender. But as soon as the troops passed the rock, they were exposed, and fire commenced from the mountain and the broad barricade. And at the first volley, Monsieur de Schomberg was hit in the lower back. Bassompierre followed the valley floor and approached the demi-lune that blocked Susa Pass from the front, Monsieur de Créqui close beside him. Monsieur de Montmorency, as if he were a common soldier, sprang up the mountain on the left, toward the peak of Montmoron. Monsieur de Schomberg was tied to his horse, which was led forward by its bridle due to the difficulty of the terrain. He made his way up the right-hand slope in the midst of the Enfants Perdus. Following Bassompierre's plan, these units were to flank the barricades, shooting the defenders from above, while the others attacked the front. The Valaisans and the Piedmontese defended valiantly. Victor Amadeus and his father commanded from the redoubts on the peak of Montauban. Montmorency, reckless as always, quickly attacked and carried the first outwork on the left. As his armour had encumbered him while afoot, along the way he had dropped its pieces one by one, attacking the rampart in his simple buff jerkin and velvet trunk hose. Bassompierre, for his part, remained on the valley floor, weathering the fire from the demi-lune. Behind came the king, with his white plumes, and Monsieur le Cardinal in a gold-embroidered robe of russet velvet. 3 times the centre charged the demi-lune, and 3 times they were repulsed from that curved barricade. Musket balls leaped and ricocheted down the valley from rock to rock, killing one of Monsieur de Créqui's esquires within a few feet of the king's horse. Bassompierre and Créqui then resolved to scale the slopes, each with 500 men. Bassompierre, the mountain on the left, to reinforce Monsieur de Montmorency, and Créqui, the mountain on the right, to support Monsieur de Schomberg. 2,500 men remained on the valley floor to maintain pressure on the demi-lune. Bassompierre, overweight, 50 years old, and on the steepest slope, was climbing while leaning on his aide, when suddenly he lost his support. The aide beside him had taken a ball in the chest. He made it to the summit, just as Monsieur de Montmorency was falling back from his third assault on the redoubt. They combined forces for a fourth. Montmorency was lightly wounded in the arm, while Bassompierre's clothes were riddled with bullet holes. But the redoubt on the left was carried, and the Savoyard defenders took refuge behind the demi-lune. The 2 commanders looked across toward the mountain redoubt on the right. The battle there was hotly contested. Presently they saw 2 riders leave at a full gallop, making for a path that had apparently been prepared for their retreat down to the demi-lune. It was the Duke of Savoy, Charles Emmanuel, and his son, Victor Amadeus. A flood of fugitives followed them. The redoubt on the right was taken. Only the demi-lune remained, the hardest nut to crack. Louis XIII sent couriers to congratulate the marshals and Montmorency on their success, but telling them to retire and recover. Bassompierre replied on behalf of himself and Messieurs de Schomberg, de Créqui, and de Montmorency, "Sire, we are grateful for your concern, but at times like these the blood of a prince or a marshal of France is not worth more than that of the simplest soldier. We ask for 10 minutes of rest for the men, after which the ball will start anew." And, indeed, after 10 minutes of rest, the trumpets sounded, the drums beat again, and the 2 wings, in 2 tight columns, closed on the now reinforced demi-lune. 62. In which it is shown that a man is never hanged until the noose is tightened. The approaches had fallen to the French, but the last entrenchment remained, teeming with soldiers, bristling with cannons, and anchored by the fort of Montauban, built atop an inaccessible rock. The fort had but one approach, a staircase that could be climbed only in single file. Left far behind were any guns that might bear on either the valley floor or the mountain summits. The soldiers had to assault the demi-lune supported by nothing but what the Italians of the time called their furia francese. From a low rise within range of the enemy's guns, king and cardinal watched the troops marching forward behind the flower of the nobility, the leaders' hats held high on the ends of their swords. The soldiers advanced head down, not asking if they were being led to butchery. Their commanders led from the front, and that was all they needed to know. His Eminence was with the king on his horse, and the cardinal saw the sudden gaps the cannon ploughed through the ranks. The king clapped his hands, applauding the soldiers' courage, while at the same time his innate cruelty awoke like a tiger scenting blood. When he'd had the Maréchal d'Ancre killed, though he was still too small to look out the window, he'd had some of his men lift him up so he could watch the bloody body carried past. The troops reached the barricade, some carried ladders, and the escalade began. Montmorency took a flag and was first upon the wall. Bassompierre, too old to follow, took a position halfway up the ramparts and exhorted the soldiers to do their utmost. Some ladders broke beneath the weight of so many attackers, so keen were they to be the first to set foot on the rampart. Others held back to allow time for their companions to go over, drawing up other ladders to mount the assault. The besieged used whatever weapons they could. Some fired at the attackers at close range. Others swung spades and picks, saw blood spout from their blows, and sometimes a man would throw his arms wide and fall backwards. Others hurled stones, or swung heavy poles that cleared 2 or 3 ladders at a time. Suddenly the French could see disarray among the defenders, while from beyond them came shouting and a fusillade. "Courage, amis!" cried Montmorency, mounting another assault. "It's the Comte de Moray to our rescue!" And he sprang forward anew, ragged and bloody though he was, carrying along with him, by this supreme effort, all who could see and hear him. The Duke was not mistaken. It was Moray who had created the diversion. The Count had left at 3 in the morning, as we have seen, with Latil for captain and Galaor for aide-de-camp. They arrived at the bank of the torrent that had almost drowned Guillaume Coutet, but when the freeze had come, the water had dropped, and now one could cross by leaping from rock to rock. Arriving on the other side of the torrent, the Comte de Moray and his men quickly crossed the field that separated them from the mountain. He found the rising path, and his men followed. The night was dark, but the glimmer from the new-fallen snow lit the way. The Count, familiar with the difficult terrain, had provided his troops with long ropes, one for each 24 men. As each 24-man unit marched along the brink, if one man slipped, he was supported by the other 23. 24 others marched behind them, acting as another stay or support. As they approached the smugglers' inn, he ordered the troops to be silent. Though they didn't know the reason, all remained quiet. The Count gathered a dozen men about him, explained to them that the inn before them was their objective, and ordered them to instruct their comrades to quietly surround it. If but one man escaped this nest of villains and gave the alarm, their mission could be compromised. Galaor, who knew the place, took a score of men to surround the inn yard. With 20 more, Latil guarded the gate, while the Comte de Moray led a similar number to the only window that let daylight into the house, and by which those inside might escape. The window glowed brightly, indicating that the hosts were in residence. The rest of the troop spread out along the road, in order to leave the bandits no route of escape. The gate of the yard was closed. Galaor, with the lithe agility of a monkey, vaulted over, dropped into the yard and opened it. In a moment, the yard was full of soldiers, standing with muskets at the ready. Latil arranged his men in 2 rows opposite the door, ordering them to fire on anyone who attempted to flee. The Count had slowly and quietly approached the window in order to see what was going on inside, but the heat of the room had fogged the glass, preventing a view of the interior. One of the window's 4 panes had been broken in some brawl, and replaced by a sheet of paper affixed to the frame. The Comte de Moray got up on the windowsill, cut a slit in the paper with the point of his dagger, and could finally glimpse the strange scene passing within. The smuggler who had warned Guillaume Coutet, when they'd passed through before, that Spanish bandits were after them, was bound and gagged on a table. The bandits whom he had betrayed, gathered en tribunal, had just pronounced judgment. As that judgment could not be appealed, the only question was whether he should be hanged or shot. Opinion was almost evenly divided. However, as is well known, the Spaniards are a thrifty people. One made the point that you couldn't execute a man with fewer than 8 or 10 musket shots, which would cost them 8 or 10 charges of lead and powder, while to hang a man, not only did you need only 1 rope, but afterwards that rope, having been used in a hanging, multiplied its value by 2, 4, even 10 times. This sage advice, so economical, carried the day. The bandits chose the rope by acclamation, and the poor devil of a smuggler realized that his fate was sealed. His only recourse was the prayer of the dying. "My God, I place my soul within your hands." Then, amid the solemn silence that always precedes the terrible act of violent separation of body and soul, came the order, "Pull!" But scarcely was this word pronounced when there came from the window the sound of tearing paper, and into the room stretched an arm, pointing a pistol. The pistol fired, and the man holding the noose around the neck of the condemned man fell down dead. At the same moment, a vigorous kick broke the window latches, and in 2 more blows it was open, letting in the Comte de Moray, who leapt into the room, followed by his men. At the gunshot, like a signal, the front door and the yard door also burst open, so all exits were visibly barred by armed soldiers. Within moments, the condemned was untied, and he passed from anguish to the giddy joy of the man who had made the march to the tomb, but leaps from the grave before the earth can cover him. "Let no one try to escape," said the Comte de Moray, with a gesture of supreme authority that was his royal heritage. "Anyone who tries to flee will be killed." Nobody moved. "Now," he said, addressing the smuggler whose life he'd saved, "I'm the traveller you so generously warned 2 months ago of the danger I was in, a warning for which you were just now about to die. It's only right that the roles be reversed, and this tragedy played out to its end. Point out to me the wretches who pursued us. Their trial will be short." The smuggler didn't wait to be asked twice. He indicated 8 Spaniards. The 9th was dead. These 8 bandits, seeing themselves condemned, and understanding there would be no mercy, exchanged glances, and then, with the energy of despair, drew their daggers and fell on the soldiers who guarded the door to the road. But they had bitten off too much. As you may recall, Latil was in charge of guarding that door, and stood on the threshold with a gun in each hand. With 2 shots, he killed 2 men. The other 6 fought briefly with the men of the Comte de Moray and of Latil. For a few seconds there was the clash of steel, cries, oaths, 2 more gunshots, the thump of 2 bodies on the floor, and it was over. 6 were dead in their gore, and 3 others, still alive, were tied hand and foot and in the hands of the soldiers. "Someone get that rope that was to be used to hang this honest man," said the Comte de Moray, "then find 2 more to hang these villains." The muleteers, who were beginning to understand that they were not under suspicion, and that instead of seeing 1 man hang they were about to see 3, a spectacle 3 times as entertaining, offered up the ropes on the instant. "Latil," said the Comte de Moray, "I charge you with hanging these 3 gentlemen. I know you're efficient. Don't let them linger. As for the rest of this honourable company, leave 10 soldiers to keep them under guard. Tomorrow, no sooner than midday, if the prisoners have caused no trouble, they may be set free." "And where will I rejoin you?" asked Latil. "This brave man," answered the Comte de Moray, indicating the smuggler miraculously saved from the noose, "this brave man will lead you, but march double time to catch up to us." Then, to the smuggler, "Guide him along the same road you recall from before, my good man. Later at Susa, there will be 20 pistoles for you. Latil, you have 10 minutes." Latil bowed. "Let's be on our way, monsieur," said the Comte de Moray. "We lost half an hour here, though in a good cause." 10 minutes later, Latil, guided by the smuggler, rejoined them. The task the Count had left 3/4 done was complete. Latil and his guide caught up to Moray at the Giacorn Bridge. The smuggler, who hadn't had time to thank him, threw himself at Moray's feet and kissed his hands. "C'est bien, mon ami," said the Comte de Moray. "Now we must be at Susa within the hour." And the troopers resumed their march. 63. The White Plume. We know the path the Comte de Morey had to follow. It was the same route he'd taken with Isabelle de Lautrec and the Dame de Coetmont. Strict silence was decreed, and no noise was heard but the sound of snow crunching under the soldiers' feet. As they turned the shoulder of the mountain, the town of Susa came into view, limned by the first light of morning. The ramparts, this far up the mountains, were deserted. The road, if the narrow furrow they followed, no more than 2 abreast, could be called a road, passed about 10 feet above the parapet. From there one could slip down to the ramparts. The demi-lune, which, after the flanks were carried and the redoubts had been taken, still held off the French army, was nearly 3 miles from the town of Susa, and as no one could imagine an attack from the mountainside, no one was on guard there. However, by the light of dawn the sentinels in the town saw the small troop filing down the side of the mountain and raised the alarm. The Comte de Morey heard their cries, saw their reaction, and knew there was no time to lose. Like a true mountaineer, he leapt from rock to rock and was the first to drop onto the ramparts. Latil was right by his side. At the cries of the sentinels, Piedmontese and Valaisans tumbled out of a guardhouse at the gate and formed into a troop of 100 men, preparing to buy time for further reinforcements. The Comte de Morey gathered the first 20 men onto the rampart, and with this 20 he rushed the town gate. In the grey dawn, the soldiers of Charles Emmanuel saw a long dark file of men circling down the mountain, enemies who seemed to fall from the sky in numbers they couldn't tell, so they didn't put up much of a fight. However, thinking it was critical that the Duke and his son be informed, they dispatched a rider to Susa Pass to warn them of what was happening. The Comte de Morey saw this man being detached and tried to go after him, cutting his way through the melee. The courier was in full gallop, and the Count suspected where he was going, but had no way to stop him. It was just one more reason to secure the Susa town gate, below the pass into which Louis XIII, after flanking the barricades, had made a partial entry. So he rushed the gate with what few men he had and swarmed over the defenders. The fight was brief. Surprised from the direction they least expected it, by a force of unknown size, and believing themselves betrayed, the Piedmontese and Valaisans, good soldiers though they were, cried "Alarm!" and ran for it, some through the town and others down the valley. The Comte de Morey seized the gate, rallied his troops, and turned 4 guns to bear on the town. Then, leaving 100 men to hold the gate and serve the guns, with the 400 remaining, he advanced to attack the fortifications at the pass from behind. Cannon thundered from above, smoke wreathing Montabon Peak. The 2 armies were in a death grip. Morey doubled his men's pace. However, while still a mile from the entrenchments, he saw a corps of troops being detached from the Savoyard army and sent toward him. The unit was about equal in number to that of the Comte de Morey. At its head, mounted, was its commanding colonel. Latil approached the Count. "I recognize the officer leading that troop," he said. "He's a gallant soldier named Colonel Bellon." "And so," said the Count, "I'd like Monseigneur's permission to take him prisoner." "I'll allow you to do that. Ventre Saint-Gris, I could hardly ask for more. But how will you take him?" "Nothing could be easier, Monseigneur. When you see the colonel fall beneath his horse, charge his men furiously. They'll think he's dead and will scatter. Swoop in and take the flag while I take the colonel, though you might rather have the colonel and I the flag. The colonel will pay a fine ransom of 300 or 400 pistoles, while the flag, for all its glory, is nothing but a flag." "To me, the flag, then," said the Comte de Morey, "and to you, the colonel." "Then let's beat the drums and sound the trumpets." Morey raised his sword, the drums beat, and the trumpet sounded the charge. Latil took 4 men with him, each holding a musket, ready to pass a new weapon to him once he'd fired the first, the second, and even the third. As for the enemy, at the sound of the French drums and bugles, the Savoyard troop seemed to quicken its step. Colonel Bellon said a few words, the troops replied with "Long live Charles Emmanuel!" and they came on at speed. Soon the 2 troops were no more than 50 paces from each other. The Savoyard unit stopped to fire a volley. "This is the moment," said Latil. "Look out, Monseigneur! Take their fire, shoot back, and then charge the flag." Latil had hardly finished when a hailstorm of balls passed like a hurricane, but mainly above the heads of the French soldiers, who held their ground. "Aim low!" cried Latil, and as an example, aiming at the colonel's horse, he fired just as the officer shook the reins to charge. The horse took the ball just below the shoulder. Carried forward by its charge, it fell and rolled to within 20 paces of the French ranks. "To me the colonel, to you the flag, monseigneur!" cried Latil, and he leapt, sword held high, upon the colonel. The French soldiers had fired and, following Latil's advice, aimed low, so that nearly all their shots struck home. The Count took advantage of the chaos to hurl himself into the midst of the Piedmontese. In a few bounds, Latil closed with Colonel Bellon, who was pinned under his horse and stunned from his fall. Latil put his sword to his throat and said to him, "My prisoner, rescued or not?" The colonel slid a hand toward his holster. "One move, Colonel Bellon," said Latil, "and you're dead."
"I surrender,"
said the colonel, handing his sword to Latil. "My prisoner, rescued or not?"
"Rescued or not."
"Then, Colonel, keep your sword. One does not disarm a brave officer like you. We'll come to terms after the battle. If I'm killed, you are free." With these words he helped the colonel out from under his horse, and having set him on his feet, he sprang into the midst of the Piedmontese ranks. It played out the way Latil had predicted. The soldiers of Charles Emmanuel, seeing the fall of the colonel, and unsure whether he was dead or alive, had lost their nerve. The Count had attacked so furiously that the ranks had opened before him, and he'd reached the flag, around which a knot of Savoyards, Valaisans, and Piedmontese put up a brave defence. Latil threw himself into the thickest part of the mêlée, shouting in a voice like thunder, "Moray! Moray to the rescue! Strike for the son of Henri IV!" This final onslaught broke the enemy troop. Cutting down the man who carried it, the Comte de Moray seized the Savoyard flag in his left hand. He raised it high and shouted, "Victory for France! Long live King Louis XIII!" This cry was repeated by every Frenchman still upright. What followed was a rout. The troops who had been sent to oppose the Comte de Moray, diminished by a third, took to their heels. "We mustn't lose a minute, monseigneur," said Latil to the Count. "After them, shooting as we go. We don't have to kill them, but it's important that our fire be heard in the entrenchments." And indeed their fire, heard in the demi-lune, spread chaos among the defenders. Attacked from the front by Montmorency, Bassompierre, and Créqui, and from behind by the Comte de Moray and Latil, the Duke of Savoy and his son were afraid they'd be surrounded and captured. Leaving the Count of Verrou to conduct a desperate defence, they went down to the stables, jumped into the saddle, and flew from the entrenchments. They found themselves in the middle of Colonel Bellon's soldiers, who were fleeing pell-mell with the French in pursuit, firing at will. These two riders, trying to reach the mountainside, attracted the attention of Latil, who, thinking they looked important, sprang forward to cut them off. But just as he was about to grab the Duke's horse by the bridle, he was dazed by a flash of light and a sharp pain in his left shoulder. A Spanish officer in the service of the Duke of Savoy, seeing his master about to be taken, had jumped in and, swinging his long sword, gashed the shoulder of our swashbuckler. Latil let out a cry, less of pain than of anger, at seeing his prey escape. Sword in hand, he threw himself on the Spaniard. Though Latil's sword was 6 inches shorter than that of his adversary, they'd barely met before Latil, a master of arms, knew himself master of his enemy. Twice wounded, the Spaniard fell within 10 seconds, shouting, "Save the Duke!" At these words, Latil leapt over the wounded man and resumed his pursuit of the two riders. But thanks to their hardy mountain horses, they were already far enough down the road to be out of range. Latil returned, furious at having missed such glorious prey, but at least he still had the Spanish officer who, unable to defend himself, surrendered, rescued or not. Meanwhile, the demi-lune was in turmoil. The Duc de Montmorency, first onto the ramparts, held his position, dispatching with blows of an axe all who tried to approach him, and opening a space for those who followed him. Piedmontese, Valaisans, and Savoyards fled like a torrent out the postern gates toward the road down to Susa. But there they ran into the Comte de Moray, amid gunfire and cries of "Long live King Louis XIII!" Unaware of his true strength, they didn't even try to fight. They just ran, flowing around each group of the French like water around rocks. The Comte de Moray entered the demi-lune on the opposite side from Montmorency. They met in the middle, recognized each other and embraced. Then, arm in arm, they marched victorious to the breach, one waving the French flag he'd first placed on the demi-lune's ramparts, the other the Savoyard flag he'd won. Saluting Louis XIII and lowering the two standards before him, together they cried, "Vive le roi!" It was the same cry before which, 3 years later, both of them would fall. The cardinal called out, "No one is to enter the redoubt before the king." Just as these words were uttered, Latil slipped in through a postern. Sentinels were placed at all entrances, and Montmorency and Moray went themselves to open the Gallas gate for the king and the cardinal. The two rode in, musketoon at the knee to signify that they entered as conquerors, and that the conquered, taken by storm, could expect only what was granted at the victor's good pleasure. The king addressed the Duc de Montmorency first. "I know, Monsieur le Duc," he said, "that which is the object of your ambition. When the campaign ends, you shall be entitled to exchange your sword for one chased with the golden fleur-de-lis, which will elevate you above all the marshals of France." Montmorency bowed. The sword of the constable was his sole ambition in the world, and this was the king's formal promise that he would have it. "Sire," said the Comte de Moray, presenting the king with the flag won from Colonel Bellon's regiment, "allow me the honour of placing at your Majesty's feet this standard I have taken." "I accept it," said Louis XIII, "and in exchange I hope you will be pleased to wear this white plume in your hat, in memory of the brother who gave it to you, and of our father who bore 3 of them at Ivry." The Comte de Moray wanted to kiss the king's hand, but Louis XIII took him in his arms and embraced him warmly. Then the king removed from his hat the same one he'd received from the Duc de Montmorency, one of its 3 white plumes. He presented it, along with the diamond clip that held it on, to the Comte de Moray. And that same day, around 5 in the evening, King Louis XIII made his entry into Susa, after having received from its authorities, on a silver platter, the keys to the town. 64. What L'Angely thought of the compliments of the Duke of Savoy. King Louis XIII was delirious with joy. It was the second time in less than a year that he'd made a triumphal entrance into a town conquered by force of arms, thereby deserving the title of the Victorious. All that the cardinal had promised had been achieved, from first to last, the last promise being that on March 7th the king would sleep in Susa, and there he slept. But the cardinal, who knew secrets hidden to others, and who saw further than the king, was less at ease than this master. He knew, as did Louis XIII, though the triumph of the day had made him forget, that the fighting had nearly exhausted the army's ammunition. He knew something else, which the king did not know, that the troops were short on food, and the bad weather and condition of the roads prevented the commissaries from bringing more. He knew, moreover, that Casale was hard-pressed by the Spanish. If the Duke of Savoy continued to resist them for another week or so, which wouldn't be hard, considering their lack of munitions, then Casale, reduced to the last extremity, despite the heroism of its commander, Gouron, and despite the devotion of its people, who had joined the garrison in defending the city, might be forced to open its gates to the Spaniards. The latest intelligence from Casale reported that they'd eaten their horses, and were down to the dogs and cats, the last resort of famine. Thus, that evening, while Louis XIII was celebrating with his marshals, generals, and senior officers, Richelieu approached the king, and asked if afterward, unless fatigue prevented it, His Majesty might spare a few moments. The king, who seemed nearly as jubilant as the day he'd had the Maréchal d'Ancre killed, replied, "Since every time your eminence desires to speak with me it's for the good of the state and the glory of the crown, I am and will always be willing to listen to you." And indeed, when the soirée was over, the king, still glowing with praise, came to the cardinal. "And now, your eminence, it's just us," he said, sitting down and offering a chair to the cardinal. Once the king was seated, the cardinal obeyed and took a seat as well. "Speak. "I'm listening," said Louis XIII. "Sire," said the cardinal, "I believe your Majesty has now had satisfaction for the insult he suffered, and his desire for glory need not push him to continue a war that could immediately end in a glorious peace." "My dear cardinal," said the king, "I hardly recognize you. You called for war, despite all opposition, and now that the campaign's barely begun, you propose peace. Does it matter, sire, whether peace comes sooner or later, so long as it brings us what we'd hoped? But what will Europe say of us, to make such threats and demands and then give up after just one fight? Europe will say, sire, and it will be the truth, that this one victory was so glorious and absolute that it decided the entire campaign. But still, to conclude the peace, we would have to present our demands. That is the grand prerogative of the victor. Do you think, Your Eminence, that we're in position to make such demands?" "We're certainly in a position to open the negotiations, sire." "How so?" "We can say it's in consideration of the best interests of your sister, Princess Christine." "True enough," said the king. "She's married to Victor Amadeus. I always forget I have a family. It's also true," he added bitterly, "that it's a family I prefer to forget. So you think—" "I think, sire, that though war is at times a cruel necessity, we belong to a church that abhors bloodshed, and it's our duty to curtail it when we can. That's within your power, sire, after such a glorious day, for the God of hosts is also the God of mercy." "How would you present this matter to the King of Marmots?" said the king, using the nickname concocted by Henri IV, after his conquest of Bresse, Bougie, Val-Romée, and Gex. "That's easily done, sire. I'll write in the name of your Majesty to the Duke of Savoy that he can choose between peace or war. If he prefers war, we will continue to fight, as we did today, and as your august father did in the past. But if, instead, he chooses peace, we will negotiate with him on the same basis as before our victory. To be specific, he is to allow the passage of French troops and to assist with the relief of Casale, providing us food and ammunition at a fair market price. And furthermore, Savoy will allow us, in the future, passage for whatever troops and materiel might be necessary for the defence of Montferrat, in the event that Montferrat were attacked, or we thought such an attack likely, and that to ensure these two contingencies, sire, the Duke of Savoy cedes to us Fort Gelas and the pass of Suza, to be occupied by a Swiss garrison commanded by an officer of your appointment. But the Savoyard is going to want something in return for all that. If you wish, sire, we can meet one of his demands. We can offer, on behalf of the Duke of Mantua, in compensation for the House of Savoy's right to Montferrat, to cede him the city of Trino, with its annual revenue of 15,000 crowns. We'd already offered him that, and he refused it. Sire, we were not then in possession of Susa. All thanks to you, and I'll never forget it. What must not be forgotten, sire, is the risks your Majesty faced, the courage of your troops, and the virtues of their commanders. If I ever had the misfortune to forget it, your Eminence would remind me. So my proposal is acceptable. Whom shall we send with it? Doesn't it seem to your Majesty that Marshal Bassompierre would be the best ambassador we could choose for this? Perfect. Then, sire, he will leave tomorrow morning to present our treaty to the Duke. As for the secret articles, there will be secret articles? Every treaty has secret articles. Those will be negotiated personally between me and the Duke or his son. Then everything is on hold, just for 3 days, sire, until we arrange to receive a visit from the Prince, your brother, or your uncle, the Duke. That's right, said the king. They are my family, but with one great virtue. Their family I can publicly make war against. And now, good evening, Monsieur le Cardinal. You must be tired and in need of a good night's sleep. 3 days later, in fact, as predicted by the cardinal, Victor Amadeus came to Susa to negotiate with Richelieu, who obtained from him all the conditions he'd proposed to the king. As for the secret articles, they were granted as well, along with the public terms. The Duke of Savoy engages to provide Casale with 4,000 bushels of corn and wheat and 500 casks of wine. In return, once this obligation is met, it is agreed that the troops of France shall not advance beyond Bunalonga, the village between Susa and Turin, and His Majesty will allow the Prince of Piedmont time to persuade the Spanish to lift the siege of Casale. In addition, Charles Emmanuel will be ceded the town of Trino by the Duke of Mantua, Alba, and Montecalvo. 8 days after this treaty was concluded, Don González da Córdoba personally raised the siege of Casale, thus preserving the honour of Spain. On March 31st and April 1st, respectively, the treaty was ratified by the Duke of Savoy and King Louis XIII. However, the truth is that this treaty was regarded as no more binding than those made with the Duke of Lorraine. One day, when William III was telling Charles IV, Duc de Lorraine, that he'd signed a treaty in good faith, the Duke said, with a laugh, "So you'd rely on a treaty, then?" "But of course," His Majesty naively replied. "Well," replied Duke Charles, "whenever you like, I can show you a whole chest full of treaties that I've signed, none of which have been honoured." And though Charles Emmanuel had nearly as many treaties in his chest, he was happy to add one more, though he had no more intention of honouring it than any of the others. Nonetheless, he expressed the desire to embrace his nephew Louis XIII, so a meeting was arranged. First came the Prince of Piedmont and the Cardinal of Savoy, who greeted the king when the treaty was signed. Victor Amadeus brought his wife, Princess Christine, the king's sister. Louis accorded his sister all proper honours and every sign of friendship, delighted to show that he loved best this sister who'd made open war upon him, unlike the Queen of England and the Queen of Spain, who were content to conspire against him secretly. Finally came the Duke of Savoy, who was received with open arms by his nephew Louis XIII, who had resolved to steal a march on him and surprise him before he was ready. But Charles Emmanuel was warned in time, and rushed down the stairs in a hurry to meet the king on his doorstep. "My dear uncle," said Louis XIII, embracing him, "I'd intended to surprise you in your chamber." "You forgot, my dear nephew," said the Duke, "that it's not easy to move secretly when one is King of France." The king climbed the stairs alongside the Duke, but to reach the Duke's chambers he had to pass a row of courtiers and senior officers standing on a trembling balcony that barely supported them. "Make haste, uncle," the king said. "I'm not sure how long this will hold us up." "Alas, sire," the Duke replied, "see how all the world trembles before the might of your majesty." The king, radiant with this praise, turned to L'Angely. "Hey, fool, what do you think of my uncle's compliments?"
"Oh, I'm not the fool you should ask," said L'Angely.
"Who, then?"
"Ask the 2,000 or 3,000 fools who got killed to earn them." 65. A Chapter of History. L'Angely, in his response to the king, had summed up the situation admirably. After every war, no matter how long, even the 30 Years' War, a peace is signed, and once signed, the kings who had made the war embrace each other, without a thought for the thousands of men sacrificed to the conflict, rotting on the battlefields, or the thousands of weeping widows, the thousands of mothers wringing their hands, or the thousands of children dressed in mourning. And given the past history of the good faith of Charles Emmanuel, one could be sure that this new peace would be broken the first time the Duke of Savoy found it advantageous. A month or two passed in celebrations, during which the Duke of Savoy sent his emissaries to Vienna and Madrid. In Vienna, his envoy delivered the message that King Louis's victory at Susa was not so much a humiliation of Savoy as it was of Emperor Ferdinand, as the Duke of Savoy had disputed the King of France's passage in order to sustain the empire's rights in Italy. The aid France sent to the people of Casale was a clear attack on the emperor's authority, insofar as the place had been besieged by the Spanish in order to compel the Duc de Nevers, a Frenchman who'd claimed an imperial fief, to bend the knee to his imperial majesty. In Madrid, Savoy's envoy was charged to convey to King Philip IV and the Count Duke
his prime minister, that the affront to Spanish arms at Casale was intended to weaken His Catholic Majesty's authority in Italy, an insult as yet unpunished. The King of France, goaded by Richelieu, planned to drive the Spaniards from Milan, and the court of Madrid should expect that once they were forced from Milan, then Naples would soon follow. Philip IV and Ferdinand also exchanged emissaries. Here's what they decided. The Holy Roman Emperor would ask the Swiss cantons to allow his troops free passage. If the Grisons refused, imperial troops would attack by surprise, cross the Alps, and march immediately on Mantua. The King of Spain recalled Don González de Córdoba and replaced him with the overall commander of the Spanish troops in Italy, the famous Ambrose Spinola, who was given orders to besiege and take Casale, while the imperial troops besieged and took Mantua. The French campaign, successfully completed in a matter of days, had caused quite a stir. The affair redounded to King Louis's credit across Europe, and he was acclaimed as the only sovereign, besides Gustavus Adolphus, willing to leave his palace to defend his realm, sword in hand. Ferdinand II and Philip IV, in contrast, waged their cruel wars from a distance, kneeling safely at their altars. If the king and his army had been able to stay in Piedmont, all their gains would have been preserved, but the cardinal was committed to suppressing the Protestants before summer. The Protestants had taken advantage of the absence of the king and cardinal to rally their forces, and 15,000 had gathered in Languedoc under the command of the Duc de Rohan. The king bade adieu to his good uncle, the Duke of Savoy, disregarding the intrigues the Duke was brewing under his very nose in Piedmont. On April 22nd, he returned to France by way of Briançon, Gap, and Châtillon, and marched on Privas. He avoided Lyon, from which the two queens had fled to escape the plague. As for Monsieur, still wallowing in his grievances, he left not only Paris, but France itself, accepting the hospitality of Duke Charles IV of Lorraine, in his city of Nancy. By leaving France, he'd abandoned his claim to Princess Marie de Gonzague, transferring his attentions to Princess Marguerite of Lorraine, the Duke's sister. Pursued by 40,000 troops led by 3 marshals of France and by Montmorency, to whom Richelieu had promised to present the sword of the Constable, Rohan, the leader of the Protestants, fell into the same mistake made in the previous century by the leaders of the rebellious Catholic League. In return for funds that were never paid, he signed a treaty with Spain, mortal enemy of both France and her Protestants. In the end, Privas, their greatest fortress, was taken. A third of its people were hanged, and the rest were stripped of all their property. On June 24th, 1629, with a new Italian campaign pending, as the pot there was starting to boil, a final truce was signed, a peace whose primary condition was the demolition of the fortifications of every Protestant city. Even before Privas, it was known that Emperor Ferdinand intended to send troops into Italy. It was said Wallenstein himself would lead 50,000 men over the Alps of the Grisons. On June 5th, Ferdinand published a decree, stating that his troops marched into Italy not to make war, but to preserve the peace, sustaining the legitimate authority of the emperor and defending the empire's foreign fiefs from claims that infringed on his rights. In the same statement, the emperor requested His Serenity, the King of Spain, who possessed the chief stronghold of the empire in Italy, to provide the imperial troops with whatever food and ammunition they needed. Everything France had done in Italy had to be done over again. Louis was willing, but couldn't be ready to undertake another foreign war in less than 5 or 6 months. Lacking money after Privas, Richelieu had been forced to discharge 30 regiments. The envoy, Monsieur de Sabran, was sent to the court of Vienna to discuss the emperor's ultimatum. Meanwhile, Monsieur de Créqui was dispatched to Turin to ask the Duke of Savoy to explain, frankly, which side he was on in the event of war. The emperor replied, "The King of France entered Italy with a powerful army, without any declaration of war on Spain or the empire, and overcame, by arms or agreement, several localities under the jurisdiction of the emperor. If the King of France will withdraw his troops from Italy, the emperor will be satisfied to allow all issues to be settled by a court of law." The Duke of Savoy replied, "The imperial movement into the realm of the Grisons has nothing to do with the Treaty of Susa, but the King of Spain would like the French to leave Italy and give Susa back. If King Louis satisfies his brother-in-law, Philip IV, the Duke of Savoy will persuade Emperor Ferdinand to withdraw his troops from the territory of the Grisons. Monsieur de Créqui sent this response to the king, who gave it to the cardinal and charged him with answering it. The cardinal replied, "Tell the Duke of Savoy, this isn't a matter of what the King of Spain or the Emperor wants. It's about whether His Highness intends to keep his word by joining his troops with those of France to maintain the Treaty of Susa." The king returned to Paris, so angry with his brother Monsieur that he was ready to confiscate all his domains. But the Queen Mother went to work and mended the division between the brothers. Monsieur, as usual, humbly begged the king's pardon, presenting his conditions for returning, and instead of losing domains due to his escapade, was instead granted a new fief in the Duchy of Valois, increasing his income by 100,000 livres a year, as well as the governorships of Orléans, Blois, Vendôme, Chartres, and the Château d'Amboise, the command of the army of Champagne, and, in the absence of the king, the office of lieutenant-general in charge of Paris and the surrounding region. In addition, the accord included this curious clause: though reconciling with the king, Monsieur does not agree to overlook Cardinal Richelieu's many insults, affronts for which he will sooner or later be punished. The cardinal learned of this accord after it was too late to prevent it. He went to the king to see this agreement with his own eyes. Facing him, Louis bowed his head, aware of the weakness and deep ingratitude he'd shown in giving in to his brother's demands. "If this is what your Majesty grants to his enemies," said the cardinal, "what is he willing to do for the man who has proven himself his best friend? Anything such a man asks, if that man is you." And indeed, the king awarded Richelieu the title of Vicar-General in Italy, and made him Generalissimo of all his armies. Upon learning of these concessions to her foe, Marie de Medici accosted her son and, referring to the cardinal's new commissions, demanded haughtily, "What about us, sire? In light of this, what rights do you grant to us?" "The rights of monarchs to cure scrofula," said L'Angely, who was present at the dispute. By dint of incredible effort and by leveraging his new prestige, the cardinal found the wherewithal to mount another campaign. But a new enemy barred the path to Piedmont, an abyss that could swallow half an army. This enemy was the plague, that same plague which had forced the two queens to return to Paris, and the king to withdraw through Briançon. This plague arose in Milan, as depicted in Manzoni's novel The Betrothed, and passed from Milan to Lyon, where it wrought terrible havoc. It was said some soldiers had brought it over the Alps, where it broke out just outside Lyon, in the village of Vaux. A cordon sanitaire was placed around the village, but this plague, like all plagues, had human vice as its ally. The plague found an accomplice in greed. Some of the infected paid to be smuggled out of Vaux and into the church of Saint-Nizier, which brought the contagion into the heart of Lyon. It was the end of September. One would have said, watching workers fall as if struck by lightning all across the populous quarters of Saint-Nizier, Saint-Jean, and Saint-Georges, that nature was mocking humanity. For the weather was magnificent. Never had a more beautiful sun lit so clear a sky. Never had the air seemed so sweet and pure. Never had the Lyonnais seen such lush vegetation. There were no sudden changes of temperature, no extreme heat or thunderstorms, none of those atmospheric disruptions so often associated with outbreaks of communicable disease. Radiant and smiling, nature watched as corruption and death came knocking at the doors of house after house. Moreover, the spread of the scourge was inexplicable and oddly capricious. It spared one side of a street and ravaged the other. An island of homes would remain intact, while every house in the surrounding quarter was visited by the sinister guest. The plague passed over some of the most filthy and congested parts of the old city, only to break out in places like Belcourt and Terreau, among the nicest, airiest, and most open neighbourhoods. Along the river quays, the entire lower part of the great city was devastated. No one knows why, but for some reason the plague stopped dead at Rue Néré. There, outside a small old house, is a statue bearing the Latin inscription Eius praesidio non ultra pestis, 1628. Beyond In Croix, there wasn't a single case of plague. Then, as if the plague hadn't done enough damage in its march, infection was followed by murder. As in Marseille in 1720, as in Paris in 1832, the populace, ever suspicious and credulous, cried out that they'd been deliberately poisoned. But unlike in Paris, where it was said criminals had poisoned the fountains, or in Marseille, where convicts were blamed for corrupting the harbour water, in Lyon it was meat vendors who were accused of spreading the plague. These street sellers were said to be the ones who'd passed the pestilence from house to house. A Jesuit, Père Guriot, claimed the meat vendors were selling tainted lard and tallow. "It was in mid-September," he said, "that we began to notice the spoiled meat. The sacristan in the Jesuit church found a sack of greasy meat behind a bench, and when he burned it, the smoke was so foul that he had to bury what wouldn't burn." Monsieur de Montfalcon's lovely history book provides us these details, but unfortunately doesn't tell us if Père Guriot was able to give absolution to those his claims assassinated. The very next day, an unlucky man who'd gotten tallow on his clothes from a lit candle was stoned by a mob. Then in Guillotière, a doctor who'd concocted a potion for one of his patients was accused of poisoning him, and had to drink his own medicine to escape being killed. Any passing stranger might be accosted, pursued by the cry, "Throw that poisoner into the Rhône!" When the plague broke out in Marseille, the city aldermen went to consult with Chirac, the municipal physician, who told them, "There's nothing to do but try to keep up your spirits." However, as they found in Lyon, staying cheerful wasn't so easy when the priests and monks advised giving up all hope, as the scourge was surely the instrument of God's wrath. So advised, the simple folk regarded the plague not as an epidemic that could be staved off, but as a destroying angel with a flaming sword that no one could escape. The doctors who went on our expedition to Egypt learned a few facts about such plagues. They attacked the weak, the feeble, and the afraid. Fear the plague, and you're as good as infected. And who wouldn't be afraid if they saw two brothers of the Minime chanting the general atonement as they carried to Notre-Dame de Lorette a silver death lamp, on which were engraved the names of the city aldermen? Who wouldn't be afraid when monks on soap-boxes in the squares and on street corners loudly preached the end of the world, while their priests granted final blessings to the dying city? When a monk or priest passed in the street, some knelt in their paths to ask absolution, but many fell before they could receive it. Penitents roamed the city in sackcloth and ashes, ropes around their waists and torches in their hands, and sick citizens, leaning against walls or lying in the street, without knowing whether these penitents were consecrated and had the right to absolve the dying, shouted their confessions to them, hoping to save their souls at the price of their dignity. In such times, we see how the grip of terror can sunder the bonds of nature, of friendship, and of love. Kin flees from kin. The wife abandons her husband. Parents leave their children. The chaste surrender their modesty to any who will carry them away. One woman, laughing hysterically, told how she'd sewn into their funeral shrouds her 4 children, her father, her mother, and her husband. Another woman was widowed 6 times in 6 months, burying 6 husbands. Most citizens locked themselves in their houses or shuttered shops, jumping at every noise, eyeing passers-by and gazing, haggard from their windows, behind which they appeared as pale as ghosts. Few people were in the streets. Those who had to go someplace did so at a run, with hardly a word for anyone they met. Anyone from outside Lyon who had to come into the city did so on a horse, at the gallop, wrapped up to the eyes in a cloak. Gloomiest and most frightening of all were the physicians who made their rounds wearing a strange costume they'd invented, a beak wrapped in oilcloth that covered the mouth and nose, containing a handkerchief soaked in vinegar. Such a get-up would have been laughable in ordinary times, but in this lethal atmosphere it was terrifying. After 8 days, the city was almost depopulated, though more by flight than by death. All those who could afford to leave had left. Even the judges had vacated, and the courts were quite empty. Women gave birth by themselves, for the midwives had all fled, and the physicians were busy with the plague. The workshops were silent. No labourers sang their work songs. No vendors cried their wares in the streets. Everything was still. Everywhere was the silence of death. broken only by the dismal sound of the bell of the dead cart as it collected the corpses, and by the tolling of the great bell of Saint-Jean, which rang every day at noon. These funereal sounds had a woeful effect on the nerves, especially those of women, who would sit gloomily counting their rosaries while uttering only an occasional moan. Some, when they heard the bell of the corpse cart approaching, fell dead, as if stricken by lightning. Others, leaving a church where the death bell tolled, fell ill on the way home and died soon thereafter. One frantic woman threw herself down a well. Another young lady ran out of her house in a frenzy and hurled herself into the Rhone. There were 3 main measures the citizens could take, and they took them: sequester the wealthy sick in their homes, lock up the sick poor in hospitals, and collect the bodies of those who had died. Some adopted a 4th course, skipping the first 3, intruding into houses on the pretext of treating the sick or carrying out the dead, and instead carrying out anything of value they could find, breaking open desks, cracking safes, and relieving the dying of their rings and jewellery. To sequester the sick, doors were walled up and food and medicines were passed in through the windows. New gallows were put up in every quarter, and looters, caught in the act, were taken to them and hanged without delay. The hospitals were overwhelmed, so the city established a quarantine house on the right bank of the Saône. It had room for only 200 beds, but had to accommodate 4,000 patients. There were plague victims everywhere, in the rooms, in the corridors, in the cellars and the attics. Every victim who died and freed up a bed was replaced by 2 more. Doctors and nurses making their rounds could barely pick their way through the press. In between the stiffening corpses, which almost immediately began to rot, the dying trembled and shook, throats burning, crying out for water. Here and there a body would rise in a spasm from its mattress or pile of straw, and, sunken-faced and wild-eyed, paw at the air with its hands, then utter a deep groan and fall back, dead. Other victims, if they had the energy, recoiled from these visions, tripping over their neighbours and dragging off those sheets that would soon serve as their shrouds. And yet the patients in the dreadful quarantine house were envied by those poor who were dying alone on street corners and in ditches. Most wretched of all were the beggars and vagrants who were pressed into service as corpse collectors. They were paid 3 livres a day, plus whatever they found in the pockets of the dead. They had iron rakes and pitchforks that they used to drag out the bodies and pile them onto carts. Any bodies found above the ground floor were thrown out through the windows. The corpses were buried to overflowing in mass graves, which fermented and burst open, spewing out rotting human remains. One old man by the name of Reynard had watched his entire family die, leaving him on his own. When at last he felt himself succumbing to the sickness, he was terrified of dying alone, being thrown into a mass grave, and denied a proper Christian burial. So he took a spade and a pick and used the last of his strength to dig his own grave. When the work was complete, he made a cross of his spade and pick and placed it at the head of his grave. Then he lay down on the edge of the pit, counting on his last convulsion to roll him in hopes that some passing Samaritan might see his body there and cover it with earth. Most terrible of all, amid the agony of a dying people, was the laughter and cheer of some of the corpse collectors, awful men, who came to be known as the Crows. It was as if the dead were their friends and the plague was their kin. They welcomed the coming of the plague to their city, and their admission into homes from which all their lives they'd been spurned. Like the Marquis de Sade, like the executioner of Mary Stuart, they wallowed in forbidden pleasures, and when a dead woman was pretty, when a corpse was beautiful, they celebrated a monstrous marriage of life with death. Appearing in Lyon, as we said, in September, the plague peaked after about 30 days, but continued to rage for another month. Toward the end of December, when bitter cold came south, it tapered off. The citizens celebrated its departure with dances and bonfires, but then the warm weather came back, a heavy rain put out the fires, and the plague returned for another bout. The epidemic revived to full force in January and February, then declined in the spring, only to reappear in August before finally disappearing in December. In just over a year, the plague in Lyon killed 6,000 people. Archbishop Charles Miron had been the first to die. on August 6, 1628, and was succeeded by the Archbishop of Aix, Alphonse de Richelieu, brother to the cardinal. It was to this brother that the cardinal naturally addressed himself, to ask if it would be possible to attempt another campaign against Piedmont, marching 30,000 men through Lyon and the Lyonnais. The archbishop replied that the threat of disease had passed, and there would be plenty of empty homes to house the troops, and even the court, should the court choose to follow the army. When he received this response, the cardinal dispatched Monsieur de Ponty to Mantua that same day, to assure the duke that help was on its way. De Ponty was also ordered to place himself at the disposal of Duc Charles de Nevers to help plan the city's defences. 66. 1 year later. A year had passed since Richelieu, satisfied with the Treaty of Susa, or at least pretending to trust in it, had been forced to leave Piedmont to go fight the Huguenots in Languedoc. During that year, as he'd promised King Louis XIII, the cardinal had crushed the hopes of the Protestants, already badly battered by the fall of La Rochelle. He had reorganized the army, refilled the coffers of the state with new money, and signed his famous treaty with Gustavus Adolphus, which supported the Catholics of France against the Protestants, and the Protestants of Germany against the Catholics. He had sent Marshal Bassompierre to the Swiss Council in Solothurn to complain about the passage of the Imperial Germans across the lands of the Grisons, and to see if he could bring back another 5,000 or 6,000 Swiss mercenaries. Finally, since he couldn't yet get to Mantua personally, the cardinal had sent the best help he could in the form of his finest engineer, Monsieur de Ponty, with military advice from Maréchal d'Estrées, sent from Venice. With the plague in Lyon exhausted, the French army was put back on the march, though, as mentioned, a year after forcing Susa Pass and imposing terms on Charles Emmanuel, the cardinal found himself back where he'd started, except that, with Susa Pass cleared, and Fort Gelas in French hands, Piedmont was open to him. He should be able to get to Casale to rescue the Marquis de Toira, under siege by Spinola, who'd succeeded Gonzales de Cordova as commander of the Spanish troops. This time, the cardinal felt sure enough of the king that he could afford to leave him behind, having taken pains to reveal to him the treachery of Monsieur, Marie de Medici, and Anne of Austria. And the cardinal's vanity played its part as well. Newly empowered, he was able now to undertake a campaign on his word alone, and in the king's absence to reap its glory for himself. Every man of genius has a weakness, and Richelieu was so great that he had 3. He wanted to be recognized, not just as a great politician, which no one disputed, but also as a great general, making him a rival to his own commanders, Créqui, Bassompierre, Montmorency, Schomberg, and the Duc de Guise, and as a great poet, a title only posterity could award. At the beginning of March 1630, the cardinal was back at Susa, exchanging ambassadors and envoys extraordinaire with that elusive chameleon called Charles Emmanuel, that crowned snake who, for 50 years, had been slipping from the grasp of the kings of France and Spain. The cardinal had already spent a month in negotiations that had led nowhere, but he was compelled to be patient for fear the Duke of Savoy might prevent him from resupplying Casale with food and ammunition, where they were running out. The Duke of Savoy wasn't strong enough to resist the force of France without the support of Spain or Austria, but he had the support of Spain from Milan, and of Austria from Wallenstein's troops that had passed the Grisons. In fact, he might be better able to dispute the passage of Montferrat than he'd been to defend the pass of Susa. As the delays wore at his patience, the cardinal wrote to the Duc de Montmorency, in a tone more friendly than formal. Monsieur le Duc, you know what we'd agreed between us. When the Italian campaign was over, you would be awarded the sword of the constable. But the Italian campaign, as you can see for yourself, won't be concluded until the Duc de Nevers is confirmed as the ruler of Mantua. Last year's campaign will be only a skirmish compared to this year's war, which must support Duke Charles in his claims. It's time we quit dealing with intermediaries and envoys while there's still a chance of success. Go to Turin, under the guise of a pleasure trip, and meet secretly with the Duke of Savoy. You are gallant, monsieur, and the ladies of the court of Savoy are beautiful, so I don't think you can complain too much of this task. But let me speak frankly of the real mission, which is delicate. You are related, through your wife, to Queen Marie de Medici, and are known to be a member of Queen Anne's circle, which will be a recommendation to the enemies of the king, though you are his friend as well. Try to arrange a direct meeting with the Duke of Savoy, or at least between his son and me, to find out his real position. Meanwhile, I, undistracted by beautiful ladies or lively music, will be sending scouts out in every direction. When you return, Duke, depending on what you find out, we'll know in which direction to march. Just try to keep the truth of your mission under your hat." It was the kind of mission perfectly suited to the charming, elegant, and handsome Duc de Montmorency. He had in fact married the daughter of the Duke of Bracciano, the same Vittorio Orsino, who had been one of Marie de Medici's lovers before her marriage, and perhaps even after. If the rumours about Louis's parentage were true, that made Montmorency the king's brother-in-law. He was, indeed, devoted to Queen Anne, though it was Buckingham who had stolen her heart when he had come to court as ambassador of Charles I. Buckingham had scattered the pearls from his doublet across the court of the Louvre, but had won a gem far more precious in the gardens at Amiens, a lady's love. Yes, a man like the Duc de Montmorency would be welcomed at the court of Savoy by all but the husbands of the beautiful Savoyard ladies. The Duke therefore accepted this mission, half diplomacy and half gallantry, and departed for Turin, leaving the cardinal, as he'd said, to study the horizons to see which would be darkened by the oncoming storm. On the northern horizon, in Germany, Wallenstein daily grew more powerful, becoming almost unstoppable. The emperor had made him the Duke of Friedland, ruling the vast rich regions he'd conquered for Ferdinand in Bohemia, domains confiscated from so-called rebels. At Wallenstein's own expense, he'd raised an army of 50,000 troops, repelled the Danes, beaten Mansfeld and his allies at the Bridge of Dessau, defeated Betzlen-Gabor, reoccupied Brandenburg, and conquered Holstein, Schleswig, Pomerania, and Mecklenburg, in token of which the emperor named Wallenstein the Duke of Mecklenburg as well as of Friedland. But there his series of conquests came to a halt, at least temporarily. Ferdinand was assailed with complaints against his bandit general from all sides. Seeking a way to remove him from Austria, Denmark, Hungary, and Germany, he sent him east and south. Recruits flocked to Wallenstein. He sent a force of them to Italy, and another to Poland, where a huge garrison of 40,000 men camped on the Baltic, devouring a country already exhausted. To feed his troops he had to conquer or perish, so he went back to war, marching on the rich imperial cities of Worms, Frankfurt, Schwaben, and Strasbourg. His western vanguard occupied a fort in the Diocese of Metz, and Richelieu learned that there, Monsieur, when he was in Lorraine, had made contact with Wallenstein to invite his barbarians into France, ostensibly to overthrow Richelieu, though the real target was Louis XIII. Wallenstein put two of his corps, those led by Gallas and Aldringen, under the command of Colalto, an Italian general, and dispatched them to Italy to besiege Mantua and support Charles Emmanuel. On the eastern horizon, Richelieu looked toward Venice and Rome. Venice had promised to create a diversion by attacking Milan, but Venice was no longer the power that once had made daring raids on Constantinople, Cyprus, and the Morea. But the Venetians fulfilled the rest of their promises, sending wheat, ammunition, reinforcements, and funds to Mantua, as well as cutting off food supplies to the besiegers. Deprived of food, drink, and fodder, unable to breach Mantua's walls due to a lack of artillery, the Imperials were about to lift the siege when aid came from an unexpected quarter. The Pope allowed them to resupply from the Papal States, provided they did so by buying bread, wine, and hay from one of his nephews, one of the few who hadn't been granted an ecclesiastical office. So, as always, it was the Pope, and an Italian Pope at that, who betrayed Italy. He was a Barberini, naturally, of the same family that had stripped and sold the bronze plaques from the Pantheon of Agrippa. Nearer to the cardinal, south of Savoy, was Spinola, the Genoese condottiere, in the service of Spain. He'd marched into Montferrat when the Imperials had entered the Duchy of Mantua, more to block the relief of the city than to resume the siege of Casale. He had 6,000 foot and 3,000 horse, 9,000 troops with which to oppose the French if they tried to rescue Mantua. If Mantua fell, the 25 or 30,000 Imperials who'd besieged it would be freed up to join Spinola in taking Casale and then driving the French from Italy. To the west, Richelieu's horizons were darker still. At least Colalto and Spinola were visible enemies, openly opposed to him. That wasn't the case in France. There, the cardinal's enemies were like miners, digging underground in the dark to attack from hiding, while wearing a mask of friendship in the light. Louis, though aware that his life and reputation were linked to those of his minister, was worn out by these endless conspiracies. Disgusted with everything, more melancholy than ever, he was prey to constant anxiety. His closest kin, mother, wife, and brother, all lived for a single hope, the fall of the cardinal. With every word and act devoted to that end, they made Louis's court a sour and bitter place, even while their efforts reinforced the king's conviction that he had no influence, no grandeur, and no royalty without the cardinal. The king began to comprehend that these attacks on the cardinal were really just a prelude to their real aim, which was his own fall, by guile or by open attack. So Louis redoubled his defence of the cardinal, persuaded that to do so was to defend himself. The flight of the Duc d'Orléans to Nancy, the secret letter decoded by Rossignol, and especially the treacherous negotiations between the prince and Wallenstein, all convinced the king that a time was coming when Gaston, supported from outside by Austria, Spain, and Savoy, and from within by Queen Marie, Queen Anne, and malcontents of every stripe, would raise the banner of revolt. And, indeed, there was no shortage of malcontents. The Duc de Guise was angry that he hadn't been given command of the army, and conspired with Madame de Conti and the Duchesse d'Elbeuf to plot against Richelieu. The judges at the Châtelet in Paris, incensed by new fees imposed on officers of the judiciary, refused to render justice. The lawmakers of Parliament were so upset by an increase in their taxes that they secretly offered to support the Duc d'Orléans if he promised to abolish the fees when he came to power. We've gone into enough detail about the cardinal's police to make it clear that he was aware of all these malcontents and had his eye on their intrigues. But despite these threats, he was convinced the king would nonetheless come to rejoin him, for two reasons. First, he knew the king's incurable melancholy and ennui would send him back to the army, if only to once again hear the glorious sound of victory, and the praise that goes with it. And second, since the king had named Gaston both Lieutenant General of Paris and Commander of the Army of Champagne, Gaston potentially had enough power, with the support of his mother and the Queen, to drive the king from Paris and maybe even from France. Gaston might take advantage of the king's absence to conspire against the cardinal and maybe even the king. But once Louis XIII had joined him, Richelieu feared nothing. He knew Gaston well enough to know that, if faced by an army commanded by the cardinal and the king himself, Monsieur would abandon his allies and accomplices and beg forgiveness, as he'd done before. His review of the horizons of Europe complete, the cardinal turned from the dangers in the distance toward nearby Turin, to see how well Montmorency was following his instructions. Let's go and see for ourselves. 67. Old lovers reunited. The Duc de Montmorency, without revealing the true nature of his trip, had invited his friend the Comte de Morey to accompany him to Turin, and Morey had accepted eagerly. The gravity of the historical events we recount sometimes distracts us from the joys or sorrows they bring to the hearts of our characters. We mentioned the besieging of Mantua without relating how this siege dismayed the heart of the son of Henri IV. Indeed, Isabel, trapped in that city with her father, might suffer misery, famine, even death, all the risks associated with a siege by barbarians such as those who made up the imperial hordes. So the Comte de Morey had volunteered to go and help defend Mantua, especially once he'd heard that Richelieu had sent his rival, Monsieur de Ponty, to that city as an engineer. Morey was eager not just to defend Isabel against the besiegers, but also to oppose whatever influence de Ponty might gain with Monsieur de Lautrec. But Richelieu didn't have so many loyal hearts and minds around him that he was willing to deprive himself of a man who, by rank alone, should stand near the king and cardinal, and who, by his courage and quick thinking, had already done great things, and might be called upon to do more. However, to reassure his young protégé, the cardinal informed him that he'd written to Monsieur de Lautrec, advising him to remember the promise the cardinal had made to the two young people, and to respect his daughter's commitment to the count. Not that we wish to portray our hero as any better than he was. The blood of Henri IV flowed in his veins, and that made him, if not unfaithful, at least a little inconstant. Though he stuck to his oath to Isabel never to have any wife but her, it would be untrue to say that, after the last campaign, thoughts of another hadn't entered his head while approaching Paris with his brother and the cardinal. Thoughts of a dark-haired woman, wearing a red Basque cap, whose red mouth had given him kisses at the inn of the painted beard, so bold that his lips burned again at the thought of them. And more, he remembered the night when, leaving Princesse Marie de Gonzague's soirée, he and that enticing woman who'd played the role of his cousin had exchanged promises to meet again, promises that circumstances had forestalled, but which he intended to make good. But chance interfered once again. By the time the Comte de Marais had arrived in Paris, Madame de Fargy, we assume our readers had guessed it was her, had already left the capital, doubtless in the service of one of even higher rank. So Jacquelino, to his great regret, was unable to renew his acquaintance with his beautiful cousin, Marina. But the elegant court of the Duke of Savoy was a place he remembered fondly. He'd spent a month there 2 years before when on his way back from Italy, when he'd been given messages for Monsieur and the two queens. It was a court where opportunities for romance were not hard to find, and indeed there were few courts as addicted to gallantry and romance as that of the Duke of Savoy. Dissolute himself, Charles Emmanuel possessed that charm and urbanity that gave others the permission to indulge themselves. If, after all we've said about him, we want to further round out his personality, we would add that he was stubborn, ambitious, and wasteful, but he hid his hypocrisy under such an accomplished air of grandeur that his overspending passed for generosity, his ambition as a desire for glory, and his stubbornness as firmness and consistency. Unfaithful in his alliances, greedy for others' wealth, wasteful of his own, ever poor but lacking in nothing, he continually outfoxed Austria, Spain, and France, taking from whoever offered the most, and giving in return the least he could get away with, particularly in matters of war. And he made war on his neighbours whenever it seemed to his advantage, because he was tormented by the need to increase his domains. Though forced eventually to sue for peace, in the subsequent treaty he always managed to insert a few ambiguous clauses that enabled him to violate it later. A master of delaying tactics, he was a modern Fabius of diplomacy. He had managed to marry himself to King Philip's daughter Catherine, and his son to King Henri IV's daughter Christine, though these two alliances provided only partial protection against the consequences of his habitual treachery. This time, at last, he faced his most formidable opponent, Cardinal Richelieu, and it would break him. The Duke of Savoy gave a warm welcome to his two visitors. Montmorency, preceded by his reputation for courage, charm, and generosity, and Moray, who was remembered for his gallantry on his last visit. Madame Christine was particularly gracious to the young prince, who so resembled Henri IV, and treated him like a brother. Knowing Montmorency's romantic tendencies, Charles Emmanuel had summoned to court all the most beautiful women of Turin and the surrounding area, in hopes of enticing the Duke's interest from France to Savoy. But among all those beautiful faces, Antoine de Bourbon looked in vain for the one he'd hoped to see, that of the Countess Matilda of Espelomba. There's a story about this lovely countess which, as it occurred before the opening chapter of this book, and didn't bear on the subsequent story of our prince, we haven't shared with our readers. One day, Charles Emmanuel had seen a new star appear at his court, an unknown moon, pale and shining, in orbit around a planet that shed no light of its own. Though he came from one of the leading families of the realm, Count Urbain of Espelomba had married a commoner, Matilda of Cisterna, the loveliest flower of the Aosta Valley, to paraphrase Shakespeare, and brought his bride to court. Charles Emmanuel, though 67, had preserved during his long reign those habits of gallantry that led him to treat his court like a private harem, where he had but to toss his ducal handkerchief to make his choice. Dazzled by the beauty of the Countess of Espelomba, he'd let her know that she had only to say the word to be the next Duchess of Savoy. But that word, the lovely Countess never said. For once the Duke's heart was ignited, not by vulgar ambition, but by the burning flame of love. But the Countess, just 18 years old, had already set eyes on the Comte de Moray, a young prince of 22. April and May came together, and spring was declared with a kiss. The Count of Espelombe had his suspicions, but only about the Duke of Savoy. With his eye fixed on Charles Emmanuel, he could see nothing else, and so it was that in the shadow of the old husband's jealousy the two young lovers found happiness. But the sovereign's eye was sharper than that of the husband. The Duke suspected something, though he wasn't sure what. He mulled it over. Count Urbain was poor and avaricious, and had come to court seeking the Duke's favour. So Savoy named the Count governor of Fort Pinerolo, with orders to take immediate command. There the Countess was sent as well, to be locked away in a safe place, like a rich gem in a coffer to which only the Duke held the key. Forced to separate, the young lovers had wept and promised each other eternal fidelity. We've seen how well the Comte de Moray kept his part of that oath. Meanwhile, Matilda had no choice but to while away the time on her own. The chances for romance in Pinerolo were few and unappealing, especially after one had loved a young and handsome king's son. Matilda had learned that the Count had left Savoy right after her departure, and she was grateful that her lover hadn't wanted to stay in a court that lacked her presence. For the past 18 months she dreamed of their reunion, so she was overjoyed when she learned her husband had been asked to leave Pinerolo and spend a few days in the capital during the fêtes planned to welcome the two princes to the court of Turin. At last the two lovers were reunited. Did each bring to this meeting an equal share of love? We dare not say, but each brought an equal share of youth, the thing that love resembles most. However, once again their bliss was to be short-lived. The princes had only a few days to spend in Turin, but the Italian campaign could last for months, even years, so there might yet be opportunities for further reunions. They were careful to meet in secret, after which, thanks to information from his beautiful lover, the Comte de Moray was able to draw a detailed plan of Fort Pinerolo. Upon studying it, he was delighted to see that the bedchambers of the Counts and Countess were at opposite ends of the chateau. So the lovers set up a method of secret communication. When the young bride had left the lovely Aosta Valley, she brought along her slightly older foster sister, Jacinta, a standard precaution when a young woman married an older husband, as sisters made natural allies in marriages of convenience. Jacinta had a brother named Selimo, who was 2 or 3 years older, so they arranged that he would bring the Count, under the assumed name of Gaetano, to meet her at Pinerolo. What could be more natural than that a brother should come with his friend to visit his sister, especially when that sister lived with 10 or 12 people in a grand abode that could easily house 50. Once under the same roof, the youths would be poor lovers indeed if they couldn't manage to see each other 3 or 4 times a day, and at least once every night. They worked all this out within the first day of seeing each other again. The young are said to be heedless of the future, but this pair of lovers, on the contrary, took the future quite seriously. These arrangements were made right under Count Urbain's nose, whose suspicions were once again all directed at the Duke of Savoy. But the Duke had either given up hope of winning the lady's love, or, fickle as always, had decided that he preferred to torment Urbain by denying him his salary, on the pretext that money was so tight he was going to have to beg his own subjects for contributions. For his part, the Duc de Montmorency was the happiest man on earth, young, handsome, wealthy, and wearing, after the royal houses, the greatest name in France. The ladies simply flocked to him. Flattered by the master of one of the most sophisticated courts in Europe, his vanity was stroked at every turn. For example, once, when leading the court from the table to the ballroom, the Duke of Savoy had called out, "Since you arrived, Duke, our ladies speak of nothing but how handsome you are, abandoning their husbands to worry and sorrow." The 8 days the two ambassadors spent at Turin or in Rivoli Castle passed in dinners, balls, cavalcades, and fêtes of every sort, and meanwhile the cardinal met with Victor Amadeus in the castle, or, as the cardinal preferred, in the village of Bunalonga. The cardinal liked Bunalonga better, since it was only an hour's ride from Susa, and there the Prince of Piedmont came to him, rather than he to the Prince of Piedmont. 68. The Cardinal takes the field. The negotiations were intense. Each party had to deal with a formidable opponent. Charles Emmanuel wanted peace for himself, but all-out war between France and the House of Austria, in hopes he could remain neutral until the opportunity came to reap the greatest reward by throwing his support behind one crown or the other. But the Cardinal had already chosen the day he would go to war with Austria, the day that Gustavus Adolphus marched into Germany. The Cardinal turned the question from peace to war, asking Victor Amadeus, what price would the Duke of Savoy ask to declare for France, open his borders, and add 10,000 men to the army of the king? Since all possibilities, and this one in particular, had been foreseen by Charles Emmanuel, Victor Amadeus was ready with his answer. It would take the King of France to attack Milan and the Republic of Genoa, with which Charles Emmanuel is at odds, and to refuse all proposals of peace from the House of Austria until Milan is conquered and Genoa destroyed. Here was a new proposal indeed, one that showed how the situation had evolved since the Treaty of Susa. The Cardinal appeared surprised by this proposal, but quickly replied, in terms preserved for us by historians of the time, "What's this, Prince? My king sends his army to ensure the freedom of Italy, but the Duke of Savoy wants him to use it to destroy the Republic of Genoa, with whom His Majesty has no quarrel. France will willingly use its good offices and authority to negotiate with the Genoese, to give satisfaction to the Duke of Savoy. But declaring war on them is out of the question. Now, if the Spaniards put the king into the position of having to attack Milan, he'll probably do it, and pursue it with all rigour, and the Duke of Savoy can rest assured that once he prevailed, the king wouldn't keep any domains that didn't belong to him. The king, in the person of his minister, gives his word as to that." The proposal had been quite specific, and so was the reply. Victor Amadeus, backed into a corner, asked for a few days to consult with his father. 3 days later, in fact, he was back in Bonalonga. "My father," he said, "fears that my brother-in-law Louis will come to terms with the King of Spain before the aims of the war are achieved. Prudence prevents him from declaring for France, unless the king commits not to lay down arms until Milan has fallen." Richelieu simply referred him back to the terms of the Treaty of Susa. Victor Amadeus asked for more time to confer with his father, and returned again, saying, "The Duke of Savoy is prepared to adhere to the terms of the treaty, provided the 10,000 infantry and 1,000 horse he provides are used to help reduce the Republic of Genoa, that matter to be concluded before embarking on another." "And this is your final word?" asked the Cardinal. "Yes, Monseigneur," replied Victor Amadeus, rising from his seat. Richelieu rapped twice on a panel behind him, and Latil appeared. The Cardinal called him over and whispered, "The Prince is leaving. Go ahead and make sure he receives no royal honours in passing." Latil bowed and hurried out. The Cardinal was satisfied. He knew an order given to Latil was as good as done. "Prince," the Cardinal said to Victor Amadeus, "I had for the Duke of Savoy, on the behalf of my master the king, all the regard a king of France can have for one who is not only a fellow sovereign, but an uncle. Add to this all the esteem the king has for your highness, who as the husband of his sister is no less than a brother. But in my double role as His Majesty's minister and generalissimo, I would fail in my duty if I didn't see Savoy severely punished for refusing to live up to its word. It's an insult to the king, and the army of France won't stand for it. It's March 17th. He drew out his watch. Today, on March 17th, as of 6:45 in the afternoon, France and Savoy are at war. Take care, because we mean business." And he bowed to the prince, who then left him. 2 sentries stood watch outside Cardinal Richelieu's door, halberds on their shoulders. Victor Amadeus passed between them without either appearing to notice him or pay him the least regard. Other soldiers, who were playing dice on the stairs, didn't even pause their game to get out of his way. "Ah," murmured Victor Amadeus, "so they've been ordered to insult me." If he had any doubts that such was the case, they were settled at the gate, where the guards completely ignored him. Prince Victor Amadeus had scarcely left before the Cardinal had summoned the Comte de Moray, the Duc de Montmorency, and the Marshals Créqui, Lafosse, and Schomberg. He explained the situation to them and asked for their advice. All were of the opinion that since the Cardinal had committed them to war, they must go to war. Ordering them to prepare to mobilize the following day, the Cardinal dismissed them, keeping only Montmorency behind. Once they were alone, he asked, "Prince, would you like to be constable tomorrow?" Montmorency's eyes flashed. "Monseigneur," he said, "the way your Eminence phrases the question makes me wonder how that might be possible." "It's not only possible, it's easy. We've declared war on the Duke of Savoy, as he'll learn at Rivoli Castle within 2 hours. Take 50 well-mounted cavaliers, gain entree to the castle, seize the Duke and his son, and bring them here. Once we have them, we can do as we like with them. They'll soon see reason." "Monseigneur," said Montmorency, bowing, "just last week, in that same castle, I was the guest of the Duke as your ambassador. It would be dishonourable to return there today as an enemy." The Cardinal shrugged. "You're right," he said. "One doesn't propose such things to a Montmorency. This is a mission for a swashbuckler, and I have one at hand. But I'll remember your refusal, my dear Duke. The next time you wish a favour, remember that I'd asked one of you." Montmorency bowed and departed. "That was a mistake," the Cardinal murmured thoughtfully as the door closed behind the Prince. "Here is the price of relying so much on men of lower rank. Anyone else would have accepted the task, but men of high blood are too haughty. But he has an honourable heart, and though he doesn't like me, I'd trust him and his honest dislike before others who boast of devotion." Then, knocking twice on the panel, "Etienne!" he called. "Etienne!" Latil appeared. "Do you know Rivoli Castle?" the Cardinal asked. "The chateau a league outside Turin?" "Yes. Right now it houses the Duke of Savoy and his son." Latil smiled. "So it's time to strike," he said, meaning, "to take the 2 of them." "You'd do that?" "Parbleu! Would I? How many men would you need?" 50, well-armed and well-mounted. Pick your men and your horses. If you succeed, there's 50,000 livres in it for the men and 25,000 for you. The honour of the deed would be quite enough, but if Monseigneur insists on adding to that, I won't argue. Do you have anything else to say?" "Just one thing, Monseigneur." "What's that?" "When undertaking a task like this one always hears, 'if you succeed,' never 'if you don't succeed.' But no matter how well such a mission is performed, how skilfully managed, one of those unexpected events could occur that thwart even the greatest of captains. Then the men, through no fault of their own, get nothing, and that's discouraging. Promise us something even if we don't succeed, no matter how little." "You're right, Etienne," said the Cardinal, "and that's good advice. 1,000 livres per man and 25,000 for you if you succeed, and if you don't, 2 crowns per man and 25 for you." "Then here's how I see it, Monseigneur. It's 7 o'clock now, and it'll take 3 hours to get to Rivoli. So we assail the castle at 10. The rest is up to luck, good or bad. Go, my dear Latil, and rest assured I believe that if you don't succeed, it won't be your fault. It's in God's hands, Monseigneur." Latil took 3 strides toward the door, then turned around. "Has Monseigneur mentioned this mission to anyone else?" "Only one person. Ventre Saint Gris, as King Henri IV used to say. That cuts our chances by 50%. Richelieu frowned and said to himself, "If he turns this down, I must warn him that I'll take it hard." Then to Latil, "Well, go anyway, and if you fail, I'll know that I'm the one to blame." 10 minutes later, a troop of 50 cavalry, led by Etienne Latil, rode past the window of the Cardinal, who watched them go from behind the blinds. 69. The Empty Lair. Though in the shadow of a powerful and determined enemy who might declare war on him at any moment, it wasn't the Duke of Savoy's style to show fear. So while his son, Victor Amadeus, was at Bunalonga negotiating with Richelieu, at Rivoli Castle the Duke was throwing a grand party. On the evening of March 15th, the prettiest women in Turin and the most elegant gentlemen of Savoy and Piedmont were all gathered at Rivoli, which was brilliantly lit, streams of light shining from the windows in all 4 directions. The Duke of Savoy, charming, witty, and spry, despite his 67 years, laughed and revelled with the vigour of a young man, and was the first to flatter his daughter-in-law, in whose honour the party was given. But occasionally an almost imperceptible frown briefly darkened his face. He was thinking the French were only 8 or 10 leagues away, the French, who had forced the impregnable pass of Susa within a matter of hours. Even now his fate hung in the balance in the secret struggle between Cardinal Richelieu and Victor Amadeus, his son. Charles Emmanuel had made excuses for his son's absence, saying he was expected back that evening, and meanwhile he counted every passing moment. Indeed, at about 9 o'clock, the prince appeared in splendid attire. A smile on his lips, he greeted Princess Christine first, then the ladies, then those Savoyard and Piedmontese great nobles whom he honoured with his friendship. Finally he approached Duke Charles Emmanuel and, kissing his hand, spoke to him in a low voice, as if inquiring about his health. His face was calm, but what he said was, "France has declared war on us. Hostilities begin tomorrow. We must take care." The Duke replied in the same tone, "Leave after the quadrille and give orders to concentrate the troops at Turin. As for me, I'll dispatch the governors of Forts Viane, Fenestrelle, and Pinerolo to their posts." Then he waved his hand to the musicians, who had paused when the prince had entered, and gave the signal to resume the dance. Victor Amadeus took the hand of his wife, Princess Christine, and, without saying a word about the rupture between Savoy and France, led off the royal quadrille. Meanwhile, Charles Emmanuel approached the governors of Piedmont's 3 main forts, and ordered them to leave at once for their citadels. The governors of Viane and Fenestrelle had come without their wives, so they had but to saddle their horses and don their cloaks to follow the Duke's command. This wasn't the case with Count Urbain of Espalomba. Not only had he brought his wife, but she was dancing the quadrille with Prince Victor Amadeus. "Monseigneur," he said, "your order won't be easy to follow." "And why is that, monsieur?" "Because the Countess and I came here from Turin dressed for the ball, in a hired carriage that doesn't come from Pinerolo. The wardrobe of my son and daughter-in-law will provide you with everything you need, and you can take a coach from my stables. I'm not sure the Countess could undertake such a journey without risk to her health. In that case, leave her here and go alone." The Count gave Charles Emmanuel a strange look. "Yes," he said, "I see how such an arrangement would be convenient for your Highness." "Any arrangement is convenient for me, Count, so long as you depart without wasting a minute." "And the dishonour, Monseigneur?" the Count demanded. "Where is the dishonour, my dear Count, in ordering a commander to his post?" replied the Duke. "On the contrary, it's a proof of confidence. That's no explanation for this sudden departure." "A sovereign doesn't have to answer to his subjects," Charles Emmanuel said, "especially when these subjects are in his service and he has orders for them. Now I order you to go at once to Pinerolo, and if the town and citadel are attacked, you are to defend it until no stone is left standing upon another. You and Madame may ask for whatever you need, and it will be provided for you at once. Should I take the Countess out to the quadrille, or wait until it's finished?" "You can wait until it's finished." "Very well, Monseigneur. When the quadrille is over, we'll depart." "Go quickly, Count, and put up a strong defence." And the Duke of Savoy walked away, ignoring the oaths Count Urbain swore under his breath. When the quadrille was finished, the Count related the order he'd been given to his astonished Countess. They left the ball by one door, while Victor Amadeus went out the other. The governors of Viane and Fenestrelle, who'd had no part in the quadrille, were already gone. The Duke whispered a few words to his daughter-in-law, who followed the Count and Countess. Outside the hall she assigned one of her maids to assist the Countess, then returned to the fete to organize the next quadrille in place of Prince Victor Amadeus. 10 minutes later the prince was back in the ballroom, visibly paler than when he'd left. He went out to Duke Charles Emmanuel, linked arms with him, and walked him to a window embrasure. There he gave the Duke a note. "Read this, father," he said. "What is it?" asked the Duke. A note that was just handed to me by a dust-covered courier who arrived on a horse coated with sweat. I tried to give him a purse full of gold for his effort, but he refused it, saying, 'I serve a master who doesn't allow others to pay his servants.' And with that, having given his horse no more time to catch his breath than it took to say those words, he galloped off. As he said this, Duke Charles Emmanuel was reading the note. It was short. A guest, who was hospitably received by His Highness the Duke of Savoy, takes this opportunity to pay for such hospitality by warning him that he and Prince Victor Amadeus must depart Castle Rivoli this very night. There's not a moment to lose. To horse, and ride for Turin." "No signature?" asked the Duke. "None, but it's obviously from the Duc de Montmorency or the Comte de Moret." "What livery was the courier wearing?" "No livery, but I thought I recognized him as one named Galaor, who accompanied the Duke." "That must be it. Well, your opinion, Monseigneur?" "My opinion, my dear Victor, is that we should follow this advice. Nothing bad will happen if we do, but we might suffer a terrible turn if we don't." "Then let's be on our way." The Duke strode to the centre of the ballroom, still smiling. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I've just received information that I must respond to immediately with the aid of my son. But don't concern yourselves. Dance on, have fun. My palace is yours. Princess Christine, will you do the honours?" Though couched as an invitation, it was a command. The ladies and gentlemen parted into two lines and bowed as the two princes passed, smiling and waving. Once out of the ballroom, all pretence was abandoned. Father and son summoned their valets, who threw cloaks over their shoulders as they hurried down the stairs. They crossed the courtyard and went straight to the stables, saddled the two fastest coursers, slipped pistols into their holsters, mounted and rode. They launched themselves at a gallop down the road to Turin, only a league away. Meanwhile, Latil and his 50 men were also at the gallop along the road from Susa to Turin, where the road forks, and one branch, lined with poplars, heads toward Rivoli Castle. Latil, who rode in the lead, thought he saw a shadow approaching. On his side, the rider, for the shadow was that of a mounted cavalier, came to a halt, examining the band of riders with the same curiosity the riders were examining him. Latil was about to cry, "Who goes there?" when he stopped himself, for fear that his French-accented Italian would betray him. He decided to ride forward alone, and urged his horse toward the rider who stood in the road like an equestrian statue. But as soon as the shadowy rider saw him coming, he drove in his spurs and left the Rivoli road, galloping cross-country toward the road to Susa. Latil rode to cut him off, shouting, "Halt!" But the shadow just rode all the faster. As they converged, Latil considered that the rider was now within pistol range, but two ideas gave him pause. First, the rider might not be an enemy, and second, a pistol shot this close to Rivoli might raise the alarm. They reached the road, but the unknown rider was 3 lengths ahead of Latil, and he was better mounted. Latil pursued, but the rider not only maintained his lead, he increased it. After 5 minutes, Latil gave up the pursuit and returned to his detachment. The darkness of night swallowed the rider and even the sound of his horse, leaving nothing behind. Latil, shaking his head, resumed his position at the head of the troop. The event might mean nothing, but to Latil it was deathly important. He said to himself, "I'd wager anything. The Duke's been forewarned. Why would a cavalier riding from Rivoli be so desperate to hide his identity? Why would he ride to Susa, unless he'd come from Susa in the first place? By the sound of its breathing, his horse had clearly ridden a long way already." His suspicions were further confirmed when, as they approached Rivoli, Latil saw not one, but 2 shadowy riders on the road ahead, who, like the first, stopped when they saw the approaching troop. But the pause was only momentary, before they launched themselves in the opposite direction from the first rider, that is, toward Turin. Latil didn't even consider pursuing them, as they rode fresh, first-rate horses, whose hooves barely seemed to touch the ground. There was nothing to do but continue on to the chateau, whose windows glowed on the near horizon. But Latil was convinced that he knew the explanation for his encounters with these riders. In 10 minutes they were at the chateau gates. There was no sign of warning or alert. Latil rode around the compound, assigning 6 troopers to each door, and then, at the head of the final half-dozen, he rushed, sword in hand, up the stairs to the main doorway. At the sight of armed men in French uniforms rushing into the ballroom, the astonished musicians abruptly stopped. The dancers, frightened, turned this way and that, but the soldiers were coming in through every door. Latil, having ordered his men to hold the doors, advanced, hat in one hand and sword in the other, toward the centre of the room. But Princess Christine met him halfway. "Monsieur," she said to him, "I presume you come to call upon my father-in-law, the Duke of Savoy, and my husband, the Prince of Piedmont. I regret to say they're not here, having left for Turin no more than 15 minutes ago, where I anticipate by now they've safely arrived. If you or your men are in need of refreshments, well, Rivoli Castle is famous for its hospitality, and I'd be happy to do the honours for an officer and soldiers of my brother Louis XIII. "Madame," Latil replied, summoning all his memories of the old royal court, so as to reply properly to the wife of the Prince of Piedmont, daughter-in-law of the Duke of Savoy and sister of his king. "We visit solely to bring news of their highnesses. We met them no more than 10 minutes ago, on their way, as you did the honour to inform me, to Turin, and the way they spurred their horses, they were eager to get there. As for the hospitality you do us the honour to offer us, we must decline, as we are obliged to report our news to the Cardinal." And then, bowing to Princess Christine, with an elegance one might find surprising in a mercenary captain, he withdrew. "Come on," he said, rejoining his men. "As I suspected, they were forewarned, and the lair is empty."
70. In which the Comte de Moray offers to take a mule and $1 million to Fort Pinerolo. When he heard the results of Latil's expedition, Richelieu was furious. Like Latil, he had no doubt but that the Duke of Savoy had been forewarned. But who could have alerted him? The Cardinal had shared his plan with only one person, the Duc de Montmorency. Was he the one who'd warned Charles Emmanuel? That seemed consistent with his exaggerated devotion to chivalry, but such chivalry on behalf of an enemy verged on treason to the crown. Richelieu didn't reveal his suspicions about Montmorency, for he knew Latil was attached to the Duke and to the Comte de Moray, but he asked a number of probing questions about this shadowy cavalier glimpsed in the dark. Latil described what he'd seen, a young man aged 17 or 18, wearing a large plumed hat and wrapped in a dark blue or black cloak, whose horse was as black as the night with which it had merged. After Latil left, the Cardinal sent to ask what orders the sentries had followed between 8 and 10 that night, and was told that no one could enter or leave the Susa garrison without the password, which that evening was Susa and Savoy. Of course, the password was known to all the high officers, Marshals Schomberg, Créqui, and Laforce, the Comte de Moray, the Duc de Montmorency, and so forth. The Cardinal called the sentries in and questioned them. From Latil's description, one of them recognized a youth who had gone out, giving the correct password. He'd left by the gate toward France rather than the gate to Italy, but that didn't mean anything. Once outside the gate and into the town, he could easily have changed direction. So they discovered at daybreak, when they found the tracks of a horse. The trail went out the France gate, around the town of Susa, and joined the road to Italy a mile beyond. The Cardinal lost no time in delays. The day before, he declared war to Victor Amadeus, so by 10 o'clock, his investigations having been concluded, he gave the order to march, and the drums and trumpets sounded. The Cardinal watched as the army passed, 4 corps commanded by Schomberg, Laforce, Créqui, and the Duc de Montmorency. Among the officers standing near him was Latil. Montmorency was accompanied, as always, by a large entourage of gentlemen and pages. Among these pages was Galore, wearing a wide plumed hat and mounted on a black horse. As the young man passed, Richelieu touched Latil on the shoulder. "Maybe," said the latter, "but I couldn't swear to it." Richelieu frowned, and his eyes flashed in the direction of the Duke. Putting his horse into a gallop, he rode to the head of the column, preceded only by the vanguard known as the Enfant Perdu. He was dressed in his usual wartime attire, a steel breastplate over a richly embroidered golden doublet. A feather floated from his broad felt hat. As they might meet the enemy at any moment, 2 pages went before him, one carrying his gauntlets and the other his helmet. At his side,
2 other pages led a rare and powerful warhorse. Cavois and Latil, the captain and lieutenant of his guards, followed close behind. After an hour's ride, they reached a small river which the cardinal had scouted out the previous day. Confident of his information, he was the first to ride into the water, and arrived without accident on the other side. A heavy rain began to fall as the army crossed the river, but the cardinal, nothing daunted, continued his march. It would have been impossible to shelter an army in the few isolated houses that lined the road, but the soldiers, disregarding the possible, began to complain and wished the cardinal to the devil. These complaints were loud enough that the cardinal could scarcely miss them. "Well," said the cardinal, turning to Latil, "do you hear that, Etienne?" "What, monseigneur?" "What those clowns are saying about me." "Well, monseigneur," said Latil, laughing, "it's the custom of suffering soldiers to wish their commanders to the devil, but the devil has no hold on a prince of the church. Perhaps when I'm wearing my red robes, but not when I wear the uniform of His Majesty. Ride down the ranks, Latil, and advise them to be more patient." Latil passed down the ranks and then returned to his place by the cardinal. "Well?" asked the cardinal. "Well, monseigneur, they've decided on patience. Because you told them I was unhappy with them?" "Not exactly, monseigneur." "What did you tell them, then?" "That your eminence was grateful for how they endured the hardships of the road, so much so that when they arrive at Rivoli, they'll be issued a double ration of wine." The cardinal gnawed at his moustache for a moment. "You may have hit on the answer," he said, and indeed the murmurs had subsided. Besides, the weather was clearing, and under a sunbeam in the distance they could see the shining roofs of Rivoli Castle and the village that clustered around it. Marching without pause, they arrived at Rivoli in just 3 hours. "Would your eminence like me to direct the distribution of wine?" Latil asked. "Since you promised these buffoons a double ration, we must give it to them, but it must be paid for in cash." "Indeed, they must have it, monseigneur, but—" "Cash? Why, yes. Everything costs money." The cardinal stopped, drew a tablet from his saddle, and wrote on the top sheet, "The treasurer will pay Monsieur Latil the sum of 1,000 livres, charged to my account." Then he signed it. Latil took the note and went on ahead. When the army entered Rivoli 3/4 of an hour later, the soldiers were struck dumb to see, in every 10th doorway, an open wine barrel surrounded by glasses. Their mute astonishment changed to loud satisfaction. The complaints about water were converted to cheers for the wine, and cries of "Vive le Cardinal" rang down the ranks. Amidst this ovation, Latil rejoined the cardinal. "Well, monseigneur," he said. "Well, Latil, I think you understand soldiers better than I do." "Pardieu, each to his own. I know soldiers because I've lived among soldiers. Your eminence understands churchmen, having lived among men of the church." "Latil," said the cardinal, placing his hand on the swashbuckler's shoulder, "if there's one thing I'm learning by living among soldiers, it's that the more one lives among churchmen, the less one knows about anything." Having arrived at Rivoli Castle, the cardinal summoned his principal commanders. "Gentlemen," he said, "I think this castle is large enough to provide quarters for all of you. Monsieur Montmorency and Moret were guests here of the Duke of Savoy, and can show you around. In 1 hour we'll convene for a war council. Be prompt, we have important matters to discuss." The marshals and high officers, soaked to the bone and as eager to warm up as the soldiers, promised to be punctual and hurried away. 1 hour later, the 7 high commanders were gathered before Cardinal Richelieu in the audience chamber that just the day before had belonged to the Duke of Savoy. These 7 were the Duc de Montmorency, the Marshals Schomberg, Créqui, Laforce, and Toirat, Monsieur d'Aurillac, and the Comte de Moret. The cardinal stood, gestured for silence, rested both hands on the table, and said, "Gentlemen, we have an open gate into Piedmont. This gate, sous a pass, was unlocked with the price of our blood. However, when dealing with a man as devious as Charles Emmanuel, 1 gate isn't enough. We need 2. Here is my plan of campaign. Before pushing further into Italy, I want to open another gate between Piedmont and Dauphiné, so we can bring in further reinforcements, and in case we need a route for a withdrawal. For this purpose, I propose to seize Fort Pinerolo."
You know, gentlemen, how the feeble Henri III ran afoul of the Duke of Savoy in his youth. Charles, the Duke of Mantua, whose claim we crossed the Alps to support, his father, the old Duc de Nevers, governor of Pinerolo and general of the armies of France in Italy, used his powers of eloquence to persuade Henri III to agree to a terrible mistake. Nevers foresaw the day that his son might lay claim to the Duchy of Mantua and would want to control the passes to France. So he persuaded Henri III to trade away the governorship of Pinerolo in hopes it would fall to Mantua, despite the fact this was not in France's best interest. So, monsieur, it falls to us to return Fort Pinerolo to the crown of France. Should we attempt this by force or by deception? If we choose force, it will cost us both time and troops, so I prefer deception. Philip of Macedon said there's no fort so impregnable it won't open its gates to a mule loaded with gold. I have the mule and I have the gold, but I lack the man or the means to get it inside. Help me out. We need a way to turn 1 million in gold into the keys to this fortress. As usual, the question was opened to the floor, everyone having the opportunity to answer in order of seniority. Each commander asked for 24 hours to think about it, until they reached the Comte de Moray, who was youngest and therefore the last to speak. No one expected him to say anything, so he surprised everyone when he stood up, bowed to the cardinal and said, "If your eminence will prepare the mule and million, I'll undertake to get those keys. All I'd need are 3 days." 71. The foster brother. The day after the council at Rivoli Castle, a young peasant named Gaetano, aged about 24, dressed like a mountaineer from Maosta Valley and speaking with a Piedmontese accent, appeared at the gates of Fort Pinerolo at about 8 in the evening. He said he was the brother of the Countess of Espalomba's chambermaid, Signora Jacinta, and asked to see her. When informed of this by a soldier of the garrison, Signora Jacinta gave a little squeal of surprise that could easily have been mistaken for a cry of joy. Then, as if she had first to get her mistress's permission in order to respond to a summons of family at the fortress gate, she ran into the Countess's bedroom. 5 minutes later, she left by the door she'd gone in, while the Countess darted out the opposite door and down the stairs to a charming little private garden, which happened to be overlooked by the windows of Jacinta's room. Once in the garden, the Countess made her way to its most secluded corner, a bower shaded by lemon, orange, and pomegranate trees. Meanwhile, Jacinta ran down to the courtyard like a sister in a hurry to see her beloved brother, tenderly crying out, "Gaetano, dear Gaetano!" The young man threw himself into her arms, just as Count Urbain of Espalomba returned from reviewing his sentries. He was in time to see the happy embrace of the young people as they exclaimed that they hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 years, ever since Jacinta had left her mother's house to follow her mistress. Jacinta approached the Count with a pretty curtsy and asked permission to host her brother. He had, it seemed, some urgent business in the area, though he hadn't yet had time to explain it. The Count asked to speak with Gaetano, and after a few words, satisfied with the lad's demeanour, gave permission for him to stay in the fortress. Gaetano assured him that he wouldn't be there long, 48 hours at the most. Then the Count, deciding he'd spent enough time with these commoners, dismissed them and went inside to his chambers. Gaetano remarked that the Count appeared to be in a sour mood, a fact that seemed to interest him more than one might expect from a farmer who had little to do with the affairs of the great nobles. Jacinta told him Urbain was angry with his sovereign, on 2 counts. First, for the arrogant way the Duke of Savoy had courted his wife in the very presence of her husband, and second, for the abrupt order to shut himself up in this citadel and defend it to the death against all comers. Count Urbain had said to his wife, in Jacinta's presence, that no noble of Spain, Austria, or France would stand for what he had to suffer in Piedmont, and neither should he. Gaetano seemed so pleased with this news that, when they turned a dark corner of the corridor, as if in a surge of affection for his sister, he took Jacinta in his arms and gave her a big kiss on each cheek. Jacinta's chamber was off that very corridor. She opened her door, ushered her brother inside, and shut it behind him. Gaetano said happily, Here I am at last. And now, dear Giacinta, where is your mistress?"
"What? I thought you'd come to see me."
The young woman laughed. "For you, and for her," said the Comte de Moray, for it was indeed him, "but mostly for her. I have political matters to arrange with your mistress, and as you're the maid of a woman of affairs, you know business comes first."
"And where would you like to arrange these important matters?"
"Here in your room, if it's all right with you."
"What? In front of me?"
"Well, no. We have full confidence in you, my dear Giacinta, but some matters are too dangerous to share."
"Then what am I to do?"
"You, Giacinta, will sit outside your mistress's bed, where the curtains are drawn due to her sudden indisposition, keeping watch to make sure her husband doesn't intrude and wake her."
"Ah, Monsieur le Comte,"
Giacinta said with a sigh, "I had no idea you were such a clever diplomat. But I am, as you see, and for a diplomat, nothing is more precious than time. So tell me quickly, where is your mistress?" Giacinta sighed even more deeply, opened the window and said,
"See for yourself."
The Count then remembered the private garden Matilda had told him about, where she so often dreamed of him. She had spoken of a bower of pomegranate, orange, and lemon trees, where it was shady even in daytime, and more so at night. Giacinta had scarcely opened the window before he'd leapt to the ledge and down into the garden. Then, as Giacinta wiped away a tear she'd been unable to keep back, she watched him disappear into the little wood, whispering loudly, "Matilda! Matilda!" At the sound of her name, Matilda instantly recognized the voice that spoke it and darted toward it, crying, "Antoine!" As the lovers met, they threw themselves into each other's arms, embracing against an orange tree, which rained a flurry of blossoms on their heads. There they remained for a time, if not silent, at least not quite talking, just uttering the vague murmurs that, on the lips of lovers, say so much without saying a word. Finally, both, as if awaking from a lovely land of dreams, said at the same time, "It's you!" And in a single kiss, both answered, "Yes." Then, as reality returned, the Countess cried, "My husband? All taken care of as planned. He took me for Giacinta's brother and has admitted me into the fortress." Then they sat down, side by side and hand in hand. The time had come for explanations. Between lovers, explanations can take a long time. They started them in the garden, but then took them into Giacinta's room, while Giacinta, as arranged, spent the night in her mistress's bedroom. Around 8 the next morning, a gentle knock sounded on the door of Count Urbain's bedchamber. He was already up and dressed, having been awakened at 6 o'clock by a message from Turin, announcing that the French were at Rivoli and appeared to be in preparations to besiege Pinerolo. The Count was anxious, and showed it in the abrupt way he barked, "Enter!" The door opened, and to his amazement it was the Countess. "It's you, Matilda," he said, rising. "Have you heard the news? Is it to that I owe the pleasure of this unexpected early visit?"
"What news, monsieur?"
"Only that we're probably about to be besieged."
"Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about."
"How and when did you learn this news?"
"Just last night, as I'll explain. It kept me awake all night long. As I can tell from your complexion, madame, you look tired and pale. I was waiting impatiently for morning so I could speak to you. Couldn't you have awakened me, madame? The news was important enough, but it stirred up such a tumult of doubts and worries, monsieur, that I wanted to talk with you about the situation before sharing what I'd heard. I don't understand, madame, and I confess that I can't think how a woman heard secret news about a matter of politics and war. Oh, I know you think we're not clever enough to think about such things. And you think that's wrong, said the Count, smiling. I do, because women are capable of good advice. So if I asked for your opinion on our situation, what advice would you give me? First of all, the Countess said, I'd remind you of how shabbily the Duke of Savoy has treated us. No need of that, madame. His disrespect was plain and clear, and I'll never forget it. I'd remind you of the festivities for the ambassadors at Turin, during which our sovereign made proposals to me that were an insult to both of us. I remember them, madame. I would remind you of the brusque and uncivil way in which he ordered you to leave Rivoli and go to Pinerolo to be butchered by the French, I haven't forgotten it, and I'm waiting for the chance to prove it to him. Well, that chance has come. You, monsieur, are in one of those situations where a decisive man can be the arbiter of his own destiny and choose between two futures: servitude under a harsh and arrogant master, or freedom with dignity and an ample fortune.
The Count looked at his wife in astonishment.
I confess, madame, I have no idea where you're going with this. I will speak clearly about the matter. Jacinta's brother is in the service of the Comte de Morey.
Now the Count was doubly astonished.
The natural son of King Henri IV? Yes, monsieur. And so, madame? So, the day before yesterday, Cardinal Richelieu declared before the Comte de Morey that he'd give 1 million in gold to anyone who would bring him the keys to Pinerolo.
The Count's eyes narrowed with greed.
1 million, he said. I'd like to see that. You can see it whenever you like, monsieur.
The Count rubbed his hands together.
1 million, he whispered. You're right, madame. This is a matter worthy of discussion. But how do you know this money is really available? That's easily explained. The Comte de Morey took charge of the affair and sent Gaetano ahead with orders to test the waters. And that's why Gaetano arrived to see his sister last night? Exactly. His sister brought the proposal to me, so if it miscarried, I'd be the only one who was compromised. How could it miscarry? The Count asked. It seemed possible you might refuse it. The Count was thoughtful for a moment. What guarantees am I offered? Cash. But then what guarantees would they ask of me? A hostage? A hostage? Who? Me. It makes sense that you'd send your wife away from a fortress on the verge of a siege where you're planning to defend to the death. You can say you're sending me to my mother at Salimo, but actually let me know where to meet you later in France, since I assume you'll negotiate for a safe haven there. And how will the 1 million be paid? In gold. When? As soon as, in exchange for the money Gaetano brings you, you sign an order of capitulation and hand me over as the hostage. Send him. When Gaetano returns tonight with the gold, be ready to go with him.
That night, at 8 o'clock, the Comte de Morey, still under the name of Gaetano, entered the gates of Fort Pinerolo with a mule loaded with gold, as he'd promised Cardinal Richelieu, and he left, as he'd promised himself, with the Countess. The capitulation came 2 days later, after the Cardinal had placed the fortress under siege. The garrison was allowed to leave with their lives and all their baggage. 72. The Eagle and the Fox. 2 days later, Cardinal Richelieu occupied Fort Pinerolo, just as Charles Emmanuel was leading troops from Turin to lift the siege. When the latter was only 3 leagues from Turin, his scouts informed him that a body of 800 men, under the Savoy banner, was coming to meet him. He sent one of his officers forward on reconnaissance, and he reported back that, to his astonishment, the troops with the garrison of Pinerolo returning to Turin. The fortress had surrendered. This news was a terrible blow to Charles Emmanuel. He paused, turned pale, put a hand to his forehead, and then called the commander of his cavalry. "Charge that rabble," he said, pointing to the poor devils who'd had no choice but to leave their garrison, since the governor had surrendered it, and if possible, leave no one standing. The order was executed to the letter. 3/4 of the wretches were put to the sword. The fall of Pinerolo, the cause of which was still unknown to the Duke of Savoy, forced him to reconsider his position. It was disastrous. All the tricks and intrigue of a reign of nearly 45 years, a reign composed entirely of tricks and intrigue, had come to this. The army of a terrible enemy was in the heart of his domain. His only recourse now was to throw himself into the arms of the Spaniards and Austrians, begging for aid from Spinola, a Genoese, and thus an enemy, or Wallenstein, a Bohemian, and thus a barbarian. One must bend before the iron hand of necessity. The Duke sent to Spinola, the Spanish commander-in-chief, and to Colalto, the German commander in Italy, asking them for aid against the French. But Spinola, that canny warrior, was camped in Milan, from which he'd been keeping an eye on Charles Emmanuel. He hadn't the least bit of sympathy for that intriguing and ambitious princeling, who had so many times, through his deceptions and reversals, caused Spinola to draw his sword and then put it back in its sheath. As for Colalto, he had but a single goal in Italy: equip and enrich his army and himself, and as a climax to the campaign, like a true condottiere, to take and pillage Mantua. Men of this stamp were understandably little moved by the pleas of the Duke of Savoy. Spinola declared that he couldn't divide his army, as he needed all his troops for his operations in Montferrat. Colalto was another matter. As we said, he could call on as many men as he needed from Germany. Wallenstein, at the head of the horde, led over 100,000 men, or rather was led by them, frightening Ferdinand with their power, sometimes even frightening himself. So he was willing to hire them out to whoever could afford them. So the negotiations between Colalto and Charles Emmanuel were simply a matter of money. A few words and a large coffer of cash yielded the Duke of Savoy 10,000 men. It was only Charles Emmanuel's fervent hatred of France that allowed him to strike this terrible bargain, for he was bringing into Piedmont an enemy more terrible than the one he wanted to drive out. The French soldiers marched under rigorous discipline, plundering nothing but money. The Germans, on the contrary, stole everything they could carry. The Duke of Savoy soon realized that his best chance was to make one last attempt to come to terms with Richelieu. Thus, 2 days after taking Pinerolo, as the Cardinal worked in the same chambers where Count Urbain had received his Countess on the morning after Gaetano's arrival, he was informed of the visit of a young officer in the service of Cardinal Antonio Barberini, the Pope's nephew and his envoy to Charles Emmanuel. The Cardinal immediately guessed what this was about. Latil had announced the officer, and as the Cardinal had great confidence in both the courage and the insight of his Lieutenant of the Guards, he said, "Come here. At your command, Your Eminence," Latil replied, touching his hat. "Do you know this envoy from Monseigneur Barberini?" "He's new to me, Your Eminence. And his name? Also unknown to me." "To you, but maybe not to me." Latil shook his head. "There aren't many names I don't recognize." "What's he called?" "Mazzarino Mazzarini, Monseigneur." "Mazzarini? You're right. I don't recognize that name, Etienne. I don't like to play if I can't see my neighbor's cards. Is he young? 26, 28 at the most? Handsome or ugly? Good-looking, useful to both a woman and a prelate. What part of Italy is he from?" "By his accent, I'd say the nobility of Naples." "Sophisticated and subtle, then. Is he well-groomed?" "Like a coquette." "So, to summarize, 28 years old, handsome, well-turned out, sent by Cardinal Barberini, the nephew of Urban VIII. He's either a useful idiot or a capable agent, and we'll soon know which. In either event, thanks to you, he won't surprise me. Have him enter." 5 minutes later, the door opened again, and Latil announced, "Captain Mazzarino Mazzarini." The Cardinal glanced at the young officer. He was just as Latil had described him. For his part, as he bowed respectfully to the Cardinal, the young officer, whom we'll call Mazarin, for that was his name after he became a French citizen in 1639, and thus he is known to the history of the realm, made as complete a survey of his eminence as a man with a quick and incisive mind can do at a glance. We have once already, depicting Sully and Richelieu, showed the past meeting the present. Depicting Richelieu and Mazarin, we show the present meeting the future. But this time, instead of titling our chapter The Two Eagles, we must call it The Eagle and the Fox. The fox came in with his astute and sidelong glance. The eagle fixed him with his sharp and penetrating gaze. "Monseigneur," said Mazarin, pretending to be flustered, "forgive my emotion in finding myself before the leading political genius of the century. I, a mere captain of the papal forces, and so young." "Indeed, monsieur," said the Cardinal. "You're only 26? 30, Monseigneur." The Cardinal laughed. "Monsieur," he said, "when I went to Rome to be consecrated as a bishop, Pope Paul V asked me my age, and like you, I exaggerated. I said I was 25, though I was only 23. He made me a bishop, and after the ceremony I threw myself at his feet and asked for absolution. I confessed that I'd lied and added 2 years to my age, and he gave it to me."
Would you like absolution?"
"I will ask for that, Monseigneur," replied Mazarin with a smile, "on the day I'm made a bishop."
"Is that your ambition?"
"I hope, Your Eminence, to some day be a cardinal."
"That won't be hard, with the resources you have."
"And what would Monseigneur say these resources are?"
"First, the mission you've been given, which I'm told is on behalf of Cardinal Antonio Barberini."
"That rope is a thin one, since I'm merely a protégé of a nephew of His Holiness, and not of His Holiness himself."
"When I see a protégé of any of the nephews of His Holiness, I see the influence of His Holiness."
"However, you know what His Holiness thinks of his nephews?"
"I recall that, in a moment of candour, he said that his first nephew, Francesco Barberini, when he left the Collegio Romano, was good only for saying paternosters. His brother Antonio, who sent you to me, was strong only in the stench of his trousers, which is why he'd given him a cardinal's robe. That Cardinal Antonio, when young, was nicknamed Demosthenes, because he stammered and got drunk 3 times a day. And last of all, Taddeo, who was named Generalissimo of the Holy See, was better with a knitting needle than a sword."
"Ah, Monseigneur, I'll press that question no further. But having said what the uncle thinks of his nephews, I imagine you can tell me what the nephews think of their uncle."
"That the favours they receive from Urban VIII are legitimate rewards for the pains they took to get him elected. On the first round of voting, the future pontiff had no supporters, but the nephews bought off the Roman populace, paying them to shout beneath the windows of Castel Sant'Angelo, 'Barberini as Pope, or death and fire.' At the next round he got 5 votes, which was significant. Only 13 were needed. 2 cardinals led the faction that was opposed to Barberini at all costs. Within 3 days, both cardinals passed away. One struck, they say, by apoplexy, while the other succumbed to an aneurysm. They were replaced by 2 Barberini supporters, which gave him 7 votes. 2 other opposing cardinals died soon thereafter. Then came word of an outbreak of plague. Everyone was eager to get out, so the conclave was rushed to its conclusion. In the end, Barberini had 15 votes, 2 more than the 13 he needed.
That wasn't too high a price, considering the great reforms proclaimed as soon as His Holiness Urban VIII assumed the papal throne.
"Yes, indeed," said Richelieu. "He forbade the Recollects to wear sandals and pointed hoods in the manner of the Capuchin order. He defended the renaming of the Carmelites as the Reformed Carmelites. He demanded that the Spanish Premonstratensians revert to their old sombre habits and give up their proud new ones. He beatified 2 Theatine fanatics, André Avellino and Gaetano Tiane, a barefoot Carmelite, Felix Cantalice, and Illuminatus, the Florentine Carmelite Corsini, 2 female ecstatics, Magdalena de Pazzi and Elizabeth, Queen of Portugal, and finally the blessed Saint-Roch and his dog."
"Ah, well," said Mazarin, "it's clear Your Eminence is up to date on His Holiness, his nephews, and the court of Rome. But you, who seem like a sensible man," said Richelieu, "why are you in the pay of such nonentities?"
"We start where we can with what we have, Monseigneur," said Mazarin with a sly smile.
"That's so,"
said Richelieu. "And now we've talked enough about them. What about us? What do you hope to get from me?"
"Something you'll never agree to."
"Why?"
"Because it's absurd."
"Why undertake such a mission?"
"Because it brings me before the man I admire most in the world."
"What is it, then?"
Mazarin shrugged. "I am to inform Your Eminence that due to the capture of Fort Pinerolo, the Duke of Savoy has become gentle as a lamb and supple as a serpent. Through his envoy, he begs Your Eminence, who is known for his generosity, if, for the sake of the king's sister, the Princess of Piedmont, you would return Fort Pinerolo, as this would greatly advance the cause of peace."
"My dear Captain," replied Richelieu, "it's as well that you started out as you did, or I'd have wondered why you were fool enough to take such a mission, or if you simply thought that I was a fool. In any case, no. Giving up Fort Pinerolo was one of Henri III's greatest shames, and regaining it will be one of the glories of the reign of Louis XIII.
Are those the terms in which you would have me state your reply?
No, not exactly.
Then how, Monseigneur? Like this. His Majesty has not yet learned of our conquest of Pinerolo. I can do nothing until he informs me whether he wishes to keep it or prefers to give it up as a courtesy to his sister. I'm told the king has left Paris bound for Italy, so we must wait until he arrives in Lyon or Grenoble. At that time we can enter into serious negotiations and perhaps render a more positive response. Rest assured, Monseigneur, I shall deliver your response verbatim. Just allow me, if you please, to give them some hope.
What will they do with that?
Nothing, but it may be useful to me.
Do you plan to stay in Italy?
No, but I want to accomplish as much as I can before I leave.
You don't think Italy has sufficient scope for your ambitions?
Italy is a shambles, and has been for centuries, Monseigneur. The last 100 years, as you know better than I, have been a disaster, the final collapse of all that remained from the feudal era. The two pillars of the Middle Ages, the Church and the Empire, are in disarray. Once the Pope and the Emperor were the twin hands of God, but since Rudolph of Habsburg, the emperors have been a series of despots, and since the rise of Luther, the Pope is no more than the leader of a sect. Mazarin appeared hesitant to continue.
Go on,
said Richelieu. I'm listening. You, listening to me, Monseigneur. Until today I doubted myself, but if you listen to me, I'll doubt myself no more. There are still Italians, but Italy is no more. Spain holds 4 of its capitals, Naples, Milan, Florence, and Palermo. France wants Savoy and Mantua. Venice is in decline, and Genoa gets by from day to day. A frown from Philip IV or Ferdinand II can shake even the Pope, successor though he is to Gregory VI. Every man of leadership calls for freedom, but their voices lack strength. The nobles have crushed the people, and have themselves been reduced to mere courtiers. The nobility is powerless, seeing plots and invisible enemies on all sides, so they surround themselves with standing armies, with mercenaries and thugs, terrified of poison, cowering inside chainmail. Worse, they've handed over the Council of Trent to the Inquisition. The courage to fight in the open, to take war to the battlefield, is gone, and with it the heart of the people. Maintaining order is everything, and order is the death of life.
If you leave Italy, where will you go?
Wherever there are revolutions, Monseigneur. Maybe England, but probably France.
If you come to France, will you seek me out?
I would be happy and proud to do that, Monseigneur.
Monsieur Mazarini, I hope we shall meet again.
That is my one desire, Monseigneur.
And the artful Neapolitan bowed to the ground and backed out of the chamber. I had heard, the Cardinal murmured, that the rats were leaving the sinking ship. I didn't expect to meet one who might weather the storm. And he added softly, this young captain will go a long way, especially if he trades his uniform for a cassock. Then, rising, the Cardinal stepped out into the antechamber, where he paced back and forth so thoughtfully that he almost overlooked the arrival of a courier, who gave him a letter from France. "Ah,"
said the Cardinal, seeing that the courier was covered in dust. "This letter must be urgent." "Quite urgent, Monseigneur." Richelieu took the letter and opened it. The letter was brief, but, as we shall see, was of some importance. Fontainebleau, March 17th, 1630. The king has left for Lyon, but got no farther than Troyes before he returned to Fontainebleau. Beware, he's in love. P.S. If the courier has arrived before the 25th, give him 50 pistoles. The Cardinal read the letter over several times. He recognized the handwriting as that of Saint-Simon, who wasn't in the habit of conveying false information. But this news seemed so unlikely, he was doubtful. "No matter," he said to Latil. "Get me the Comte de Moray. This is rather in his line." "Has Monseigneur forgotten," Latil laughed, "that the Monsieur de Moray is escorting his beautiful hostage to Briançon? Seek him out wherever he is, and tell him to come without delay. I'm sending him to Fontainebleau, with the news that we've taken Pinerolo." Latil bowed and went out. 73. Aurora.
As we said in our previous chapters, King Louis XIII, harassed by his mother, fearful of his brother after granting him too much power, aware that Queen Anne, despite her disavowals, continued to meet and conspire with the Spanish ambassador, the king, separated from the cardinal, his political touchstone, had fallen into a melancholy that nothing could allay. What was especially irksome was the understanding, affirmed by the moral sense God gave him, that Richelieu was more essential to the survival of the state than he himself was, and yet everyone around him, with the exception of L'Angely, his fool, and Saint-Simon, whom he'd made Grand Equerry, either openly opposed this essential man or conspired secretly against him. In every society throughout history, there has always been a conservative or conventional party that opposes all new ideas as violations of tradition. This party prefers the known routine to an unknown future, that is to say, progress, the adherence of the status quo, favouring stagnation over movement, death versus life, saw in Richelieu a revolutionary whose efforts to reform society would just cause unrest. And Richelieu was not just the enemy of the conservatives, but of the entire Catholic world. Without him, Europe would have been at peace. Savoy, Spain, Austria, and Rome, all seated at the same table, would take turns plucking the leaves of the artichoke of Italy. Austria would have Mantua and Venice, Savoy would get Montferrat and Genoa, Spain would have Milan, Naples, and Sicily, and Rome would rule Tuscany and the minor duchies, while France, uninvited to the feast, could keep to herself on the other side of the Alps. Who opposed this peace? Richelieu. Richelieu alone. That's what the Pope implied. That's what Philip IV and the Emperor proclaimed. That's what the choir of Queens Marie de Medici, Anne of Austria, and Henriette of England all sang. Beside these great voices who cried anathema against the minister were ranged lesser voices, such as that of the Duc de Guise, who'd hoped to lead the armies and had withdrawn, disgruntled, to his governance of Provence, that of Créqui, the governor of Dauphiné, who thought he had the right to inherit the sword of the constable from his stepfather, of Lesdiguières and Montmorency, who at different times had been promised that sword, the latter now afraid it had slipped from his hands, since he'd refused to abduct the Duke of Savoy for the cardinal, and all the great nobles, such as Soissons, Condé, Conti, and Elbeuf, who hated the cardinal's systematic dismantling of the rights and privileges of the dukes and princes. Despite all these voices, or rather because of them, Louis was determined to leave Paris and keep the promise he'd made to his minister to join him in Italy. It goes without saying that this resolution, which would place the king under the influence of the cardinal, had been opposed with great outcry by the two queens, who declared that if the king went to Italy, they had no choice but to follow. For this, they had the usual excuse, their fear for the king's health. Despite these objections, the king had sent the cardinal notice of his intent to depart, and in fact had left for Lyon on February 21st. His route would take him through Champagne and Burgundy. The two queens and the king's council were to join him in Lyon. But events didn't unfold quite so smoothly. The day after the king had left Paris, his brother Gaston, who until then hadn't dared to stray from his city of Orléans, left his post and marched with a great to-do to the capital, entering the city at about 9 in the evening. He went straight to the palace of the Queen Mother, where she was holding court. Marie de Medici rose, astonished, and, feigning anger, dismissed her ladies and shut herself up in her study with Gaston. Queen Anne joined them a few moments later, entering by a secret door. There they renewed the pact, continually proposed by Queen Marie, that Monsieur would marry Queen Anne in the event of the king's death. This marriage would have been for Marie de Medici a sort of prolonged regency, and she would gladly forgive God for carrying off her eldest son, if that was her compensation. Blinded by her interests, Queen Marie was the only one who'd entered the pact honestly, as she couldn't see beyond her immediate desires. The Duc d'Orléans had conflicting commitments to the Duc de Lorraine, whose sister he was in love with. He was in no hurry to marry his brother's widow, who was 7 years his senior and who'd had, moreover, that deplorable affair with Buckingham. Queen Anne, for her part, hated Monsieur, despised him even more than she hated him, and didn't trust a word he said. Nevertheless, everyone repeated their promises. No one outside really knew what happened in that chamber, and gossips,
unaware of the presence of Queen Anne, spread the rumour the next day that the Duc d'Orléans had come to Paris to tell his mother of his undying love for Princess Marie de Gonzague, and to take advantage of his brother's absence to marry her. This report seemed confirmed when, immediately after the Duke's arrival, Marie de Medici sent for the young princess and had her detained at the Louvre, where she was kept, to all intents, a prisoner. For his part, Gaston loudly declared that such was his dearest desire. All the malcontents began to gather around him, insinuating that if, in the king's absence, he would openly declare against Richelieu, he would find himself at the head of a large and powerful party, one that would support him not only against the cardinal, but against Louis XIII, whose fall might well follow that of his minister. Many chose to believe that Gaston had accepted these proposals. The Cardinal de la Valette, son of the Duc d'Epernon, and the Cardinal of Lyons, that brother of the Duc de Richelieu, who led so bravely during the plague, arrived together to call upon the Duc d'Orléans. The latter paid 1,000 compliments to Cardinal de la Valette, but the Cardinal of Lyons was left waiting in the hall without a word. The day after Gaston's arrival in Paris, the Queen Mother wrote to Louis XIII to inform him of his brother's unexpected return, though it had probably been expected by her. Of course, nothing was said of the meeting and pact between her son and her stepdaughter, but she went on at length about Gaston's love for Marie de Gonzague. Louis, who was already in Troyes when he received the letter from Marie de Medici, announced that he would return to Paris, but at Fontainebleau he was met by a letter informing him that Gaston, hearing news of his return, had withdrawn to his estate at Limours. 3 days later came the news that the king, instead of continuing his journey south, would spend Easter at Fontainebleau. What was behind the king's latest decision? We shall tell you. The night of the meeting in Luxembourg Palace between the Queen Mother, Gaston d'Orléans, and Queen Anne, Madame de Fargy returned home from Spain, where she'd gone to support her husband's political efforts, which had appeared shaky. With the war between France and Piedmont seemingly over, her support was no longer needed in Madrid, and Madame de Fargy, to the great satisfaction of Anne of Austria, had been recalled to Paris. When the Queen saw her, she uttered a cry of joy, and as the Lady Ambassador knelt to kiss her hand, Anne lifted her up and embraced her. "I see," Madame de Fargy said with a smile, "that my long absence hasn't cost me your Majesty's good graces." "On the contrary, dear heart," said the Queen, "your absence just made me appreciate your loyalty all the more, and I've never had as much need for it as tonight. My arrival is timely, then, and I hope to prove to my sovereign that, far or near, I'll take care of her. But what's happened to make the presence of your humble servant so necessary?" The Queen told her of the king's departure, of Gaston's arrival, and of the pact they'd just renewed. "So your Majesty trusts her brother-in-law?" asked Madame de Fargy. "Not for an instant. This pact is meant to quell my suspicions and keep me waiting off to the side. Has the king grown worse? Morally, yes, but physically, no. To the king, morality is all, as you know, madame. What shall I do?" asked the Queen. Then, in a lower voice, "You know, my dear, the astrologers claim that the king can't last beyond the next rise of Cancer. My lady," said Madame de Fargy, "you recall that I proposed a certain plan to your Majesty?" The Queen blushed. "But you know I could never go through with it," she said. "That's a shame, because it's the surest method, and I even got the approval of the King of Spain, Philip IV. Dear God! Or would you rather trust the word of a man who has never once kept his word?" The Queen was silent for a moment. "But, my dear Fargy," she said, resting her head on her confidant's chest, "even supposing I had the permission of my confessor, just thinking about it makes me ashamed. Surely the plan you proposed should be the last resort, after we've tried everything else." "Will you allow me, dear mistress?" said Madame de Fargy, taking advantage of the Queen's position to drape an arm around her neck and gaze into her face, her eyes sparkling like diamonds, "to relate to you a story about the court of King Henri II, which says something about Queen Catherine de Medici." "Speak, dear heart," said the Queen, relaxing with a sigh upon the siren to whose voice she so unwisely listened. "Eh bien, now the story goes that Queen Catherine de Medici arrived in France at the age of 14,
where she was married to the young King Henri II, and went, like your Majesty, 11 years without children.
I've been married for 14 years, said the Queen.
Well, Madame de Fargy smiled. Your Majesty's marriage may have taken place in 1616, but it wasn't consummated until 1619.
That's so, said the Queen.
But what explains Queen Catherine's sterility? King Henri II didn't have the same aversions as King Louis XIII, as proven by his mistress, Diane de Poitiers. He had no aversion to women, true, only to his wife.
Do you think, Fargy, that the King's aversion to me is personal?
The Queen gasped.
What? For your Majesty? Ventre Saint Gris, as the King, his father, used to say, and as the sweet Comte de Moray still does, to whom your Majesty should pay more attention. Anyway, don't even think it.
Then, casting an eye like Sappho on her queen, anxious and piqued by doubt, she said,
And where would he find such eyes as yours? Such a mouth, such lovely hair?
She ran her hand along the Queen's arched neck.
Where would he find such skin? No, madame, no, my Queen. You are the loveliest of all, the beauty of beauties. But unfortunately for Queen Catherine, she had none of this. On the contrary, born of a diseased father and mother, she had the cold, slimy skin of a snake. Is this true, dear heart? It's true. So when the young king, used to the pale and silky skin of Madame de Brezé, felt at his side a living corpse, he cried that he hadn't been sent a flower from the Pitti Gardens, but a worm from the Medici tombs. Hush, Fargy, you give me a chill. So, my beautiful Queen, this revulsion King Henri II had for his wife, who was it helped him to overcome it? One who always had his interest at heart, the same Diane de Poitiers, she who, if the king died childless, would have fallen under the power of another Duc d'Orléans, one not much better than yours. Where are you taking this? To here. If the king fell in love with a woman who he knew was devoted to you, a woman with the same religious convictions as the king, why, he would return from seeing her to your Majesty, and then, well, a child would make the Duc d'Orléans beholden to us, rather than us to him. Ah, but my dear Fargy, said the Queen, shaking her head, King Henri II was a man, as King Louis XIII may yet be. The Queen replied with a sigh, But where would you find a woman both pure and devoted? I already have, Fargy said. One more beautiful than... The Queen stopped, biting her lip. She'd almost said, One more beautiful than me? Fargy understood. More beautiful than you, my Queen? Impossible. But one with beauty of another kind. You are the rose at the peak of its bloom, madame. She is a bud, but with such a glow that her family and friends all call her the Aurora. And this marvel, said the Queen, is she at least of noble blood? Of the highest class, madame. She's the granddaughter of Madame de la Flotte, the Queen Mother's chief maid of honour, and the daughter of Monsieur d'Hautefort. And you say this young lady is devoted to me? She would give her life for your Majesty. And she added, smiling, Maybe more. Is she aware of the role we want her to play? Yes, and she accepts with resignation, with enthusiasm, madame. In the interest of the Church, we have her confessor on our side, who compares her to Judith of Bethulia, and the king's doctor. What does Bouvard have to do with it? He will persuade the king your husband that he's sick due to chastity. For a man who purges and bleeds him 200 times a year, that will be difficult. He'll manage it. So it's all arranged. It lacks nothing but your consent. But I'd at least like to see and speak to this amazing Aurora. Nothing simpler, madame. She's here. And she'll do it. Yes, madame. The Queen gave Fargy a look, with just a touch of suspicion. You arranged all this since your arrival tonight, she said. Truly, you don't waste any time, dear heart. I arrived 3 days ago, madame, but I waited to see your Majesty until everything was ready. And now everything is prepared? Yes, madame. But if your Majesty prefers to adopt the first means I proposed, we can abandon this one. Not at all, not at all, the Queen quickly said. Perhaps you should bring in your young friend. Command your faithful servant, madame. Bring her in. Madame de Fargy went to a side door and opened it.
"Come in, Marie de Hautefort," she said. "Our beloved queen consents to receive your homage."
The young woman gave a cry of joy and rushed into the room. The queen, seeing her, gasped in admiration and astonishment.
"Do you think her beautiful enough, madame?"
asked Lady Fargy.
"Maybe too beautiful,"
replied the queen.
74. The Letter and the Lure.
And indeed, Mademoiselle Marie de Hautefort was wonderfully beautiful. She was a blonde of the south, with rose-petal skin and shining hair, and, as Madame de Fargy had said, she was called Aurora. It was Vautier who had discovered her on a trip to Périgord, and then come up with the scheme, remembering a look he'd seen the king gave Mademoiselle de Lautrec one day. He had the idea that this invalid king, bled white as a ghost, might be susceptible to the infection of love. He'd arranged everything in advance, making sure no parent, lover, or friend would object to the young woman's commitment to the cause, but delayed, on the advice of Queen Marie, until the return of Madame de Fargy, who would coat the rim of the glass with honey before presenting the absinthe to the queen. We've already seen how eager the queen was to swallow it. But when she saw the beautiful girl at her feet, arms outstretched, and crying, "I would give my all, my everything for you, my queen," she saw this delicate bud, heard that sweet voice that couldn't lie, and gently raised her up. That very evening, all was decided. Mademoiselle de Hautefort would do everything she could to make the king love her, and, once she was loved, use all her influence to urge him to reconcile with the queen and to dismiss Cardinal Richelieu. They just had to set the stage for the enchanting scene that would captivate Louis XIII. The queens announced that, as the king was at Fontainebleau, they would join him there for Easter, and in fact they arrived on the eve of Palm Sunday. The next day the king attended services in the chateau chapel, and everyone was summoned to hear Mass with His Majesty. Just a few paces from the king, lit by a ray of sunlight through a stained glass window that bathed her in a halo of gold and purple, was a young woman kneeling on the bare floor. He, the king, had his knees softly cradled on a gold-tasseled cushion. His chivalric instincts were awakened. He was ashamed to have a cushion under his knees when this beautiful girl had none. He had a page take it to her. Mademoiselle de Hautefort blushed, considering herself unworthy to place her knees on a cushion where the king had knelt. She stood up, bowed to His Majesty, and respectfully placed the cushion on a chair, all with the innocent and virginal air of one of the noblest daughters of the South.